and $99.14.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour of the show brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Wednesday, 14th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and we're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh live and local for you, beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 a.m. The plan of attack is as follows. The Pick Six at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be tackled. We're talking to Dan Weeder, talking Bears. 7:25. Clay Harbor will be in studio to talk Bears with us at 8. Chris Chelios skates in at 8:44. Stacey Dales was at Soldier Field on Saturday night. She'll be here with Mully and Haugh at 9 o'clock. 9:25. Ross Tucker, our friend from Westwood One Sports, will talk Bears and Rams with Mully and Haugh. He will be the color analyst on radio for this contest, and the guests join us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, you call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers, get the job done right the very first time. Media will be back up at Hallis Hall later today as the Bears continue to prep for the Rams. We will hear from Caleb Williams and other players, as well as Ben Johnson. Of course, the Bears and Rams are on Sunday night, 5:30. NBC is where you're going to watch it. The Rams right now, minus 3.5. The total dropping down to 49. And before Chicago takes on L.A., tune in Sunday, 2:30 to 5:30 for the playoff pregame show right here on 670 The Score. It's got Olin Kreutz. It's got Patrick Manley. Of course, it's got Mike Mulligan getting you ready for the divisional round matchup and immediately following the game. Instant reaction on the TimberTech Decking and Railing postgame show, and all of it can be heard right here on The Score and that free Odyssey app. The rest of the divisional round will go like this. Saturday afternoon, Bills and Broncos. That game's a pick'em. Goes at 3:30 on CBS. 49ers will be at the Seahawks Saturday night. Minus 7.5 are the Seahawks at home. That's at 7 on Fox. And we, right here at The Score, will carry those games on the radio, courtesy of our friends over at Westwood One. Then on Sunday, in the first game, Patriots minus 3 hosting the Texans. That's a 2 o'clock kick over on ABC. And, of course, it all wraps up in Bears and Rams, Soldier Field. Rams minus 3.5. It's a 5:30 kick on NBC. The total down 249. Cubs Con starts Friday afternoon. Kyle Tucker reportedly getting closer to signing with the Mets on a $50 million a year contract. Yeah, $50 million a year for Kyle Tucker. More coming up on that. Your Bulls are now 18-21. Following a loss last night to the Rockets, 119-113. Trey Jones had a career-high 34 points. Shot 11 for 12 field goals, including a career-high 5 3-pointers made, 7 assists, only had 2 turnovers. Matas Buzelis extending his career-long streak of 15 points or more games to 7 in a row. Kevin Durant had 28 to lead the Rockets. There were 35 lead changes in this game. Neither team able to build any kind of a cushion until the Rockets did in the final moments. Rockets trailed by 1 with 3.5 to go before they went on a 7-2 run to make it 110-100 in their favor. Bulls Jazz tonight, back-to-back for the Bulls. Pregame right here on the Score, 6:45. They're back at the UC. Thursday night at the UC, it'll be your 19-20-7 Blackhawks hosting the Calgary Flames. And college football finals, Monday night, the 19th, Miami will play for the national title in their home stadium. They're taking on Indiana. Indiana over a touchdown favorite, -7.5. Total 48.5 per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. Are you a local business owner? How about a local business employee? Well, how would you like to have your company with a 60-second commercial during Super Bowl 60 right here on the Score? That's right. We've brought it back. The Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on the Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from our friends at Westwood One. And new to the contest this year, you will win a live broadcast for your brand. That's right. All you got to do, log on to 670thescore.com/contest. Enter now, and you learn more details. The deadline to enter is this Sunday, so don't dilly-dally. Score Big for Your Business. It's sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. If you just woke up, well, welcome to a Wednesday, 14th day of the month. It's Mully and Haugh pregame show. They're live and local 5:30 to 10, and they'll broadcast from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Pick 6 at 6, Dan Weeder 7:25, Clay Harbor in studio at 8, Chris Chelios 8:44, Stacey Dales at 9, Ross Tucker 9:25. All those guests join you on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Because then local 130 plumbers will get the job done right the very first time. Let's listen to what others had to say about the Rams and Bears game. A little backtracking to the Packers as well. Patrick Manley, friend of the show, regular with our midday show, Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, yesterday says he is very, very sure that Caleb and the Bears passing game can get the job done against that Rams secondary Sunday at Soldier Field.
I'm going to put it on Caleb Williams' shoulders again. I think that's the way playoff wins happen and how you win Super Bowls. These quarterbacks get hot and they play well, and obviously your defense has to step up. So I think takeaways is one, but what I want to go see is Caleb Williams in this passing game, because you look at this Rams secondary, they're not as good as their front four. The front four we got to worry about, but I do believe in our pass protection, our O-line. What are we, 4th in sacks given up in the season or whatever, but I think it's the passing game. I really do. I think you put it back in Caleb's hands again, and you see what he can do, because I think that is the weakness of the Rams, if they have one, is the passing game. So, Caleb, you responded in a pressure situation last week. You played pretty well the entire game, I thought, and he plays well in big moments, and it just keeps getting bigger each week. So, Marshall, I think it's the passing game, which is weird because it has been the running game that has kind of got them there, but I think the passing game this week against this Rams team
can they not run anymore? I mean, it feels like we just talked about it.
It's man. It looks like it's back to the way it was at the beginning of the season. You got a lot of free runners. I don't know if it's communication issues. It's all the way across the board. It's when you have issues like that, it's not one thing. It's everybody doing a little something wrong at a different time, and that's what it looks like. There was Quay Walker came through once or twice once on the end around, and it looked like they had the wrong point, or Mike or whoever they were going to. It just looks like communication errors right now. But the good thing is we've seen them fix it before, right? So I think they can fix it again, and it is a strength, and they have enough talent up there to get it done. So I think they can get it fixed.
There he is, Patrick Manley with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody saying that the Bears defense can get things fixed ahead of Sunday's contest with the Rams. And playoff football, you need that quarterback, you need that passing game. And as we discussed on Mully and Haugh yesterday, the one advantage that seems to stick out is that the Bears wide receiver room is greater than the Rams defensive backs room. How about this? A Bears special teams might be the difference on Sunday night. Mully mentioned that yesterday, and Patrick Manley doubling down on special teams could be the X factor on Sunday here in Chicago when the Bears take on the Rams at Soldier Field. Take a listen.
I called it buttoned up, and that's what he's done this year. He's buttoned up all the little issues of leakage on punts, leakage on field goals from last year. And now he's kind of the aggressor. You saw the first play of the game last week. They ran that fake reverse. So now that's out there. Like, oh my gosh, if I'm the two running down, the outside guy running down on the kickoff, you kind of got to stay still. Maybe he's setting up you bend it back or a counter, you call it, or whatever off of that. But it's little things like that he's been able to do all season. And then I'll go back to what I said earlier is details. And I wonder how much that is Ben Johnson, harping that with him as well. I want to know how much Ben Johnson knows about. Ben Johnson seems like to me as a coach that knows everything. Sometimes you bring an offensive coordinator in as a head coach and that's kind of all they know, and they know maybe clock management. But he seems like a guy that knows defense, offense, and special teams, and I just would like to know how much of his influence has been on Coach Hightower as well. But more on the special teams guys. This week, the Rams, they fired their special teams coordinator after week 15, I believe it was, and they have bad special teams. They are not very good. They've been leaky, gave up a punt block last week. So I'm putting a lot on Richard Hightower and his game plan this week to see what he can do to help the Bears win this game. It's a big one for Coach Hightower.
Yeah, for me, that's the one clear advantage I think the Bears have over the Rams is special teams.
Yes, it's a big one. I mean, it's a real. They've changed their kicker. They've done a lot of stuff, and they've got guys on their roster. I was looking at some of the tape, and I'm like, who is this guy? And you got to go down to their practice squad to find these guys that are elevating before the game. And if your practice squad guys are coming up the week before, that just tells you how many limited reps they've had that week and or that season in the games to get ready for these games, and you can take advantage of those guys.
That is Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear, the playoff winning edition of Patrick Manley.
There.
Doesn't that sound nice?
One more week. Let's do one more of these, and then let's do one more after that, and let's just keep it going.
Let's hope everybody's right. Let's keep it going. Patrick Manley there with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Yesterday, middays right here on The Score. Manley calling the Rams special teams leaky. And yes, the Rams did allow a block punt that kept the Panthers in their contest back on Saturday. Again, if you just woke up, welcome to Wednesday, 14th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh, live and local for you, beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 a.m. And their plan of attack. The pick six at 6, Dan Weeder, 7:25. Clay Harbor in studio at 8. Chris Chelios skates in at 8:44. Stacey Dales, who was at Soldier Field on Saturday, will be here at 9. She will be at Soldier Field again on Sunday, 9:25. Ross Tucker also will be at Soldier Field doing the color work for the Rams and the Bears. Ross was also on the sidelines for the Monday Night Football game, and that was the end of Aaron Rodgers' career, perhaps, but it was also the end of Mike Tomlin. Yes, indeed, Mike Tomlin stepping down as the head coach of the Steelers after many, many years in charge of their football operation, something that will be discussed this morning on Mully and Haugh for sure. Allen Robinson, former Bears wide receiver and former Rams wide receiver, was on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody yesterday discussing about the cold weather, bear weather, if you will, and how that impacts throwing and catching the ball.
When it gets cold, the ball gets a little more slick. So for guys who like to wear sleeves and different things like that, there's a little bit of a special emphasis on protecting the football, also looking the ball in. When it comes to catching it, the ball can tend to be a little bit harder as well. So on some of those short and intermediate kind of quick passing games, the ball can get up on you and be a little bit harder than normal. But again, Chicago has the privilege to be able to go out there, which I know Ben Johnson will have those guys outside each and every day, getting used to the cold and doing everything that he needs to do to get those guys mentally and physically prepared to play on Sunday afternoon.
There he is, Allen Robinson, the former Bear, the former Ram, knows a little bit something about both teams with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody yesterday. Somebody who knows a little bit about running the ball for the Bears and playing at Soldier Field, that, of course, is Matt Forte, a regular with our afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes. Yesterday it was Holmes and Herron talking to the Bears running back who sees special in the Bears QB1, Caleb Williams.
It's special. It's special. We're watching something special. We're watching a guy who's a budding superstar, but as well as the supporting cast. You're watching, Colston Loveland come along and do what he's been doing. Early in the season was like, I honestly said it. I was like, where is he? And he's, showing up, in every drive that they have. And, to see what he's doing as a quarterback, what Caleb is doing, it is unique. It is unique to know and to have that confidence that, man, this dude is clutch. And that I think it brings everybody up to a high standard where this dude can make all the throws on the run, running the opposite way, running to the sideline where, he's not left-handed and he's throwing it over there on point. The touch that he uses also, and the accuracy on these things. I think it's amazing to watch, and that the supporting cast, the receivers, the running backs, everybody around, just you raise your game up to where you don't want to disappoint in an aspect where everything goes well and then you be the drop off. So the competition and stuff like that breeds, I think the best and brings the best out of everybody, but also an elite play and execution level brings the best out of everybody all around as well.
Former Bears running back Matt Forte, a regular with our afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes yesterday, talking to Holmes and Herron right here on 670 The Score. Don't forget, before Chicago takes on L.A., you tune in Sunday, 2:30 to 5:30 for the playoff pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan getting you set for the divisional round matchup. Immediately following the game, they will have instant reaction on the TimberTech Decking and Railing postgame show, and all of it can be heard right here on The Score and that free Odyssey app. Matt Bowen, another regular with the Spiegel and Holmes show, local guy made good, was talking to Holmes and Herron yesterday and described what changed for the Bears on defense in the second half against the Packers Saturday night at Soldier Field.
What happened? Like, what was a difference that you saw in the Bears in the second half from what you saw in the first?
Well, I think scheme in terms of the defensively what they did, they played even more man coverage in the second half, over 68% of coverage snaps. So they said, we're going to challenge. And Lawrence, we talked about that last week. And there are certain situations where you have to challenge, you have to play man, and you have to win in man coverage. They did that. And they're doing it more from a press position. So they were aggressive. And they're going to disrupt timing off the release. They're going to be a little grabby. They're going to be physical in coverage. They did all that. And if you look at the numbers, I got them right here. Jordan Love in the second half versus man coverage, 8 of 17 for 83 yards. And a QBR of 19.7. I think it tells a story right there. They completely changed the game. Yes, they brought pressure too. I thought Dennis Allen did a great job in the second half. And it's not like he got new players, guys. Same roster, right? He didn't sign any free agents at halftime. This was the same roster they had. And I think also credit to the players. And this has nothing to do with scheme. And Anthony, you know this. They just played faster. They simply played faster. There's much more urgency to their movements in the second half on the defensive side of the football in terms of the pass rush, the pressure, and the coverage.
There you go, Matt Bowen telling the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes, yesterday Holmes and Herron, about what changed from the Bears defense from the first half to the second half. A lot of it, according to Matt, had to do with effort in that one. A little update on the line in that game between the Bears and the Rams on Sunday night. Right now the Rams are minus 3.5, but the total, believe it or not, is coming down 49. Interesting comments from a NFL quarterback to come during the Mully and Haugh show about what he thinks will happen to that scoreboard over at Soldier Field on Sunday night. You don't want to miss that. Also, coming up next, the Bulls played their first half of back-to-back games right here on The Score. They were in Texas last night, taking on the Rockets and Kevin Durant. How did things go? You'll find out next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show. This is 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop top brands like GE Cafe and more during the New Year New Appliance Sale at Grand Appliance. You get hundreds in savings you won't find elsewhere. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom today. That's Grand Appliance. They've been appliance experts since 1930.
What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the entire experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle from your home or office and return it when the work is done. Ready to buy? Save up to $13,000 on select models, and qualified buyers can get 0% financing. Complete everything online, from selection to financing, with free delivery of your new Genesis. This isn't just a new car. It's a new standard of luxury. Experience it at genesisofalgonquin.com.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Bag huge savings on your painting projects at Menards. From your kitchen and bath to doors and trim, and even your ceilings. Dutch Boy has the perfect choice for your painting projects. Dutch Boy's Durafighter is a tough paint and primer that provides great scrub resistance and durability. Durafighter interior paint starts at $27.75 a gallon. Get an additional 15% savings on all Dutch Boy paints when you put it in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Save more dough with Jewel Osco's Digital JoJo Bucks, where you can get $7 off selected $40 purchases. Offer good January 14th through January 16th. Limit 1 clip per day. Get all the details on the Jewel Osco for You app.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFL is better than NIL. At least that's how Ty Simpson feels. The Alabama quarterback is declaring for the NFL draft, and he's turning down a lot of money to do so. Like a lot. The Miami Hurricanes reportedly offered him $6.5 million, and Simpson still said no. He's betting on himself to make the jump to the NFL. I like the confidence. I'm Denton Day.
It pretty much hurt doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery and then the knee is not yours and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at chicagowindowguys.com.
chicagowindowguys.com. Good morning. This is your Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast mix and match alarm. We've got fluffy eggs and sausage on a made-from-scratch biscuit ready, or perhaps biscuit and gravy. Ooh, maybe a sweet cinnamon roll. Wake up and smell that sweet deal. Mix and match any 2 for just $5 for a limited time, only at Hardee's. Don't snooze on the app. Snag juicy deals, order ahead, and get to work on time. Maybe. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
If you're an experienced homeowner who's outlived your assets or your spouse recently passed away, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local reverse mortgage lender. Alice, 90, widow, income $24,000 a year, living in a $500,000 home with no mortgage. Alice's husband recently passed away and she was terrified about losing her home, so her daughter called for information about a reverse mortgage. We helped Alice secure a reverse mortgage, which allowed her to access $300,000 tax-free dollars so she could afford in-home health care. Let's review. Alice's husband recently passed away. She outlived her assets and thought she had to sell her home. Our reverse mortgage expert, Jose Rodriguez, helped Alice secure a reverse mortgage so she could afford in-home health care and peacefully age in place. Team Hochberg's helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit that website you know and love, 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
Booth splits the defense. Floats it left side. Jones, 3-ball, got it. But too little too late as Trey Jones finishes the night with 34 points. But the Rockets beat the Bulls 119-113.
119-113 the final. You heard it right here on the score. The Rockets take care of the shorthanded Bulls. Bulls are now 18-21. They've got a chance to get back in the win column right away. Back-to-back games. They're back here in town hosting the Jazz. 6:45 pregame right here on 670 the score. Matas Buzelis extended his career-long streak of 15 points or more in games to 7. And you heard Chuck Swirsky there saying Trey Jones, a career-high 34 points on 11 for 12 shooting. He made 5 3-pointers, had 7 assists, and only 2 turnovers in the loss. Just woke up. Well, you're got Mully and Haugh right around the corner. They'll start at 5:30 all the way until 10. They'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Pick 6 at 6. Dan Weeder, 7:25. Clay Harbor at 8. Chris Chelios, 8:44. Stacey Dales at 9, and Ross Tucker, who will have Bears and Rams on the radio for Westwood One over at Soldier Field on Sunday night. These guests join Mully and Haugh on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers, they get the job done the very first time. Bears, Rams, Sunday night, 5:30, NBC. Rams right now -3.5, the total 49. We'll hear from the Bears later today. And also, Mike Tomlin steps down as the head coach of the Steelers after 19 seasons in the Steel City. It's 5:30 on your Wednesday. It's time for Mully and Haugh right now on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Good morning, Dave. How are you, sir?
I am good, fellas. Big win last week. Huge win last week for the Bears.
Coach, what a game. What an environment. What a wild and wacky result.
You just described it, Mully. You know, you can't make that stuff up. I mean, it's so exciting and so great to watch that stuff. I mean, it's amazing.
But Ben Johnson may be having the hot hand. How do you, from a defensive coordinator perspective, view this matchup between two elite play callers?
I think it's hard to gauge who's best and who's worst when it comes to the coaching sometimes, but there's no question about it. He is on the upper echelon. He does a phenomenal job. He has ever since he got to L.A.
I think he does a great job. You know, I've studied him really closely. We're excited about these challenges. This is what it's about, and, you know, here we go.
You have to play your tendencies. And by that, I mean, okay, who's involved in the trick plays with the Bears? I'm going to be real curious to see how Ben approaches this game.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
I made the comment early in the week on Mully and them.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio. 670 The Score. Well, Wednesday, Mr. David. That is game plan day.
It is hump day. Happy Wednesday. We are one day closer to the Bears' second playoff game this season. It has been a long time since we've been able to say that, long time since we've counted down to such a day. And the Bears back at Haugh Hall today on the practice field preparing for what looks like, Mully, a very cold, late afternoon, early evening affair against the Rams and Matthew Stafford and his crooked finger. There you go. I almost did that last night. I cursed you last night under my breath because I was on Chicago Sports Network doing the Big Pro Football Show, and we were talking about Matthew Stafford, and my instinct was to pick up my finger and do the thing.
I had an uncle,
and I didn't though,
who was very funny.
I resisted,
and he used to do this thing like he'd be like, "Oh, you know, I've got to get some exercise," and he would do the finger exercise. That was his exercise. That was his joke. Yeah,
that was the way he exercised.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I think that
and then
I couldn't stop thinking about
when
that
you start
yesterday.
typing for a living, you kind of take it out.
And every time I talked about Matthew Stafford yesterday, I wanted to do that little finger move, but
he should be doing it. They should be working with him to make sure he's ready to go. You know what I thought? It's a wild hair of a thought went through my head as I was driving home yesterday. I thought, like, oh yeah, I was just thinking through the game and the weakness and the strengths and the whole McVay's history and all. And it occurred to me, like, this is such a good game because it's the Rams. It's the Rams coming in. Like, what if they had lost to Carolina? Wouldn't that kind of, I mean, I think the Bears wouldn't be I think the Bears would be favored in the game to begin with. But I also
for a
think
change,
it would be a lot better to have the Rams. It'd be an easier game for the Bears, let's put it that way. And then you would change kind of your expectations. This game looks excellent. Looks like it could be a really good game.
So you're thinking that had it been the Panthers, it would have been less of a marquee matchup?
Yes.
I do understand what you're saying.
They'd
because
be playing the early game.
And there would have been less buzz around it. They might have had an easier time to win.
We would
easier
have
chance to beat the Panthers.
Oh, they've had an easier time, and we'd have revisited the trade.
But this
and
feels
all
big.
That stuff.
This feels big.
This feels real big.
This feels big. It looks like you're going to be building all weekend long toward this final playoff game of all of them that will be played, and there will be a dramatic element to it. There'll be a marquee feel, and Soldier Field will be electric again for the second week in a row. And you get that when you bring a big market team like the Rams to town, and they are star-studded.
And when you have three teams from one division, does it scream to you that maybe the NFL should weigh winning divisions less? Should you really be hosting the Rams if you're Carolina and you kind of squeak into the playoffs, but you won your division, so you get a home
question
game?
I'm sure they're asking in Los Angeles.
I bet they are.
Because they had no business, really. If you want to look at an opening for the Bears, it's this. The Rams forced, because of the seeding process and the rules, flying to Carolina and back. Flying to Chicago.
Yes.
And if, depending on what happens, they're going to be on the road 3 straight weeks.
And they've got a better record, whatever that means, over both than the Bears do or the Carolina Panthers do.
I think it's worthy of discussion. I want to know what was the reason for them not reseeding or the process remaining what it is. I think they're trying to just maintain the value in winning in your division. And because you play a weighted schedule, meaning that you play, obviously, more games against your division opponents than the rest of the league, they want to reward that. So if you win your division, you are given the prize of having a higher seed. I don't like it because I do think that you make a good point. It seems to put the best teams perhaps at a disadvantage. You don't care about that this week if you're a Bears fan, but it is a system that probably needs tweaked a little bit.
Yeah, it just was a wild thought went through my head that this is going to be a better weekend because of the fact that it's the Rams coming in. It might even help the Bears that they're coming in, that the weather has turned, that the people are breaking down the wind chill factor.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah, I don't
You got
doubt
people
it either.
researching the kickoff temperatures for not only the Rams but Matthew Stafford, and instead of we're examining his completion percentage and EPA, you're looking at his record in kickoffs below 20 degrees.
He wasn't great last week, by the way.
Mully, if you
I'm
remember,
being honest.
do you remember the last? It was a primetime Thursday night game against the Falcons.
Yeah,
he was bad.
Yeah,
we came in the next day,
multi-interception game, all the turnovers.
And I think we talked about one possibility: did Matthew Stafford lose the MVP against the Falcons?
Yes,
because he can be erratic. And I think if your memory is good enough or long enough, you have seen different team, different time. But you've seen him be erratic at Soldier Field.
Oh, yeah.
He has been a guy that can be feast or famine.
Yeah, he's got a great arm. But remember all that arm angle stuff when he was in Detroit, that he would do all sorts of weird kind of – he was throwing the ball in crazy fashion. Now, he doesn't run anymore. He's not
doesn't
the athlete
run.
he was.
He's more accurate, it seems.
Yes,
but I
he
think
does
also – and this is the good news for, I think, the Bears to look at, to pattern maybe to follow. You can scheme things so the quarterback becomes more accurate. Yes. Because it's easier to hit open receivers, and Sean McVay has a tendency to scheme guys open.
Yeah, there's a real – I mean, the secondary needs to have a really big game here, and I'm not sure they're capable of it.
I don't either. But I don't know the Rams –
waiting to see. Yeah.
Is the Rams secondary capable? Both secondaries are the weakest spots.
I know. But the Bears weren't supposed to be. It's just the year turned out that way because of injuries and because of various levels of play, whatever way you want to word it. It is going to be interesting to see who's available, if they've improved, if they're capable of doing more than they had been. It's just going to be
Can I tell you my number one concern? I know that everyone will say Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and boy, they are dangerous, and I'm not diminishing that. But to me, playoff football often comes down to defense, and defense often comes down to pass rush. And when you have Byron Young and Jared Verse, the two young pass rushers for the Rams,
it's a problem.
They can wreck any game plan.
Yeah, it's a
and
problem.
you look at those guys and how they attack the quarterback, collapse the pocket, and wreak havoc. If the Bears don't take care of those guys, it'll be a long day.
And to that end, Ozzie Trapillo put on injured reserve yesterday. He's done for the season.
That's the thing.
And so it's Theo Benedette or bust. But
what's the
they
weakness?
made Braxton Jones. They brought him up, took him off IR, and put him on the roster. Does that impact anything?
Looking forward to talking to Dan Weeder, getting his perspective at 725. Clay Harbor, I know, has some thoughts when he comes in, because I never thought the Bears would be in a position to feel the loss or the absence of Ozzie Trapillo. But he's been very good against pass rushers. Theo Benedict, no slouch, but his weakness, let's just say his strength is run blocking. His weakness, he still maybe doesn't have the footwork yet to be trusted against pass rushers this fierce. You're going to have to give him some help.
Well, that's the thing. It's not like you haven't had to chip and you haven't had, but like the idea of playing an opponent where you get a free release, where you're a tight end and you don't have to take care of that little bit of business before you go run your route. You're a back coming out of the backfield and you don't have to chip. You can just go into your route. That is the preferred methodology. That would be the best way to do it. But unfortunately, I think you're kind of back to making sure that you're doing everything to take care of your left tackle. And I don't mean that in any way as a shot at the guy. I think it's extraordinary what Theo Benedict has managed to do and how he's turned his career. He's a fierce
You're just being honest. When you assess the Bears' offense and you look at the weak spot, that's one of the weaker spots. Mm-hmm. It's an offense that's pretty complete, very balanced, and you rely on some heroics from your quarterback. But you do need to be concerned about the left tackle that has become somewhat of, I don't want to say fixture, but he has become dependable. Mm. And Mully, I think one of the bigger stories about this Bears season, in that there's a lot of different areas you could look to, but the amount that they rely on rookie contributions is something I think you could not have anticipated going into this year. Typically, when you have special seasons, you may get like, oh boy, that rookie really came through.
Yes.
In the secondary, or, oh, that rookie really helped the passing game develop, or what? You got a rookie running back or a rookie quarterback.
Right.
The Bears have 4 or 5 rookies that have contributed in major ways.
Last time they went to the Super Bowl, was that 2006? There were a lot of rookies.
That's a great comparison.
Really was important.
Devin Hester.
Was huge.
Daniel Manning.
Was
he a rookie that year? He started at free safety.
Yeah.
Mark Anderson came off the bench.
Mark Anderson was the pass rusher.
And he was a 5th-round pick out of Alabama.
Yes.
You get these surprise contributions, and that's how you put together special seasons.
Right.
Monungai, I think most of us thought, well, geez, if he can contribute, it's going to be because the Bears aren't very good.
He's been so much better than anticipated. He is such a tough – yeah, I told you, like we were talking about the one time when he ran into the safety when there was no one else back there. And I thought to myself, oh, God, how did he not just avoid that one guy and maybe a bit of foot race to the end zone? And then I thought, well, if he was making that play, they'd never have been able to draft him.
That's true. If he had a tendency to run away from tacklers rather than be a magnet and running through them, he would not have been available in the 7th round.
Yeah, that was the knock on him, is he wasn't the explosive play guy.
The contrast in him being in the 7th and Genty being in the 1st to the Raiders.
Yes.
Why did that happen? Well, Genty was more accomplished and could run away from guys in a way that Monangai hasn't proven he can. But now you feel very good about him moving forward.
Great about him. He's a bowling ball, and he's a after contact guy. He's always he never goes down with the first, and he never let's go with the ball. I mean, that guy is a hell of a player.
It's going to be a really good offensive matchup between two elite play callers, two offenses that when they're clicking at a high level, it is fun to watch. Because the Rams, I think, are nearly the standard this year in the NFL. I mean, their offense overall, total offense and points, they might be the top 3 or 5. The Bears are higher than they have been in years. I just think it's odd, though, to say let's expect a high-scoring affair, a shootout, if you will, with the conditions being what they're going to be.
I didn't know that there were more Sewell brothers to sign.
Did you see
Bears
that?
added one to a practice squad, yeah. The older linebacker, the older brother of the linebacker. I got to study that family more.
Yes, he is he's a backup linebacker who played with the Saints, and he's been in the league.
Dennis
Did you know?
Allen? Yeah.
He must have played for Dennis Allen.
Right.
And so I think, are there any more Sewells left?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know there was a third. I should have known that. I don't know
It
why.
is. Let's see. The young man's name is Nephi Sewell. Nephi Sewell. 30 career games, 4 professional seasons, all in New Orleans. So he does know Dennis Allen, and he was somebody who played college football at Nevada and Utah.
That's that's borderline Grammatica brothers, you know. Like you got
Martine.
Well, no, but I was saying you have Nephi.
Oh, Nephi. Yes.
You have
Noah.
Penny Sewell was one of the great.
Penny Sewell's one of the
players
great offensive linemen in the league.
No question. And then Noah, well, let's just name him Noah.
Do you think?
And the Grammaticas were Santiago, right? Martine. And Bill. Wasn't the youngest guy Bill?
I don't know really the Grammatica. I don't recall off the top of my head the names of the Grammatica brothers.
He was called Bill, whatever his name would be.
Do you think this is some sort of elaborate ruse to somehow lure Penei Sewell to Chicago once his contract is expired?
He's probably jealous.
Yes.
Like he knows the coach, and he's probably like, I should be with my bros.
The father is a high school football coach. His 4 sons.
4?
He's got 4. It's Penei, Noah, Nephi, and Gabriel Jr.
I thought Nephi was older than Noah.
I think that Nephi is older than Noah.
Oh.
Yes.
So can you give me them in order?
I'm trying to look at this here. This is tough. I wasn't
You're
ready
confusing me.
Sewell family history for 500, Alex.
Who's the oldest Sewell?
I think that it's tough. So
why do I get caught up in details
that Gabriel
like that?
Jr. might be, and he played college football at Nevada. So I think you look at their
I bet he was pretty
background.
good.
Yeah.
Nevada joke.
Yeah, but he's added to the list. I hope he's not pressed into action, but they did activate another. They had to make a couple roster moves yesterday.
Yeah, they the kid they brought up for the first playoff
Jalen
game,
Reeves-Maben.
Reeves-Maben is now part of the 53.
Full disclosure.
Yes.
I'm sitting there Saturday night in the press box, and I see on the field Kyler Gordon go off the field wearing number 6.
Sure.
And on the field comes 16. And I'm like, wait a second.
Who's this guy?
Who's 16?
Yeah, I had that moment too.
And I was looking, good old Jalen. Jalen Reeves-Maben. He's been here for 5 minutes, and he's in his ninth NFL season.
He was here before, though.
Yeah. I don't know what number he wore, though.
No, but I'm saying he was here earlier in the year.
I think so. I don't know what number he wore.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair.
I need to do some homework on that. Like, he caught me off guard, and then all of a sudden he was blitzing the quarterback.
What is the Sewell mother's name? It was a joke. I was just, as long as I had you looking up Sewell's. And you willfully did it,
I'm
by
trying
the way.
here. I'm trying to stay on top of these things. There's a lot going on.
But there was, there's roster moves that occurred yesterday because two Bears players were lost for the season in that game in one fell swoop. T.J. Edwards done, and unfortunately, it's a shame.
Really
Good guy,
shame.
local guy, and unfortunately,
Our guy, local
our
guy.
Yep. No
So
doubt.
this is also a question I had, game plan related. Braxton Jones has 44 NFL starts.
Yes.
He's got experience. He hasn't played this year in a long time.
Right.
But I do wonder this. Theo Benedict, the Bears, I don't want to say frequently, but occasionally employ 3 offensive tackles.
Yes.
And
I agree
Theo
with you.
Benedict is the motion guy.
Yes.
Is Braxton Jones now in that role? Or when he is in the game, does he anchor the left side and Theo Benedict is your motion guy? I think you have a couple of different possibilities.
I think he's in the mix with that now because Theo Benedict, we know he's comfortable doing that. You could conceivably have Braxton Jones play tackle while
Theo Benedict is the motion man. I like that.
Or you could just try to have Braxton Jones attempt to do that. I don't know.
I think I would anchor with the guy that has not played as much. Theo Benedict might be more comfortable as the motion man. We haven't seen that a lot from Braxton Jones.
Okay, let me say this about the Bears, about that coaching staff, about Dan Rochar. We heard early in the year that Ozzie Trapillo had hit the rookie wall and couldn't play left tackle, and that was the end of that conversation. As the year went on, he ends up replacing Theo Benedict, and he ends up playing as well as anybody. So what that tells you is that they worked on his development while he wasn't playing left tackle. While they said publicly he wasn't able to play left tackle, they continued to work with him at that. And then when he finally took the field, he had improved pretty dramatically at that position.
He really had.
So my question is, when they benched Braxton Jones, was he just left there, or have they been working with him too?
That's a very interesting question.
Could he come back? It feels like this has happened with a couple different positions where they've been forced to people. I understand the difference of fresh legs later in the year and all that, but they've been working with people that then fill in and actually play pretty decently.
You know what? That's a really good observation. And here's what I would add to that. It almost appears that part of the Bears player development is an idea or concept that is as old as the sport itself. Tough love. A little tough love by Ben Johnson. He publicly challenges or acknowledges that Ozzie Trapillo is not where they want him to be.
But it was the general manager that said he hit the rookie wall.
But Ben Johnson, I think you're not going to say that. You're not going to approach it that way. Ben Johnson did the same thing with Luther Burden III.
That's true.
He did the same thing with. In a lot of different cases, you could identify guys who he maybe either publicly or privately or with playing time, I don't want to say gave up on, but responded to.
Yes.
And big picture, you could say similar things about the way he handled Caleb Williams. Because early on, the reason that there was an emotional in the locker room on Saturday night is in part because both those guys, as Caleb acknowledged last week, didn't know where they stood with each other for the first few months of their relationship. So Ben Johnson very hard on Caleb Williams privately and publicly. Same type of dynamic with, the way he treats some other guys. It works. It works because that's hard coaching, and I think they coach these guys hard.
And I think when it comes to player development, continuing to coach a guy when he's not in the mix at the moment is good coaching too. That's part of player development.
You don't forget about them.
You don't give up on anyone.
And you don't make them feel like you have.
Yeah. And I think if you're part of a team where people are working hard and improving in front of your eyes, then as long as I work hard, I will improve.
It's a big part of the environment you want to create.
Yes.
It's competitive.
Yes.
It's we haven't forgotten about you. And frankly, you're not going to hold it against guys who may develop at a different rate because of injury.
Yes.
And I'm thinking of Colston Loveland as well.
There's a best example of a guy, you draft a guy pre-injured, and that was when you found out about how bad his injuries were and that he needed surgery after his college season. We had him on, and we asked him, hey, why didn't you get that surgery done? Well, he didn't know that he needed it, and then he needed it. So it wasn't like an option of have this surgery or else. It was more of a, let's see if you can play through it. And he did.
And he played through it.
Yes.
He grimaced, but you also have,
grimacing game
to
tape.
your point, or to our point here, you had a first-round draft pick that some people might have considered a little bit of a reach, maybe the wrong tight end, and you had to hear all of that.
Yes.
Yet you had the patience and discipline to understand, all right, we need to slow play this because he's not entirely healthy. He did miss a big portion of the offseason, and all will be well once he gets back on the field at 100%. And you know what? For the second half of the season, he's been as good as any tight end in football.
He's been as good as any tight end in football. He's been as reliable a player as you have on your offense.
Yes.
I mean, that's a crazy thing to say, but he is that reliable a player. Did you see the playoff game? Good God, he was good.
This staff has done a tremendous job developing players.
Yes, no doubt about it. All right. We are going to get to the Pick Six, all the stories of the day. We're going to pick them apart. It's Mully and Haugh, Pick Six next on The Score.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
The Chicago Auto Show zooms into McCormick Place this February 7th through the 16th. The cars are certainly the star, but did you know the Chicago Auto Show has indoor test tracks and outdoor test drives? Take a thrilling ride on one of 2 indoor mountain climbs with either Ford or Jeep and decide who conquers the challenge best. Come experience the latest gas-powered, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and electric vehicles all in one place. Take a trip into the national parks and adopt a dog with Subaru. Dream about a lavish lifestyle at the Supercar Gallery. Visit returning exhibits, Overlanding Chicago, and the Family Zone, where kids can test drive their own vehicles. Don't miss the new Chi-Town Alley that celebrates Chicago car culture and unites car enthusiasts. Join us for an indoor run, craft beer tasting, auto career day, and so much more. The Chicago Auto Show has something for everyone. February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you, with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
The Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. Trey Jones, career high 34, not enough. The Bulls fall to the Rockets on the road, 119-113. Bulls 18-21 overall. They've got a chance to rebound quickly. The Jazz are in town. There's a back-to-back. It's a 6:45 pregame right here on 670 The Score. Thursday night, the Blackhawks will skate at the United Center, taking on the Calgary Flames. Blackhawks 19-20-7 overall. The Bears are back at Haugh Hall, prepping for the Rams. We will hear from Caleb Williams later today. It is a Sunday night 5:30 kick on NBC. Right now, the Rams are minus 3.5. The total is 49. Mike Tomlin stepped down yesterday after 19 seasons in the Steel City as the Steelers head coach. Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What was your initial reaction to word that Mike Tomlin stepped down yesterday after 19 seasons as the head coach of the Steelers? What do you believe is next for Tomlin? Where would you rank the Steelers' job among the current head coaching vacancies?
These are all good questions. I hated to see that happen, but at least it happened on Mike Tomlin's terms. You know, the Rooney family was good enough not to fire him, and he was aware enough to step down. You know, Mike Tomlin heard everything. There was the game where they were all chanting to fire him and all that stuff. You don't think he's aware of everything going on. It is true. You know, you do hit a certain point with an organization, and he's hit it. So I don't have a problem with him stepping down and saying goodbye. As far as shock, it was more like I remember when he was hired. I remember I was still covering football and going to the owners' meetings. I had breakfast with him a couple of times. Great guy to talk to about football. It's such a amazing atmosphere when you go to some of those places and everybody's in the off season and you kind of, get to know them in a different way. They're just more relaxed. I have a lot of respect for Mike Tomlin, and I hope he takes another job. The word is he's going to take a year off and might do some broadcasting, but he's probably going to take a year off. Otherwise, you would have to give a draft pick to the Steelers in order to sign him. There would be compensation involved, and just a really good coach. Never had a losing season, and I get it. You know, you hear from Steeler fans, he's not winning Super Bowls. They have higher standards. How much would you enjoy a Bears coach who never had a losing season? I think that would sell in Chicago. But I think that is a great job. I think it's a rebuild, and you're going in someplace, and you're probably not going to have immediate success. And it's not a great year for quarterbacks, and they pick fairly low. But if you look at the history of that organization, they have always been on the side of the coach. They have always maintained the relationship with the coach. They've given the coach everything he needs. I think that that's a place where you're not going to get fired after 1 year or 2 years. At least it's never been a place that does that. And, you hear people say things like, well, they don't want to pay a coach to work somewhere else. They don't believe it. Like trying to make the Steelers out to be cheap on that. That's not what it is.
No.
They've had how many coaches? 4 coaches for the last
3 since '69.
3 coaches
Chuck Noll,
since
Bill
69.
Cowher, Mike
69.
Tomlin.
That is like longer than a
Remarkable
lifetime.
stability.
It's an unbelievable. And they've always taken the coach's side in battles and different. Sometimes relationships don't work out, and you have to choose between a general manager and a coach. If you're a coach, they got your back. When you go there that you got a chance to stay there for nearly 20 years. That's not just a job. It's fitting into an organization and a city and everything else. I think I would rather work for the Rooneys than maybe most. Dan Rooney, I've been blessed enough to get to know a tiny bit. What a great dude. And his sons seem like really good men too. So I think it's a great job.
I agree. It seems like a really great organization to work for, and that's like if you're whiteboarding it, if you will, that's the top of the top of the top of the top of everything. But they have no quarterback.
Right.
They've gotten older.
And there aren't a lot coming out. It's not like you're gonna. What are they picking? 21st, something
Correct.
like that.
So they've kind of been in this purgatory, if you will. They make the playoffs, but they don't win. If it wasn't good enough in Cincinnati, the Bengals kind of went through this as well. They were not the division champs, but they were always the wild card team. And after all those losses, they finally let Marvin Lewis go, who was probably a better defensive coordinator than he was a head coach. I still think this year that division wasn't very good, but there was a ton of injuries. I think it's a good division moving forward, and there's a lot of upside there. So, is it the top job available? No, because they don't have a quarterback, and this is a quarterback-driven league. But I was wholly cowed. Like, what? Like, I'm not shocked that it happened. I guess I'm shocked at how fast it happened, because Mike Tomlin seemed like a guy that said after the game, I'm not making a knee-jerk reaction. Aaron Rodgers, I'm not making a knee-jerk reaction about my future. That was the story. The story wasn't that the Texans advanced. It was more about the future of the Steelers after Monday Night Football.
That's a good point. I think he had been thinking about this for a long time.
Yeah.
As quickly as it happened, he must have given it some consideration before the fact and before the announcement. Mike Tomlin, to me, is a head coach with Hall of Fame credentials. I think because of all that he meant to the sport and what he represents. He's a symbol of progress in the coaching profession. He is I think, a model of consistency because of never having a losing season. But I also think that he's an inspiration for that kind of institutional change that is very important in coaching in the NFL. When you look at Mike Tomlin, isn't he the name you think of when you see the constant references to the Rooney Rule? How many young African-American coaches have benefited from the Mike Tomlin example, from the Mike Tomlin standard? The standard is the standard. That's what he likes to say.
Yes.
He set it so high in Pittsburgh that you can do nothing but have respect for all he accomplished. I will miss him as the guy that others are compared to. I hope he takes a year off and goes to TV. He's engaging. He's compelling. He's all those things that make for a good analyst. But I hope he's back on the sideline because I think the NFL is better when he is. That is an excellent job because of all that you said, Mully. The stability that the Rooneys offer and the Steelers represent. The juiciest rumor that we heard floated, I heard floated yesterday, was will the Steelers try to approach Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame to see if he would be interested in coming to the NFL? I doubt that will happen. There will be other jobs or other candidates. To me, it's the second best job among available ones. The Ravens, to me, is still the best because once you take that job, if you have Lamar Jackson there, you are a favorite in that division to make the playoffs, and you would be a first-year head coach. The Steelers would be a close second because that is an organization you want to work at.
I appreciate the question.
There he is, Mike Tomlin. What did you think of the Four Letter Network's Alex Smith predicting this about the Bears-Rams game Sunday night, Soldier Field?
Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay might hang 50 on the Bears this weekend.
Alex,
right?
get
like barring a blizzard, right? Like they're or 40. They're going to put up a lot of points on that defense. Have you seen the Chicago defense? It is not this Carolina defense. I will tell you that. And I think you're going to see a great mix of run and pass. How many did the Niners put up? Did the Niners put up 48 on the Bears? Again, it's the exact same system. Look out. That game, take the over. It will be high scoring. Again, barring weather.
That's Alex Smith on the Kay Adams Up and Adams show. So your reaction to what Alex Smith said there?
I was really surprised. He's not a shock artist. He's not a guy that says things just to be noticed. I think he's fairly rational in his analysis. So when he said that, I thought, is he trying to just have fun and go back and forth with Kay Adams, who is a Bears fan, trying to tweak her somewhat? I don't know, because Alex Smith, maybe that's an outrageous prediction. 50 points in a playoff game? He can't be serious. I mean, maybe they will, and he'll look prescient. But I don't know that you go into a game that's going to be played under those kind of conditions and say, oh, yeah, the team playing at home in weather conducive to them winning is going to give up 50. If I'm the Bears and you are triggered by little things along the way, we know last week they heard everything said in Green Bay. My sense is somewhere in that locker room this will come up this week, that somebody expects that defense to give up 50 and the Rams to hang 50 on the Bears because nobody respects you. Nobody expects you to play well, and nobody expects you to stop anybody. So this is just more fodder and fuel, and if they use it, great. But I guess I was surprised that it came from Alex Smith, not maybe that the sentiment or doubt exists.
Yeah, I think yesterday I had said I wasn't ready to make my pick yet on the Bears and Rams game, but I did say you should bet the over and get it now at 51. This thing's all the way down to 49. So that's interesting, too. Is this weather-related? Is people are already betting the under and it's moving the number down, which I'm surprised. We all remember, everybody on this show remembers, when the 49ers came in here and the Bears were looking for a little bit of payback for the 49ers, and it was going to be, the wine and cheese group coming into Soldier Field and bear weather, and they absolutely stomped. They absolutely shoved the Bears in bear weather. So, and yesterday, big topic of conversation was, which side of the ball, where is the Bears, the Rams wide receiver room, much, much greater than the Bears secondary room, as I'm making it be as wide as I can. So I don't think they hang 50, but I mean, go ahead and grab it. If you're into investing, I couldn't suggest more than invest at over 49 per our friends at Circus Sports Illinois.
I had this weird flashback when I saw this because I had a conversation when Alex Smith was a rookie quarterback. He was rough. Do you remember how bad he was? He was the first player taken. It was between him and Rodgers, and they settled on him
2005.
in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up. Rodgers fell all the way down to the Packers, and famous story. Did he go 26th or something instead of first? I mean, it was that close a call. At any rate, and he was playing across the Bay. You would think they would have known him well and, kind of brought him from Cal. But anyway, they take Alex Smith from Utah, who was one of the first quarterbacks trained by your guy, Urban Meyer. The Bears, I think it was at the year that Rex got hurt, and they were forced to play. they were forced to play Kyle Orton, and I
as a rookie.
was making some calls. I talked to Wisenhunt about he was the OC about how they got Ben Roethlisberger going, and I called the white-haired wizard. He was then at Stanford, and I called his office, and he picked up the phone, Bill Walsh, and I was asking him about some guy he had coached as a rookie, and we were going over rookie quarterbacks and stuff. And he said to me, we were done with the conversation. I had a great conversation with the guy. What a great guy. Sorry, the world is less without everyone who's passed. But he said, hey, have you seen this Alex Smith play? And I was like, yeah, he's kind of rough. And he's like, kind of rough? He can't run and hold the ball at the same time. Every time he rolls out, he drops the ball. He's like, what's wrong with this kid? It just went through my head. He's right that they could put 50 on him, but I wouldn't go out and say that. I don't think that's great. I don't think that's a great way of looking at it. And guess what? The weather's going to be bad. The weather's going to help, hopefully. But we've seen, I think, 3 defenses that have looked really well. We've seen 2 that looked really good, and we're going to see Seattle that looks really good. So if you go with the defense wins championships thing, guess what? New England has got a really good defense. Guess what? You are in serious trouble if you play Houston. But those are not the concerns of this thing. The Bears are one of these teams that is not built on defense. This isn't the '85 Bears. This is the opposite.
Neither are the
They're
Rams,
built
though.
on offense.
Yeah.
They're built for offense.
Right.
The Rams are more of a complete team than the Bears are because they got some things they can do well on defense. But you're right. This could be a shootout, as Dustin is saying, and the Bears will score their share of points against that team. I wouldn't be overly intimidated, don't show up. Carolina did fine against these guys. They came close they beat them at the end of the season to deny them the division, and they came close till the end in that game that we just witnessed.
Yep.
So I don't think 50. I think that's a bit much.
That's a great question.
Jeff Passan on the Four Letter Network reported now that the Giants have engaged with the Cubs on a possible trade for Nico Horner. If those rumors do persist, what will start to think the Cubs are shopping Horner? And would you shop Nico Horner?
Yeah, it makes sense because he's from out there, right? He played at Stanford himself, and it makes sense they can't get people. The Cubs are allegedly listening, but would need to be blown away. I don't like hearing that. I don't like the idea of getting rid of Nico Horner. He's been your best player. He probably had as good a year. He's as solid a player as you have. He is a very trustworthy infielder. He's not going to make blunders at second base, and he can keep the line moving. He can hit. He hits. He doesn't just go for the fences. It's not like a power thing. He gets on base, and he can be very annoying to teams. I would be really careful about that. So what would the plan be? Move Matt Shaw then to second base?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know, man.
Depending on what you get in return.
Well, I just think I don't know. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. That's the reality of life. So if they're calling and you're taking the call, well, I better be blown away. That means you feel like you can win a trade, then maybe you're going to trade the guy. But I think the strength of this team has been their defense, and I think they got the hitter now. I don't like the idea of trading Nico Horner. I think he's too solid a baseball player, and I think that Matt Shaw he's yet to prove he can hit in MLB, so be careful.
I can respect Jeff Passan, who does good work, but I need a little bit more. And they're also, the Giants, supposedly engaged with the Cardinals, who are basically tearing this thing down to the side. You see what they did with their third baseman?
Yeah.
They gave him away
I know he's older. I mean,
he's older and he was kind of washed.
He's got 2 years at big money.
I'm just saying maybe it's an easier ask for Brendan Donovan than it is for Nico. Here's what I want to know, and I think all Cub fans want.
What do you want to know?
Who's coming back? Like, what are the Giants giving the Cubs?
I think his name is not enough.
Thank you. And without that name, it's really hard to have this debated because we don't know what the package would even, because they're not trading any, they're trying to build the best defensive infield in baseball. That's what the Giants' goal is here by adding one of the top tier second basemen in baseball. That's what they want to do. And nobody will take their money via free agency. We had this conversation on the way out of the building yesterday.
Yeah.
What's up with the Giants? Nobody seems to want to take their money. Who doesn't like garlic fries? No, I wouldn't do it. I want them to run it back. I want them to run this back. Don't do what you did last year and trade Cody Bellinger. It's kind of I don't like that at all.
It would
Not
be
at all.
inconsistent with the move of signing Alex Bregman, which screamed win now. Trading Nico Horner would say win now, maybe wait a little bit and then enjoy it later. I don't know how it is consistent with that go for it approach. You've got a guy who is your highest player in terms of WAR on the roster. You got a guy that epitomizes everything you want your Cubs organization to be about. I understand taking the call if the Giants are looking at the Yankees engaging because of that report.
Yes.
And they say, well, geez, if Nico Horner's on the market and they're talking to the Yankees, we're going to get in on this because he is from the Bay Area. We do need a second baseman. And boy, our infield would be star-studded if we could get that guy. But if you're Jed Hoyer, you are maybe out of professional due diligence listening, but you have to be blown away with the haul in return. And I don't know what that would represent. I don't like the idea of moving Matt Shaw to second base and going into the season with a definite maybe at a position that's that important, when you can have Nico Horner, Dansby Swanson, Alex Bregman. Those are three guys capable of winning Gold Gloves. Your defense and your pitching staff much better than it was with Matt Shaw, who was good defensively, but now your order is supplemented. They've got to find a way to replace another bat, perhaps. Maybe there's another piece out there. But no, I don't think that I like the idea of shopping Nico Horner. I understand listening because you do have an obligation, but I hope it doesn't happen. And I hope Jed Hoyer removes that question from the conversation when he meets the media on Friday.
I don't know if that answered the question.
Well, let's have a Bulls question since we just heard the voice of Billy Donovan there. What did you make of the Bulls last night? Are they inching forward, full strength, going to pay off sooner rather than later, or is it trade deadline or bust?
You know that you are watching a compromised Bulls team when Trey Jones has a career night, and he is the biggest reason to watch. And he did have a career night, and he was the biggest reason to watch. And they lost anyway because Kevin Durant did what Kevin Durant has made a career of doing, and that is carrying his team despite a lot of problems. The Rockets came in having lost 4 out of 5, having limited contributions from the bench and all those things, and the supporting cast not being good enough, and they beat the Bulls, who were lesser than, because the Bulls miss Giddey and they miss Kobe, and they are at half strength or whatever the case may be. This is what the Bulls are. They're up, they're down. They're one of the more frustrating things to watch and to listen to in town. To me, they're the hardest team to discuss. Of all the guys that we talk about, of all the teams that we dissect, the Bulls are the ones that, like, you see on the Pick Six or you see in the next segment, and you're like, okay, I'm locked in because I've really got to pay attention here, because the Bulls, after you get done expressing your frustration, what else is there? I don't know. I'm looking for some hope.
This is for David Haugh. Hashtag Tank for Cam.
Don't start that stuff.
Oh, my God.
Don't start that.
Yeah. When
then you would want to watch the
Dustin,
Bulls, David.
this is for you. Lay off the boozer.
Oh, boy.
Haven't had a drink since Saturday, David.
They'd lost a few games in a row, hadn't they, going into this game, and the Bulls came to save them. Bulls now 18-21. Hard to believe they're 18-21, quite frankly. But I think Marshall Harris will be in later to tell us that it's nothing to worry about. That they'll be
nothing to see here.
They'll be making a real run at some point here.
Those Derrick Rose colored glasses.
Derrick Rose colored glasses. I love it. It's a real hard watch. That game went back and forth, and it wasn't really resolved to the finish. It was a 1-point game at halftime, I think. It was a real squeaker. But you kind of knew they weren't going to win, didn't you? Maybe I am more of a let's get to the trade line guy at this point, and I don't even know if they're going to do anything. It's almost like there's like this excitement that, like, could they finally have lost patience? Could this be it? Would all the great plans finally get to a point where we got to make a move? You feel like it's time to make a move, but you don't want them getting Trae Young. Like, you don't want them making a move where you're kind of like, dude.
How would you feel about Zion Williamson?
Yeah, I've heard those rumors. I think
it'd be change for the sake of change.
That's what
as
it would
much
be.
as it would be excitement, because
you would hope
his star has fallen a bit.
His star has fallen, and you wonder where his passion for the game is. Is he going to get in shape and be the greatest
Would this
player?
reinvigorate him, motivate him?
If you knew that he wanted it and he was that kind of guy, then maybe that's all he needs is someplace else. But it just feels like his star has fallen pretty far.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
It's hard. How do you feel about Anthony Davis now that he's going to have surgery and miss 3 months?
Oh, my gosh.
Probably get a lot.
He would look great in street clothes on the bench.
With his Packer jersey on.
Oh, yeah. Keep him away. Keep him out of here.
Poor guy.
Give him a cheese grater hat.
What happened to him? Why did he go with? Why would he do something that goofy? He's going to ruin the trade. All right, we've got plenty more. There's some fun stories out there, and we're not giving up on them. And one of them is connected to the South Side, believe it or not. Wrong player, but it's just fun to have the name come up. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
This is for David Haugh. Hashtag Taint for Cam.
Dustin, this is for you. Lay off the boozer.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on the Score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. This is Michael Jordan time, and Caleb handles the moment, and man, who knows how far this is going to go.
Steve.
Caleb's grown into the Iceman, and we're in the divisional playoffs hosting the Rams. Bring on the Rams, that warm weather team. Come to Chicago, 20 degrees, windy weather. Let's go.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Bulls fans, tonight, Matas Buzelis and the Bulls host Lauri Markkanen and the Utah Jazz on CHSN. Coverage begins at 6:30 with Bulls Countdown Live, streaming on the CHSN app and CHSN.com.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
This segment sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
It's Maggie from PackyWeb Ford. Get the best deal on a new Explorer with huge discounts, 2.9 financing for 66 months, plus $1,500 bonus cash. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Kickoff is here. It's coming, and you can make your home the undisputed headquarters for every big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. You know, Matrix, the guys with the X. Imagine a fully immersive home theater, pro-level sports ball, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles it all. so you can focus on the party. You can be the MVP of the neighborhood this season with Matrix Basement Finishing. Your dream basement is waiting. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. Matrix, the guys with the X.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Standard has finally moved on. After 19 seasons and a decade-long playoff drought, Mike Tomlin is stepping down as the head coach of the Steelers, and he's out with a whimper. 30-6, Pittsburgh searches a new identity. I'm Drake Cole.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
As a leader, I think you shy away from those questions.
That's the voice of Cubs Vice President of Baseball Operations, of course, Jed Hoyer. What's your reaction to the Mets offering Kyle Tucker a short-term deal, paying him $50 million a year? Should the Cubs have gotten that creative, or is this a wise move that they passed?
I don't know what to make of it, to be honest with you, just in terms of the Mets. I don't know how many years that is. Is it at least 2? Is it just 1? $50 million. That is, I mean, and if you're a guy like Kyle Tucker who's coming off a year that, you know, was kind of injury interrupted, and you get a chance to show your best stuff, you could turn the fortunes of that team, and you could have like a monster season because there's another player there that's better than you. And you just look at it and you think, man, that would be absolutely amazing. And if you made yourself so needed that they had to bring you back, then you could get $50 million a year for a long time. It is it's a crazy number. I would consider it if I were him. There's another team that has an offer out to him. I believe it is the Blue Jays, and that's for multiple years. So it's not 50, but I'm sure it's in the 30s. I mean, he's got.
And one of his best friends is on the Blue Jays.
He's got nothing but good things in front of him in terms of the amount of money he's going to make if he wants to. But I think this would be, if I were him, I would consider this, because this could be a shortcut to a significantly richer contract that people thought he was going to get and he hasn't gotten yet. I would not dismiss this outright as much as he probably has dismissed this outright.
I'm hopeful and glad that the Cubs are supposedly going to dismiss this outright. That's ridiculous. Absolutely, $50 million a year for Kyle. What did Kyle Tucker do last year to show that he's a $50 million a year player? So he gets $100 million for 2 years. He will melt down in New York. If he thought people got on him here, imagine those Mets fans, what they're going to. They got after Soto last year. And didn't Juan Soto play right field for the Mets most of the time last year? So how does that working out? They're going to like platoon DH, or is Juan Soto going to move to first base? You know, I mean, I'm just saying, like, how does that all work out? Listen, this might be his only option. I mean, there's only so many teams that could potentially pay him in the $250 million plus over X amount of years, right? And that's the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers.
Cubs.
Well, the Cubs could, but I think they've kind of made their,
moved on.
They're with Bregman.
They've moved on.
I don't think the Astros are in that kind of a, if anything, maybe the Astros would get involved. 2 years
Giants
at $100 million. Well, maybe the Giants,
Maybe
but I haven't heard
Giants.
his name. I have not heard his name linked to the Giants at all.
Can he play second?
I think that when you look at
Good pickup.
Miles Straw is one of his best friends, former teammate with the Astros, now with the Blue Jays. There's some chatter surrounding that link because of that connection and saying that he's waiting and close to a deal with the Blue Jays. This report by Fansided, I think Robert Murray, is fascinating because Kyle Tucker did nothing to justify a $50 million contract last year.
He did nothing last year, but he has played.
That's the most recent evidence.
Yeah.
And if you are given this opportunity, Kyle Tucker should move so fast to reach for the pen to sign this contract, he might strain his calf because he's taking such a big first step toward the table. Give me that pen. Let me sign now.
$50 million
a year. Are you kidding me? $50 million? If you're the Cubs, you're chuckling under your breath. Good luck with that. Because Kyle Tucker, for all that he did as to be a quiet professional and all that we celebrated the first 2 months of the season, how we lengthened the lineup and changed the complexion of everybody in that order, he was a disappointment because he wasn't available at the most important time of the season. I have a ton of respect for his talent. But one of the biggest abilities is availability, and he wasn't. So good luck in New York. And you know what? In New York, you're going to need some luck.
What was the other part of that question?
That's John Heyman. He's our guy, and he reported that the Yankees are in on Luis Robert Jr.
They are talking trade with some teams. Certainly, they're talking with the Cubs with Nico Horner, and they're talking with the White Sox with Luis Robert, and they've got a few other potential trades that they are talking about. So both sides are exploring other alternatives in case they are not able to get this done with Cody Bellinger.
All right, what's your reaction to that news, that maybe it is, in fact, Luis Robert Jr. headed to the Yankees?
Well, I love John keeping on top of everything Chicago baseball and letting us know every step along the way. He's plugged in, especially to the New York possibilities. And if, to link it to the previous question, if the Mets get Bellinger, the Yankees want to make a splash equal to that. I don't think Luis Robert Jr. matches that, but it certainly would be a big one for them. I don't know when the right time is to trade Luis Robert Jr. if you're Chris Getz and you've waited this long. Maybe the value increases, but it also, you run the risk of Luis Robert Jr. getting hurt during the season before the deadline and diminishing his trade value. If you have a chance in an offer that you can take and move on, maybe you take it. I'd like to see him be kept and see what you've got and try to be competitive. Maybe he's more valuable to you as a trade piece, but if the Yankees are interested, it does take two teams to create a market, and maybe they're the second team.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think this all is all about Cody Bellinger. What happens with Cody Bellinger is if he's in New York, then these guys aren't going to New York. They're not going to the Yankees. I think right now Cody Bellinger is in kind of the catbird seat. This guy is about to cash in big time.
Wouldn't it frost you a little bit if you were Nico Horner and you heard that? You're also, as an aside, they're looking into him too. I'm just saying, when there's that much noise, is Nico being shopped? Is he on the market? Is people just picked up, maybe I can get this guy like we've heard earlier in the program? Or is it more like, hey, this guy's ready, he's available, who wants him? Let's line up for your offers. It's weird that you're getting so many different Nico Horner mentions. If so many of the Cub fans do not want him traded, but it's kind of goes back to what we talked about, getting rid of Bellinger because you had Tucker come in. So I hope that's not the case here with putting a guy on the market because you signed another guy. I just hate that idea. It doesn't really get you better that way. I have reached a point where my feelings about Luis Robert Jr. and whether he should stay or go are no longer. They no longer are kind of on my mind. I'm totally. It's almost like if they get rid of him now, I shrug. If they don't get rid of him now, I shrug. What's better for them, what's worse for them, what makes them.
They can't hurt you.
I've been assaulted by losses for far too long, and you can't do any
You've
more
been hurt
damage.
before.
I've been hurt.
I know.
I'm just steeled.
I worried about
happen.
you and your psyche as
bad.
a Sox fan when you saw probably the news. You didn't want to talk about it. We haven't brought it up because of that, but Eloy Jimenez did sign a contract with the Toronto Blue Jays.
You know what I did?
What?
Shrugged.
You wept.
I shrugged.
Better than weeping.
Can't get to me
Better than
anymore.
crawling up in a fetal position and remembering those days of all those pulled hammies and soft tissue injuries.
That's all over.
Those are the days.
Those days no longer exist. They never happened, I'm told.
It never happened.
Never happened.
Yohan Moncada still on the market? Oh, I'm sorry.
Not aware of him at all. Don't know
Tim
what
Anderson,
you're
where's
talking
he?
about. Yeah, I think he just...
Too many bad memories.
Yeah.
See,
Boy.
I can see how you open that door. You look in and like, ah!
No, I don't even want to know. They made a trade? Okay. Can they sign another Japanese player? Let's just do that then. Did you see they got some kids from the Dominican who might be like a top player that the Yankees kind of left available. They're going to sign him in 37 or something.
The White Sox have a very revived international approach.
Yes.
And you have to like what they...
We should talk to our buddy James Fox someday about that. I think he's written about
Roderick Ramirez? Is that who you're talking about?
No, this guy's... It was a B name.
Okay.
Oh.
Braston Basker.
That's it. I think that's him. He was favored to go to the Yankees, but apparently the Sox stepped into the gap, and he'll be available.
They're spending some money in the international market.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a break.
Oh, no. We
got a break.
We have to talk more about the White Sox spending money. Extra point. The extra point is next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Middays 10 a.m. to 2.
It is their identity, winning these games. Can you count the Bears out of any game?
No.
Ever again?
No, I won't.
Okay, cool. So it only took us until after the regular season to figure out who this team is, and thank goodness they're still playing, but that's it. It's win at all costs right now. And think about last season, when they found every single possible way to lose.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the bullets of the Westwood One Sports. In a battle of familiar foes, an unlikely name could step to the forefront. Kyle Juszczyk. With San Francisco down, George Kittle and facing a Seattle D that allowed the most regular season RB receptions for the second time in 3 games against the Seahawks. Juszczyk catches the over 13.5 receiving yards at minus 115. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Start off the year right at Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Cars sales event. How about the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade? With bold new styling, 3 rows of premium seating, and advanced safety tech, it's the SUV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $225 a month, $59.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year plus first payment, tax, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Palisade today. Buyrosen.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. Running your own business is challenging enough. You want bankers you can trust to support you through it all. Just ask Anissa.
Hi, I am Anissa Mathanna, owner of M&M Quality Grinding, a family-owned business and a leading provider of precision, centerless ground bar stock. ISO 9001 certified, our team meets the needs of high-performance industries. Running a business can be hectic, but Cornerstone never let me down. When my business needed a letter of credit, Cornerstone was able to make it work when other banks would not. And when collateral on that letter of credit needed to be changed, Cornerstone worked with us to get everything done before closing, without impacting the flow of our business. Cornerstone is where we belong.
Thanks, Anissa. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC. New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds.
If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Any surprise the Bears added Braxton Jones to the roster after placing Ozzie Trapillo on IR? Linebacker T.J. Edwards also landed on IR. Linebacker Jalen Reeves-Maben promoted from the practice squad to the 53-man roster. And how about linebacker Nephin Sewell, who we talked about in the first segment of the show, the older brother of Noah? He was signed to the Bears practice squad.
Ben Johnson likes the Sewell family. I think he likes Panay the best, maybe Noah the second best, and we'll find out what he thinks of Neffy later. But running out of Sewells to sign, nonetheless, this is a very interesting development. You feel terrible about Ozzie Trapillo not being able to contribute. He's been quietly consistent the second half of the season. PFF ranked him the most impactful Bears rookie while he has played left tackle. Braxton Jones, you wonder about the rust factor, you wonder about the health factor. But I do think he can be a factor as the swing tackle with Theo Benedict, maybe your man in motion and short yardage situations. But I do like this combination. T.J. Edwards, I think you will miss, but DeMarco Jackson stepped in. At one point, it was the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. The Bears, dare I say, have quality depth on the roster. It's more complete than it has been. So this is a setback, but it's not lethal.
Yeah, I'm more surprised, and I think I brought this up yesterday or Monday, that Braxton Jones' name isn't being talked about more as potentially being your starting left tackle come Sunday night against the Rams. David, I think you mentioned 40-plus NFL starts by Braxton Jones in his career. The other stuff is kind of okay, great, but like Braxton Jones, that's a real thing, and I think you might see him, whether you like that or not. That's up for debate. But I think Braxton Jones is going to be taking snaps Sunday night at left tackle for the Bears. My opinion.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how everyone is deployed in the game, but the Bears, as bad as it is to lose players like Ozzie Trapillo and T.J. Edwards, at least they have some answers. I'm not saying the correct answer, but at least they have some answers at those positions. And this is, it's interesting. The Braxton Jones thing is kind of fascinating just because he was hurt in the offseason. He obviously, they were waiting to replace him as fast as possible, and they eventually did. And then they promoted Ozzie Trapillo over Theo Benedict, who had taken over as the left tackle, and then Braxton was hurt again. I don't know what is going to happen to him. I would imagine he's going to be looking for a team in the off season, and there aren't many guys that can say they played 40-plus games at left tackle probably on the market. So he will get an opportunity somewhere. When you invest that many starts in a guy, there's a reason you need him, because you're giving him all these chances.
Getting some Chuck Leno vibes from Braxton Jones.
That's a good name. Chuck Leno played 5 or 6 years as a starter
guy
after
that
leaving
maybe
here.
could work into not being a liability.
Right.
That's a good niche to carve in the
NFL.
NFL.
No question. No, it can really extend your career. And very nice guy, Braxton Jones. So here's hoping that he does well for himself. And, listen, you got to make moves. You got to stay up on it. And, the minute the season ends, you'll sign 20 guys to futures contracts because that's how it's done.
But the focus right now would be how to block Byron Young and how to block Jared Verse.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
That left tackle spot is a key one and as important as it ever has been on Sunday.
Yeah, and Theo Benedict will get the first bite of the apple there, Dustin, just so you know.
In Theo we trust?
Yes, I
just
believe
like the Cubs mantra a few years ago.
Man ahead.
But are you curious? I mean, I want to hear Ben Johnson say that today, because before it was, we've got confidence, we've been a next man up type of team. He on the first time he had the opportunity to do it.
Replaced him before he was hurt. Okay, so the first time the guy that was active for the game was Theo Benedict, and they did not make Braxton Jones active because they didn't need him because they had two.
But now
tackles.
but on Monday they did need him.
Confidence in Theo Benedict, I sense, is higher.
And after he was hurt, yes, then they brought Braxton up, and that's what they'll do now. Have him.
I want to hear him say that's what's happening.
We got to get to a break. We'll be right back. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and the score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Flurries, early lake effect snow developing later on, temperatures falling into the 20s.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint, batteries, tools, toilet paper, extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets,
snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door.
Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Practice today for the Bears at Haugh Hall, prepping for the Rams. We will also get to hear from Caleb Williams. The Rams come to town Sunday, 5:30 NBC. Rams minus 3.5. The total right now is 49. The Bulls back on the score tonight, back-to-back games. This one against the Jazz at the UC. It's a 6:45 pregame. Last night, the Bulls come up short in Houston against the Rockets, 119-113. Thursday, the Blackhawks will skate at the United Center, hosting the Calgary Flames. The Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
I'm a little worried that you guys are looking at the weather. Did you and Matt get soft out there out west? Like, what's happening? Like, you know?
A little bit.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
gonna
a little
lie.
worried about this. Hold on now.
Well, the reality is I did just play in New York last year, so it's not like I'm not worried about it. I would just much rather be comfortable, than to go out and play in what I think it's a high of 17 or whatever. But some of my best games in my career, some of the best games in my career were in these type of conditions. So I'm not too much worried about it. It's just more about how we're gonna feel out there. But still haven't worn sleeves ever in my career, and that's gonna continue this week.
Well, that is Davante Adams. You're listening to Mully and Haugh on the score. Davante Adams, pretty damn good player with Green Bay. And then he went to the Raiders, I think. He's been around a little bit.
Yeah, Las Vegas. Yeah. Made some cool Taco Bell commercials there. Then he moved on to the Rams, made some more. And he is definitely somebody who is accustomed to playing in these kind of conditions. And he's not somebody that you worry about, if you're the Rams, being able to make an impact in snowy or cold or windy elements. He's a problem, and he's an elite route runner, and he has hands that will likely make him a Hall of Fame
candidate.
I don't want to say sure thing. There's a lot of wide receivers in front of him. It would be too cavalier and easy to say, well, he's a Hall of Famer. There are a lot of wide receivers who are worthy of consideration, and he's one of them. But I think that it says a lot about the Rams' explosiveness that he's not the biggest concern in the passing game. What would you do if you're the Bears and Dennis Allen and Puka Nacua is the guy that jumps off the tape and you know that you have to try to body him up, shut him down, and you have Jalen Johnson who is compromised and still trying to play through however you want to describe it. Does Jalen Johnson travel with Puka Nacua, or do you take your chances with whatever side he lines up on? You think that Nahshon Wright is equal to Jalen Johnson?
Yeah, that is the kind of the root of the issue, if you will. I don't personally believe that they have a player who is good enough to travel, and that is not any kind of shot at Jalen Johnson because he was that in the past, but I don't believe in his current iteration before he's healed, while he's still
He's not that version of himself.
So I would not attempt to do that. It's a really good question because you think about like Bill Belichick and how does Bill go about, back in the day, he was the guy that would identify one player that you wouldn't let beat you, and you would go out and you would stop that. And if I were trying to figure out who was the one player that you can't let beat you in this game, it would be Puka Nacua. He is the guy that scares you more than anyone else. And if you can, obviously they've got a future Hall of Famer, in my opinion, in Matthew Stafford, because he's already won a Super Bowl and he had this incredibly long career and he's got all these numbers and he will eventually get into the Hall of Fame. Puka Nacua may get into the Hall of Fame. I mean, he hasn't gotten there yet.
Yeah,
he's a very young player, but that guy catches everything.
He's had quite a season. Let's look at the numbers. 129, that's how many receptions.
Yeah.
1,715 yards, 10 touchdowns. 10 touchdowns. And you know what? He does not have as many touchdown passes or receptions as Devontae Adams, who has 14. These two receivers are combined for 24 touchdown receptions. They're as dangerous and lethal as any combination in the league.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
But I would say I would try to stop Puka over Devontae Adams.
I would agree with that because you have to try to eliminate one of the two. Take your chances, and I think you wonder about Tyreek Stevenson's role in all of this because he's a physical corner.
Yes.
And I think you need to be physical in the secondary more so than in other games because you look at the Ram receiving core, both these guys we're describing are big-bodied receivers that aren't necessarily speed guys, and they're not necessarily, quick twitch muscle guys. They're guys that will run precise routes, have elite hands, and can change the course of a game.
Catch everything.
With one-handed catches that you think they can't come down with.
They catch everything. That's the problem. Now, let's just tap the brakes a little bit.
Okay, let me tap.
Because the quarterback hasn't been as good let's put it this way, he has had uneven performances in different games. It's
glad
not
you said
that. That is just the reality.
I'm glad you said that because December 29th, Falcons 27, Rams 24. Your guy, Matthew Stafford, the guy you're talking about, the guy you respect.
I called him a future Hall of Famer.
But don't necessarily have to fear. Mully, on that night, just a mere 16 days ago, 22 of 38. 2 TDs, but wait for it, 3 picks.
Yeah.
Against the Atlanta Falcons, he looked like the guy who on that night gave away the MVP.
David, the Bears won a playoff game without getting a takeaway. That is the first victory they've had this year without getting a takeaway, and it was in the playoffs. They could have had, 3 or 4, but for whatever reason, the ball just didn't bounce their way. I think Javon Dexter would probably call in and tell us.
How did that happen?
It's oblong.
How did that happen?
It takes strange bounces.
That was as unathletic as he has ever looked. I'm sorry. That's what went through my mind. That's a defensive tackle that doesn't have much grace and has never touched a football. You have to really work on it to fall on the ball that way and let it squirt out of your hands. How do you miss that? We digress. But you're right. They won a game without taking the football away, which makes you think that they're due.
Well, if they can take the football away, it changes them significantly. And the big thing they did this year, and really the best thing you did in Dennis Allen's first year as a coordinator, is that you got all these takeaways.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that kept them alive when their defensive performance wasn't good enough. Let's be brutally honest with it. There are games that they won not because they played great defense, but because they got the ball. Timely takeaway.
And in 22 career games against the Bears, your guy Matthew Stafford has thrown 24 picks. Now, 35 touchdowns, but 24 picks.
He's going to give you the ball.
He is not afraid to take chances.
He'll score 50 on you.
He could drop 50 on you. Thank you, Alex Smith.
He'll give you.
He might hang 50 on the Bears. He also might throw 3 picks. But Kevin Byard is not going to fool him by setting him up and baiting him to throw the ball. But if you give Matthew Stafford what looks like an inch, he'll try to take a mile, and he will take chances other quarterbacks won't. And in that space, you've got to take advantage and pounce. And you've got to be aggressive. I don't know if you come after him because I don't know if you trust your corners, the guys we mentioned, to play one-on-one against either receiver. But I do think that you can find ways to isolate mismatches up front and try to be calculated in your aggressive approach to rattle Matthew Stafford.
312-644-6767. Somebody needs a monster game, whether it's Montez Sweat, whether it's Grady Jarrett, or the aforementioned Javon Dexter. Somebody needs to have a monster game.
I know who I think.
Give it to it.
Austin Booker is playing at a pretty high level when he's rushing the passer.
Austin Booker needs 6 sacks.
No, but you made a really interesting comparison earlier when we were talking about rookie contributions. He's not a rookie, but he almost feels like last year was his redshirt year, and this year's the year that he's really contributing. He is the Mark Anderson of this year's Bears defense.
Okay.
Mark Anderson, going way back, people will remember him as a 5th-round pick who, as a rookie in 2006, contributed in a big way to a Bears Super Bowl team, the team that won the NFC. Austin Booker had a very good day against Jordan Love and the Packers last Saturday night.
He did. He's good. I also saw Dominic Robinson on the field at a point. I thought he had a good pressure at one point. You need that. You need guys that can rush the passer. You also need guys that can stop the run. So I'm not sure if either of those players have both of those skills, and that may be one of the reasons they don't fit in as well with this particular defense that's run by Dennis Allen. He's always preferred the big tackle-sized ends, right? Mm-hmm. And Shamir Turner was drafted here as a tackle and played end before he went down with his season-ending injury. Dayo Dengbo is a guy that is a big guy for an end, and he was the guy they signed. He went down with an injury. He's not coming back. Is Joe Tryon-Shenko?
Concussion protocol.
Is he still in that?
I believe so. We'll find out later today.
And so does that mean that if and again, concussions are individual issues. You don't know how bad they were, but is there any chance that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson can come back for this game?
That's the question I think we have not really addressed, but is really important to this week's defensive game plan. We'll find out later today where that stands. I don't know, because we can't speculate. It's harder to speculate about concussions than any other injury or medical condition because you don't know the extent to which the brain is injured. How do you?
Well, that's it.
How do you measure that?
You
don't know.
No.
And he was really hit hard.
Yes.
And the final game of the regular season against the Lions. It was late in that game, and you missed him, I believe, against the Packers. Kyler Gordon played better in the second half as they gradually worked him back into the mix. He, in theory, will have a better game because it's one more game closer to feeling acclimated. But you missed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson because of his penchant to be around the football.
Well, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a guy you can use as a blitzer. So when they went to that kind of they didn't do a ton of blitzing in that game, but when they went to trying to get more pressure, they didn't really use Kyler Gordon in that role because physically he might not be ready for that, but he's excellent at it. He's very good at it.
And yet you noticed him more in coverage. He had a deflection. He was beaten once, and I think you didn't see him applying the pressure because maybe he was getting his legs under him. It was interesting to see, and I referenced this earlier, he went out for 1 3rd down, and I think when you look at Reeves Maben coming in, that you said, well, who is number 16? Well, that's the guy they brought in to play outside linebacker and rush the passer. I wonder what they do this week and who's available, because they do need to find creative ways to get to the quarterback. Here's another sense of irony, Mully, when you look at the Rams and their ability to counter whatever Dennis Allen comes up with. Coleman Shelton is the center, and the center, as we know, diagnoses the fronts, the protection, and dictates how the quarterback will be protected in any given passing down. And last year he was a Bear. They essentially traded Jonah Jackson for Coleman Shelton.
Okay, and I'm not arguing that, but so who's on top of him? Is that Big Bill?
Bill.
Okay.
How available is he? Is he compromised?
Well, let's hope not.
Let's hope not.
Because there's no one else like him on your roster.
Javon Dexter on passing downs, Grady Jarrett.
Well, then those guys need big games, because as much as we talk about him as a center and able to figure things out, he's also not a power player. He's more of a, how would you put it? How do you put it in a polite type of fashion? He's more of a guy that relies on his ability to decipher things.
Are you talking about Coleman Shelton?
Yes.
He's a finesse center.
Okay, what does that mean?
Cerebral.
That means
more cerebral than physical. He's somebody you can run over and pass.
That's exactly what
he's in the league and playing at a high level because of his mentality and his ability to diagnose more than his development.
Someone you can run over.
He doesn't overpower.
Past. This is the point.
Yes, that's what I mean.
So you got to be able to overpower him.
And the Bears understand that better than maybe your typical team because they have seen Coleman Shelton be overpowered.
That's right.
Up close and personal.
They have.
He was one of the liabilities of last year's offensive line. They gave up, wait for it, 68 sacks. So it wouldn't be the first time that he was overwhelmed at Soldier Field and giving up sacks. He knows the role. He can play the part. You have to attack early and often, maybe over center. So you want to come at Matthew Stafford, make him look mortal, and make him feel cold on a day that the temperatures may not exceed double digits. You will feel it from the kickoff. It will be at night. It will be dark and frigid, and you hope that factors into the outcome.
We have a texter. I live in Wisconsin. I have witnessed how much the Brewers fans and the team wanted to beat the Cubs. Seemed they put a lot of emotion into that series. They hung their cute fly the L flag and didn't win another game. I'm worried the Bears could do the same in terms of emotional letdown after the Packers game. We kind of talked about this yesterday, and it's a legitimate concern, but it's also not allowed. It's not one you can accept. That the Brewers and the Cubs played a series. It went 5 games. This was a one-off. And I know it was emotional. I know all the emotions. I understand everything and everybody screaming. And I was there. I understand. But it's different, and they are not moving on to the Padres at this point.
I feel like it's a different sport and a different equation.
Yeah.
You're playing football, and you're playing a 60-minute game, and you have an obligation and an opportunity to win another playoff game. And you have to know how to if you feel deflated or a little flat today, if you're a Bears player and you go to practice, that's okay. If you're feeling a little bit mentally fatigued still tomorrow, that's fine. But you cannot allow yourself to feel anything but at your fever pitch Sunday around 5:30 because you've got one opportunity, not to go all M&M on you, but you need to seize the moment. You need to take advantage. You don't have another chance to do what you want to do on Sunday night. It's one shot. And you look at the Cubs, and that's not the same. It was a series over the course of a week. With the Bears, you can work yourself into that lather when you need it the most.
Go on. Give us
so
some speech.
absolutely, you got one shot. You better take advantage. Thank you, Brandon.
That's nice.
Don't you feel that, though?
Mr. David always goes M&M on us.
I don't go for.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm not going to waste my shot. But that's from Hamilton, and that's a completely different set of lyrics and music, and it isn't quite as firing up as
I think
as that one.
I understand the concern, and we talked about the letdown, and the opportunity is there, but I just also believe that it's football, and you only get that one shot or opportunity.
Here he goes again.
I just saying.
Brandon Key.
Are you going to capture it, or are you going to let it slip away? I want them to seize it.
We got Dan Wiederer is going to join us. I want to get to our guy Ron because he has a baseball thought, and it's connected to one of our two favorite teams in town, and some of us prefer one team to the other. No reason why other than geographical nightmare stuff.
Heredity.
But, yes, let's get to Ron. He's on the hotline. Hey, Ron, what's up, buddy?
Hey, well, more importantly, I wanted you to give me because I have not had the pleasure to say Happy New Year to you all. So that's the most important thing. So, okay, real quick, Mully, and we feel the same way, and certainly the same way. And David, me and Bruce have said this regarding Roberts. I'm beyond burnout. I'm just totally indifferent. If something happens and they trade for a player, I read about the player. But real quickly, I didn't have a chance to talk to you about Mooney. That impressed me more. I was more pleased with that than that number one pick because guess what? It was based on a decision. What you want your GM to do is identify a need. What did Chris Getz say? I need a left-hand hitting back, and guess what? He got it done. See, so that's what I'm focused on. But I've been wanting to tell you all that. To me, that's the most impressive decision and the move that he has made. But Mully, feeling pretty good about going into the season. But as far as that other guy, I'm like you. Let's move on.
You're the best, Ron. Thanks, you,
Ron.
buddy.
Yeah. Chris Getz has had a pretty good offseason.
We got Dan Wiederer next. We're going to get back to some of Mom's spaghetti and really go after it. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Spiegel and Holmes talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Afternoons 2 to 6 p.m.
Matt Forte. You played a lot of games against Matthew Stafford. This guy from what he started as to what he is now, what do you see?
He's a special quarterback, and he's one of the guys that, you have to get pressure on him and not let him take control of the game. Because if you let a guy like that do it, just like he did in Carolina this past weekend, it can be dangerous.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago. I'm telling you right now, you got to try Wild Fork Foods. The place is phenomenal. And if you need to get a little healthier without sacrificing the things you love, Wild Fork has you covered with lean proteins at great prices. They have 500 items under $10 a pound, organic, 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets, unbelievably delicious, at $5.98 a pound. Learn how you can get better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in-store or visit wildforkfoods.com, and you can learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers. Love it.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank, and let's get more from money. Huntington Bank, welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
This segment sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the brands like GE, Cafe, and even more during New Year, New Appliance sale at Grand Appliance and get hundreds in savings you won't find anywhere else. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom. Do that today. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Tomlin isn't free. Because Mike Tomlin resigned under contract, Pittsburgh can demand a first-round haul to let him walk. It's the ultimate trade piece for a team like Dallas or Miami. Just got a massive price tag. I'm Drake Cole.
Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes, Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911 for any plumbing emergency. Available 24/7, Plumbers 911 connects you with highly skilled, local, licensed, and background check plumbers who show up ready to work. Service you can trust, backed by the skill, training, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers, the tradespeople who build and protect Chicago every day. For fast, reliable plumbing help, call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Dan Wiederer.
I mean, the dude is a tone setter, and that's undeniable. And I don't even think Ryan Poles and anyone in that front office would deny that.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
Hey, listen, we're not going to accept the status quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down, baby.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Want to welcome in the CHSN audience watching us. I'm sorry that this is the best I could do. We are delighted.
Better late than never.
At least I got the hat on.
You got to have the hat. You always wear the hat. Always represent.
And we are delighted to welcome in our guy, Dan Wiederer. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Dan, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm looking out the window of my home office right now. I can't see two houses down. Is it snowing like this down there by you guys?
Oh, wow. It's dark here, Dan, so we can't really tell you an accurate answer.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming right now.
Oh, my gosh.
So is
fair weather.
Is it gonna last through the Rams game? Is that what you're telling us?
I think right until the final kick of Sunday night, it's going to be nonstop snow.
Winter is coming and hell is coming for breakfast. Is that what it is? Is that the way it works?
And I know the whole bear weather thing is considered, silly in some circles, but this is a team of people that are located in a warm weather climate. We know that they are a bunch of guys that like to flaunt that by walking around in their Speedos and rubbing oil on themselves and maybe hanging out by their little kidney-shaped pool. But they're coming here now. Damn it, Dan.
If you want to get in the water, you're going to have to get in Lake Michigan and do a polar plunge. But to your point, I really think, here's one little subplot to this week with this weather. They've got a rookie kicker in Harrison Mevis. The Bears have Cairo Santos, who might be one of the most underrated players on this team right now. And that could factor into Sunday's game with a guy that knows how to operate in these elements in big moments and another guy that is navigating it for the first time.
It's a great point because the Packers left 7 points on the field with Brandon McManus after he was iced 2 field goals and an extra point, which were key in that outcome. Dan, I want to talk about the offensive line and what to expect at left tackle. We know Ozzie Trapillo is out, and I think they'll miss him more than maybe they expected. Are we just to assume Theo Benedict will start? We know Braxton Jones was activated, and if Braxton Jones is not the starter, will he just assume the jumbo tackle because the Bears have been using 3?
Yeah, well, I would assume that Benedict would be your starter, and you would stick with that plan going forward. We'll get a chance to hear from Ben today to see if he's got anything else in mind, if he's willing to share this early in the week. But look, that's a big deal here because you are facing a Rams defense that's got some beasts coming off the edge with Verse and Byron Young, and you're going to have a protection plan. Now, I think over the last 4 months, we've gained a lot of confidence in Ben Johnson's ability to understand what he's got and what he doesn't for a given game and to be able to plan accordingly. And so we'll see what he cooks up. But the Trapillo injury, the TJ Edwards injury, those are big deals as you get deeper in the playoffs and you play an opponent as solid and complete as this Rams team seems to be.
I don't know how to word this question, but what I want to determine is who is their worst cornerback, talking about the Bears, versus their best cornerback. In other words, if you needed to have someone travel or stay with a guy like Puka Nacua, do they have a player that can do that, or do they have a player that you definitely don't want to do that?
Well, the problem with today's NFL is when you try to travel with a guy as versatile as Puka Nacua, you're left moving people into positions that they're not comfortable with. You may have to go in the slot a bunch, and then you're going to, if you have a guy that you think can travel, then how does he handle, run support from the slot? So I don't think that's going to be an option this week. They also have Devontae Adams, and so it's not like there's just one receiver here that you key on. And so this secondary is going to be huge in this game, Mully, because this is a absolutely potent Rams offense at their best. They've got a experienced signal caller. They've got these two receivers that combined for 25 touchdowns total during the regular season, and then put their fingerprints all over that playoff game as well. And so you're not going to get away with much. The margin for error is much thinner this week. I really do think that the Rams are the more complete team, but you just have to be better than them for 3 hours on Sunday afternoon. And that's what these next 4 days are about, is finding a way to do that.
So, Dan, what are they saying behind the scenes about the possibility of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson contributing this week? And even if he can't go, regardless, what are your expectations for Kyler Gordon now that he's gotten maybe his feet back and maybe more in game shape?
Very interesting on Saturday night, David, to see kind of Gordon not see the field very early and then see it a lot from that point on. And obviously, I think he had a couple opportunities to make plays on the ball. Wasn't able to get it done, and wasn't certainly at his sharpest. But you do see a guy in there that can give you your versatility, your creativity as a defense. I think the second half last week, we saw the Bears get a little bit more innovative with the way that they tried to pressure Jordan Love. They got their defense humming a little bit and allowed them to keep the door open for the Iceman and company to come back and stage that rally. And so you want as many guys available to you as possible. We'll see where CJ Gardner-Johnson is with his recovery from the concussion when we get out there today. I think just even having him available allows you to, again, be creative and do some different things with your packages on the back end. And you're trying to find answers for a quarterback who's seen it all, right? Like Matthew Stafford is really, really good. He's having an MVP caliber season. I mean, you look at his numbers, and it's the 46 touchdowns against 8 interceptions this season. Like that'll jump off the page at you. And we've seen enough of Stafford over the last 15 plus years to know how dangerous he can be if you're not able to disrupt him at all.
So the margin for error is much thinner, is the way that you put it, and it's well spoken. I'm just wondering, what's the margin for fourth down attempts from your own 32? I'm serious about that.
No, I know.
Are there any verbotens in your mind as you look at how you put this game plan together, etc.?
Well, I said going into that game last week that fourth down was going to be something that I was sort of fixated on. And boy, did that come out to be true with the Bears, really 2 for 6 on fourth downs offensively in that game. And the one deep in their own territory that you mentioned felt like one that was, I think everyone was kind of like, I get it. I know you wanted to be aggressive tonight, but this feels really dangerous. And lo and behold, they didn't get it. Pass gets knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Packers going for a very short field score, and it's 21-3, and you felt like your chances of winning that football game were gone. And so those decisions are huge. Sean McVay had one in the first half of his game on whether to go or kick a field goal. Chose to go, didn't get it, left the door open for the Panthers to come back and eventually take a lead. And so these two guys are obviously going to be aggressive. They're going to do what they believe in, but it's going to come with stakes, right? And then these are high leverage, high stakes moments in the playoffs. And so look, I know Ben is very specific week to week on what his philosophy is. I don't know if it will change from the wild card round to the divisional round, but certainly eyes wide on fourth downs and see what those decisions are and what's at stake when they make them.
Dan, along those lines, and maybe this is repetitive or redundant to ask, but in that first playoff game, given this is the first glimpse we had of Ben Johnson, playoff coach, did you learn anything maybe you didn't know or expect from the Bears head coach in that game?
Good question. I mean, I think what we confirmed after the game is that he's really into it. His willingness to express himself is certainly something that I think we all sort of appreciate and admire, and it's really added to the theater and the storyline of the season is just the way that passion goes. Look, Cole Kmet said something to me at the end of the Giants game where he said Ben's got sort of almost an unnatural calm when it feels like you need to be hurrying up a little bit, when the deficit is big and you're like, come on, we got to get rolling. And yet you see kind of this collective calm between him and Caleb of not being frazzled and not feeling overly urgent when things are very urgent, And so I think that was something that showed up again on Saturday night, was their ability to say, hey, we're still here. We're still knocking, and not get sort of down and defeated before it was time to get down and defeated, and to see them come back again. Like, this isn't a fluke anymore. This is who they are. This is their identity. And I think a lot of that has to do with the mentality of the head coach and the quarterback.
I just wonder, when we look at that, they did a very good job in reducing any penalties in that game. That was nice to see. They obviously left it awful late, as we all know, and that was great that they could do it. But it just feels like the running game still isn't getting going. They got 3 points early, but that was it for the first half. There are certain things that we're kind of monitoring and hoping will shift or change, and they really didn't. I wonder if that will hold up. I mean, as you go through the playoffs, you face better, more dangerous teams, and certainly, Matthew Stafford, arguably the MVP of the league this year, and you mentioned the two receivers and their offense and the play caller. I mean, this would seemingly be a significantly more difficult game than the first one. I just wonder if that changes some of your rules in terms of how you want to go about things.
Yeah, well, I'm with you, because there's going to come a time where you dip into that bag of magic and there's no tricks left in it, right? And then you're like, oh God, we used them all, and we don't have the ability to come back every single week. And so we've got to be detailed and fundamentally sound, and keeping this game within reach, for all 4 quarters, instead of just trying to find a way to claw back in the fourth. And so, look, that's going to require all 3 phases. I think the Bears' biggest advantage, in addition to Cairo, just comes on special teams. They hit a few big special teams plays the other night that helped them to hang around, and you're going to have to do that again on Sunday. Defensively, you're going to have to find ways again to disrupt that quarterback. And this is not a team, the Rams don't easily beat themselves, and they were the least penalized team in the NFL during the regular season. They had some flag issues in Carolina that were uncharacteristic. And so, you've got to find your strengths. You got to lean into your strengths. And again, the running game offensively and the takeaway faucet, those are 2 things that you have to be able to count on Sunday if you want to be playing in the NFC Championship game a week from now.
Dan, you ask in The Athletic, in a great story about some of the questions facing the Bears this Sunday, how good is Colston Loveland? It's a really good question, because you wonder, is he good enough to have one of those games that is memorable and indelible, and
another one of those games?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
That's a better way to put it. How good is he at this stage of the season?
Just had one of those games, right? 8 catches, 137 yards, that 2-point conversion. I was enamored with it from the moment that they shifted out of, the tight package into spreading everybody wide, with the 3 tight ends wide. And you're like, oh man, they're playing some chess here. And they created a matchup for Colston Loveland that he won easily, got a very key 2 points in that football game. And it was just sort of like this small snapshot into what a guy like that does for a quarterback and a play caller, where you're like, okay, we can just scheme this up and count on him to win. He has been so big in big moments over the last month. You start to envision the future 3-4 years out for him, and not just for him, but for him with Caleb and Ben. And you're like, the future's unlimited for this kid right now. And so Chicago should feel like, oh, like we may have, as Caleb said after the game on Saturday night, we hit a home run with this draft pick. And now it's a matter of how far that home run flies, right?
And they hit a home run with Caleb, it would certainly appear. Tell me, who are you most concerned? We'll see our first injury list today. Who are you most concerned about? Is it Big Bill? Didn't Caleb seem like he turned an ankle and was limping? I know they'll be working with him 24/7, but who are you most concerned about that may have an under the radar injury issue?
I think all of Chicago was concerned with Caleb when he went down there, when he looked like he kind of got kicked and rolled the ankle there. But he obviously rallied from that and was able to put together a fourth quarter that I think he had like 178, 181 passing yards in the fourth quarter, which is ridiculous. The health here is going to be interesting. Again, we talked about CJ Gardner-Johnson a little bit earlier. You want to make sure that like Gordon came through that game well enough to be able to get out there for a few full practices when they actually get on the practice field. I think today is going to be more of a walkthrough So yeah, health is going to play into this game. Rams are getting their right guard, Kevin Dotson, back, it appears, which will help their offense. And you got to be ready. Like this, as much as Chicago has fallen for Ben Johnson, the Rams got a real one in Sean McVay, and he's going to do some things schematically and strategically to challenge you all day Sunday.
Great stuff, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, guys, enjoy the weekend.
That is Dan Wiederer, does a great job in The Athletic.
He's got me worried about the snow.
Did you see in The Athletic that they got 36.1 million viewers on Amazon Prime, which is
most streamed game ever.
It's still relatively early, but that beat the Christmas number they had.
And streaming is still the history of streaming isn't as long, but it is significant to look at those numbers and realize just how impactful that game was.
Did the Bears get new fans?
I think maybe
people are
the
getting
wider
on board.
reach.
Yeah.
Or maybe more people had access to their fandom because of that.
I heard from people all over the world.
All over the world.
Yeah, it's incredible. All right, we've got a lot to get to. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games the city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Studio 41.
I wanted to renovate my kitchen and bathroom, but couldn't afford a huge project. Thankfully, Studio 41 had affordable fixtures that totally renovated my space at a great price. Visit studio41.com to find a showroom near you.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Hardee's Original Bag is back, but only for a limited time. Pick 2 full-sized favorites for just $6.99. Bag yours before they're gone. Choose from the charbroiled double cheeseburger, hot ham and cheese, spicy chicken sandwich, and our saucy hand-breaded chicken tender wraps. You've got it in the bag. The Original Bag. Any 2 plus fries and a drink, just $6.99. Only at Hardee's. Get the best deals on the Hardee's app. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Tax not included. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Price and participation may vary.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other other places. Looking for the best? Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
If I were the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think the first name that I would call would be Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. I would call Marcus Freeman, and I don't think I would get off the phone. I would do everything I could to throw everything I could at Marcus Freeman. He's one of the great leaders in football right now, college or the NFL. I think he fits a lot of the characteristics that we've seen from Mike Tomlin and Bill Cowher. It's a new day in Pittsburgh. There obviously needs to be a rebuild and a restart.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Dan Orlovsky. Didn't we just hear him make a prediction that was wrong?
Yeah, I said the Packers were going to win handily.
Yeah, handily.
So he did not come off very accurate in that prediction.
Didn't he just make a terrible prediction?
Well, yeah.
Oh, no, I was talking about Marcus Freeman.
Marcus Freeman obviously is one of those coaches that everybody wants to consider who has a vacancy, and you understand why. The Giants have been discussed. Other openings have been linked. And now that you have the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are embarking on their fourth coaching search since 1969, yes, it makes a lot of sense. Marcus Freeman has had an interesting week.
Well, I mean, first of all, everyone wants a head coach from the state of Indiana. We know that.
Football state.
So go right ahead.
Football state. Can we agree on that?
I love Freeman.
Marcus Freeman will have a press conference today, speaking for the first time since they were snubbed from the college football playoff at noon today in South Bend. Yesterday, WSBT and the South Bend Tribune, people where I used to work a long time ago, reported that Marcus Freeman will not face charges after he was accused of battery following an incident and an altercation at his son's high school wrestling meet in Mishawaka on January 3rd. his son was competing, and there was a New Prairie high school. New Prairie is a high school in Rolling Prairie, Indiana, along the way near LaPorte in LaPorte County. An assistant coach there filed a police report against Freeman after they had a verbal exchange that he says and alleged got physical in the hallway. It involved his wife. It involved Marcus Freeman. And he was supported by Notre Dame, which issued a statement. And he will not face charges. So I imagine he will address that today. He may address these NFL rumors today, and certainly Notre Dame not being part of the college football playoff today. So a big day in South Bend for Marcus Freeman, who Dan Orlovsky, I think, rightly injects into the Steelers conversation.
Well, we've talked about this quite a bit. Marcus Freeman was a guy that we talked about before the Bears hired Ben Johnson, and he is the great leader of men. He's a different type of guy you would bring in. He's the guy that you bring in who's not the play caller. He's the CEO, and he gets people to work for him, and he gets players motivated. And what I said to you earlier when we were kind of talking about this was this idea that, listen, he's getting this opportunity. His name is hot in the NFL. Do you feel like when your name is hot in the NFL, you got to jump, or will his name be hot? What if something goes wrong? What if and I was unaware of this particular story, and it turns out it's nothing. But I'm just wondering when you get that opportunity, if you've ever aspired to that, do you have to take it? Do you have to strike while the iron's hot? Do you wait and do it
it's really good
in
question.
Proper time?
It's a really good question. My sense is with Marcus Freeman, some guys are ideal for the roles that they're in. And if you look at college football and the job description, it is similar but slightly different than an NFL head coach.
Yes.
NFL head coaches have a little different mandate and certainly different skills and responsibilities. I think Marcus Freeman is exactly where he belongs.
I agree.
I think he fits being as the quote-unquote leader of young men. Maybe not the leader of professionals. He's a guy that really can he can stir their souls in a way that not necessarily always plays in NFL locker rooms, but is always going to be effective to college kids.
All right, we're going to be right back. Get back to the NFL. We got Clay Harbor here in studio. We'll talk to Clay next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
It's the Bears and Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs coming up Sunday. You thought the last game was big? The winner of this one goes to the NFC title game. Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, it's Spiegs, and you already know all about Blue Chew. It's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Blue Chew is a cheat code. It helps you be more confident where it counts. We're talking about a small chew that makes a big difference. Date nights just got better and longer for everyone involved, and showing up matters, folks. During life's most exciting moments, Blue Chew will help you be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options now at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. Career high in points, 34 for Trey Jones, not nearly enough. The Bulls fall short to the Rockets, 119-113 in Houston. They'll get a chance to bounce back tonight. They're hosting the Jazz at the United Center, 6:45 pregame right here on The Score. Thursday night at the United Center, the Blackhawks will host the Calgary Flames. Of course, Sunday night, the Bears are hosting the Rams, 5:30 kick. Watch it on NBC, Rams minus 3.5, total 49. Clay Harbor with Mully and Haugh next to talk about that. The Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
What times? I actually saw a clock over. Time for
Clay Harbor.
Handle it with poise and class befitting a veteran.
Football analyst for Chicago Sports Network. Former NFL player.
Not a quarterback. I'm a tight end, but I've watched a lot of tape. I've been in meeting rooms with Tom Brady. I've been in meeting rooms with Drew Brees. I've been in meeting rooms with Michael Vick. Quarterbacks know what they can do and what they can't do, and I know what a quarterback can and can't do and when you're supposed to expect them to be able to be successful.
Clay Harbor with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Shout out to everyone watching on on CHSN, and you certainly know this man, Clay Harbor. He stars there with Mr. David.
Carries me every day.
As well as here.
See that.
And Clay, it's great to have you in studio. It's great to talk to you about this game. I guess we should start with just your experience. You know, we talk about this idea that the Bears played this wild, emotional game, and now they come back and they've got to be able to meet the same, and this is every week in the NFL, but they've got to be able to meet the same emotional base in order to succeed again. Do some games take more out of you? How do you handle that during the week? Are there any tricks of the trade that keep you kind of even keeled as you're going through the ups and downs? I mean, we were on a roller coaster ride last week.
I would say yes. Typically, I go back to this game often. I remember Miracle Meadowlands Part 2. I talk about it all the time. This big win. We win the division in the NFC East when I was with the Philadelphia Eagles. We come in the next week, wild card round against Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. This is 2010. I'm sure you guys are familiar. The Packers won that game, and we lost. And I felt like, man, after such a big win, we all thought this was a team of destiny. We're going to go, and then we kind of had a letdown. But for this Bears team, it's like a reality TV show every week. I told David last night, I'm like,
you would know.
Yeah, I go, this is like every game is like an episode of The Bachelor with all this emotional drama and them coming back. So this team is used to it, man. I'm sorry. They got Ben Johnson. What's he been preaching every day? Every week we hear him at the podium. Next play, next game mentality. They got veteran leadership. Joe Tooney, a part of the 28-3 comeback. Grady Jarrett, unfortunately, a part of the 28-3 comeback.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of guys that have been in situations like this. And I think for them, that is going to bode well because they're not satisfied with what they've done, and they've been there. It's been an every week thing. If this is something where they come away with one big win, this is a big win against the Packers, a big win against the Packers again. I mean, you can keep going back to how they've won these games. And let's not forget that the Rams also had a game where, in my opinion, I think they should have lost. They won. Matt Stafford led 2 fourth-quarter go-ahead drives. They won the game, but they're coming off an emotional game of themselves, and the Bears are at home, so I don't think it'll affect them as much. They don't have to get on the plane. And obviously, we got the Bear weather to work with us, too.
Once you got out of your feelings about that game, I thought you did a terrific job of yesterday breaking down the touchdown pass, 28-yard touchdown pass, or 25-yard touchdown pass to DJ Moore, which was set up by a fake screen earlier in the game, or set up by a screen earlier in the game to Luther Burden III. A fake screen on that play. 2 things. Number one, summarize that again, please, for our audience here. And then secondly, remind people where that play came from, because the Bears, yes, used it, but they also stole it.
Yeah, they say good artists borrow. I think that's a saying. Great artists steal. And Ben Johnson stole it because it worked against him. He saw earlier in the week, we were watching this play at CHSN before he went on the show, unbalanced line, slight motion, the same exact play. The Commander scored a touchdown on it. I mean, the Bears defense a bit hard. It's a hungry fish and a worm's right there. I mean, they hook, line, and sinker. They got him. So Ben Johnson, they set up the screen early in the game to Luther Burden. Not the same screen, but it was a screen, and it was successful. It was a 3rd down. They got 12 yards. So now, obviously, the Packers, when you go back and you make your adjustments, are going to be, okay, this is what they're going to try to do to us. They might try to get us another screen. This one worked. So the Bears put a little window dressing on the screen the second time they ran it. So you move over Darnell Wright, your right tackle. You put the tight end on the left at the right tackle. You move Darnell Wright to your left tight end. Okay, they're trying to get a big body out here to get out here and to move some of our players in the screen. You start Luther Burden outside. You motion him in tight to the bunch. That's a tell. You want to get him closer to these offensive blockers so he can catch the ball and not worry about getting undercut. So they sell that, put the window dressing on it. DJ Moore creeps off like he's blocking. Nope, sorry, see you later. And they trigger, the Packers do, open down the field. It's a single high safety look, touchdown. And I think that was just Ben Johnson setting that play up from early in the game. Obviously, getting it from the Commanders was just an excellent call. And the other play real quick I wanted to talk about, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it, is that 2-point conversion on the goal line.
Great play.
To me, that was excellent. The Bears come out in big package. They don't have a wide receiver on the field. They have an extra lineman.
3 tight ends.
1 running back.
Yes.
So Jeff Hafley sees that. He's got 1 defensive back on the field. It's a safety. It's on the opposite side. They have a trip side where Colson Loveland is not. So now you got some guy, number 31, some poor white linebacker that's a special teams player, and then Colson Loveland shifts outside, and this guy's trying to guard Colson Loveland outside. He's thinking, oh no, I don't know what I'm doing out here. And Colson Loveland runs a fade pylon, which is a very difficult route for a receiver to run, much less a tight end. He looks so smooth doing it. And it was like taking candy from a baby. So those were just 2 plays that I thought, wow, Ben Johnson really schemed up those plays. Not many offensive coordinators are going to come up with that, see that tell, and put them out there, that he really gave the Bears a high probability of success.
Clay, we broke down with Dave Wanstead the possession that the Green Bay Packers had, especially I think it was around the 3-minute mark. They got the Bears had burned a timeout. They got a first down. And then you're looking at that and you're thinking, really, all they got to do here is take a knee. And they could take a knee. They were at the 21 maybe. Take a knee a few times. You burn a minute and a half and you really got something going. You got the field goal attempt, whatever. Instead, they threw a couple passes into the end zone looking to score the touchdown and win the game. They don't eat up any clock at all. Then they call a timeout. Then they come back out and they have a delay of game penalty. And now all of a sudden the 39-yard field goal is from 44 yards and they miss it. And that begins the beginning of the end because the Bears get the ball back with way too much time. And I just to be fair about it, I thought Matt LaFleur may have realized that they couldn't run it all. But even if you run into a wall and you get a yard or 2 yards or 3 yards over the course of that series, you're kicking like a 30-something yard field goal to go up 6. I mean, that's better than what the heck they did. I felt it was clock mismanagement.
Oh, it definitely was. I thought it was definitely clock mismanagement. The thing that's most telling to me is let's just go out in the second half. You're up, obviously, 21-3.
Yeah.
Start the second half. 3 and out, 3 and out, 5 and out, 3 and out. Of all those drives, all right, they collected 1 first down. How much time did they get off the clock? 6 minutes and 13 seconds.
Wow.
That's 4 drives. The defense comes out, 4 stops, 6 minutes of play time in the second half. People talk about what the offense was able to do. Look at the possessions they gave back to the Bears and only took 6 minutes off the clock. I think that was the most important thing, how quickly they were able to get the ball back, because I kept thinking, I'm like, man, this game might be over. But every time the Bears got the ball back, I look at the clock and I go, it barely moved.
Yeah, there's tons of time.
It's the same time.
Yeah.
You look back at it, they get the ball back again. I go, wait, how's there still so much time left? It's still the third quarter. Get the ball back again. Only 6 minutes in 4 drives offensively. That is insane.
Yeah.
You have liked and called Colson Loveland on draft night. You identified as a difference maker, and you loved that draft pick for the Bears. And it may have taken a while, but the second half of the season, we've seen that emergence. And on Saturday night, we saw his overall value. If you're the Rams defensive coordinator, Chris Shula, and you look at what you need to stop in the Bears passing game, how far down do you go with Colson Loveland, or is he at the top of the list?
I think Colson Loveland's at the top of the list. And when I started doing my research for this game, it's the Rams are very interesting because their defense doesn't have great numbers as far as total yards. They're probably 16th. They are 10th in scoring, 16th in total yards. Against the pass, I think they're 19th. But what they do really, really well is pressure with 4. All right, pressure rate. I think this is pretty interesting. The 4th best pressure rate, the 2nd lowest blitz rate. So they're getting pressure. They're 4th best in pressure. They're not blitzing.
Wow.
So you don't have to take any guys from coverage. No guys are coming from coverage.
Is it Byron Young and
Jared Verse?
Yeah.
Those guys are great. But then you got Poona Ford and Braden Fisk on the inside. So they got a great front four that can get pressure from anywhere. I thought that was extremely interesting. And they're light box rate, which means they're not crowding the line of scrimmage, which makes you think maybe the Bears can run the ball, is the fourth lowest in the league. So they're running the fourth lowest amount of light boxes, right? When you come out there and say if you have a check with me call, you're doing a run based on, okay, if the box is heavy, if the box is light, we're going to run the ball, we're going to pass the ball. You're probably going to run this just because of based on what you see, but they're pretty solid against the run because their front four is so good. But when you look at it statistically, you watch that Panthers game, it gives you some hope because there were a lot of holes there. They only had 90 yards rushing, but then you look at the week before, the Panthers had 25 total against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think they can run the ball against them, but where their real weakness is downfield. Their defensive backs are not good, even though they don't have to send guys in pressure. There's a disconnect there. They have some injuries, and I think if the Bears can hold up front, they can hang in there. Theo Bennett's going to need some help this game. You know, Ozzie, I thought, played one of his better games as the game got going. Unfortunately, you know, he's out, and shout out to him for getting off the field with a ruptured patella tendon. People don't realize, I mean, that's worse than an ACL. When an NFL player hears that, that's like an Achilles tendon. So they can hold up in pressure.
Does it take that long?
It takes a long time. It's a long injury, especially for a big guy like him.
He's like halfway through next year at the earliest.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for him to get back in any point this year.
And along those lines, Clay, that's an overlooked, I think, big moment in that game. Ozzie Chapillo limped off the sidelines rather than cost his team a timeout had he dropped on the field, and he's coached to do that.
Yeah,
players are sort of persuaded as long as you can get off the field,
he
try.
was in pain. Like, you got to be hard as nails to be able to get off the field in that situation.
This is old school football, and I look back to the week before, and I'm not saying anything bad about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think he was out.
Yeah.
I think he was literally knocked out, but it was in a situation where Ben punted the ball. You saw him read his lips, and he goes, we should have went for it. C.J. Gardner-Johnson goes down. You have to use a timeout.
Yeah.
If a guy goes down, you have to use a timeout. That's the rule. Back in the old days, they would say, if you're not dead, get off the field. If you're not dead,
well, I mean,
get off the field.
The Packers didn't they have a 10-second count off because of
10-second runoff at the end of the game
because of that?
That was a critical move.
Huge. Yes,
that was down the stretch, like in the last down to 32 seconds, or they went down to 13 seconds.
Yeah, that was massive, and just to get back to the Rams defense real quick, and I just want to say,
you thought they had two plays there, but they
down
fumbled.
To one. Yeah.
They fumbled, and that ended one of them. Go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
in the last 7 games, I'm going back and looking at this. They've given up 27 points 5 times. So this defense started off well, and it feels like they're trending the opposite way.
Right.
So just to get back and just to give some context to that, yes, it's a good defense. They pressure, but they have been giving up some plays, some big chunk plays. So I think that's very, very interesting.
When you look at the way the Bears might have an advantage in the special teams, we talked about this a little bit last night with Ruthie Polinsky. Mully identified it yesterday morning. The Bears, when you stack up, phases of the game, have a decided advantage in the kicking game. Not only because of Cairo Santos, but overall the special teams.
Duvernay punt return.
Greater than the Rams special teams.
Yeah, and you look at that Rams game, what was one of the bigger moments of that game? I mean, the Rams got a kick blocked with 5-7 minutes left in the game. Late in that game, kick blocked. The Panthers go and score, which led to Stafford having to, pull the rabbit out of his hat again. I think that is one of the keys in this game. You got to get big returns. I thought Duvernay was excellent. He absolutely deserved that game ball. The way he's going to catch the ball even in situations, and people underestimate that. They understate how important that is. If you catch a ball, it's going to roll 10 yards.
Right.
That's an extra first down.
Yes.
And he always catches the ball. And then you saw last week, he's a guy that's still got some juice. I know he's been in the league for a while. That whole punt return team, like I like to watch, like a lot of people when you're watching the tape and the special teams plays come up on the film, you'll fast forward back to the offense. Like this team plays hard. Richard Hightower has all these guys playing hard.
Yes.
And to me, I think that's a sign of a well-coached special teams unit.
You know, Josh Blackwell has had a great year as a special teams player. Daniel Hardy is a totally underrated special teams player. That guy, he's like a monster going down the field. He's dangerous. And they brought the linebacker back, Mabin Reeves. Kid's a good special teams player. I mean, they've got guys that can just do that area. Their depth is pretty good on special teams.
Yeah, and now obviously with the rule change, I'm still a traditionalist. I miss the old school special teams. I know you're doing it for player safety. There was nothing like starting a game, running downfield, not knowing where the trap was coming from. You had to go and bust the wedge, David. There's 4 offensive linemen with their arms locked together. And if you're on the if you're on the kick return team, you literally lock your arms and wait for the returner to catch the ball, and he just goes, go. And you just run as fast as you can into a group of their linebackers or defensive linemen. That's what they used to have on the field. But
that caused more concussions than any other play. I love it. You love that.
It was something that I always thought could set me apart from other tight ends, right? If you can play like a linebacker, you have the speed to go down there. I'm like, this will keep me on rosters, man. If you can run downfield, these tight ends, these big lumbering guys that are 6'7", they can't really move that well. I'm like, yes, please, kick return, kick off, like put me on all of it. And I like what they've done here because this is another way for guys to create value with the kickoff and the kick return. I do like the old way better, but you are seeing a lot of returns, and it's so important because you can't kick the ball in the end zone anymore. You're getting the ball at the 35.
Right.
Like, that's ridiculous.
Do you view as a player, or from your perspective, Ben Johnson's aggressiveness on 4th down, 2 for 6 on 4th down, did not use the punter, Torrey Taylor? Is that a sign of desperation, or is that playoff Ben that we have to get used to?
I think what coaches do is they go into games and they say, here is the formula. Here's the formula for victory. Back when you were at Ball State, you were probably in chemistry or something. Obviously, you're a writer. But they put together these formulas, right? And they say, this is what we have to do for victory. We're playing against this Packers offense. They're playing well. We've got to be aggressive. We've got to create an extra drive here and there. And in Andy Reid, Bill Belichick. I remember when Tom Brady was out in Deflategate, and we had Jacoby Brissett because Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. He goes, there is a path to victory here. It's a slim one, but if we do this, we knew what we're going to do. If we do this, we can win this game. And that game was like a run the ball. We started running some option with Jacoby. Back then, Jacoby could move a little bit. Now he can't so much, but he's getting a little bit older, a little gray in his beard. And we came out and we won the game. The formula for this one was Ben saying, okay, my defense isn't playing great. We're going to need to create a couple of extra drives here to get down the field and match their offense. And I don't mind that. He's telling these guys this early in the week. We're going to be aggressive. Early in the game, the one everybody forgets, there was a 4th and 2 where they had to hit a big play to a DJ Moore. And obviously you're 2 for 6, the one at the 32-yard line. But I don't mind it as a player. And like Ben said, I don't think it's disrespect to the defense. I think it's him saying, okay, I think our defense can hold them in the red zone. And that they did that in some critical situations, a little bit thanks to Brandon McManus.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that was just my football sensibility. Was even the numbers, the analytics say don't go for it there. And he went for it, and it didn't work. And it was just hard to watch because it was you basically gave them points. I mean, it's rough to see that happen. But I don't know what if your mentality changes because there's less margin for error, or are you more aggressive because there's less
stakes
margin
are higher?
For error?
You might have a different approach to the playoffs. Clay, don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
When we come back, your relationship with Matthew Stafford as a former teammate, I think that's going to be interesting.
We'll be right back. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 is score.
There's Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games the city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. You wouldn't walk into Soldier Field on game day without a playbook. So why would you approach retirement without a strategy? With Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act like your offensive coordinator. They build a custom retirement game plan designed around your lifestyle, your values, and your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Whether you need to roll over that old 401k, set up an income planning, or navigate tax-smart investing, Trajan Wealth has you covered. And you can meet them face-to-face in Naperville, Orland Park, or Park Ridge, or virtually if that's easier. The consultation is complimentary. Call Trajan Wealth today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Again, TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. Game day is coming. Make sure your retirement is ready for kickoff. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. That's why we are here to help.
With thousands of insurance brokers to help you find the best health plan for your budget.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov. Here to help.
This segment of the show brought to you by PackyWeb Ford.
Hi, it's Jack at PackyWeb Ford, the Bronco boss. We'll beat any competitor's deal on any new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport. For details and to search our inventory, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. Could Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman be a top candidate for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Though he has said previously he's not interested in NFL coaching jobs, will the right price tag open him up to the National Football League? The answer is yes. I'm Greg Toll.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's unbelievable. His talent is really shining through this year. You know, we saw it at USC, and it's difficult to step in the NFL year one and play the way you want to play year two, all those things. But he's found a great fit with Coach Johnson over there. I think Ben's doing a hell of a job. It's a good thing to watch. He makes plays outside the pocket that not many guys, if any guys, in the NFL can make. And he's doing a nice job inside the pocket as well this year. So it'll be a big test for our defense. Big test for our team, really just going there and trying to come away with a victory. But what he's doing is pretty special, and especially the late game stuff and his ability to make plays off schedule is second to none in the league right now, if you ask me.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score, that, of course, the voice of Matthew Stafford. He was on the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray, and it was an excellent interview, and he said some great stuff. And as David teased before the break, Clay, you know him, you played with him, you've caught passes from him. What can you tell us, Clay Harbor here in studio, about Matthew Stafford as a quarterback, as a dude?
I mean, it's tough to say a bad word about him. I know we're playing this guy this weekend and you want to beat him, but one of the best guys in the NFL. I mean, just a true leader, true professional. I remember I was just looking up our schedule here back in 2016. We made the playoffs. I made the playoffs with Stafford. We ended up going to Seattle and winning a game. And I just remember the run we went on in Detroit. We won a game in overtime against the Vikings. We come back, we win another game, last-minute drive against the Jaguars. 13-16, a last-minute drive against the Vikings. We come back, we beat the Saints on a last-minute drive. We beat the Bears 17-20 on a last-minute drive and sneak into the playoffs. We beat the Packers 31-24. So my experience was with him, ice cold, never crumbled under the pressure. He would always come in, say some little joke, hey, boys, it's time to do this again. Like, let's go get this one. And it's business as usual. And you just believed in him. He would call in meetings at 6, 7 a.m. right before breakfast or before special teams started, before the team meeting to make sure the offense was on the page. This is what we're going over this weekend. Does anybody have any questions? He's going to stay late. And the backup quarterback on that roster was Dan Orlovsky, the guy who said the Bears were going to get beat. Yeah. Dano was a fun guy. I always used to hang out and shoot the stuff with him as well. But Stafford, unbelievable competitor, guy that's going to play through anything. Everybody respects him. He's just so cool with everybody on the team and just a quarterback that you want to play for.
I think because of that reputation and the results, you look at the finger injury and you wonder how much it'll affect him. You doubt it'll be a big factor. But I do wonder, in that context, can you apply that to what you might expect him to be like in this cold weather? The numbers, whether they're official or not, they do suggest that he struggles when it's 20 degrees or colder, like anybody might, but especially somebody who played indoors for so long and now is in the sunshine of Los Angeles. What do you expect from Matthew Stafford in light of the conditions?
I got some numbers Ryan Porth just gave me right back here. And they were very telling. I'll get to those, but here's my take on the weather. I know Stafford played in the NFC North. Devontae Adams played in the NFC North. Blake Corum, a guy who played at Notre Dame. There's guys that have played in the cold weather. But I'll say this. I grew up in Dwight, Illinois. I'm from this area. I played in cold weather. You know, I went to college in Missouri. It gets cold there, not as cold as here. Played in Philadelphia, cold weather. I go to Jacksonville for 4 years, Mully. I didn't want to see the cold. I got used to that sunshine. It's 70, 80 every day. I got nice and tan. Didn't care, but I didn't want to go play anywhere cold at that point. It changes. You're out there in California, living the good life. Then you come back to Chicago and it's 15 degrees with wind and wind chill. It changes. You're not used to it. And here's the other thing. When we were playing in Detroit, we were a dome team.
Yes.
Right? If you
Built
wanted
for a dome.
if
Yeah.
you were built for a dome, but if you were playing outside, all you had to do was go outside and practice in the weather, and that kind of acclimated you towards it. In what are they going to do in California? Turn up the air conditioning? There's no way to acclimate for that weather. And here's the numbers that Ryan Porth gave me that I think are pretty telling to how this weather could affect them. When the temp is 40 degrees or lower, Matthew Stafford has a record of 1 in 9. In games where there is rain or snow, Stafford has a record of 1 in 9. The coldest game Stafford played was 45 degrees with a light drizzle in Charlotte. He threw 2 interceptions, including a pick 6, a fumble, and the loss to the Panthers the last time they did that. Dome teams in the last decade in the playoffs when playing under 40 degrees on the road. What record, David Haugh, in 16 games? Dome teams, games under 40 degrees. What do you think the record was? 16 games.
16 games, 10-6, 6-10.
4 and something.
1 in 15.
Wow.
1 in 15. The forecast right now calls for 16 degrees at kickoff Sunday night on the lakefront.
And the night game, I know it's not much of a difference, but I believe there is no sun out at night at all. I'm almost convinced of it. It's colder.
Absolutely.
Those are convincing numbers, and I do think it will have some sort of impact. How will the Bear defense be impacted without TJ Edwards?
I think DeMarco Jackson came in, man. I'm not saying he's TJ Edwards, but he made some plays. He started a little slow, but I was very impressed with how he played. He's a guy that can shed tackles. To me, he doesn't look like a special teamer. He looks like a starting NFL linebacker. I watched that film twice now. Very impressed with him. I was impressed with what Grady Jarrett did. And Austin Booker, before Ben Johnson even gave him the game ball, David, I said, Austin Booker, he was David's dog of the week, woof, woof, on CHSN. David has a dog of the week defensively. Austin Booker came to play, and this guy was unblockable at certain points in the game. He's only 23. That's also something people don't realize. He's so athletic. He's one of those guys that is getting stronger. He's able to take on blocks. But if guys shoot off and try to really get off the ball on him, he's going to move out the way, get back in his gap before the ball comes, and he is just becoming a very tough block. I look at that film, I go, I don't want to block that guy. Let me block that guy, Montez Sweat, more than I want to block Austin Booker.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
interesting. And yet he got a game ball.
Montez Sweat. That's what I also said. I go, how did Montez Sweat get the game ball
Didn't
when
he have 7 pressures or something?
he had some solid pressures, but I think Austin Booker's were more impressive because sometimes Sweat's were Jordan Love to the right. Here's something I found interesting. The Rams offense is pretty similar to the Bears in a certain way, and this is why you might miss TJ Edwards because he's so intelligent. The Rams offense, first in motion rate in the entire NFL. They run the McVay offense, a ton of motion. You got to be on your stuff and know your checks, know where you're supposed to be in your gaps, slide the defensive line. You know who's second? The Bears. The Bears are second in motion rate. First in play action rate for the Los Angeles Rams. Number 1 play action team in football. I mean, that's tough to defend. Number 2, the Bears. Air yards per attempt. They like to throw the ball down the field with Stafford. The Rams are second in air yards per attempt. The Bears are 6th. There's a lot of similarities between Ben Johnson and Sean McVay.
You know, what's interesting with, we're just talking about Stafford for a second. When you were with him in Detroit, the rap on him or the question about him was the many different arm angles that he was able to use and use too often. That's changed since he hooked up with McVay. He's no longer doing some of the weird stuff he would do when he was in Detroit. It's almost like that, and I mean, McVay is an amazing coach because, as we've talked about, he started out with a certain type of offense. The league reacted to it, and he's changed what he's doing as well. I mean, it's not many people that can just shift away from what you once did to almost like a new type of offense or a different, for sure, type of offense. What was it with him that brought out the best in Stafford, and then amazingly Ben Johnson is there and brings out the best in Goff? It's like both those quarterbacks are different players, and they were involved in this trade, which is one of the biggest trades in the league for both teams.
And if you listen to Sean McVay's press conference, I mean, he's giving compliments to Ben Johnson, saying you saw what he was able to do with Jared. You know, he created, and McVay obviously knew Jared. He created an offense to his strengths. And then he goes to Chicago, and you see some of the similar things, but you also see he has shifted the offense to Caleb's strengths. And I think that's the same thing that Sean McVay has done. They play so much to the strengths of their players. They're not some of these guys like when Shane Waldron, I know that's the name, he who shall not be named. I'm watching Harry Potter right now, and they called that of Voldemort, the guy, he who shall not be named.
Yeah.
Shane Waldron, he came in, he just tried to fit Caleb Williams into Geno Smith's offense.
Right.
Didn't change a thing. Ben Johnson didn't come in and try to fit Caleb Williams into Jared Goff's offense, an offense he had a ton of success in. Best offense in the league.
Right.
No, he changed it, and that's why he was so successful. And Sean McVay, he knows who's on his team. He was never a huge 3 tight end guys. You look at the tight ends they're using out there, they're using a ton of tight ends. They're using more 2 tight end sets than the Bears. They're top 5 in the league in that. And that is also something else that you have to be prepared for. I know the Bears got some good tight ends. So do the Rams. But McVay is so good about scheming guys open. You saw one of the touchdowns last week. I'm watching this tape. You got Puka Nacua in the backfield in a empty set. And Puka's in the backfield. They get a one-on-one coverage. Puka slides right by the safety. Get him on a safety, man-to-man, slides him right by his safety, catches a touchdown. Same type of stuff you're seeing with Ben Johnson, where you got Colson Loveland in the backfield. You'll see DeAndre Swift and Luther Burden in the backfield. Different situations to just try to get teams to match up a certain way, and you'll see who's got the man-to-man coverage. They're both so intelligent about seeing these schemes, but I think Dennis Allen, seen a lot of football, he's going to know not to get Puka Nacua man-to-man on a safety.
You have, in 9 years in the NFL, played with some elite quarterbacks. Brady, Vic, Breeze, Stafford. Blake Bortles had a good run.
The boat, baby, yeah.
Yeah, in Jacksonville, where you spent a majority of your time. Just wonder, when you hear that list and you access those memories of those experiences, what stands out about Matthew Stafford in comparison to some of those other great quarterbacks? Because Matthew Stafford is somebody we speak of now in a future Hall of Fame context.
What stands out to me about Stafford was the comebacks is probably the first thing. We were never down. It was similar to this with the Bears, not to this extent. We didn't win the division, but it was every week we got down and we just trusted Staff was going to bring us back. And you have weapons on this Bears team. We didn't have weapons on that Lions team. I mean, we had Marvin Jones at receiver. Golden Tate was solid. Anquan Bolden was out there in a wheelchair. I mean, end of his career. I love Anquan, but I'm like, this guy can't run anymore. Yeah. Somehow we would always make a play, though. Tight end, Eric Ebron was okay. Brandon Pettigrew, myself, Matthew Mulligan. You know, that was a guy. He was a player of the NFL. Funny enough, Mully.
I'm related to him. No,
Are you?
I'm not.
He was a strong dude, man.
Yeah.
He's probably the strongest guy in the NFL.
They say that Irish guys named Mulligan beat the hell out of you. No one's ever said that.
It's possible. But what he was able to do with an offense that he probably had the worst weapons in the NFC North that year, we ended up making the playoffs. Didn't win the division. We made the playoffs. Was incredible. You always knew he was going to multiply. He was going to make you better. And he was just a guy in the huddle. He was, the way he would call a play, it was like he was telling you a story. He just put it perfectly. Like Mike Vick in the huddle, I'm like, what did you just say, man? Like, are we, like some of these guys in the huddle, Blake Bortles, it's like he's like asking you what you're doing. Like he's like, we got green rights, 373. I mean, he's a rookie, he's young at this point, but Stafford was just in total command of the offense. Checks came out early. The adjustments came out early. If we were opposing the play early, just ran the operation perfectly. And that's something I always remember. I'm like, man, this guy is just on his stuff.
We'll let you go, Clay, but just on the way out, do you have a lean? You don't have to make a pick. It takes a while to do that, but do you feel like the Bears belong in this game, can win this game, will win this game.
Absolutely, man. We talked about this weather. This is Bear weather. I'm not one to turn away now. I think this is a team of destiny, David Haugh. I know David's very analytical and wants to look at all the numbers. I'm throwing the iPad out the window here at the Odyssey building. I'm going with the Bears. It's going to be a higher scoring game, 27-24. Bears win. Let's bear down.
Beautiful.
Great stuff, Clay.
Thank you, Clay.
See you later today.
Great stuff. We'll be right back with Chris Chelios, Mully, and Haugh on the score.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on the score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. This is Michael Jordan time, and Caleb handles the moment, and man, who knows how far this is going to go.
Steve.
Caleb has grown into the Iceman, and we're in the divisional playoffs hosting the Rams. Bring on the Rams, that warm weather team. Come to Chicago, 20 degrees, windy weather. Let's go.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Looking for a stable career you can count on in 2026? Don't miss Uline's warehouse hiring event this January in Kenosha County. Backed by over 45 years of success, Uline offers job stability, training, and the chance to build a rewarding career. New warehouse team members earn $26 an hour or more, plus full health coverage and 401k with 6% match starting day one. Sign up for your warehouse interview on Saturday, January 17th in Kenosha County at uline.jobs. That's uline.jobs.
Good morning. This is your Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast mix and match alarm. We've got fluffy eggs and sausage on a made-from-scratch biscuit ready, or perhaps biscuit and gravy. Ooh, maybe a sweet cinnamon roll. Wake up and smell that sweet deal. Mix and match any 2 for just $5 for a limited time, only at Hardee's. Don't snooze on the app. Snag juicy deals, order ahead, and get to work on time. Maybe. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Plumbing emergencies happen. Burst pipes, backed up drains, sump pump failures, and water heater issues can wreak havoc. When they do, depend on Plumbers 911 for fast, reliable help. Available 24/7. Plumbers 911 connects you with licensed, highly skilled local plumbers ready to fix the problem quickly and correctly. Backed by the training, expertise, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers. The experts who keep your home running smoothly. Call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats, they're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Chris Chelios.
Up the boards to Chelios with room. He shoots and score!
That MGM ambassador, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Nice play by Chris Chelios.
Hockey Hall of Famer.
Chris Chelios is not human. I'm convinced of it. Not only will he go in the Hall of Fame, I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
3-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Joining us now is BetMGM ambassador Chris Chelios. BetMGM, make it legendary. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And Chris joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Chris, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing well.
You know, we're kind of celebrating the Bears, to be honest with you. It's just been one of those weeks, that game against the Packers and winning it and the way they came back and the amount of heartache that caused to the fine folks up in Green Bay. I think it was very enjoyable for Bears fans.
Oh, no question. It would have been such a bummer to lose, especially to Green Bay. And then that pretty much, I think, for everybody in Chicago makes their season, just the fact that they took down Green Bay. And, you know, so much for dry January. It's going to be we live for another tailgate. So awesome.
Chris, do you know Matthew Stafford from your time in Detroit or your years going to L.A.? Are you familiar with him? Do you have any kind of relationship with him?
I am. He's just a super guy, incredible, family guy. Hard to cheer against them, and when they're not playing the Bears, obviously I love cheering him on. He's first ballot Hall of Fame, no question. What a career he's had, and still going. But I hope that Chicago cold goes right through that old body of his and his arm, and he freezes up like most old guys do in the cold.
Hockey question for you, Chelly. When you look at Team Canada for the Olympics, the other night, Monday, Lightning forward Braden Point injured his right knee, and he is now looks like could be out for 3 weeks to a month. That would overlap with the Olympics, and Connor Bedard now is back in the mix. Potentially, there's speculation that he could be added if Braden Point's injury is bad enough. What are you hearing, and how likely is that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he spoke to Cooper and the Canada, the management, and he's right, he's still on a chance to get there. Wilson also from Washington. I don't know what his status is either, but he's got to be, number one or two, down the line here to be going there. And even as an alternate, if there's anything can happen once they get there, and he can find himself in the the mix of it. That's great for him. And, nobody wishes for injuries, but, the way he's been going this year and, he came back from that injury and didn't miss a beat. I think he had the flu bug last game that's going through the team, but he's got to be excited. It'd be great if he somehow ended up there.
Chris, you mentioned the cold in Chicago, and obviously Stafford and that team is in Los Angeles, and it's a pronounced difference, and there are the so-called snowbirds that like to get out of the cold and find some heat. This is kind of the opposite for these guys. They've never played in a game this cold. Does that have an impact? I mean, I know we joke about old guys and their bodies. I mean, good God, that is tough to go into sub-temperatures. Yeah,
there's no question, especially the quarterback position, right? So, it just remains to be seen what the weather is going to be like. It ended up being a pretty nice day or night that night against Green Bay compared to what they were, forecasting. But if that wind gets going and that cold, starts howling through Soldiers Field, it's got to be tough on Stafford. You saw what happened to the Chargers. I think that had a big effect on them too. So hopefully that'll be the case. And, Caleb Williams, young kid, and doesn't know any better. He'll go out there and do his thing.
Chris, I think Tyler Bertuzzi is the most underrated athlete in Chicago this year. Leads the Hawks in goals, and nobody could really identify him probably. He's always in front of the net, making an impact. I hope the Hawks don't trade him at the deadline. He's had a good season reunited with Jeff Blashill. How surprised are you?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him play for Blast in Grand Rapids. They won the Calder Cup, and then he followed Blast Detroit wing when he signed with the Red Wings. So his issue, throughout his career, Bert, has been injuries, right? And he seems to be okay. He's, having a terrific season, as you mentioned, leading the team in goals. But there's no one better in front of the net. He kind of reminds me of Thomas Holmstrom. Maybe not the greatest skater, but he's always got his stick on the puck. He's managed to get in the crease and without, interfering. He's just got that's his skill set. And what a terrific year, him and Bedard together. And he just kind of camps on that far post and puts his stick against his skates and directs everything in the net. So it's great for him to see, and hopefully, they can continue to keep him with the Hawks and start this building process to get in the playoffs.
Chelly, we'll let you go. Just curious who you picking in this Bears-Lions, the Bears-Rams game.
Lions, yeah. I got to go with the Bears. I mean, they're on such a roll right now, and the way they've been winning at the end, it's frustrating for 3 quarters. You're losing your mind, and all of a sudden, you're not leaving because they've done this, 5 or 6 times during the course of the year. So I think everything's going their way. So I'm going to go with the Bears.
Beautiful. Thanks so much, Chris. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Chelly.
You bet, guys. Thank you.
That is Chris Chelios. Always a joy to talk to him. We're going to have Stacey Dales next on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Middays 10 a.m. to 2.
It is their identity, winning these games. Can you count the Bears out of any game?
No.
Ever again?
No, I won't.
Okay, cool. So it only took us until after the regular season to figure out who this team is. And thank goodness they're still playing, but that's it. It's win at all costs right now. And think about last season when they found every single possible way to lose.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's the best home improvement you can do this winter? How about transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor? This is one of the real upgrades to your life, for God's sake. And now is the time to call them because it's during their preseason sale. You'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you in the winter, and they can even secure it on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. And in one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer and Cross. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to ComerCross.com.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. You know showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew is here for you. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. It's time for you to be more confident where it counts, at night or in the daytime, whatever you're into. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
This segment sponsored by Studio 41.
Remodeling your kitchen or bathroom? Studio 41 can help. Our home design showroom offers a great selection of kitchen and bath products featuring the bold look of Kohler. Visit us online at shopstudio41.com to find a showroom near you.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the brand names like GE, Cafe, and more during New Year, new appliance sale at Grand Appliance, where you get hundreds in savings you won't find elsewhere. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom today. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24-month bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. It's supposed to be 17 degrees Sunday night when the Bears take on the Rams over at Soldier Field. You'll watch that game on NBC. It's a 5:30 kick. Right now the Rams are minus 3.5, the total 49. We're going to discuss Bears, Rams next with Stacey Dales from the NFL Network. Mike Tomlin stepped down after 19 seasons with the Steelers. The Blackhawks, they're going to skate over at the United Center on Thursday night against the Calgary Flames. But tonight, the Bulls will be back at the United Center, part of a back-to-back. They've got the Jazz in town. It's a 6:45 pregame right here on the Score. And CubsCon starts this Friday. The Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Stacey Dales, NFL Network correspondent.
Here at Hallis Hall, as expected, continued buzz around the quarterback.
Breaking down the Bears beating news around the NFL.
DJ, what makes Caleb so special in these big moments?
He's just the brightest thing on the field.
All-pro, Kevin Byard, your reaction?
Oh, my God. I mean, we're called the Cardiac Bears for a reason. I mean, Caleb did it again. So we call him the Iceman. He lives for these situations.
Former WNBA star.
Didn't see her coming, and Perkins gets the clean steal over to Dales. Easy land. Stacey Dales off a beautiful feed from Elaine Collins.
Stacey Dales with Mully and Haugh.
And I live in Chicago, and I do the Score radio, a little plug there.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Stacey Dales. She's with the NFL Network, and she's been covering the Bears. She covered last week's game. She got this week's game. Stacey doesn't have to leave town, for God's sake, and always a joy to talk to her. Stacey joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Stacey, good morning. How are ya?
Good morning, guys. I'll take home games in this weather any day of the week. Any day of the week.
Well, I'm trying to remember, but doesn't DJ Moore just score touchdowns in front of you for a living? I mean, every time I look at the overview, it's like you're standing there as that guy's running in the end zone.
Yeah, it's really cool. You're happy for a guy like DJ Moore to have his moments to shine, right? In the playoffs and down the stretch this season. I just know that Ben has always kind of seen him as their Deebo Samuel, and he's been sort of gadgety throughout the season, but it's the big plays, the rehearsed plays that we see, and it was really cool. You look at a screenplay early in the game, Ben goes back to it because they think it'll work at the end of the game. So just really good schematically by Ben Johnson, and once again, I mean, the fact that Chicago rattles off 25 points, I mean, talking to Packers people afterwards, just absolutely in shock. And the lesson learned is, and I said this last week, and I said this the week previous, and I said it the week previous to that, if you take your foot off the gas pedal against the Chicago Bears, it is a basketball game. And you guys know, you're down 20 in a game against shooters, they can claw back into it with a few threes. And that's what these teams can do. That's what they have the capability of doing. You're talking about two quarterbacks, first overall picks in Matthew Stafford and Caleb Williams, that both have the ability in the fourth quarter to do those things. And so this will have to be Chicago's best performance defensively in this game, obviously.
Experience always matters in the postseason, but I wonder how you would compare the way past experience from the Rams, who have been on a Super Bowl run successfully with Stafford and McVay, versus the recent experiences of the Bears in winning 7 games in the final 2 minutes when they have trailed. So you have trust in Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. If this game is close, how does experience factor in?
Well, we talked about this, David, last week, right? We had this discussion last week on the radio, and I think now, and I said last week, if you're playing Matthew Stafford, it does mean it make a difference, and I do believe that. And it's not just because he's 6-2 with Sean McVay in the playoffs and has won a Super Bowl. When you look at the numbers, Davante Adams, for instance, since he entered the league, nobody has more receiving touchdowns in the playoffs than Davante Adams. Nobody averages more receiving yards in 4 games than Puka Nacua. He's averaging about 108 in the playoffs in his career. So, and you go back and you look historically at that Super Bowl run and how brilliant they were, and how great Cooper Kupp was. So Sean McVay is, when push comes to shove, I mean, these guys rise to the occasion. Matthew Stafford, I found an interesting nugget, actually. Kurt Warner, obviously, you guys, he does some stuff with the Score, and he's a friend of mine, and I work with him. Only Kurt Warner has averaged more pass yards per game in the playoffs than Matthew Stafford. So my point is, Stafford averages 304, and this is going to be a shootout to me. And Ben Johnson, I think, if you're a Bears fan, you're fortunate because Ben wants to outscore you. You go into any press conference that they don't win a game, he'll be pissed off about lack of points scored because they didn't score more than the opponent. And so this could very well be a shootout. We will see. But it's going to be fascinating to see how this Bears defense handles Matthew Stafford on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that. Listen, the playoffs are such that every opponent should be better than the previous one, and of course the familiarity that the Bears had with the Green Bay Packers long gone, and this is a different team, and Stafford was probably the MVP of the league this year, and he's coming in with a couple of great receivers, and it's going to be hard just to outscore them. You're going to have to play defense. You got to figure out a way to stop them from scoring. I'm not sure how you do that with the Bears defense.
Well, and Matthew Stafford, to your point, for everybody, he put everybody on notice once again. I mean, he had 46 touchdowns in the regular season. He had nearly 5,000 passing yards in the regular season. His numbers were insane. And his relationship at this point with Sean McVay is just brilliant. I mean, it's really special, and you're right. I just, the Bears take the ball away. Now, they didn't take it away from Green Bay, but I just really felt that Matt LaFleur, obviously Dennis Allen made some really strategic changes, and they got better push in the second half defensively up front. But you can't take your foot off the gas, and I don't see Sean McVay as somebody who's going to do that on Sunday, which is why I think if you're the Bears, you've got to score in the first half, and you've got to score a ton of points.
What makes anybody think that the Bears have the defensive backs to stop Puka Nacua or Davante Adams? I know they can, but it's a fair question given what we last saw from the Bears secondary, and I think if you're looking for an area where the Rams can exploit the Bears, it would be with those mismatches.
Yeah, I mean, Kyler Gordon was just coming back last week. I think we saw that he wasn't obviously up to his 100% potential, right, on a few of those plays in the open field. So hopefully for the Bears, like he has, a week under his belt now, he can be used strategically by Dennis Allen. But this is a tall order. Now, the Rams have given up some points defensively. I think in large part, a part of that is they were the number one scoring offense in football. They score a lot of points. And so what does the other team do against the best scoring offense in football when they're down? They throw the ball. So by the nature of the way the games have gone, that they've given up some points, I think, down the stretch towards the end of this season. But make no mistake about it. I mean, they are one of two teams defensively, the Rams, to have 3 players with 50 or more pressures in 2025. They're able to rush with their front, and, their front is really good. And I think we'll probably hear Ben Johnson talk about it a little bit this week. But, when you talk about Fisk and you talk about Turner and Byron Young, who I'm going to have on the phone this afternoon. They have some Jared Verse. They have really good pressure up front. They were one of the top QB pressure teams in the league. They pressured roughly 38% of the time this past season in the regular season. Although I would say this, I don't know if you guys went back and listened to Sean McVay on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke really early on Monday morning. I love covering Sean McVay. It's just a dream. The way he describes things, the way that he spoke about Caleb Williams was better than anybody this season. And the fact that he alluded to the notion that he has studied Ben Johnson, and a very interesting storyline that, his former quarterback, Jared Goff, goes to play in Detroit, and Ben coaches him to the best year of his career and is doing some of the same foundational principles with Caleb, although he has adjusted, obviously, to the athleticism of Caleb Williams. So the respect that McVay has for not only Ben Johnson, but Caleb Williams. I mean, he literally said on Monday that this is the reason the Bears are winning games, this player. That's how special he sees Caleb Williams. So I have to think what they're doing defensively in Los Angeles with Chris Shula and, sitting down. Sean McVay will be in those meetings. What are we going to do with this young man? You have to be very strategic how you rush Caleb Williams. It's a luxury to have him in the pocket if you're Ben Johnson. And I had this conversation last week with Quay Walker. You can't rush with 5 all the time. You just can't do it because Caleb is just too elusive, and now you lose a body in coverage. So it's a good position to be in if you're Chicago, but certainly want to see some of the opportunities in Chicago's offense come to life. They were one of the most explosive offenses in the NFL this season, but so were the Rams. So this is the reason this game is on Sunday night is because you have these two dynamic quarterbacks, albeit a huge gap in age difference.
Yeah, I think that it's fascinating to watch what's happened with Caleb Williams. Not just what's happened late in games, but, winning that playoff game and the way that they won it. He's taken on it seems like the Bears fan base is growing. It seems like there are a lot of Caleb Williams fans now, people interested in how he does it, what they're doing. There are a lot of people. I mean, you guys must get great ratings when these guys are on because the games are insane. They're so dumb. They're so crazy the way they turn out. And you look at...
They're so dumb.
It's dumb. It's dumb that they can win that game. That's absurd. It doesn't make logical sense. It's whoever wrote this script that, okay, sure, yeah, I believe you. It's like a Disney movie on steroids, how they finish and end these games. But it's been going on now, and there is this magical element to it. It's like the guy is otherworldly at various points in a game.
Did you guys go get your Caleb Williams tattoos yet?
No.
No.
We've managed to avoid that.
That's surprising because I think everybody in Chicago is. So.
We'll wait a little bit on that.
It's crazy, though. It really is just an absurdity.
A little strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little strange to go get a tattoo of any athlete, but I won't judge you. It is. It's pretty wild. And again, listen to Sean McVay. People, go back and listen to his press conference on Monday. I mean, the way that he spoke about this guy, to call him the difference, he said he's going to be a nightmare to defend. He said that they have a belief they can find ways to finish, and that's why they're in this situation. It's why they get back in games because of him, he said. He's an explosive play waiting to happen. I mean, give the guy his flowers. I mean, when I spoke to somebody with Green Bay last week, and I said, so you guys call him Houdini, huh? Because Rashawn Gary told me a few weeks ago they call Caleb Williams Houdini in Green Bay. And I even think Jeff Hafley mentioned that in a press conference. And the individual that I spoke to said, no, I'm not going that far. We're not going that far with him. Probably you should, okay? Like, probably you should realize that this young man has given life to not just an entire team. I mean, when I hear a player in DJ Moore tell me he's the light on the field, and when I have Kevin Byard tell me we call him the Iceman for a reason, and then you look at people getting his tattoo, I mean, like, at a certain point, you got to start believing in Caleb Williams. I mean, let's not be silly about it. I mean, he's really special. And it sure is making the decision to bring in Ben Johnson to pair with him really special. You know, what's interesting about these two coaches is when Sean McVay took over the Rams, they were the worst offensive team in the National Football League back in 2017, I believe it was. They were the worst. And when the Bears got Ben Johnson, they were one of the worst, if not the worst, offensive team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And what both coaches have done is absolutely spectacular.
Stacey, when you look at the elements and the weather expected on Sunday night, I'm very curious, not just to see what coat you bring out next, but I also think, very cool one, by the way, that the effect it will have on Matthew Stafford, who isn't statistically very good in those conditions. And we all have seen the numbers and we all can have the expectation. But realistically, what difference will it make with the Bears being acclimated to what they're going to be playing in and the Rams not?
I do think that it matters to a degree, just in terms of getting used to it in game, because it is. I mean, it's going to be much colder than it was last weekend. I don't know how much it will snow. I walked out to a blizzard this morning. It's bipolar. The weather is bipolar, and I say that very lovingly in Chicago. And but I also know that Matthew Stafford, this will be, I believe, his 23rd game versus Chicago in his career. Now, his first in the playoffs against the Bears, but he's well aware of what it's like coming to Soldier Field. So it's not like he's not unfamiliar with the footing, the environment. You know what I mean? Like and the same with Devontae Adams. And so I do though think, you know, you have to, when you get to play in Los Angeles all the time, or in a dome for that matter, it is different, and it is something that you have to adjust to in game. And so I think, like, how quickly can they adjust in game will be the question for me.
You know, we talk about the weather all the time. We talk about advantage Bears, and, you know, I get it. I understand when you're living in a warm climate and your blood hasn't really coagulated like ours has. You know, they always claim that the Eastern Conference played a different style of basketball, a lot more physical, because the West was showtime because they could all run because they were all outside and, you know, living by the swimming pool. How, just looking out the window, you got to wonder, this has to have some kind of impact. This has to be, if it's 16 degrees, that's got to, you know, somebody is going to cower in this.
Yeah, and again, I don't disparage it, Mully. Absolutely not. I mean, it's you know, if you grew up in this sort of thing, you're used to it. But, like, I don't. Isn't Matthew Stafford from the South?
Yeah, Georgia.
Texas.
Yeah.
No, he
or Texas, but he went to
Georgia.
No, he
grew up
he
in
grew
Texas.
up in Dallas, but he went to Georgia. Okay.
Either way, it's it is an adjustment, and I think if you're a Chicago Bear, you welcome it, and Bears fans will welcome it. But it's also the last game, so it is going to continue to dip in the temperature area. But you know, these teams are prepared. They're going to travel with a ton of cold weather gear, and I just think it's going to be a really fantastic game. Chicago makes it fantastic by the nature of the way they have closed things out this season. But, you know, I think Matthew Stafford. Now, there's been a lot of questions, guys, about his sprained index finger on his throwing hand. if it is just a sprain, because McVay, again, in his 30-minute press conference on Monday, he said three different times it's just a sprain. He's going to be fine. If it's, in effect, a sprain, but it is his index finger, so the position on a football with the index finger is really critical, right? So does the weather impact that? You shoot it up, you medicinally address it, and he goes out, and I don't see it being an issue. If, in fact, it is a sprain. And I don't think, you would purposely say it out loud and go on the record. If it was something more concerning, I don't think it would be spoken of to that degree. So it seems to be just a sprain, and I don't foresee it being an issue for Matthew Stafford on Sunday night.
Great stuff, Stacey. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Yep. You guys have a great week. We'll see you then.
We'll be right back. We're going to bring in Ross Tucker. He's doing this game for Westwood One. So we'll get
with Kevin Harlan, I
Ross's
believe.
Perspective with the great Kevin Harlan.
Yes.
The older brother of Chicago-based super agent Brian Harlan, if we must bring that up. Love Brian. And Ross Tucker will help us out next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Let's do it, baby.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and the Score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, what's the best home improvement you can do this winter? It's the exact same home improvement you should have done last summer, because there is nothing like being able to transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. And now is the time to call them during their preseason sale. You're going to get a phenomenal Comer and Cross garage floor price to go with that phenomenal garage floor, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer and Cross, they make it so easy. They take all your stuff out for you, and in the winter, they can even secure it on site, and they'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. And one day, you're going to be driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer and Cross. All you got to do, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, COMER, Cross.com.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
Chicago homeowners know when the pressure is on, and you need a team when it is that you can trust. And the team at Matrix Basement Finishing, the guys with the X, they're here for you. Matrix Basements is an authority in premier basement finishing. Thousands of successful local projects completed right here by Matrix. From concept to completion, Matrix Basements delivers expert craftsmanship without the stress. Elevate your home's value and host the total confidence with Matrix Basement Finishing. The guys with the X. See why Matrix Basements is the industry leader. Check them out for yourself at matrixbasements.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Mike Tomlin stepping down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers is a win-win for everybody. It is a win for fans of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh needed to move on. Mike Tomlin needs a fresh start. Obviously, it's a win for him. And for football fans, if he does TV this year, do you understand how good he's going to be talking about football on television? I think it's going to upgrade the experience massively. I think this is a win for all parties. I'm Nick Costos.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Ross Tucker podcast.
What the Bears have done this year is absolutely incredible. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I still have no idea how they won that game last week against the Packers on Saturday night.
Analyst for Westwood One.
Bully ball up front. It's just inside zone to the left. That's as physical of a play as you get.
Ross Tucker with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
If Wildest Dreams by Taylor Swift came on, I would rock out because that song's awesome.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And Ross joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Ross, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Probably not as good as you guys and everybody listening right now is doing, but I'm doing pretty good. Thank you.
Yeah, the city of Chicago is shot out of a cannon. It was an extraordinary victory for a number of reasons. Number one, how unlikely the comeback was. Number two, how they seemed to be outplayed to a point where even the head coach was willing to go for it on the 32-yard line on a 4th down because you had to score points because the Green Bay Packers were scoring at will early in that game, and that blew up on them. And I think that all in all, when the Bears won that game, not just winning a playoff game, not just seeing Caleb Williams kind of turning into this incredible playoff quarterback, but beating the Green Bay Packers, it was just an extraordinary moment here in town, and people are talking about it like it's one of those games you'll remember for years to come.
I mean, well, first of all, I'll be in the booth on Sunday with Kevin Harlan, and I can't wait. I cannot wait for the environment in Soldier Field. It's going to be insane, and it should be. And you guys have to tell me, I mean, it feels like the biggest Bears win in like 20 years. I mean, it's just everything you just mentioned, for it to be a home playoff game, for it to be against the Packers, to come from behind, to win the rubber match. I mean, you guys played the audio earlier, but, like, think about these things. They were 1 for 4 on 4th down. Caleb threw 2 picks in the Packers' red zone. This defense, which is based almost exclusively on turnovers, didn't get one, and yet they won the game. I mean, it's just remarkable. And I don't think we can overstate how significant it is for future years, because now any player that's on that roster, anytime you get in situations like that, they know that they've got the coach, and more importantly, they know that they've got the quarterback. I mean, you guys know I played for 5 teams, and, you know, I played with some quarterbacks that you're down late, and it's like, you know, like I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win. There's other quarterbacks where it was, oh, man, I don't know. And then when I was in New England, we knew we were going to win because we had Brady. We had the guy. You know, it's like that confidence just oozes and permeates throughout the entire sideline and the huddle. And that's what the Bears have going right now with Caleb Williams. I knew he was talented. I did not know he was this clutch. And obviously, you guys know, we talked in the offseason and stuff, certainly was not expecting him to play this well, to have this good of a season. I'm thrilled for you guys. I got a bunch of buddies that are from Chicago, live in Chicago. Thrilled for you guys that I was wrong.
As you prepare for this game, Ross, and you look at the Bears on tape, where do you see them having, number one, their biggest strength, and number two, the biggest reason to believe they can beat the Rams?
Well, I don't think the Rams are playing their best football as of late. I mean, if you look over the last month or so, they had that game where they lost in Carolina and Stafford turned it over. They had the game where they were up big in Seattle to be the number 1 seed probably, and they blew it. And then even like week 18 against the Cardinals, they didn't look that great. And then last week, there's no chance I would have thought the Panthers would score over 30 points against the Rams. So I have thought for most of the year that the Rams were the best team, and they still might be, but it kind of feels to me like the Bears are getting them at the right time. Their defense is not playing great. I mean, Arizona moved the ball on them. Seattle got them in the fourth quarter and second half. You know, Carolina, Jalen Coker from Holy Cross, 9 catches, like 140 yards. I picture this game being high-scoring shootout, and I do think that's the recipe for success for the Bears to win. And I'll give you one more. They got to make a play on special teams. Kind of like Duvernay with the return last week. The Rams special teams are either the worst or second worst in the league, depending on which metrics you look at. They got a punt blocked last week. That has to be the difference in the game. The Bears have to get one play of significance on special teams, And I think a win for the Bears is 30-27, 33-30. Obviously, the turnovers are a big factor as well, but that's what it looks like. They need to turn over Stafford, win special teams, and Caleb has to do his part, and maybe not wait till the fourth quarter this time.
There are some unbelievable statistics connected to that game. You know, for instance, the Bears won 2 of their 3 games against Green Bay this year, and they did so without ever running a play on offense with the lead, and yet they end up 2-1. Caleb Williams in his career now is 3-2 against Green Bay. He won a game at the end of the year, and they won the 2 games this year. If you combine the collective records of Mitch Trubisky, of Justin Fields, and Jay Cutler as Bears against Green Bay, Caleb 3-2, collectively they are 3-23. It is just, the Bears have lost so many games to Green Bay. It was such an emotional victory. You saw the hijinks in the post-game locker room. Everybody shot out of a cannon, all the cheese graters out in full force. I'm just wondering, from your experience in the many games you've played and from covering so many games, I'm curious, how do you deal with that emotional difference? Going from this peak moment to like back to a street fight. It just feels like it's something they've got to deal with.
I think it's a terrific point because we just talked about it being maybe the biggest win in 20 years. Everyone's excited. Everyone's telling them how great they are. I've seen this go one of 2 ways. I've seen it go where that momentum, that excitement, especially when you're playing at home, propels them in the next game. And they play even better, and they play well, and they keep it rolling. I've also seen where there's sort of a letdown the next game because, those guys probably, if they want to, were doing appearances, all week around the city for good money. And, so it's really Ben Johnson and the leadership's job to make sure those guys are locked in because – the Rams are good, but they're not unbeatable, and neither, by the way, would the Seahawks be the following week. It's not outside the realm of possibility that the Bears go to the Super Bowl. Do I think it's likely? No. I think that the Rams and the Seahawks are probably the 2 best teams. I think they'll probably play in the NFC Championship game. But the Bears have shown that they're not really afraid of people. That win in Philadelphia was crazy impressive to me, and they have a belief, and that belief can go a long way. It is going to be freezing, and I don't care what Stafford says. I don't care what the Rams say. You can't adjust for that. You can go indoors and you can, play. You can crank up the noise. They're not going into a meat locker to practice. Like they can't go in somewhere in LA and have it be 18 degrees. You can't replicate that, which is even another advantage for the Bears.
We're talking with Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker here on Mully and Haugh, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, so you get prepared in doing your research because there will be a time, I suspect, Sunday, where Ben Johnson, 4th and whatever, in his own territory, is going to go for it. And he did it last week. They were 2 for 6 on 4th down. He explained it that he wanted to be aggressive. It's a playoff mindset, and he was protecting his defense, even though he claimed to have trusted his defense. What do you think about all that? How aggressive is too aggressive, and what do you expect?
Well, it's funny because he took the same mindset they had in Detroit with Dan Campbell. And I think once you are a play caller like Ben Johnson, and once you recognize the value of what you can call on 3rd down if you know you're going to go for it on fourth down. I think that's what people lose sight of sometimes, is that if you have a pretty good idea you're going to go for it on fourth down, you can call things on third down that the defense is not expecting. Let me give you an example. Let's say it's 3rd and 8, okay? Well, they're going to probably drop into coverage, drop into zone coverage, rush 4. They're going to allow you maybe to complete something underneath. They're going to rally to the football, make the tackle. They're not expecting run. They're not expecting you to pop a run and perhaps get the first down there or set up 4th and 2. I think you put the defense in uncomfortable positions because defensive coordinators are used to calling things a certain way. They have to change their mindset and get out of their comfort zone. I would also say, on some level, not having that much success on fourth down against the Packers the other night, that probably bodes pretty well for the Bears in this game just because of the whole law of averages. I think I saw at one point that teams were, I can't remember, it was 55% or 64%, some crazy number on fourth down this year, which is the most it's been over 20 years, the success teams are having on fourth down. And it's not like back in the day when it was only 4th and 1 and it was like quarterback sneaks. Teams go for it more on fourth down all the time, and they're still converting way over 50%.
Great stuff, Ross. Appreciate it, man. Great catching up with you. Look forward to the broadcast.
Enjoy your trip to Chicago.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to decide where I'm eating Saturday night. That is not easy when you go to Chicago. I gotta really. Feel free to text me if you guys have some strong recommendations. But there's a lot of possibilities out there.
We'll do that.
Great stuff, Ross. Take care.
See you guys.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
You want to sing the jingle?
I would sing the heck out of that jingle in 3 notes. Oh, I'm sorry. I confused things.
No, that's a wrong show. Yeah, no, I think we'll skip that part.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff from Ross Tucker coming to town.
Good.
Given the perspective of somebody who has not seen the Bears up close and personal, but knows what to expect.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting, David. We're going to obviously get to that by Friday. It's hard to believe we're closing in so quickly, but today is hump day. I believe Mark Grody will be out at Hallis Hall. Everyone will be out at Hallis Hall. We'll hear from everyone. We'll get a better sense of the game. They don't practice till tomorrow. The walkthrough is today, but the practices are on Thursday and Friday for the Sunday matchup. And we should let you know that before Chicago takes on LA, you should tune in Sunday from 2:30 to 5:30 right here for the playoff pregame show. It's here on 670 The Score. We have the great man himself, Olin Kreutz, the other great man, Patrick Manley, and Lowly Mully will also be with them, and we'll get you set for the divisional round matchup. And then immediately following the game, we will have instant reaction on the Timber Tech decking and railing post-game show, and that will be on until 10:30 at night. So just feel free to tune in. All of it can be heard on The Score and the Odyssey app. David will be out at the game writing, and we will be back here on Monday together again to break it all down.
First thing, 5:30.
Don't worry about us. We'll be able to get through it all.
5 o'clock pregame.
I don't know why you worry so much about us.
I'm not worried.
Try not to worry about
Figure
us.
it out.
All right. We'll be right back on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Spiegel and Holmes, talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Afternoons 2 to 6 p.m.
Matt Forte. You played a lot of games against Matthew Stafford. This guy, from what he started as to what he is now, what do you see?
He's a special quarterback, and he's one of the guys that, you have to get pressure on him and not let him take control of the game. Because if you let a guy like that do it, just like he did in Carolina this past weekend, it can be dangerous.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything out store-wide. Get 2 great chairs for one low price, plus up to 50% off clearance. All the comfiest Lazy Boy furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Get our best offers on your favorite Lazy Boy furniture. Hurry, deals like these won't last. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Discount applies to select floor models, discontinued items, overstocks, and clearance. Excludes advertised items and select styles. See store for details.
On December 7th, a Chicago police officer was shot. His bulletproof vest did its job. It stopped the bullet and likely saved his life. But vests don't last forever. They wear out and expire after 5 years, and Chicago police officers must buy their own replacements. Help protect those who protect us. Donate to the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation's Get Behind the Vest initiative. Since 2014, the foundation has provided more than 14,000 life-saving vests, thanks to generous donors like you. Go to cpdmemorial.org. That's cpdmemorial.org and click Mission to get behind the vest today.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at chicagowindowguys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We want to let everyone know we broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And want to thank them, want to thank Jacob Stutz for getting us up and running and twitching away in the morning. And thanks to everyone. A lot of good calls and texts and emails.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Wednesday, the 14th of January.
Hump Day, as it's called.
It is.
And this is it. Once we're over this, then everything is just downhill.
Downhill
from
here.
Life.
Yeah.
And thank you to you, Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Leading off for the Jupiter Lynx, a 23-year-old man who putts with an old man's broomstick, Akshay Bhatia. In the middle, a 6-time PGA Tour winner who used to be good at golf, Max Homa. And anchoring Jupiter is a player who should really quit and just get back in the broadcast booth. Hey, you might want to duck when it's time for him to chip, everyone. Kevin Kistner.
That is Will Ferrell doing that golf league. He was the play-by-play guy. Will Ferrell, funny guy. Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for that wonderful stuff.
And now it's time to meet the New York Golf Club. Yeah, New York. Leading off for New York, the former frontman of the Golf Boys, Ricky Fowler. In the middle, the most data-driven player in the entire PGA Tour, and yet, interesting fun fact, he never graduated college. Not by a mile. Matt Fitzpatrick. And the Anchorman. Great movie, by the way. Isn't that a great movie? Right? Great f***ing movie.
There he is again. Marshall Harris is here. Marshall.
Sup?
Layla Rahimi. Layla.
Hello, good morning.
Bundled up, or is it cold out?
It is cold out. I had the benefit of a very sleet-ridden commute.
Where'd the snow come from?
This is our friends at Flag and Anthem.
Yeah,
this
it's
is
very
an F&A.
toasty.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're all clad in Flag and Anthem.
We are all.
But the snow was
Everything
a problem
I wear.
this morning, it appears.
Yes. And nobody seemed to
expect it.
Yeah, the sidewalks were a challenge.
I enjoyed my 25-minute walk turned into a 40-minute walk. It was fun.
Wait until the Rams get here. That's going to be really nasty this weekend.
Is it supposed to snow during game? Like we're too far out, but
I don't know. I know it's going to be
16,
cold.
Didn't they say 16?
Ish.
And to the Rams, it'll feel like 40 below.
It will, because you know how that goes.
Big Z, our guy, in his mailbag, has documented every game that Matthew Stafford played under 40 degrees or lower.
I keep it real.
And he's 8-10 in those games.
See?
18 of them. So it's below 40. And he's got pretty good details. So he's had one of his better games when he threw for over 500 yards on a January day. It was a while ago. But he does have experience. I don't know if it will affect Matthew Stafford as much as it might other members of the Rams.
But he may throw the ball, and it may freeze in air and stop. There'll be no road. The ball would be there. Guys will be jumping, getting on each other's shoulders,
It's
trying
possible.
to intercept it.
Possible.
I wonder if you remember the polar vortex that happened a few years ago?
Boy, do I remember that.
Where it was negative 21, right?
I remember being out in my alley trying to dig the cars out, and it was so cold, and I saw my neighbor, and the two of us had a conversation which was like Ben Johnson in the postgame. Bleepity, bleepity, bleep, bleep. I blame the Packers. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I had my ski mask on during that time walking to and from work.
Well, this one was
Did you
2019.
not get tempted? Crime of opportunity.
No.
I would drive in
because
with
of
my
the ski mask.
Oh, I would.
Yeah, right.
And I'd be like, oh boy. It's like whenever it gets to be like very, very foggy, I keep thinking, London. Check the river.
Oh my gosh!
Really? That's where you're
psychotic.
If you watch enough crime
psychotic.
shows, you will unfortunately find yourself in the setting of an inevitable crime, like in your head.
I'm taking
like,
tomorrow
this
off.
is how they do this.
I do not trust tomorrow's weather to come into the office.
I didn't even think about the fog hiding people.
The other thing is, and this probably is more about Catholicism and Catholic care, but whenever I see a police officer pull up next to me, I immediately want to confess to
You feel
something.
guilty.
I feel guilty.
Yeah.
I have occasionally tried to outrun them, even if they're not looking for me.
That's acting guilty. You're acting guilty.
Maybe you
I
think
probably seem guilty.
is my license plate expired?
Oh, my license plate, not only is it expired, but I went on the day before it expired, I got a new one, and it's still in the back seat of the car. How about that? I keep waiting for that moment to come because I probably won't get home today.
Well, technically, they can run your plates and see that you renewed it.
I've got it. I can show it to you right here. Why
Well, you're
didn't
not
you
gonna
stick
get home
it on
today
there?
because you're going to go on some psychotic rampage.
Perfect.
Would you tell people though? Yes.
He just
what's your
did.
plans
Oh, I
tonight?
just
I
blurted
plan
out
on going on
feelings.
a
Blurted it
psychotic
out.
rampage.
I never have
I'm
done
worried.
it. I haven't done it yet.
Oh boy.
I want to just stop and end the show there because it's such a cliffhanger. But here's what's on our show. We want to compare the Ben Johnson had glowing things to say about Sean McVay, which is a stark contrast from how last week played out. And Caleb Williams and Matt Stafford also. There is a respect among the positioners. Matt Stafford had some really good stuff that Tyler Buterbaugh unearthed that we want to play for you. And then there is the discussion surrounding Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson after the handshake that has gotten a lot of attention. Devontae Adams also adding into the mix of is this petty? Mike Florio is at 11. Courtney Turner, the wife of Justin Turner, who hosts the podcast Holding Court, she decided to fly in from the West Coast for the game on Saturday. So we want to talk to her about being in the crowd and the feelings that she had at halftime. 5 on It is at noon. Mark Rohde will join us live from Hallis Hall at 12:25. Danny Parkins, hopefully not still wearing the Bears robe at 1 o'clock, so we got to talk to him about not mushing the team. And Olin Kreutz is joining us at 1:25.
Have a great show.
All right, guys.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone. And at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, you're already in the red zone. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new models, the latest incentives, and absolutely no inflated prices. So if you're ready to score, take the short drive north because the best drives don't just happen on the field. They start at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Visit ZieglerSubaruKenosha.com today.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Support can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Member Week is on at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off hundreds of items like appliances, home essentials, decor, and more. Perfect for your January reset. Plus, earn 5 times the points on an eligible purchase. Shop member deals in-store and online from January 8th to the 14th. Still not a member? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help, you save. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670
Has it finally set in that the Bears beat the Packers yet? For me, I think it was last night. I finally accepted it, like, wholeheartedly, because I was still in disbelief. I can't believe they won that game mode until last night. And then I was like, they won that game. They won.
Pinch me, this must be a dream.
Mr. Edison, I should have probably warned you.
Yeah, you probably should, but why spoil the fun?
Preparing for the show Monday morning, so I needed that second day to let it all settle in. I think that's when I was literally walking to work Monday morning is when I was like, you know what? The Bears are still alive, and they beat the Packers to do it.
Life is good. Where I am is the adrenaline factor.
Yeah.
As like all day yesterday, I was still at a 10 on my walk home yesterday. I was like, I gotta do something to zap some of this. So I put System of a Down through my head and through my ears.
Wake up! What did you put a little back up? Wake up!
Patrick Manley, like, When did it set in for you that the Bears actually won that game?
Today.
I thought I made a pretty strong case last week for reasons why the Packers were going to win the game.
Yeah, how do you feel this week, buddy?
Well, it's sort of like, I deserve it. I deserve it.
Yeah, you do. You deserve all of it.
Shame.
Yeah, there's been some. Let's just put it this way: I've been given a warning. I've been properly warned for picking the Packers to beat the Bears in a playoff game.
This has nothing to do with that, all right?
I'm sorry, then do you mind explaining it a little better? Because I'm not sure what's really...
Whoa, don't get all defensive, all right? It's just a warning.
How would you handle this on a team, Patrick? Like, what's the appropriate? Is there a fine? Like, what happens?
I didn't play for the Bears, by the way. I just want that to be made very clear.
Okay, so maybe not Bears
throw Grody
salary.
into the cold tub. Put Grody
wow.
Dip him in the cold tub.
Cold tub's, then that's too good. It's good for you.
Olin and Big Cat would grab you by the ankles and the wrist and then dip you into the cold tub.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We got to ask Olin Kreutz about throwing people into the cold tub when he comes on at 125.
I don't know how much he's going to want to tell us about previous experiences doing that, but I am curious to know.
Oh, yeah, me too. Or at least what constituted it.
Yeah,
I'm definitely curious.
What draws that sort of penalty?
Here, poor Mark Grody thought that picking against his team would result in some sort of monetary punishment because, NFL players ball out.
He's like, I'll take a fine.
Yeah, no, your fine is paying with your body. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And just in time for our Twitch viewers, it is Fluffy Sweater Edition. Ray and I are both in our fleece jackets because it's freezing outside. So we're nice and warm at our studio, hanging out with you. So thanks for being cozy. Marshall's got the Sherpa with us. And I know we've had so much fun with the villainry and the WWE type storylines and the NASCAR type storylines that come with the rivalry of now not only Bears Packers, but Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur. Now we flip the script quite a bit when you consider the best offense in the league is coming to town and Sean McVay and the Rams and Matt Stafford and his crew. And the vibes are much different coming on after the Packers. This is quite the game recognizes game type discussion that's going on between the Bears and the Rams head coaches.
Basically, these head coaches have said, game recognized game, and you look real familiar to me right now.
That's it. Sean McVay and I feel like Kyle Shanahan, those are two of the architects of modern NFL offense. And while people can remix those and they can add their own steps to it, the concept of, for example, John Shoup inspiring Ben Johnson, making the same things look different and different things look the same, that is very much a Sean McVay principle as well. So this is Ben Johnson on Monday talking about the Rams head coach.
I think it's hard to gauge who's best and who's worst when it comes to the coaching sometimes, but there's no question about it. He is on the upper echelon. He does a phenomenal job. He has ever since he got to L.A. All of his teams are really well prepared. There's no doubt that he's super sharp on the offensive side, but I think how he does it as a head coach, bringing all three phases together is really critical to their success. I think he does a great job. Knows how to speak to the team with the pulse of the team and get the most out of them. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they're in it damn near every year since he's been there.
So when you hear that is admiration and respect. One of the times where I thought Ben Johnson during the season, you could tell how much he really likes certain individuals, certain players, was when you heard him talk about Dak Prescott going into the Cowboys game and what made him so good. That let me know what Ben Johnson really likes in a quarterback. And we are still learning about him in this first season for him as a head coach, even though we're in the playoffs. So to see Ben Johnson talk about Sean McVay that way, it lets you know what he values about his system and how he puts all of this together.
You know what he values above all else? Points. And the Rams had the highest scoring offense in the NFL. And if you go back to last season, you know whose offense was the highest scoring in the NFL? Ben Johnson's as the offensive coordinator with the Detroit Lions. And clearly he's not quite there yet with this group, especially considering how they started the season. But the progress has come in. And if you look at just, let's say last week, right? the only team that had more total offense than the Los Angeles Rams was the Chicago Bears. And they were the top 2 scoring teams in the wild card round. So that sets up really this chess match between two of the brightest and youngest minds when you talk about play calling on offense against two defenses that have things they do well, but also have some holes in them, if you will.
Are you kidding me? Two defenses that have holes in them. You don't say.
I'm just saying.
We might have to prepare for a very special episode of Pac-12 After Dark again Sunday night over at Soldier Field. This might look a lot similar to what we saw out of the 49ers game.
Yeah, and I think Bears fans understand that. I think they have really attached themselves to this idea that we may not be able to stop you, but doggone it, we can run with you. And even in the loss to the Niners that you just referenced, I think that's why Bears fans felt so good. I feel like that's the best Bears fans felt after a loss all season long. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I mean, it showed a lot of progress. When you're able to run with the 49ers and that quality, and frankly, the quality of that division, which is where the majority of the Rams' losses came from, then that gives you an indication. But getting back to the topic at hand when it comes to the game recognizes game aspect of this, Sean McVay also, and he's no stranger to talking about other teams, and, you know, he's gone viral in the way he can rattle off every single player's name and what they do well, and that's gone viral before, as we've seen. So he was also asked about what he's seen out of Ben Johnson as a play-calling head coach.
I think he does a great job. You know, I've studied him really closely from when he took over and started doing it in Detroit, and I think the guys that do the best job are the ones that you can see there's a true understanding of, you know, what defenses are doing and an intent to try to be able to manipulate a lot of the rules and the coaching points and to really try to attack your front mechanics, your coverage contours, understand some of the percentages of what you're doing situationally, and then being able to maximize his players' skill sets. I mean, you can see there's a philosophy and a core beliefs in terms of how he wants to build it. You know, you look at the free agents they signed, you look at the guys that they drafted high up, you know, taking the tight end and a lot of the instances where he was able to take advantage of Laporta in Detroit. But I think what shows his flexibility is the ability to have one of the best offenses, you know, with a player like Jared, who's really special. And then being able to have, you know, some similar foundational principles with Caleb, but also be able to accentuate the things that make him really unique with the athleticism, the ability to move the spot and then take advantage of their skill around it. So he does a damn good job. I think he's got a timely feel for when to be able to mix in some things like he did with the screen and go that allowed them to take the lead the other day. But we're excited about these challenges. This is what it's about. And, you know, here we go.
So when we hear that, it's obvious he's not calling plays for Sam Laporta and company anymore. Tyler Buterbaugh with the deep dive on that one. Tyler, where did you find that play clip?
So that one I found as far as I went through the Rams YouTube page and was listening to that, and it was like one of the first questions that they asked McVay about that, and I just thought it was just from two mastermind offensive play callers. Like, this is just a great duel between the two of these head coaches. No,
it's true, and frankly, the branches of the trees overlap, right? When you consider the Shanahan coaching tree goes back to Mike, the dad of Kyle, obviously. And then this is like the latest of the branches when you consider Sean McVay, frankly, Matt LaFleur, you know, and how this modern offense has now taken place. For all of the coaching tree discussion that we've done, especially when you're looking for candidates and you consider how McVay came into the league, he was hired in his early 30s, right? Wasn't he 33 when he got hired to be the head coach?
It was a shocking thing. They were like, this guy's way too young to be a head coach, except immediately he proved he was not.
And not just that, but we thought that when they had their first wave of success, maybe McVay would move on. That hasn't been the case. And that tree keeps giving. You know, former Sean McVay assistants in no particular order include Matt LaFleur, Joe Barry, Hiro Ivero, Jed Fish, Kevin O'Connell, Wes Phillips, Braden Staley, and that name should sound familiar here because he was a part of the Bears staff at one point on the defense, Zach Taylor, and yes, Shane Waldron. But when you have a tree that is at least that successful, where you have that many people into it, it just goes to show, even shaping the NFC North, That's a part of what he has done. So it would make sense that Ben Johnson recognizes that. If you have eyes and watch football, you recognize the success of these systems in the NFL for sure. And then you understand how it plays out in the league.
With a guy like him who was 32 when he won the NFC and went to the Super Bowl for the first time as a head coach, got his start at age 31 as the head coach of the Rams, you have to acknowledge that the tree there is giving all kinds of fruit. So much so that even if you get maybe a rotten piece of fruit every now and again, everybody's willing to taste it because they see the success that's coming off that tree.
Well, I mean, Shane Waldron was fine when he was with the Seahawks, not so much here.
Was he fine with the Seahawks? Because some people would tell you he wasn't fine when he was with the Seahawks.
But he was employed for multiple years, and guess who came off of that tree? Dave Canales, coaching to a very good game as an opponent of the Rams last week.
That is very fair. And that's one of those things where you look at, I think from a Bears standpoint, you're just trying to figure out, okay, we understand on paper they're probably better because the record says so. There's 4 teams left in the NFC. There's the Bears and the NFC West. Like that tells the story, does it not?
Pretty sure I called that one.
You did.
The NFC West was just, if you watched any of the games, every single one of them was very high scoring and exciting. I don't think this is going to be any different. And a lot of people have told us, thanks for giving us the heads up here on our text line, 312-644-6767. And Dustin Rhodes mentioned it on the morning show. The over-under has dropped to 49 now.
Why?
It was over 50.
I think some people had it at 51.5 on Monday.
Yeah.
So what?
Well, maybe weather plays into that a bit, with the weather being more accurate the closer we get to the date of the game.
Maybe so, but I think I'm going to take a shot at 49. The over, I'm saying.
No, I think that I rarely will just proclaim something like that on the air, but when you feel it in your bones that the over is going to hit, it's worth the sweat.
Well, they're going to feel something in their bones when they take the football field in those conditions on Sunday night, wherever the final low temperature ends up being.
How about Allen Robinson, by the way, detailing us yesterday what it's like to catch the ball as a receiver when it comes to notably cold temperatures?
Right.
And you know what's funny is when he said that, what I immediately thought of was how many times we were seeing attempts at peanut punches. For that reason, when the ball's more slick, you can force a turnover better. Do you know what team I know knows how to force a turnover or two?
Is it the team that's overdue to force a turnover because they didn't for the first time all season in a win, the Chicago Bears?
Los Osos, but they still won the game, so that's good.
Yes.
But that's kind of the idea here is there are stops to be had. And for people who point out that, yeah, the Rams are once again the greatest show on whichever turf offensively, they still have ways to be stopped. And frankly, they've stopped themselves at times where you didn't think it was the likelihood. And knowing Matt Stafford for so many years, yes, that is part of it. However, at 37, he's in a career season. And that's what makes this so challenging. We are looking at the Spider-Man meme to end all Spider-Man memes on Sunday when you consider the play callers that Sean McVay and Ben Johnson are, when you consider the strengths of these offenses, and frankly, some of the weaknesses of the defenses.
How much do you feel like the advantage goes to Sean McVay sheerly because of the experience of having gone to multiple Super Bowls, having been doing this for way more years than Ben Johnson has from a head coaching standpoint? Because it's easy to say Spider-Man meme when you're talking about offensive dynamics and play calling and all of that. But I feel like that's got to count for something. I'm just not sure how much weight it carries.
So here's the thing about that is I feel like with the Bears, take for example, the discussion that has really bloomed, and Kaylin Kaler was on this. She was on the afternoon show yesterday. Definitely recommend go back and listen if you didn't hear it. But the concept of changing your game plan because of the data you have. And that's what happened for the Bears. They ran for it on fourth down. They went for it more often because they knew that the Packers had, especially over the previous month, dominated time of possession. That includes the game against the Bears in Week 16. So that said, you had a feeling, or Week 17, my bad. So that said, you have a feeling that you have to do this in order to be able to move the ball effectively. One of those fourths is going to hit. you're going to have to use that drive because you don't know when you're getting the ball back. And not because of your defense necessarily, but because that has been the style of the play calling and the drives that these Matt LaFleur teams had put together. So, that said, how does that strategy change this week? When it comes to the playoff aspect of it, I think the Bears' strategy arm is good enough to where it supersedes the playoffs not necessarily affecting these practices. I think if you establish best practices, similar to what we saw there, deploying your game plan regardless, then I have a feeling that playoffs are not going to change it that much just because it's the postseason. So I don't necessarily know if Sean McVay and his crew would change what they're doing so much so because of the postseason. Did you get that impression from the game against the Panthers last week?
No, I felt like they played it almost similar to the way they played it against the Panthers the first time, and they lost that game, by the way.
Well, and math may have done them a favor there, because what happens, the more times you see a team, the more often the outcome will happen that the better team will win the game.
Yeah, if you play a team once, the team that's worse has a better chance of winning than if you, say, play the game 100 times and expect the worst team to win more than 50% of the time.
Wow, we got another update on the under. At least this is from BetMGM. They just moved it again. I feel like we're on Underwatch. Underwatch. So the over is now at 48.5. So it just moved off of 49. That according to 815.
I'm going to have to see where this lands and if this is weather-driven or not when I get to talk to some meteorologists later today.
And we're going to talk to some meteorologists.
That is the plan.
Yes. So we have that in store for you later this week on Rahimi Harris and Grody. We broadcast live through the Scores Hyundai Studios. You just heard Marshall Harris. I'm Layla Rahimi. Our producers are Ray Diaz and Tyler Buterbaugh. Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. We broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. You can call us and text us 312-644-6767. We've gotten not only updates on the total, we've gotten updates on the Lil Wayne and Caleb Williams saga. So Wayne apologized to Caleb. That's what everybody's saying on Twitter, so that's good.
Oh, I got to see this.
And apparently, according to 414, Caleb responded to Wayne's apology. So thanks for that. We appreciate the heads up real time. Our Twitch mob does that as well, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. It is a show within a show on the chat. And we're on YouTube. YouTube, our address is 670 The Score. And our video team is Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, Cody Westerlin helping us out as well. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody, we talked a lot about the two coaches. Well, what about the two quarterbacks? Our man Tyler Buterbaugh did a deep dive going years back, or at least a year back, on some of this audio that he found from Matt Stafford talking about Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams was also discussing the league's passing leader in Stafford. So we'll hear that next.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on the score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. This is Michael Jordan time, and Caleb handles the moment, and man, who knows how far this is going to go.
Steve.
Caleb has grown into the Iceman, and we're in the divisional playoffs hosting the Rams. Bring on the Rams, that warm weather team. Come to Chicago, 20 degrees, windy weather. Let's go.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
I'm Jack Webb. PackyWeb Ford has the trucks. We'll beat any competitor's deal on any new F-150, Ranger, Maverick, Super Duty, or Transit. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Tonight, Josh Giddey and the Bulls host Lauri Markkanen and the Utah Jazz on CHSN. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. with Bulls Countdown live streaming on the CHSN app and CHSN.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Pittsburgh Steelers will enter uncharted territory heading into next season without Mike Tomlin, and who they hire at head coach obviously matters, but it also matters who the starting quarterback of this team is going to be. The roster absolutely has to get younger, and they need a new franchise quarterback in play and need a head coach to help bring that quarterback along. So yes, the head coach does matter, but who the quarterback is week 1 of next season matters just as much. I'm Nick Hostos.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on 670 The Score.
What about Stafford's game? Do you really?
Yeah, he first I'd say he controls the game. As a quarterback, he knows how to get in and out of things efficiently. He knows where people are going to be. He knows where the defensive players are going to be, so he can move them.
That was Caleb Williams the week of the Rams game last year, where, if you recall, the Bears, despite having a 10-game losing streak last year, the Bears beat the Rams.
Yes.
The Rams had a lot of injuries, but the Bears beat the Rams.
Puka Nacua did not play. I'm just going to start with that. No, you're right. At the end of the day has to end. And the day ended with the Bears beating the Rams.
But you have heard of me.
Yes.
You're the worst pirate I've ever heard of, but you have heard of me.
So you mentioned as we were going to break that Caleb Williams and Lil Wayne, the saga continues, except for Lil Wayne graciously coming with an apology of sorts.
Yeah, because if you don't know, Lil Wayne went after Caleb Williams pretty hard on Twitter. There was a lot of petty happening, so Petty Industries had to siphon its resources and divide and conquer. We didn't get to everything. One of the things we didn't get to was the Lil Wayne calling out Caleb Williams, because I don't like talking about the way he called him out, brings up his nails. It's just unnecessary. It's not relevant to the argument. And he was mad about losing to Caleb Williams, which... Well, Wayne, you got company. A lot of people are mad about losing to the Bears on Sunday. But you don't have to bring up stuff. It just doesn't matter. So I was like, man, I'm not acknowledging this. But I do acknowledge conflict resolution. And we got the updates from a lot of people on our text line. Thank you. That Lil Wayne apologized to Caleb Williams. Now, when you read this, does it not read like a song? So should we do this together?
I'm gonna let you do it.
Hey, Caleb, don't mind me, bro. I'm just a cheesehead for life. And you you're just a killer, and you killed us bad. Each time, and for that, you get praise. Gesture from me. And then he throws up the praise hands. He typed, I love the game. ILUH. I love the game. And it'd be impossible to make that statement without acknowledging and admiring your game, King. You a beast, but you're still a bear. And then he ends it with a cheese emoji. And the whole time I'm reading it with this in the background as I'm reading it. It pretty much reads like a song or a lyric that he would write.
I really wish we had like a video of Lil Wayne saying this because of his unique voice, like the scratchy voice.
He does.
Hey, Caleb.
He sounds like I can't even do it. I can't hit that high note.
Hey, Caleb, don't mind me, bro. I'm just a cheesehead for life, and you just a killer. You killed us bad each time, and for that you get the praise. Gesture for me. I love the game, and you be.
It's like I love the game, but that's too low. That's not high enough to be Wayne.
You a beast, but you still a bear.
That's it. Thank you.
That's it.
But it's funny because and Ray, if you must know, has been listening and watching a lot of the Big Joe, the Fat Joe and Jada podcast.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which is hilarious, objectively.
It is, but it will make you understand how people's brains work when they write songs, I think, after that. And Lil Wayne wrote this like he would write a song. Also, he wrote it musically.
Caleb quote tweeted that. He did respond. Wheeze, it's all love. Hashtag bear down, though. Let him know he ain't letting up.
Wee.
Foot on your throat. Your whole organization's throat.
That whole exchange, the apology, just reads like the instrumental to Mrs. Officer for me.
I like it. You know what?
That's usually what happens. There's some interlude going on in the back of my head at all times.
I mean, they beat the Packers this season like a state trooper on a power trip. You know
also, credit to Wayne for actually acknowledging his offense.
He was in his feelings. And when we're in your feelings, hurt people, what do they do?
Hurt people.
Hurt people.
Also, I'm dying at the meme in the comments where it says Bears, Twitter, and Wayne, and it's the Bloods and the Crips holding up the red and blue bandanas. You guys are wild for that.
That is classic.
So that conflict has now been resolved. And like we said earlier, the beef is still there between other entities. In fact, we'll get to that in our next segment. The Matt LaFleur, Ben Johnson saga. Well, it ain't ending anytime soon, but the rest of the league has caught on to what appears to be actual drama. Not manufactured stuff.
No, like good old-fashioned NBA drama.
But let it be known that Wayne is not about that. Wayne was about conflict resolution.
He tapped out.
He did. But it is a nice way. Acknowledging Caleb Williams is the right thing to do. And I do feel like there are a lot of fan bases who didn't like what they were seeing or maybe thought it was a fluke. Like we joked about the Bears record and being like, whatever the record was at the time, you're the worst winning team I've ever heard of, but you have heard of me. Well, this keeps going. And, now it's extended to this divisional game and their first playoff win in 15 years. So there
you
is
are without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of. But you have heard of me.
still one of the best lines. And they've graduated from that statement. Yeah, when you're a member of the Final Four that are left in the NFC, then the respect should be there. And Caleb Williams did talk about Matt Stafford, as we heard. Well, this is great investigative work out of our producer, Tyler Buterbaugh, who found Matt Stafford talking on the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray. This is from last year, Tyler. When is this from? From this weekend. So the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray this weekend, talking about what he's seen out of Caleb Williams.
It's unbelievable. His talent is really shining through this year. You know, we saw it at USC, and it's difficult to step in the NFL year one and play the way you want to play year two, all those things. But he's found a great fit with Coach Johnson over there. I think Ben's doing a hell of a job. It's a good thing to watch. He makes plays outside the pocket that not many guys, if any guys, in the NFL can make. And he's doing a nice job inside the pocket as well this year. So it'll be a big test for our defense, a big test for our team, really just going there and trying to come away with a victory. But what he's doing is pretty special, and especially the late game stuff and his ability to make plays off schedule is second to none in the league right now, if you ask me.
This is such a stark contrast to the things we heard leading up to the game last week. And on the one hand, I'm like, oh, that's so respectful. On the other hand, man, I want a little more, I need a little more grit to my talk leading up to a game.
Here's the issue, is if you know that you, at 37 years old,
He's
threw for
grown.
4,707 yards in the regular season, and that you've got one of the best receivers in the league in Puka Nacua, and a guy who is absolutely no slouch in Devontae Adams, and your running game is solid. What you can score you can go into a game and score at least 35 points if you're the Rams. 40 should be the expectation. Yeah, you're probably giving everybody compliments who you think is good because you know that your team is pretty good itself.
Also, Matthew Stafford at 37 years is a whole adult. He is 2 years away from his head coach's age. They are the adults in the proverbial room. I know guys on that team, like the young guys, the rookie second-year players, they're looking at him like, oh, this old dude, he's definitely Unc, if not Gramps. So, like, he's just going to sound much more mature than anything we heard coming out of the Packers locker room in general. But also, he shared the stage, if you will, with Caleb Williams because they both played in the highest, profile positions in a city, football related. One was the quarterback at USC, winning Heisman. Mm-hmm. The other one on a Rams team that's already gotten a Super Bowl.
Well, and in Georgia, he was one of the initial recruits that really kind of elevated even higher that program's caliber, Stafford. It's funny, though, because we know him previously, before he got traded to the Rams, as being a quarterback that had a ton of talent, but also had as much risk, and frankly, opposing teams would capitalize on that risk, as he had reward. So because of that, we look at him through a different lens. And the blue he wears now is different from the Honolulu blue he wore in Detroit. And not only have you seen him flourish, but you've seen some of the mistakes in that game minimized now. I thought about this in the break, and I mentioned it to David Haugh. What would the Lions offense have been with Ben Johnson and Matt Stafford together?
I think, honestly, the Bears would be the number one seed in the NFC. Because you're not going to go through
I'm saying when Ben had the Lions.
Oh, with the Lions. I'm sorry.
If Matt Stafford had remained with the Lions and Ben Johnson was their OC then?
They may have won the Super Bowl. Like, that's how good Matthew Stafford is. Like, Matthew Stafford is more talented than Jared Goff.
Or would he have not taken that jump that he has taken, even though he was already good? Would he have not gotten to his greatest point if he wasn't with Sean McVay? Like, that's the thing about the coaching and how this matters so much, and how you see somebody's potential being unlocked. And you're seeing it in progress, of course, with Caleb Williams. You're seeing Ben Johnson get all of this out of him in his first season.
It's a great hypothetical. I don't know if, because they're two different coaches, obviously, they're similar in their dynamic play calling, but I don't know if the same result happens for Matthew Stafford. I think he puts up the major numbers that Jared Goff puts up, but I don't know as far as postseason how far they go, because that's more than just the quarterback and the offensive play calling.
Well, and I got the impression that trade was as much about getting assets as it was about fits. Sean McVay thought that Matt Stafford was an ideal fit for his offense. Ben, I don't know if it was the same feeling for Jared Goff on the Lions side at the time, but clearly it's worked, right? Clearly that has worked out for all involved. And yeah, I think this is a good point out of 219. Lil Wayne used to paint his nails. He used to paint them black.
Lil Wayne used to kiss the guy that runs his former record label, Cash Money, a guy named Baby Birdman.
On the mouth.
Yeah, kissed him on the mouth. So, you know.
Do you know why Lil Wayne's a Packers fan? We found that out. And of course, it goes back to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. His dad brought home a ton of team merchandise after the Packers won Super Bowl 31. And that's why he became a Packers fan. What if some other team had played in New Orleans? We wouldn't be dealing with Wayne in this way.
I always feel bad for guys who, as I like to say, catch football late, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, he was 15 when that happened. It might have been 14, actually, because I don't think he would have turned 15 that year. So he's 14 years old, and he's obviously not rocking with the Saints like that. But I understand it because the Saints weren't good.
No, they didn't get good until later when Sean Payton and them got together. Drew Brees and all.
It reminds me of Anthony Davis's reasons of he wasn't really into football until he got to Kentucky, becomes friends with Randall Cobb, and he says, I'll follow wherever Randall Cobb gets drafted. Of course, Randall Cobb, an All-American receiver at Kentucky, gets drafted by the Packers, and that's why this man's a Packers fan, because he said the Bears weren't really doing anything. And is he lying? The Bears weren't really doing anything.
And then he was loyal to an individual as opposed to a particular team, and then became loyal to the team.
But the team's biggest arch rival? That's what, your hometown's biggest arch rival? Come on, man.
Bah. We want to know, are you a local business owner or employee? How would you like to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 60 right here on The Score? And for the first time, I think, since when we've done this contest, you've gotten the best chance ever at possibly broadcasting it when the Bears are in the Super Bowl.
2 wins away.
Here is your chance. We have brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on the Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And new this year, you can win a live broadcast for your brand. Log on to 670thescore.com/contest to enter now and learn more details. Deadline to enter is this Sunday. Score Big for Your Business is sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. So while there is mutual admiration or at least appreciation of Caleb Williams and Matt Stafford, there's still that whole issue with the Packers and what appears to be an ongoing story now in the NFL. Normally we don't play audio from Stephen A. Smith on this show, but given what he said, it sounds like there's some growing discussion in the league and in league circles that might lead back even to the next opponent regarding how they feel about Ben Johnson. We'll play it next.
Mully and Haugh, talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m.
This is such a good game because it's the Rams. It's the Rams coming in.
This feels big.
This feels real big.
This feels big. It looks like you're going to be building all weekend long toward this final playoff game of all of them that will be played. And there will be a dramatic element to it. There'll be a marquee feel, and Soldier Field will be electric again.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone. And at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, you're already in the red zone. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new models, the latest incentives, and absolutely no inflated prices. So if you're ready to score, take the short drive north, because the best drives don't just happen on the field. They start at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Visit ZieglerSubaruKenosha.com today.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Jonathan Bass, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private Cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Talked about, like, between you and LaFleur, you know, the 2 wins things, the handshakes, beyond, you know, getting this important playoff win. Why is this important to you, or is there something personal beyond that?
This is a rivalry, and the city of Chicago, Green Bay, it needs to be a rivalry.
Well, Ben Johnson told you as much, and it has slowly percolated throughout the rest of the NFL and has made its way to all of the talk shows, not just ours, but the national ones as well. There's also a bit of an update here. This came across from an interview that Adam Schefter did with Jen Latta's show, the morning show at ESPN Milwaukee. Jen, of course, used to work here. And it says, this is from Adam Schefter on the negotiations between Matt LaFleur and Ed Policy. Quote, "There is no deal right now, and it's a negotiation. There could be a breakthrough at any moment, and I think both sides would like to make that happen. But it's now Wednesday, and they have been trying to do this for a while. The longer it lingers, the more you wonder. How I would interpret it right now is it's up in the air.
Could Matt LaFleur be a guy in Pittsburgh?
Matt LaFleur could be a guy in many, many NFL teams' eyes, including the Packers. Say what you want, but he's still one of the best coaches in the league.
He's had some meltdowns this season, but yes, I agree with your overall sentiment. He's been successful in that in an expanded playoff. He's able to get his team in there year after year. I am curious as to how that turns out. That shakes out. That is one of those seismic type things that could happen that would really affect this division. NFC North could end up looking like the AFC North, where they've got one coach left.
Well, also, it's really hard, even though you know that injuries to the quarterback were an issue. Injuries to one of the top 5 talents in the league who you traded defensively was an issue. But losing 5 straight just doesn't look good to end a season, and to lose in that way catastrophically, I assume, that's playing a bigger part in this than a lot of people realized when it came to his job security. Now, all of that said, the notable beef between Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur has elevated to places like ESPN's First Take. Here's what Stephen A. Smith said regarding Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson.
It's bad enough where friends of Matt LaFleur around the league who will remain nameless can't stand Ben Johnson because of the feelings and the treatment they know he has towards Matt LaFleur. So the point that I'm telling you, this is me, I ain't giving you an opinion. I'm telling you what I was told.
Deep in thought, Marshall Harris?
I think him saying he's not giving you an opinion is him letting you know this is sourced information that he is giving you, that people do not like Ben Johnson because they are riding with Matt LaFleur. And
well, we could all name one who probably doesn't, and that's Matt LaFleur.
Yeah. I'm saying the Matt LaFleur camp, if you will.
Yeah, and we just told you about the connections. He comes off of that, for example, Kyle Shanahan coaching tree.
So related to that is the fact that you got to go back to who fired the first shot in this beef. It was Ben Johnson, let's be honest.
At his introductory press conference. People say, keep your name out of my mouth. He literally name-checked Matt LaFleur on day one and said, not only did he say he enjoyed beating him twice a year, it's the way he said it. Like, if you saw it, he was like, I'm making sure I get this comment through. I'm going to slip this in. It was not subtle. It was very direct. And then the next time we hear from Matt LaFleur, he's talking about, I don't even know this guy.
And what did he do, Marshall?
He beat him twice in the initial season.
Came to fulfill the prophecy.
I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. I'm thinking I'm the best coach in America.
Well, that one's out of context. That one's out of context.
But it was said straight out of his mouth.
I love it. I love all of it. I'm here for it, and I like that other people are mad. Look, we talked about Caleb Williams being the next villain in the NFL. What if you had a 1-2 villainous punch? Matt LaFleur is out here helping to create the villain that is Ben Johnson along with Caleb Williams. That's a nice, like, if you look at all-time like villainous duos, they could give people a run for their money.
Yeah, and it's, the thing about a villain is you have to be respected. Like, you actually have to be successful enough to be considered one. And that's what makes it so compelling.
Yeah, this is Darth Vader level. This is not Elmer Fudd, where in the cartoon he's the bad guy chasing around Bugs Bunny, but he's also a bumbling idiot. This is a situation where Darth Vader comes through and he gonna grip you up like Luther Burden did after that first down celebration. They're trying to put the Packers, and really, let's be honest, everybody else in the NFL in a chokehold. They're not here for just a rivalry. They want to win the Super Bowl.
Well, and 847 says it. Good. I don't want other coaches to like Ben Johnson. I want a winner. That's it. And when it doesn't apply is of the phrase, if you can't beat them, join them. You want to come hang with us? if you don't like the results of the last, 15, 20, name it years, then maybe the Bears are for you. Come to the Bears. If you've got an issue with a lot of people who have shape the modern NFL right now, and maybe it's a bit of a clique right now, and you want to disrupt the system, the Bears are for you. Come to the Bears. And we're seeing that. It's good that the Bears are being disruptive. It's what happened. What happens when a team that suddenly comes up onto the scene is successful? Well, the old guard doesn't like that too much now, do they?
The way baseball fans talk about the Yankees, the way football fans talk about the Patriots, is that not how you want people to talk about teams in Chicago?
Hey, hold on. We've seen it before. The way the Chicago Bulls were viewed in the days of Michael Jordan.
Exactly.
Don't forget the Sports Illustrated cover. Are the Bulls so good they're bad for the NBA? And it's an illustration of MJ just dangling the rest of the league, smiling.
Those were happier times.
Thank you, 847. Thank you for knowing that was a riff on Come to Death Row.
I like it all. I'm good with it. Like, let's be honest. Chicago deserves this. They're a major city. They deserve the hate. You got to. If they hate you, that means they respect you. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, one of my friends once said it's not called show friends, it's show business.
Yeah.
And yeah, 630 brings up a good point too on our text line here. The Ben Johnson comment was the first public comment. We don't know if something happened before that. Maybe LaFleur talked a little mess to Campbell or something else prior. And LaFleur was one of Sean McVay's assistants. Our boy Clay Harbor pointed that out as well.
We're gonna peel back the layers of the beef.
Your large adult son, Clay Harbor, pointed that out on the internet and went viral for it.
He's bigger than me, but I'll still take him down.
Yes, 630, Max Crosby would fit in perfectly as a villain in Chicago. Sure.
100%.
You can do your all-villainous dream team. I'm 100% here for that as well. That's always one that's created in the NBA, isn't it? We always do like the not enough ball team or the all ridiculous team.
I love it all. But better yet, I love that those things that you're talking about right now, where you come up with the list and all that stuff, it's taking a backseat because guess what? First, we got a playoff game to deal with and might have another playoff game after that to go to the freaking Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
So I like the situation we're in right now. We are blessed and privileged to be in this situation.
I just took a breath. I just sighed. We have so much more coming up here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. I want to remind you, Ben Johnson speaks today at Hallis Hall. That is coming up in a few minutes, so we will play back Ben Johnson's audio for you. And coming up next, there's a guy who was onto this before anybody else was now, wasn't he? Let's talk to Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio next.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards and bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Lake effect snow developing later today, especially in northwest Indiana as temperatures fall into the mid-20s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
That isn't the time for an airing of grievances.
Pro Football Talk.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
I think somebody's got to take a victory lap when it comes to storytelling and reporting today. He's the creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. He is at Pro Football Talk on X, and he is joining us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. Mike Florio, how are you?
I'm doing great. Tell me more. What have I done now that turned out to be not complete and total bunk?
Well, first of all, Mike joins us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score if you want to see him. And secondly, the overwhelming confidence that people had about the fact that Matt LaFleur should be absolutely A-OK 100% fine. Well, it's starting to percolate in Green Bay. Latest report from Adam Schefter saying that he and Ed Policy are still apart on a negotiation. And this has been ongoing for months. And the confidence that a lot of people had in his job security, I don't think is nearly as much this week as it was this time last week.
This all goes back to what Ed Policy said in June. Two things. Number one, there wouldn't be an extension for Matt LaFleur before the end of the 2025 season. Number two, Ed Policy isn't a fan of lame duck arrangements where a coach is in the last year of his deal, which is what Matt LaFleur would be for 2026. So once they leaked that they will discuss an extension with Matt LaFleur on the heels of the debacle on Saturday night, of which you all are well familiar, that doesn't mean they're going to get a deal done. The Packers may have seen this as an opportunity to lowball Matt LaFleur. What better time to get him to agree to a deal that's favorable to the team than on the immediate heels of that 21-3 collapse? And with LaFleur saying both Saturday night and Sunday, Green Bay's the best job, and this is where I want to be. You don't have a lot of leverage when it's time to negotiate. His leverage is to say, I'm not going to sign a contract. I'm just going to continue to coach, and you don't like lame duck coaches. Well, you're going to have to deal with it. So that's where we are, and I made the point the other day. Until the deal's done, there's no deal, and nothing stops the Packers from issuing a statement whenever they want that Matt LaFleur will be the coach of the team in 2026. Until they do that, there's a chance he won't be. And one last twist. They may be waiting for one of these other teams to call them up and say, looks like you got an issue with Matt LaFleur. What would you want if we would essentially trade for Matt LaFleur? That's on the table as well. Until a deal is done and until they announce he's going to be back for 2026, we can't rule out anything else.
Speaking of that, now Mike Tomlin is out, stepping down. And a guy that if you want him, you would have to trade for him because he's still under contract. And he didn't get fired. He resigned. How does this change, if anything, what this carousel looks like? And when was the last time we had, or have we ever had a coaching carousel quite like this?
I don't think we've had one quite like this, especially when you throw in the presence of John Harbaugh, who has more leverage, as one owner told me over the weekend, than any coaching candidate has had in decades. Everyone wants him. He's in a position where he can dictate terms, and he can just wait for someone to eventually make him an offer that he won't be able to refuse. It reminds me in some ways of the Deshaun Watson trade from 4 years ago, where it was set up perfectly to have four teams competing for Watson: the Browns, Panthers, Falcons, Saints. Watson initially said to the Browns, I'm not interested in playing for your team. So they took a step back. They came up with a massive offer, and he took it. And of course, it all worked out perfectly well for the Browns after that. So Harbaugh is in a position where he really can drive this thing the way he wants. The Giants are the team that many inside the league think he will land with, but you never know when one of these other teams, one of these other owners is going to say, I want Harbaugh and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get him. So you throw that on top of 9 openings, more than 25% of the league, nearly 30% of the league. Think of it this way. There's 32 teams. Only 23 NFL teams currently have head coaches. That's how crazy it is this time around.
It absolutely is. And we were talking in our meeting, Mike, about the comments that Steve Bisciotti made and how self-aware and normal sounding they were when it came to not only his ownership of the Ravens and how he sees that playing out ultimately as he gets older, but the news about Harbaugh being available, the news about Mike Tomlin being available, that broke while he was speaking. Did you catch wind of any of that?
Oh, absolutely. He drops the S-bomb. We actually played the clip on our show today without the word being deleted, which was very refreshing to me because every once in a while Sims and I will let one fly live. So why not let it fly when it's in something that someone said? It was a great reaction. And Hey, there would surely be some Ravens fans that would love to see Mike Tomlin get to Baltimore. But remember this, the Steelers have rights to Mike Tomlin. Anyone that would want to hire him has to deal with the Steelers. And to the extent that teams are contacting Tomlin, they're technically tampering. They need to have permission from the Steelers first. The Dolphins found that out the hard way 4 years ago when they got whacked for tampering with Tom Brady and Sean Payton. They had a plan where Brady was going to go work for the Dolphins in the front office. They were going to hire Sean Payton. Sean Payton was on board with it. Brady was going to decide during the offseason program he wants to keep playing. He would have played for the Dolphins. That all got blown up, and the Dolphins lost a first-round pick. There was $1.5 million fine. Stephen Ross was suspended. So be careful. If you're a team looking for a coach and you're contacting Mike Tomlin, you could find yourself on the wrong side of a tampering charge.
Mike Florio joins us as he does each and every week here on Rahimi Harrison Grody, the editor-in-chief and creator of Pro Football Talk. All right, so I'm trying to wrap my head around all these things going. Meanwhile, there is still football being played, and we started this by talking about Matt LaFleur. How much have you been following this ever-growing beef between Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson, and do you think it has real legs as far as other people being involved trying to have Matt LaFleur's back?
I remember when things like this would happen 20 years ago, some of the old school football people would express dismay. What has our game become? It's like pro wrestling. Well, guess what? That's the reason pro wrestling's successful. You have drama, and in pro wrestling, it's scripted. In the NFL, it just kind of happens. So I love it when someone just says what they believe, and it creates this soundbite, and it has these ripple effects. I would expect that Matt LaFleur is doing everything he can to help his brother Mike this week as the Rams get ready to come face the Bears. I mean, this is something that isn't going to go away. And as a fan of just overall compelling storylines, I hope Matt LaFleur stays with the Packers for as long as Ben Johnson is with the Bears. I can't get enough of that. So, yeah, it has ripple effects. And I know LaFleur's perspective on the whole thing is, what the hell's going on here? What have I ever done to this guy? I don't even know him. It's just great how this has morphed into a thing.
Well, that said, how much we heard Stephen A. Smith talk about this on ESPN, that it's those close to LaFleur now who are not a fan of his. You know, we mentioned Sean McVay, for example, with the Rams game coming up. LaFleur was on his staff. We're just wondering who else might take offense to what this is.
Well, look, there's this, and Ben Johnson is really taking a calculated risk here because the way the NFL works, there's only 32 teams, as we know, for now. It could change, but for now there's 32, and everyone is interconnected. And every coach that's currently with a team is potentially going to be looking for a job someday. Your network of friends, colleagues, associates, connections is one of your most important assets, because when you end up out on your ear, as 8 coaches found out this year, plus the one who walked away, you're going to be tapping into that network when it's time to plot your next move. Ben Johnson doesn't care. I love the confidence that is embedded within his attitude. He's willing to act like a fan. You know, that's one of the things that drives fans crazy. Coaches and players don't behave the way fans do. They don't think the way fans do. Because for the coach, I'm going to be with this team one year, that team the next year, the other team the year after that. I become a head coach. It's not going to be for the rest of my life. I'll be working for this team next. I need my network more than I need my current colors. Ben Johnson has put his current colors above any of that stuff. And it could come back to bite him, but I hope Bears fans understand how rare that is, because most coaches are very concerned about preserving their friends, their associates, and not burning bridges, because you never know when you're going to need to cross over it to get yourself a job.
Okay, Mike, you mentioned the 9 different head coaching vacancies. I'm trying to figure out who goes where, who's going to be left in this game of musical chairs. It seems like almost like dominoes, though. The first one has to fall. Is John Harbaugh that first domino, and then all of a sudden things fall into place? How do you see this kind of working out around the league?
As to the teams that want John Harbaugh and that believe they have a realistic shot to get him, he's the first domino. There may be teams that know we have no chance, we're not willing to pay him what he wants, or maybe we have done our homework and we've decided that we just don't want him. Those teams can go after whoever their top choice may be. There's so many candidates. The supply of potential head coaching candidates always surpasses the demand, even in a year when there's 9 jobs available. But for now, it's Harbaugh. Tomlin has made it clear, reportedly, that he's not going to coach in 2026. I still don't rule out someone making him an offer that he just cannot say no to. But Harbaugh is the primary logjam, and then other candidates will scatter accordingly. And then you're going to have guys that need to put their staffs together. There's going to be a land rush for the assistant coaches to line them up. It really is going to be a crazy several weeks. But Harbaugh is the first big name that we're going to be watching. I would expect Harbaugh takes a job before any of the other jobs are filled, but I wouldn't rule out one of the jobs that Harbaugh doesn't want, pulling the trigger before Harbaugh takes a job.
We're talking to Mike Florio, the creator, editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And Mike, another question for you. This one is Bears adjacent, is the fate of Ian Cunningham, who has interviewed in many GM cycles. There's a lot of thought that he might end up going to the Falcons. If he's acquired as a GM, is attached to compensatory pick. So do you know anything about the concept of, they're saying that if he goes to the Falcons, that it would be a theoretical linear move because it has to be, I guess, the primary person in charge of football, so that compensation wouldn't be attached. Like, it's worth a revisit of the rules, and I figured you might be more familiar with it for our listeners.
I saw the report over the weekend. I think it was from someone with the Sun-Times that there wouldn't be compensatory picks because it's not regarded as a true GM job, because Matt Ryan, the new president of football operations, has control over the team, which is significant for a more important reason. It reminds me of the dilemma Kyle Shanahan faced when he became the 49ers coach 9 years ago, and he had the keys to the roster and the draft. When you can't offer someone who is currently under contract with another team a true GM job, if it's just GM light, if it's just the title but not the power, the team can say no. Now, if the contract is expiring, that's a different issue. But teams can't block a true promotion to GM. They can block a lateral move. That complicates things for Matt Ryan as he looks for a GM. It's one of the reasons why Kyle Shanahan ended up hiring John Lynch. He was completely unattached. The Falcons may have to ultimately hire someone who is currently disconnected from any team, because it would be a lateral move. It wouldn't be the kind of thing that the team would be unable to say no to. So I think that wrinkle is more important than the compensatory draft picks. The idea that the Bears could just say, you can't talk to him. He's not going to be the GM. He's not going to have control over the roster. We can block this move.
I think given, though, that Ryan Poles helped Matt Ryan in this process, I don't necessarily know that the talking would be an issue. I think it's more about just the, I guess officially, that would be said. But another question I have regarding this is, then who would they get? You've talked a lot about candidates for GM positions that you think may deserve a second chance. They don't get them. Is there somebody on your mind who you think might be a better fit with that team now?
Well, look, Matt Ryan is going to be the guy who calls the shots here, and he has no experience running a football team. And we need to be fair. I've criticized others in the past. It worked out for John Elway in Denver. He had no experience as an NFL executive or scout or anything. He was a player, a great player for a long time. He had confidence in his ability to scout because he learned it from his father. It worked out in large part because he won the Peyton Manning sweepstakes 14 years ago. But that's the real question. What is Matt Ryan looking for? And if he hears no, no, no from the teams that have current executives that can be blocked, he's going to have to find somebody, whether it is one of the GMs out there that for whatever reason, and coaches get recycled, GMs generally do not. Some do, but usually you get one shot as a GM. So that's going to be the challenge. And there's plenty of people in broadcasting who aspire to be general managers. We hear about that all the time. Louis Riddick has been trying to angle for a GM job forever. He'd be a guy who would obviously be in line for an interview because no one could say no to the Falcons making him the GM, even if he wouldn't truly be the GM of the Falcons.
Okay, news out of Philadelphia, not surprising. Kevin Patullo out as offensive coordinator after they failed to get back to the Super Bowl. I'm so curious as to your thoughts about how we're doing this from building a team with a head coach who's not an offensive-minded head coach, more of a CEO type like what you might see in college, and knowing that if your guy's good, he's going to leave, and that's resulted in Jalen Hurts having a different play caller for as long as I can remember each and every season. What do you think about the next guy that they hire for that job and whether or not head coaches should be the offensive mind because of the way the league is going.
It's an amazing roller coaster that the Eagles have been on. Shane Steichen, after the 2022 season, Eagles go to the Super Bowl. He gets the head coaching job in Indianapolis. 23, Brian Johnson, the guy that took his place, that season was a disaster. He gets fired, and Nick Sirianni had to have a good plan for 24, or he would have been in trouble. Enter Kellen Moore. Great job, win a Super Bowl. Kellen Moore is the head coach of the Saints. Now 1 year with Kevin Petula, it's a disaster. And Sirianni has been able somehow, because he was an offensive coordinator, he's somehow been able to avoid blame for the performance of the offense, even though offense is his side of the ball. I think this next hire for him is critical. And the problem is, if he does it right, if he hits a home run, he's going to be right back in this spot next year because that guy's going to be a head coach in the 2027 cycle. It's just a weird spot that the Eagles are in. And the deeper problem there, they need to find a way to get more out of Jalen Hurts. The reports have begun to become more prevalent. It started with Derek Gunn, who's been covering the Eagles forever. It happened during the season. The idea that Jalen Hurts is frustrating coaches and players because he does his own thing when it's time to go run the plays that are called. And he's got a lot of power over the team because of his contract structure. They are stuck with him. The cap hit would be astronomical if they would trade him, or they wouldn't release him. But if they would release him, they would have to deal with a huge cap charge because of the way they layer the payments to minimize the current cap charges. They need to find a way to get through to him. And, one of the things Chris Sims and I were talking about the other day, when the Patriots were beginning to wonder whether or not Tom Brady had lost his magic after 2011, 2012, 2013, what did they do? They used a second-round pick on Jimmy Garoppolo. That was a shot across the bow. That was also a vitamin B12 that addressed them. The sooner they'll be in a situation where they don't have this offense that just disappears for at least half of a game, if not more.
All excellent points, Mike. And to us, you deserve a victory lap. So if you're able to take it, I think you should take it.
Before lunch.
I am very aware, though, that for every one you get right, there's a chance there's going to be one you get wrong. So I try not to take victory laps. I'll take it as money in the bank for the next time I step in something while taking the victory lap that I'd have to scrape off of my shoe. So I'll stick with, as Charles Barkley says, as long as the paycheck shows up on the 15th and the 30th, that's all I need.
Shrewd move, counsel. Mike Florio, thanks as always for taking the time.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you very much. See you. Have a good week.
That's Mike Florio. I actually think the opposite. All of us get stuff wrong virtually all the time.
I love a good 50-50
when you're right,
ball.
you might want to say, I got this one.
Yeah.
Just me.
It depends on how much you're wrong, though. Because
fair enough.
People will point out, yeah, but you were wrong on this, that, the other.
But you have heard of me.
Fifth and the third.
Or
yes.
they'll just make it up, too, which is a thing now.
That's a thing.
The makeup is a thing. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, Ben Johnson just spoke at Hallis Hall ahead of this all-important divisional round game, so we are going to bring it back to you. Let's hear from the head coach today, next.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and the score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, and more during the New Year New Appliance Sale at Grand Appliance and get hundreds in savings you won't find elsewhere. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom today. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
Hardee's Original Bag is back, but only for a limited time. Pick 2 full-sized favorites for just $6.99. Bag yours before they're gone. Choose from the charbroiled double cheeseburger, hot ham and cheese, spicy chicken sandwich, and our saucy ham-breaded chicken tender wraps. You've got it in the bag. The Original Bag. Any 2 plus fries and a drink, just $6.99. Only at Hardee's. Get the best deals on the Hardee's app. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Tax not included. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Price and participation may vary.
Start off the year right with Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Cars sales event. How about the 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 5 electric SUV? With an EPA estimated range up to 318 miles and the latest in safety technology, it's the EV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $99 a month, $49.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year, plus first payment, taxes, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Ioniq 5 today. BuyRosen.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
If you're purchasing a new home or refinancing your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Corey called to consolidate debt with a HELOC and was so happy with David's advice, he left this 5-star Google review. I was looking to pay off my debt, so I reached out to David after listening to his radio show. David called me personally and walked me through my options. He shot it straight, and there was no beating around the bush or pushing me to sign anything. If any of my family or friends need anything relating to a mortgage, I'll give them David's number, because you can't get better and more honest service. David strongly encourages everyone to read Team Hochberg's close to 600 5-star reviews, Google reviews from happy listeners like Corey. Team Hochberg helped Corey and thousands of radio listeners, but they can't help you if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 and 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124021.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
My Lowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowes.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Philadelphia Eagles fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo following a miserable season for the Eagles offense that culminated with the loss on Sunday to the San Francisco 49ers. And while this was absolutely necessary for the Eagles to fire Patullo, they need to take this one step further and trade star wide receiver A.J. Brown. You can be dramatic and petulant if you're winning, but if you're losing, I don't think his act plays in Philly. I'm Dick Hostos.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. Ben Johnson spoke earlier at Hallis Hall today, so we're going to take a listen and react.
All right. Looking forward to getting the guys back in today and get rolling on this opponent. The more tape you watch, the more respect you have for them. They've had an incredible season so far, and they're really sound. They're really talented, really well coached across the board. So we'll have our work cut out for us, but challenge we'll look forward to. So I'll go ahead and open it up from there.
You guys mentioned, I think maybe as far back as training camp, that there was a lot of Matthew Stafford that you wanted Caleb to watch and emulate. What specifically about that, and how have you seen that go?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's fundamentally sound, and so when you talk about the footwork, I think it starts there with him. But then as you talk about an experienced player that sees the field really well, he understands defenses, he knows how to manipulate defenses. He's got a great feel for the game, and that translates to everything he does every single week. They're very much a premier play operation. They get into really good football plays against whatever defense that you're into, and that's a credit to the head coach and play caller, obviously, but also Matthew has a lot to do with that because he's got complete control of everything that's going on, and so it's no wonder that they're scoring so many points that they are right now.
When you want a young player to watch film of a veteran, do you connect the two at all, or did you put Matt in touch with Caleb?
No, nothing like that. But certainly admire Matthew from afar, and knowing him for a couple seasons firsthand, I've got a tremendous amount of respect for him.
Ben, how would you evaluate the state of your run game the last 3 weeks, especially?
Yeah, it feels like it's dipped a little bit. Not something that we certainly want. Certainly late in the season, we wanted that to pick up. Playoffs, weather games like this, you certainly want to be able to lean on your run game. So those are some elements we're looking at. What can we do to help ignite that? Is both efficient runs to stay on track and ahead of the chains, and also explosive runs as well. Where can we find a few of those? I'll say this: we got a really tough opponent in that regard. I think they do a really good job. I think the front is their strength. These guys at the line of scrimmage are really good football players. I think they shed blocks at an elite level. I think they are relentless. I think they're violent, really across the board. So I have a lot of respect for them, and we're going to have to be on our A game to be able to run it on this crew.
What are the challenges their front seven present in terms of pressure, quarterback?
Yeah, I think that's the other thing that jumps off the tape is being able to maintain the depth and the width of the pocket is going to be quite a challenge as well. Verse is one of the more violent edge players I've seen on tape so far this year. He does a great job turning speed into power. He'll take a tackle, go right down the middle of them, and take him right onto the lap of the quarterback. The interior, they are, like I said, relentless. I think that's almost not only talented, but just the fact that they do it play in and play out, and they don't take any plays off. That makes it very difficult because you got to bring it every single snap. Can't have any lapses up front, or else they'll make you pay. Whether it's Turner or Fisk at the 3 technique. Puna Ford's playing high-level football, a little bit more in the running game than the passing game, but yet he's a problem for you, And so, I can't say enough good things about the level with which they're playing up front right now.
Sean McVay was talking about what he studied from your offense. What have you studied from him? What have you gleaned from his offense?
Well, yeah, I think my history has been obviously with Jared Goff, and Jared started with Sean, and so there was a lot of comfort that Jared had from his time with Sean that we looked to, accentuate there in Detroit, and so that was one of the pillars of our playbook were some of those concepts from LA, and also augmenting it with some of the stuff that I had been around, that Coach Campbell had been around, and the rest of the offensive staff, and so it's a marriage of a bunch of stuff like that. But yeah, I've watched a ton of LA tape over the years, obviously when Jared was there, and then that's continued since Matthew's been there as well.
And ahead of the draft a couple of years ago, did you have any interaction with or do much homework on Nakua?
No. He was I wasn't coaching receivers at the time, and so it wasn't on my radar.
When you see what he's become, how do you describe what makes him such a pro?
Yeah, well, I think you look at a guy like that, I think it starts with this guy is a football player. Take position out of it, and he clearly loves the game. He clearly is all about ball. He reminds me a lot of St. Brown, another guy that I felt very similar about, because he's not just excellent at catching the football and route running, but he does everything. He's willing to put his nose in there and get his hands dirty in the running game. The versatility with which he has. He's in the box, inserting through the B and C gaps, not only to block, but to run routes. Physical player, tough player, and you can tell a really dependable player as well.
Stafford's numbers against the blitz are pretty good this year. How do you sort of pick your spots?
Yeah, I think his numbers versus everything's pretty good this year. He's playing at MVP level, and I think that's going to be our challenge, right? We gotta have guys step up here this week, both up front and on the back end, to make things as difficult as we possibly can for them. And so whether that's bring pressure, whether that's play coverage, and depend on our front four to get after them. It's one of those things where it's going to take everybody. It's going to take our defense playing good football for 60 minutes, and it's going to take our offense being able to keep up with an offense of this caliber as well.
Is there anything you take away? They got into a shootout last week, or at least like a late game rally where they had to fight off the Panthers. I know you guys have done this now 7 different times this season. Is there any parallels between how they've had to win some of these tight games? Is there anything that you use as far as game planning, like to what you guys have done too?
Yeah, I don't know about that necessarily. I think we're more focused on ourselves in terms of we don't want to put ourselves in a hole against a team like this, like we've done a number of times this year. I think we need to, we talk about playing a complete game on offense. Like, this is the week that needs to happen for us to be able to beat this team.
When you came on to the game, you said you just kind of felt him in the game. Going back and watching the film, what did you like about what he was able to do?
Yeah, well, I think he's a guy that we count on, and I know the sack numbers is what everybody looks at when it comes to edge rushers, and he's at double digits. He's played really good football in that regard, but as I've told him, as the year's gone along, for me, it's not just the sacks, it's also the pressures and the quarterback hits. And so when you're watching from the sideline and you're feeling him affecting the quarterback a different type of way, I do think that's really important. So he stepped up. I felt like that since the bye week. He's playing really good in the running game. That gets overlooked. But also in the passing game, I felt him get after the quarterback a little bit more. So when you combine that with a guy like Booker on the other side, who I think continues to ascend, I think it gives us a pretty good chance.
Ben, you guys have had a lot of these emotional wins. Did you sense anything different from the group because it happened in the playoffs? And for a lot of them, that was a first. Yeah, well, I think they've handled it really well. And I think we're going to do a good job here shifting the focus, starting our work week just like we've been doing each and every week. And that's really what it comes down to, is you can't let a win or a loss linger for too long. And that's our job as coaches, to make sure we have the right mindset going into the week. And I keep saying it every week, it feels like, but our veteran leadership, they're phenomenal. I don't know if I've been around it quite at this level before. Just week in and week out, that they have a good pulse for the locker room, and their message is going to be really what our team needs to hear.
The topic of veteran leadership, how have you felt Grady this year and even recently in that regard? Yeah, well, I think he is wired the way we want our entire team wired. I felt that from his first press conference here all the way up until now. And, we hit that little hiatus, if you will, early in the season where he's working through his injury. And so his impact probably isn't quite as pronounced as it was in the off season or where it is now. Like, I feel it. These young players are coming along, they're developing. And I think his playoff experience and really these big games that he's been a part of throughout his career, I do think that translates and really hits home with a lot of our guys.
And what's it like coaching Caleb in big moments, and what have you learned about his poise?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you need to say to him on the sideline. We just make sure we're on the same page in terms of what the situation is and what we need to accomplish and how quickly we need to accomplish it. But beyond that, it's not like he needs a pep talk or a rah-rah or anything like that. He's ready to go, and been saying it all along. He rises to the occasion time and time again. It's really impressive to see a young player like this be so clutch.
That was Ben Johnson speaking today at Haugh. We did edit out a couple questions for the sake of time, and this is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score. So what sticks out to me is the way he talked about building his playbook, or at least his plays for Jared Goff, off of a lot of Sean McVay's concepts, which makes sense when you watched the Detroit Lions offense with Jared Goff. So like I said, I feel like these two head coaches and their schemes echo each other, and it would make sense as to why, knowing how those plays worked for his team and thusly his quarterback in Detroit, he would have so much respect for Sean McVay and how he puts a playbook together.
Couple of things that stuck out to me. First of all, the way he talked about Puka Nacua and how he reminds him of Amon-Ra St. Brown, because he is a football player above all else. Yes, he's good at obviously catching the football and running routes. But the other thing that is concerning is just kind of, hey, we're going to depend on our front four to get to the quarterback, because that's been a plan that's worked not enough of the time. And I just wonder when Dennis Allen steps up to the podium tomorrow how he's going to talk about the need to affect the quarterback.
I think that that's code for him saying we're not going to be able to blitz a lot. Talk about a team who will pick apart and find the slightest opening or take advantage of man coverage. It's these guys. So that's my concern. You cannot afford to have pressure that doesn't work up front, because you can't lose the bodies at the second and third levels of the defense.
And then conversely, the only other thing that really jumped out is how he talked about the front four for the Rams and how good they are, and it's going to be difficult, in his words, to run the football. That is not a vote of confidence you want to hear going into a game like this on Sunday night.
If you see the way the Bears have run the ball in the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 games, then that probably continues a trend on Sunday that we've seen. Opponents are learning how to defend the Bears' run schemes better. We'll talk to Olin Kreutz about that. I think he'll be really good to discuss that with at 125. But that's something that your eyes are not deceiving you. They're not running the ball as effectively as they were. And individual matchups, unfortunately, the better teams you play, that's going to be a big part of it. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score, we have to check in with our friend Courtney Turner, the host of Holding Court podcast. You know her as Justin Turner's wife, and she's a Bears meatball. So she decided to go to the game, even though the fam had already moved back to the West Coast. So we'll get her report, and then also apparently an interesting conversation between her and Justin at halftime next.
Spiegel and Holmes talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Afternoons 2 to 6 p.m.
Matt Forte, you played a lot of games against Matthew Stafford. This guy, from what he started as to what he is now, what do you see?
He's a special quarterback, and he's one of the guys that, you have to get pressure on him and not let him take control of the game. Because if you let a guy like that do it, just like he did in Carolina this past weekend, it can be dangerous.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the book. The Bills travel to the Mile High City to take on the top seed Denver Broncos, and I'm willing to ride on the cape of Superman. Josh Allen has statistically been one of the greatest playoff QBs in NFL history, and I expect to see him find the escape hatch multiple times in this game. I'm backing Allen to hit the over on his rushing yards at BetMGM. I'm also rocking with the Bills on the money line to advance once again to the AFC title game. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
I'm Michael Lober from Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. This year, Lober Motors turns 90, and I couldn't be more proud of the people who make it all happen. Our 2 award-winning Mercedes-Benz and Porsche dealerships are filled with hardworking professionals who care deeply about our clients and about each other. It's truly a pleasure to come to work every day. Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. 2 dealerships, 1 family. Just east of the Edens and at LoberMotors.com. Driven to serve since 1936.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. The insurance company's job is to pay you as little as possible. Our job is to get you every dollar you deserve. Call Lerner & Rowe today and let's make them pay. 708-222-2222.
Chapter 3000 Managing Attorney 114 East Surmash, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Where's the single best place to shop for and experience the largest variety of brand new cars, trucks, and SUVs all under one roof? The Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
With the house divided and
big week.
We have bears and Dolphins stuff all over the house, and she's ran a fantasy football league for like 15 years now. She loves it. She's so into it. And if I told you the name of her fantasy football league, I think that number would go up.
Go ahead, give it to us. I got more bears here in my bag. I can give some more out.
The name of her fantasy football league for as long as I've been in it is Put Your Dick in My Bucket.
That is Justin Turner talking about his wife. She grew up a Bears fan. She's from the region. Courtney Turner, nice enough to join us on our Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. Court with a K is who she is on Instagram, and she's the host of the Holding Court podcast and co-founder with Justin Turner of the Justin Turner Foundation. Courtney asked the people on Instagram if she should go to the game. Courtney, thanks for joining us. You ended up going to the game.
I ended up going to the game. It was very last minute, and I was terrible with planning the whole thing, but obviously it worked out pretty good for me.
You can also see Courtney on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. And where are you? This is a beautiful backdrop that you have.
I actually, as I was walking over to set up the camera, I realized that when I joined the show last time, it was our wedding anniversary, and now we're on our belated wedding anniversary trip in Sonoma, in wine country. So you guys keep really stalking us on our anniversary celebration. So thank you for that.
Well, first of all, shout out to knowing that Sonoma is greater than Napa Valley. As someone who lived in Sacramento, I can attest to you making the right selection there, whether it was the first time or this recent trip that has cemented that for you. Courtney, when I say impromptu, that probably doesn't describe best how you decided to make this trip. Take us through the process of, hey, I'm going to go to the Bears game, but I'm not in Chicago.
Yeah, so I was in Los Angeles and felt like I just couldn't miss the game. I feel like if maybe it was someone other than the Packers, I might have stayed home, but I felt like I couldn't miss that rivalry in the wild card. So I'm one of those people that kind of says yes and decides to go and then figures out the details later. And yeah, I booked a one-way flight to Chicago. I was texting with my friend who has season tickets, kind of asking her, okay, where should I stay? And she gave me the best hotel that would let me walk to the game. So I'm on the flight with the worst Wi-Fi, trying to book hotel, finding tickets online. And then my last step was my flight home. But yeah, it was definitely worth all the chaos, but it's kind of on brand for me. So it wasn't that surprising if you know me.
Well, lifelong Bears fan, of course, the chance for seeing the first playoff win in 15 years in person. What were your emotions like just getting ready for the playoff game?
It was wild. I actually walking over and seeing Soldier Field, obviously I've seen it a million times, but I will admit I got kind of emotional seeing it and just seeing everyone walking there, knowing how much that game meant to all the fans. And I was so glad I made the choice. You can ask Justin some of my text in the first and the second quarter. He threatens to release my text thread and tell everyone what I was actually saying when we were losing some hope there. But it was wild. I think it's still very surreal. And I feel like a lot of fans will agree. We're still in shock and still processing it because it was unreal to be there and see it in person.
Courtney, be honest with me. Was there a point where there was 21-3 or 21-6 after three quarters? Was there a point where you're like, I made the wrong decision to make this trip for this?
Oh, 100%. But I will say I don't know. I mean, we've been through it as Bears fans. So one of those things of, okay, we have to go through all the emotions, but that's why Justin said he's going to release my text and show everyone my doubt that I had up for a little bit there. And he said, if anyone can come back, it's the Bears. And he will remind me of that text for the rest of my life. But yeah, I don't know. But then we were all in it together. And even when everyone was kind of down and all that, it was kind of like just that shared, Bears fan misery that we know so well. But I don't know. I don't think I would have regretted the trip either way, but I definitely am glad I was there now for sure.
So wait a second. Justin's the one keeping the faith. He's the one giving you the pump up speech when the team is down at the half.
Does that even surprise you? That's always him. I feel like I am the pessimist. I'm the glass half full, and he's always there to kind of remind me that things can turn around. I mean, we've seen it. It's one of those things where they've done it all season, but you wonder if they're going to stop doing it. And I guess they're not going to stop doing it. That's just the way it is. Because he was even saying, okay, in the Niners game, they finally, it was the most offensive game back and forth, and then they didn't even win that game. So he's like, maybe they shouldn't change anything. Maybe they just need to get going in the second half and in the fourth quarter.
So what was the point in the game where you went from this stinks to, wait, we can win this game? Because we've all had our individual moment where we're like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
the Bears can win this.
Yeah, somewhere towards the end of but then I am so, I don't know. I try to not let myself get too high or too low because I know heartbreak very well in sports. So I don't know. We all started to believe in my section of strangers that I met and was lovingly hugging at the end of the game. But yeah, I would say it probably wasn't until the fourth quarter where I was thinking, okay, this could actually happen. And I actually think after the game and then you watch the last play and you're thinking, okay, is there going to be a flag? Is there going to be something? And just shock and disbelief. I think we just all could not believe it.
As you've been to Soldier Field a time or two, we're talking to Courtney Turner. Her husband is Justin Turner. She hosts the Holding Court podcast. And Courtney, I think being a fan as long as you have been, going to games previously, have you ever heard Soldier Field in person or even on TV be as loud as it was in those final minutes of the game?
No, it was insane. And it's one of those where you are screaming so loud. And it's like I was filming some little moments to capture it and you don't even remember what you were yelling or what you were doing. And like I said, this lady behind me just gave me this big bear hug and we're screaming and everyone's high-fiving. And it was just, there's nothing like that roar of a crowd in a place like Soldier Field when you know that they're about to, like, it was just, I can't even describe it. I'm so glad I was there and there's nothing like it.
I'm glad you're back with us, Courtney, because drama has become a thing for you with football tied together. And I know this extends beyond Soldier Field. Do you have an update on your fantasy football season and the drama that was taking place? How did you finish that fantasy football season?
Yeah, so I ended up not making the playoffs for the first, I didn't know what to do with myself the last couple of weeks because I didn't have a horse in the race. So in my wife's league, there was a husband that started running a team and he ended up being the one that took me out and I missed playoffs. So,
how'd you know it was him and not her?
Well, without giving it away, she was in active labor and was like playing the waiver wire. So I just knew I knew it was suspicious. I called it out in the chat and she said he has a problem and fully admitted it. And I was shook.
Wait a minute.
He said he had a problem? Well, she's in labor.
Some husbands cannot keep their hands and their moves off of their wives' fantasy team, and they all have leagues of their own. Literally, our league name is a league of their own. We don't need the guys in this one. We got it, and they can't. I don't know. It was frustrating. So we gotta go over the rules, I guess, next year.
What was the resolution to that? Or did you just
he get
take
to
your
see
L
the baby?
Yeah, like that. I have so many questions.
They both ended up getting third. So it wasn't really that. I mean, it still bothered me because, like, come on. But I don't know. I feel like I was more mad about it than I thought the other wives would be in the chat. So I had to kind of pull myself back a little bit, but
you had to dial it down.
Yeah, because I was frustrated. I think it was because it was against me. Maybe if it happened to someone else and the matchup was with them, they would have got upset. But yeah, I was not happy.
Active labor, that's a new one.
Well, I'm sorry that you did not finish as well in your fantasy football league, although you have the all-time team league names. There's no doubt about that, thanks to Justin letting us know. And since Justin was so supportive of the Bears, is there any chance he's closer to being a Bears fan now as opposed to being a Dolphins fan?
No, I think he's always going to ride with the Dolphins, but he is enjoying this season for sure. But a lot of my friends are. It's funny, their team are either not in the playoffs or they've been eliminating the playoffs. And I get so many texts of, okay, I'm rooting for the Bears from here on out. So maybe they're America's team right now instead of the Cowboys.
I don't think the Cowboys have been America's team for a long time, and I'm from Dallas.
Since the 90s, but
yeah,
it's okay.
Exactly.
They still use it in marketing, so.
Absolutely. And Courtney, since you went to the game, are you part of the good luck? Are you going to the game again?
I know I won't know until probably Saturday night if I'm going, but someone said you don't want to find out if you're the good luck or not. You don't want to mess with this. So
that's a yes. We'll see you Sunday night.
It's funny, my flight there, I was the only person in my Bears hat, and this flight will be very different with Rams going with me. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, your based out of Southern California. And what's the update on Justin? Of course, you're a friend of the show now, so we have to look out for him as well.
Yeah, he's doing well. I think guys are starting to sign, so we're hoping that, we get some news pretty soon. We get to give it another go this year.
Well, that's exciting for sure. Courtney Turner, live from Sonoma. If you want to check out her podcast, it is called Holding Court. She is Court with a K on Instagram, friend of the show. And I'm glad you went to the game.
Thanks for sharing with us, too. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
That's Courtney Turner. You can check out her podcast. And I hope she has a good rest of her anniversary trip. What are we messing up next? Do we call in a kid's birthday? Like, what do we do next?
This is hilarious. I'm sorry. I can't get over the active labor and... how are you making these moves? Can't get over that.
And you're very active in your fantasy football leagues. That's what cracks me up, is it takes one to know one.
Yeah, I understand got any more of those waiver moves?
And then Studs was in 5, but I think his league number has lowered now. Are you surprised, Adam Studzinski?
No,
You're not surprised at all. Coming up next, it's time for 5 on It. 5 pressing questions that we have on this Wednesday on Rahimi Harris and Grody.
Bears versus Rams. Sunday at Soldier Field in the divisional round of the playoffs. The road to the NFC Championship game goes through Chicago, baby. Welcome in, Sean McVay. Mully here from the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears-Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
It's time for 5 on Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody. Bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
On Tuesday, the Bears announced that the team placed linebacker TJ Edwards and offensive lineman Ozzie Trapillo on injured reserve. Are you more concerned about the health of the offense or the health of the defense heading into Sunday's divisional round game against the Rams at Soldier Field?
Okay. I'll play this dangerous, scary game. You're playing Ray M. Diaz. I don't even know what the M stands for.
It's Michael. You know, MJ.
Ray Michael Jordan Diaz. Here's my issue. Is that the offense makes me concerned because obviously the left tackle situation is not set. We're going to talk about that with Olin Cruz too. We got a lot to discuss with Olin at 125. 1 o'clock is Danny. We got a lot to say to Danny, too. Oh, I forgot to tell Courtney Turner the Danny's robe is custom. She wanted Danny's robe. I forgot to bring it up. Anywho, the defense is what terrifies me here. How can it not? TJ Edwards broke his damn leg, for example. Do we know how C.D. Gardner-Johnson's doing? I know he was tweeting a bunch watching the playoff game, and I love that for him and us. Those who read his tweets. Is he going to be available? Jalen Johnson looked a little bit better even during the game progressing. Kyler Gordon looked okay. So is he gonna have a game where maybe he's super sore and super roughed up if he hadn't played a lot of football games this year? It's the health of the defense. Like, especially, okay, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is still in the concussion protocol, or at least at last check he was. You know, they traded for him because when Dairo Dangbo went down, they wanted to help. So that defensive front that they say they're going to have to rely on against the best offense in the National Football League is going to have to be better. So all of that said, you are going to have to figure out how to make that defense work in a way that perhaps hasn't worked before.
Yeah, if we're talking about health-wise, it's got to be the defense. All those people you just mentioned, plus Andrew Billingsley in the middle, like...
Yeah, Andrew Billings had a hip injury.
He's that dude, as far as the run goes, that you've been able to depend on for a couple of years now. And if he's hurt, that's problematic. Also, it's How healthy is Jalen Johnson? I know he's not going to be 100% before the end of the season. Same with Kyler Gordon. But exactly how healthy will they be? Is he or Kyler as healthy as, I don't know, Devontae Adams?
It's going to be... You heard what Matt Bowen said. If he was the Packers, based on the Bears' struggles on defense against the Lions, he would just run nothing but crossing patterns. And that seemed to be the way that the Packers wanted to attack the Bears this last time, until there were some adjustments. And frankly, until you saw Jalen, for example, running with Christian Watson to get that pass break up. I really want to call him Christian Watkins now because of Kevin Byard. Is that wrong?
That's not wrong.
It's like Jalen Johnson. It's a dangerous game.
It is a
when you
dangerous
start
game.
saying guys' names wrong, it's going to come up somewhere on the air and you're going to look silly.
Next thing you're saying, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You don't want to do that.
Well, and we still call him Ceedee.
Yes.
He has to be called Ceedee. What he says goes.
Yeah, C.D. Gardner-Johnson had an impactful season, so we're going to call that man what he wants to be
Yeah,
called.
I mean, this is a simple agreement. It's basic stuff.
Number 2.
Question number 2. What concerns you most about the Los Angeles Rams?
Come on, man. This is very easy.
Everything.
What concerns me most is those receivers. The 1-2 punch. The 2-1 punch. I don't know. Puka Nacua doing whatever he wants. And then the red zone, the fact that Devontae Adams can score on a pass in the red zone because that's what they've been doing all season long. Matthew Stafford is out here creating new rules of engagement when it comes to getting into the deep red zone and what you're supposed to do. You don't have to run it in. You can just toss it to Devontae. He's got you.
We had discussions about the deep red zone and the intimate red zone and did you notice how everybody started calling it the low red zone after that?
Yeah, what's that? The
It's
low red
almost
zone?
as if we blew it up because we were middle school kids about it all.
Red zone's still better than the red area? Is that what someone called it?
Kirk Herbstreit jumped on the Tom Brady train and called it the red area too. And I'm like, yo, that's what you tell your doctor about. This is not what we call the field.
Back in the day when I covered the Steelers, it was the Heinz red zone because, Heinz Field. So ketchup, anytime you got inside the 20, they do all the sponsorship for that.
Hot take, ketchup is good.
Oh, that is a hot take.
Not on a hot dog. Let's not be ridiculous.
What's it good on?
Not eggs, but French fries and stuff and a burger.
Hot take. Ketchup is terrible for you. It's just straight sugar in a packet.
Straight sugar is actually sugar.
Processed sugar in a packet. How about that?
No, I like that spicy ketchup, guys. The spicy ketchup is the way to go.
You like a little kick? Well, let's hope that the Bears get a little kick to their offense, I don't know, in the first quarter of this game.
Number 3.
This is 5 out on 670 The Score with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. And Mark Grody, he'll be here at 12:25 giving us a report live from Hallis Hall. On Tuesday, the NFL world reacted to Mike Tomlin stepping away from his role as Steelers head coach. Here's how Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti reacted to it.
At Pittsburgh.
He did? Is it official?
That's what I keep hearing. So, is he a candidate here?
Holy Mike, wouldn't that be awesome? Only if John takes the Pittsburgh job.
So that's Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti reacting to the news that Mike Tomlin stepped away from the Steelers. But here's our question. It's multiple choice. Do you think Mike Tomlin will open the 2026 season as A, head coach of a new NFL team, B, a member of an NFL broadcast crew, C, just be a retired dude, or D, other? And if you do choose other, I want to know, what do you think Mike Tomlin's going to be doing?
I think Mike Tomlin's going to be doing a whole lot of commercials. So I'm going to go with D,
Ooh,
other.
yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean he can't still do B, be the member of a broadcast crew. I just cannot see him retiring and not doing anything and or coaching somewhere else while he's still on, he still has rights to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know that teams will want to give up a whole lot for Mike Tomlin at this current juncture, but I think Mike Tomlin just gets on TV and gets to be Mike Tomlin, both on the set of a post-game, pre-game show, whatever, and also in commercials. Mike Tomlin in commercials is going to be amazing.
Hi, this is Mike Tomlin for your local auto dealer. Do you like to drive? We like to drive on the Steelers. I don't know. I'm just trying to make up something on the fly. I got to write these things down in advance.
I would love Mike Tomlin to do those auto insurance commercials that Ice-T does. I would
with
love
Vivica
to
A.
see,
Fox?
And with I would like to see Vivica A. Fox, Ice-T, and Mike Tomlin in one commercial.
Here's the issue is like, do they just do a riff off of Mike Tomlin, the standard is the standard, where it's like, Mike Tomlin's here for quality control. The standard is the standard. And it's something random, like when you need your countertop surfaced, Mike Tomlin is the guy for the standard.
There is a treasure trove of Tomlinisms, and that's a tease for 145 because we're going to go through some of those.
Also, credit to Steve Bisciotti, who sounded the most self-aware and real that I've heard an owner sound in a very long time. That, and I don't like to use these phrases a lot because they get used and weaponized, is a self-made man.
I just thought of another.
He started his business out of his basement with secondhand equipment.
Well, yeah, he also brings levity, as we heard there in the press conference. So he seems, as you said, self-aware of what's going on through other people's eyes, not just, a billionaire owner, as tend to be the case.
He's not talking about taking over other countries in press conferences. Jerry Jones.
Oh, man, that's a direct shot. Also, to go along with my television theme, he could also just be Omar Epps' stunt double.
Oh, wow.
You've never seen them in the same place, have you?
This is true.
I have not.
Guess we might get to the bottom of that mystery after all.
Number 4
is Chiefs offensive coordinator and former Bears head coach Matt Nagy about to get boxed out of this coaching cycle.
Here's the thing. So when the coaching cycle first started, I'd say day 1 through 5 or so, a wink. So like when the cycle first started, you're like, oh, Matt Nagy seems like a reasonable candidate here. He had the story with Dan Pompei talking, or was it? Yeah, it was Dan Pompei talking about what he would do better the next time around. And I do think he deserves a next time around. I think most people do. That's fair. He qualified for the job. The problem is the Bears qualified him, which I don't know if at the time that was good enough for the rest of the league. He did get to 2 playoff games in separate seasons.
How many do you win?
Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay.
So, point being, it would be safe to say, especially when he went back to one of the most successful teams in the NFL, that he would get a second chance. So he talked about what he would do differently, which not a lot of coaches will actually come out and say, and I give him credit for that as well. So then he starts getting these interviews, but then you hear what names could be available and then are available. Mike McDaniel, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin is tradable, available. And what do you think is going to happen in this? Somebody's going to get boxed out of the cycle that wasn't available or that was probably going to be a big name previously. It is just like a depth chart, unfortunately. So I wonder if he probably gets a job just based on the sheer number of head coaching availabilities there are and the fact that his odds are better being an offensive-minded head coach. But I don't know. This is a tough one. It doesn't have the same kind of luster now that we're a little bit later in the cycle that it had originally.
I'll say this. Matt Nagy was never on my radar to be hired for a head coaching job. Not that I have a head coaching job to fill, but if it was, Matt Nagy's so far down my list. There's so many other people I would put as a head coach of my team than Matt Nagy. It's a long list. You didn't even mention Kevin Stefanski. Brian,
2-time coach of the year.
I'd rather have Brian Flores than Matt Nagy.
One of the best defensive coordinators in the game.
Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak, anyone?
Absolutely. His name is very high among a lot of people.
Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula.
Who's interviewed, yes.
I could just keep going.
Oh, we can keep going with Brian Daboll, who's reportedly going to interview with the Titans.
If I'm the Titans, I'm interviewing 200 people.
Cliff Kingsbury. The list goes
that's
on.
That's top of the list name right there.
Yeah,
Cliff Kingsbury.
Cliff Kingsbury, and that's the point. Like we forgot about who all is available because of some of the biggest names in coaching in the league.
Take that, Matt Nagy.
Number 5.
This is 5 Mounted on 670 The Score with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. Mark Grody joins us from Hallis Hall at 12:25, just 10 minutes away. Who will be the most famous person we see at Sunday night's Bears-Rams divisional round matchup at Soldier Field?
Okay, so here's one of my concerns, is that Common was a photographer, right? He was just
he had the official NFL, that brown vest.
Yeah, the vest you wear because you want to be visible in case there's a collision or something. You have to move around the side. If you're adjacent to the sideline, you have to wear one of those for safety, and they make sense. But Common's famous and all, but every day at the game you have Simone Biles.
Yeah.
Arguably the greatest gymnast of our time. Did you see the Jonathan Owens coat he had made, by the way? It was like this long leather coat, and then his picture was on the back of the coat.
This is a new one? Because didn't she used to have a Packers one?
Yes, she did. But she, being one of the greatest of all time, had this made. So it's like this black leather coat, or it's some sort of heavy material coat, and then it had like a fur collar. So Simone Biles is the given, right? Because she's always going to be the most famous. And there was a litany. Freddie Gibbs, who was on this radio station, which I think is incredible. The amount of people who were there to watch the game, or like AJ Pierzynski was there, for example, who our buddy, our caller, got to say hello to. So I think that here's the thing. How many playoff wins do the Bears have to get before Michael Jordan comes back to town?
Being that this
How many, Michael Jordan? What is it going to take for you to come back?
Piece of ownership in the team.
Okay. Who would be mad if Michael Jordan had a piece of ownership of the Bears?
Don't let him near that front office, though.
Don't worry about that part. We'll give him a cool, fun job, like being Michael Jordan job.
Okay.
How many wins? What is it going to take get Michael Jordan back here?
I would expect Michael Jordan to roll into Soldier Field before I would expect him to come anywhere near the United Center or a White Sox game. So, I wouldn't be surprised, to be quite honest.
That man avoids Chicago so much, he's going to have to be airdrop skydived onto the field.
I have an idea of a famous person that could come and supersede Simone Biles. What about former President Barack Obama? He's a Bears fan.
How many wins for Barack?
I'm just saying. That's the only person I can really think of off the top of my head would be more famous than Simone Biles.
Michael Jordan went to a North Carolina game. Michael Jordan sat for a Bill Belichick coach North Carolina game.
Did he leave early like everybody else?
I don't know. That's a good question. Did Jordan Hudson have a hand in that? Like, who brought Michael Jordan to that game?
Not Jordan Hudson. I forgot about her.
Hey, what about Jennifer Hudson? She's, she's dating Common.
Jennifer Hudson would qualify.
Yes.
We would be happy to see Jennifer Hudson at a Bears game. PCA will also qualify.
Oh, PCA will be there because he's been there.
Yeah, but
honestly, my inspiration for coming up with this question is the man of the hour, because the Cubs officially announced it today.
Alex Bregman?
That's right. Cubs third baseman, officially Alex Bregman. I bet he'll be there because he was at a Blackhawks game.
Yeah, I just none of those people are as famous as Simone Biles. That's the problem.
No, the only one it's Oprah, who could also come back to Chicago anytime. Oprah,
Jordan, Barack Obama.
The late Jerry Springer would have been a part of this mix, but he was a big baseball fan. I used to see Jerry at MLB Network when I worked there. He had a stretch limo because he's awesome.
Spike Lee? The text
Spike
line,
Lee was here.
The text lines are going crazy.
Yeah, Spike Lee was at the game.
Chance, Bill Murray.
Chance was at the game.
Chance was. I loved that.
Seth Rollins and Vince Vaughn were at the game.
630. The Pope.
Oh,
how many playoff wins does it take to get the Pope?
Well, Pope, the threshold for the Pope's got to be the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Super Bowl before you asking for the Pope to show up.
Why not? Why can't the Pope show up at a wild card game?
I love that in the Spiegel and Holmes interview with Freddie Gibbs.
Okay.
They asked him about seeing Spike Lee, and Freddie Gibbs said to Spike Lee, "What are you doing here?" And it didn't sound like Freddie Gibbs even got an answer from Spike Lee. Like Freddie Gibbs was just as surprised.
That's hilarious.
Because we all thought the same thing. We're like, wait, what? You're trying to get the Pope a Knicks jersey, dude.
Well, New York football, the state of New York football is horrible, so he's got to latch on,
If you're tired of your New York football teams, come to the Bears.
Are we back on our death row? Is that what we're doing?
But unfortunately for Spike, he's going to have to get rid of the Knicks love too in there. And yeah, I know people who've said that that's bad luck, but that's how this works.
Lupe Fiasco. I mean, the Bears are trying to kick push
all
the way to the Super Bowl.
I don't know that Lupe Fiasco is more famous at this juncture in time in 2026 than Simone Biles. But
none of these people are that we're saying. Bill Murray, Ashton Kutcher, Belushi. Like, I get it.
Yeah, all of these people are welcome.
Yes. Ditka.
Just don't ask me for tickets because I have zero. But I think that they should be at the game.
5 on it.
That was 5 on it, and I'm still paused in thinking about the concept of Michael Jordan being at the game. It's not going to happen.
That would be a whole story in and of itself.
But then again, I thought a lot of things weren't going to happen, and they do. So I don't know. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Kevin Garnett is welcome at the game. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody, we'll go out to Hallis Hall. Mark Grody joins us next.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on the score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. This is Michael Jordan time, and Caleb handles the moment, and man, who knows how far this is going to go.
Steve.
Caleb's grown into the Iceman, and we're in the divisional playoffs hosting the Rams. Bring on the Rams, that warm weather team. Come to Chicago, 20 degrees, windy weather. Let's go.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Save more dough with Jewel Osco's digital JoJo Bucks, where you can get $7 off selected $40 purchases. Offer good January 14th through January 16th. Limit 1 clip per day. Get all the details on the Jewel Osco For You app.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything out store-wide. Get 2 great chairs for one low price, plus up to 50% off clearance. All the comfiest Lazy Boy furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Get our best offers on your favorite Lazy Boy furniture. Hurry, deals like these won't last. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Discount applies to select floor models, discontinued items, overstocks, and clearance. Excludes advertised items and select styles. See store for details.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
What if your instincts could pay off?
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Last night, the Milwaukee Bucks lost at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Bucks were down 30 heading into halftime and were booed by the home crowd. After the half, Giannis Antetokounmpo got a bucket and a foul, and he proceeded to put 2 thumbs down and boo back at the home crowd. I get it, Giannis. You don't like getting booed, but this is the first step leaning towards Giannis requesting a trade from Milwaukee. I'm Chris Black.
Bears. Mark Grody covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
Can I get a couple minutes with you here, man?
Man, I ain't even talking today, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll go next to Mark Grody from The Score.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What? Host of the Take the North podcast.
I'm sorry, guys. What was I talking about? Kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
Mark Grody.
My hair does look good today.
With Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
He's an apartment complex, this guy.
You updated the Mark Grody Open again, Tyler? Let's go live out to Haugh. That is where we find our co-host, Mark Grody. He's also the co-host of the Take the North podcast, and he covers the Bears for you, TTN. Mark joins us on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. It is through the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today. Hey,
that is
Mark.
a close-up.
Folks, yeah, it has been a fast-paced day out here at Haugh. As a matter of fact, a very slow pace coming in it was one of these days where, and some people driving out there know this, there was a massive accident on 294 today. So it was one of those days where I literally walk into Haugh Hall as Ben Johnson is beginning his press conference. So I'm coming into it like that, and they've got players in the hallway, they've got players at the podium, and just all sorts of things happening out here. I can tell you that the team is outside practicing right now. Yes, outdoors. That is what they do. We were told today, that the players, that Ben has done a good job of making sure they do practice outside. Every once in a while, they'll go indoors to the Walter Payton Center, but they don't have those giant heaters out there either. So there's really no salvation for the players as they practice and get ready for it, which has been a playful complaint, I'll just say, by some of the players that they don't have those giant industrial steel heaters, which I can tell you from all my years on the sidelines, guys, those are a real deal that you get real warm, real fast. I may have even melted that nice big coat of mine in standing in front of one of those heaters one time.
Yeah, they blaze fire, basically, right?
Yeah. It's basically fire, Layla. Yes. So
Heat.
They work.
It's basically fire.
I like the way I like it when you walk by the flamethrower just to get, take the edge off. I'm good with that, Grody.
No, trust me. I found my places when I did the sidelines. I was like, of course, I would not go near it if there were players that needed it. But, when the players walked away, I would walk in front of those heaters and some of those really cold days out there. But the team is outside practicing. Like I said, guys, several players have spoken today, and Ben Johnson has spoken today. But the main man that I know everybody wants to hear from is Caleb Williams. He was front and center at the lectern today out here at Haugh Hall.
How much satisfaction have you gotten over maybe these last handful of games with some of the stuff that you've done in the fourth quarter to show people, maybe doubters, like that you are the guy that people thought you were coming out of USC?
Yeah, that's never been a worry of mine, is proving a doubters wrong or anything like that. It's a little extra motivation in that sense, but it's not for me to prove them wrong. I know who I am. Not everything happens within 365 days or 1 year, my first year, or even my second year or third year, whatever the case may be. So it's my mindset to be able to keep growing. It's my mindset to be able to keep that mindset of knowing who I am. Keep that mindset of, I feel that I'm the best when I'm on the field. Keeping the mindset of, I'm the best when I got, the other 10 guys around me that are fighting for me. I'm the best when I got, the best coach in the world. And so being able to, have that mindset, being able to have that mentality going into the years or the weeks or the months and things like that, that's kind of how I go about it.
Sounds like Caleb Williams is in his own world right now, and that's fine because I like the space that he's residing in.
Yeah, main character energy, Caleb Williams is fine by me.
You know what it is? And there were other questions about like the miraculous things that he's done. And like even being asked about the Jordan logo thing, that meme that everybody's putting up on the 4th and 8 pass, like with all of this, his answers are, he may as well say this, guys, I know I'm great. Like that's the tone. I'm serious.
You're
like,
right.
And I appreciate that. Like when somebody asked him about you guys can go check out the audio later. I don't have the time to play a whole bunch of audio for you guys right now, but go back and listen to the question. Somebody asked him about the meme, and his answer was, yeah, like he appreciated it, but he was like, they've done that before to me. He's like, yeah, like in college, there was a couple times when the Jumpman logo came up. So back to his USC days. So this guy has, look, through miles of criticism, Lord knows I've been critical of Caleb Williams. We all have. It's what we do. But he none of it really affects him. He hears it. We know, like the Lil Wayne stuff came up, and he gave like a 2 or 3 word answer, basically saying, "Oh yeah, that was funny" or something like that. He didn't give it too much justice, and I did hear you guys. One of you guys does a really good. Is it Ray that was doing the Lil Wayne?
That's Ray.
Had the best
That's Ray.
Lil
Give it to him, Ray.
Yeah, Grody, baby. I don't like the Bears, but I like my Grody.
I was listening. I'm like, that is so good. That was so good.
Still give me a bear.
So,
I'm your favorite rapper.
he knows he's good. Caleb knows. So I can honestly report this man has lost no confidence because of the outside world. And look, every quarterback in the league deals with it, but we know the shine is a little bit different when you're the number 1 overall pick, when you are told that you are elite, when you are told that you are generational and all of that stuff. And he's not there yet still, believe it or not, but he is like, he's on a way better trajectory than he was, say, a quarter of the way through this season or even halfway through this season, doing what he has done when he's had to do the things that he has done. So it was very interesting and enlightening listening to a very, very, by the way, very calm Caleb Williams at the podium today.
Yeah, and that's who he is. That's what made the times where he's gotten a little, I wouldn't say petty, but he's like, well, I was told I couldn't play Anderson, or I couldn't turn my back to the defense. Like I like it because you're human. You're not cyborg Caleb Williams. And we had fun watching him with the cheese grater on the Amazon postgame show, and then him mixing in the Salt Bay. And he'll do stuff. It's a little bit like when Tom Brady was playing, to post the video to the Lil Wayne song as a response on Instagram. That's pretty operative, I feel like, of how Tom Brady used to conduct himself when he was still playing. It took over a season for us to get a lot of personality out of Tom. So I feel like he's following the steps of those who have the great expectation on them as well.
Yeah, like that's the way he's always put himself. Was it earlier this year? Didn't he kind of, when he talked about the Kobe Bryant quote or the Michael Jordan quote, where you're going to miss most of the game-winning shots, and so he has used those elite names. He has always put himself in the company of the great ones, of the elite ones. Like, he hasn't backed off of that. That's the company that he believes he is in. And he is showing why with some of these unbelievable throws, some of these unbelievable comebacks, all of that. And, you may need more of that, maybe a good old-fashioned shootout along the lakefront on Sunday night starting at 5:30. They're going to need all of that from Caleb. And despite the fact that, the Bears just insist upon themselves and getting their offense right in the fourth quarter, they're always holding on hope, both sides of the ball at this point, that they actually start faster. Keep the dream alive that could actually happen against the Rams. They're not discounting that, but we know where the magic has happened for the Bears.
Yeah, I've kind of given up on that dream. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I know.
The dream is dead.
It's not dead. It's just
the good
that's
news
not.
is your dream ultimately is still alive.
That is not what I'm depending on to carry the Bears forward, at least this Sunday, although they probably need that in order to have a legitimate chance of winning this game. Grody, what else was said out there that got your attention in terms of the way they're talking about this matchup?
Yeah, you know what, Marshall? We are in the everybody is saying nice things about everybody phase of the program, whether it's coming out of Los Angeles, whether it's coming out of Chicago here today. We heard, Kevin Byard talk about how good Matthew Stafford is and what a challenge it's going to be to stop Puka Nacua, and what it is that, what Devontae Adams, is a technician. That was an adjective that was used to describe him today. So I feel like it's just sort of formulating, and we're in the gentle phase of the week, the courtesy phase of the week, where there's a lot of questions going back and forth on how good and how great certain players are on both sides of the ball. I did think it was interesting today. Had a really good talk with Montez Sweat with a few other reporters today. I'll be able to play some of that this afternoon, I believe at 5:00 on the Spiegel and Holmes show. But he said, and it perked my interest, Montez Sweat said, this is the most fun he's ever had playing football, which is really good to hear, because it hasn't felt like that for Montez Sweat through my eyes over the last year, and even for maybe a year and a half. He's come on, he has made plays recently. He did get the double-digit sacks, but this has not seemed like a guy who has been having a whole lot of fun playing football. And now he says he's having the most fun that he's ever played. So it's good to hear that. It's good to hear that everybody has a super health. It's amazing what winning does. It gives you health in your brain.
Absolutely. And, I think it's also seeing your results pay off. That's part of why I think Caleb Williams can be confident. Not only has he been successful at the college level, but when you earn as much money as you do, like all of us, when you get a job that pays well and you earn your salary, you feel better about yourself. And I think it's great that he's got the ability to do that. What's really cool is Chase Young was also at the Bears game to support Montez Sweat. What a thoughtful thing to do as a fellow NFL player who's not your teammate anymore.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. It's been pretty amazing to see all the people that have been coming out to these Bears games. Quite frankly, I can't wait to see who is the who's who on the sidelines this week, and just the energy that's going to be out at Halas Hall at Soldier Field on Saturday. I mean, how do you top what was by some accounts, by people, that it was the loudest they have ever heard Soldier Field? It's going to get crazy, and there's going to be a long list of celebrities and football enthusiasts and friends of the family that will be out at Soldier Field on Sunday night at 5:30.
Yeah, Grody, we said we want to know how many playoff wins it takes for Michael Jordan to show up.
Oh, I mean, I don't even think Jordan would show up for the Super Bowl. He's not he's never been one of those Chicago guys that's like a fan of all the other teams in town. So I don't think we'll be seeing Michael Jordan unless they pay him literally $1 billion to be there. Wow. I don't expect MJ to be there. Okay. But that would be something.
Is it?
If the Bears could pull that off, that'd be something. But when does MJ show up to anything?
He was at the North Carolina game, Bill Belichick's first game.
So he was in North Carolina, right?
Yeah. I said the best chance of him showing up at a game is Bears Panthers.
Don't worry about that, Grody.
NFC Championship game at Carolina is probably the best chance you have of him showing up. And also, we think the Pope is more likely to show up than MJ, if that tells you anything.
Ooh, I like that. Like the Pope just rises over he just drops in out of nowhere. He comes floating in his gown. Oh my God. I would love to see Bob Provis make his way in.
See, this is why we can't handle things.
Yeah.
Not even that we can't have nice things.
Nice things,
we
good
just can't
things,
handle
positive
anything.
things. Yeah.
He's
So
just
that-
levitating. He's just levitating over the field and the sideline and blessing everybody that he comes across.
And glowing. There has to be a glow.
There has to be a glow. Maybe he'll drop a little holy water on the field. Maybe just spray it down a little bit. Just give it a little spritz, a little shot here, a little shot there from the Pope.
I like the idea of like a hose. You just spray it down. Oh,
Yeah,
we're
like
going to get in
I
trouble,
always-
Grody. This is 75 at least Hail Marys for the both of us.
Oh, I am so behind in my Hail Marys. Like I said, I always said, when I say things like that, it's God's fault, and Jesus for that matter,
Okay.
because he has blessed me with a reverence and sometimes a sense of humor. So it's not on me, you know?
No, I am not going to partake in this with you. I'm going to let you get back to work at Hallis Hall.
I've scared you guys now. Okay.
Yeah, I don't
sorry.
want to get that bad energy, man.
To be fair, I'm not scared, Grody. I'm just concerned about you. That's all.
Don't be afraid. Don't be worried about me. Hey,
Concerned,
Marshall,
not
look,
worried. Concerned.
I'll be fine. You guys
The
are
nuns
just
would have
fearful.
loved you.
God does not want people to fear him. I'm sorry. That is not what God is there for.
But there's a whole phrase. Anyway, before we get too existential, Mark Grody, thanks for taking the time.
Bye, guys.
Bye. That's Mark Grody.
Bye,
You can
Groats.
hear him again in the afternoon show. It is Lawrence Holmes and Carmen Vitale today, so we look forward to that pairing, and you will hear Mark's work with them. Coming up next, let's just keep with let's keep this up, guys. Let's keep up the idea of some divine or perhaps at least weather-related intervention now that we've all learned what a heater is today. Matt Stafford and the cold weather. Let's talk about that, along with the propensity of what could happen in this game based on their last body of work. That's next.
Mully and Haugh, talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m.
This is such a good game because it's the Rams. It's the Rams coming in.
This feels big.
This feels real big.
This feels big. It looks like you're going to be building all weekend long toward this final playoff game of all of them that will be played. And there will be a dramatic element to it. There'll be a marquee feel, and Soldier Field will be electric again.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows in Chicago for over 45 years. Purchase with confidence, backed by our price match guarantee. Great financing available. Visit climateguardwindows.com today to schedule a free in-home estimate.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. Getting rear-ended once is bad enough. Don't let the insurance company hit you again with a lowball offer. Call an experienced attorney who knows how to fight and win. Call Lerner and Rowe today. 708-222-2222.
Jonathan Doss, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them during their preseason sale. you'll get a phenomenal Comer and Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer and Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly in one day. I love mine, a Comer and Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer and Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen to Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, and we just got done with a Bears hit from Mark Grody talking to us about how the Bears feel about their upcoming matchup with the Rams. The Rams who had to work to earn that win over the Carolina Panthers. That was no easy game for them. As we saw, it ended up being a 3-point game where they won on the road 34-31. And that is a team who has beaten them before. So it's safe to say that a comeback is in play against this Rams team if possible.
Here's what I want to say about the Rams. I know they have the best offense in football. It is like, in totality, their offense was the best in football. Highest scoring, highest yards, in totality.
But the substat of totality, comma, for real.
Yes, for real.
Not just like part, for real.
At the same time, Layla, this is a team that went 12-5 in the regular season. And heading into week 13, they were sitting there at 9-3 and looking pretty doggone good. They went 3-3 down the stretch. You mentioned the loss to the Panthers. They also lost an exciting overtime battle at Seattle, and they also lost to the Falcons, who did finish the year strong. The Falcons did. But let me give you some numbers: 20, 27, 38, 34, 17, 31. Those are the point totals they allowed over their last 6 games. They could be had.
They can, and their defense, while it does have some stars, as we've talked about, like Jared Verse is awesome and tends to, I think, kind of rise up in the playoffs. You know, we saw that last year. He had an incredible
He was
playoff.
crazy last year.
Well, the funniest was when he ended the quarterback hit with the Jimmy Superfly Snuka flying tackle, which I don't know how that was not penalized, but I'm cool with it because it was funny. You don't want him doing that to your quarterback. But then you look at like Byron Young, for example, who had 12 sacks on the season, 12 tackles for loss, 101 total tackles. So there are people to be respected on that defense. There's no doubt. And Ben Johnson brought them up as well. You know, you respect the 3-tech for sure. But this is a team that, despite being so respected offensively, they still ended up with 5 losses in the regular season. I think it was because of the division they're in. They lost to the 49ers 26-23. They lost to the Panthers, as we mentioned before, 31-28. Lost to the Seahawks in that thriller, 38-37. The Falcons game. You know, the Eagles game is probably the one where you're saying to yourself at the time, well, that's the champions beating a slightly not as good team. But now we know that that's not true. You know, they played their best football, winning 6 games in a row in the middle of the season. And that's where they really started to cook and come on.
I think the tell is that of their 5 regular season losses, only one of them came to a non-playoff team, and that was a Falcons team that was right there in a bad division. I'm not saying the NFC South is full of world beaters, but that's the only game they lost to a non-playoff team.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, too, their 2 games against the Cardinals were in the latter part of their season. You know, they beat them 45-17. Then they beat them 37-20 to end the season. So that'll help pad your offensive stats as well.
True.
Took down the Lions 41-34. So I think you're fair to say, especially given how they've played the Panthers twice this season, that if you match up properly, this is a team that you can theoretically do some work against.
Weren't the Panthers 10.5 dogs in that game?
Yes.
And that's at their place, and people were like, oh, the Rams are just going to... Listen.
Double-digit home dog rules still apply.
If I told you the Bears are going to host the Rams, and in the fourth quarter of that game, Caleb Williams is going to have the ball with a minute left and a chance to either tie or win the game because they're only down 3, you would sign up for that today.
Because you know the team that you've been watching all season.
Absolutely.
The team that stressed everybody out. And I think what you said about the special teams is correct. The Bears have a clear and outright advantage on special teams.
And I'm not saying that the Rams don't have a clear and outright advantage on offense and defense, but I think Ben Johnson's offense is a lot closer to Sean McVay's offense than the special teams is of the Rams to the Bears special team. There's a huge gap there. They had to fire their special teams coordinator mid-season.
And that's not what you want. You know, our punishment for the Cincinnati game was just saying you had to take an Uber pool back. It's a long Uber pool ride. But firing was not part of the discussion.
Didn't make anybody walk home. Just take the Uber pool.
Not Uber. No. Not flying back. Not even the bus. Uber pool was the sufficient punishment for that.
And that's not even that long of a ride. Cincinnati's not that far from here.
And an Uber pool it is.
Oh, okay. Especially if you're stopping, dropping people
off. Or the
off.
Lyft line.
Okay, that's
suddenly your little 7-minute trip turns into a 35-minute chat.
Pre-pandemic, I took a lot of Uber pool because it was just economically. I wasn't in a hurry. It was economically responsible.
Me too. I met a lot of interesting people on a Lyft line, like a professional makeup artist on one, a professional model. It was very interesting.
I should have been in your Lyft lines.
You would have appreciated. That was one Lyft ride one time. But the point is, this is not now. So special teams coordinator getting fired. And that would indicate that there's an issue. Block punt happens in the game against the Panthers. When you know that the game comes down to 1 score, most likely in the NFL, there's hope.
There's more than hope. There is more than just a crack in why the Bears can win this game. I always tell people, like, every man has a chance with a woman that he's interested in. That chance may be the size of a peephole, or it could be floor-to-ceiling window.
The ceiling is the roof. Get Michael Jordan here.
Good luck.
And yes, to be fair, Michael Jordan has been spotted at Blackhawks games, but that's been many years ago. That's 15 years ago, I believe.
The ceiling is the roof.
I knew what he meant.
The point is, the Bears have much larger than the chance of a keyhole of beating the Rams. They have a sizable window. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out because The league is going to be curious to see how Ben Johnson's cardiac Bears react when facing the ultimate test offensively in Sean McVay's Rams.
Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody, we continue our busy day of having some big-name guests. He almost mushed the team. The meatball machine was full of people who didn't want him in the vicinity of the city, but he came out okay. Danny Perkins was at the Bears game. He wore the majestic robe. He will talk to us about his game along with what's next. Does he come back for the divisional? Are you okay with it? Can you handle it? We'll discuss with Danny next.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games the city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
I could do Stephen A's job, guys. It's not that hard.
Danny Parkins.
QB1 party! All are invited!
Host of Fox Sports 1's First Things First.
Oh, man, this is going to be a long second half. By the way, Danny Parkins should never be allowed back into the stadium.
Pope Leo is Pope Bob from the South Side. He went to the World Series for the White Sox, so it stands to reason.
Danny's clips.
Then he was listening to my highly rated show on The Score back in the day. Brew, by the way, Chicago says, what up?
Okay, I take back what I said. Danny Parkins is welcome back to the game.
The Bears, plenty of reason to doubt them. Caleb Williams, no.
Former host of 670 The Score before he abandoned us.
It's a Caleb Williams custom, baby!
Jersey number 1 is going to the Raptors.
You guys made it seem like as Chicago Bears fans, we had our guy, Danny Parkins, all these guys.
Danny Parkins on 670 The Score.
Wait.
Danny Parkins, who I'm pretty sure may have had, like, I don't know, maybe a year taken off the life expectancy after the stress of the game. I saw that halftime post with you and your robe and your sunglasses at night. But the good news is, totally redeemed himself. Danny was at the game. He hadn't been to a game since the double doink, and the mush is over. Congratulations, Danny. He joins us via our Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today. Hey, Danny, how are you?
I'm great. I never want to hear the mush allegations again. I never want to hear the jinx allegations again. I have power. I don't have that much power. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson, they were thrilled to have me looking over their shoulder from row 1 at the 48-yard line.
They
I
told
said
you
50-yard line to you guys last week, but it was the 48. So I apologize for that. But the mush is it was never real, but it's certainly over now.
Danny, I enjoyed seeing you in the background of the Caleb Williams post-game interview because
thank you.
It was undeniable. Like, the man in the rope, that's Danny Parkins.
That's right.
I want to know, at what point did you go from, okay, this isn't working out, to, oh, yeah, the Bears can win this game, or the Bears will win this game? I just need to, I want your personal timeline, because we all have a personal timeline, even though the Bears had already proven 6 times prior that they can manufacture a comeback of this nature.
Well, I was going to ask you the same thing, because I at least picked the Bears to win. You picked the Packers to win.
Yes, I did.
So,
and if you told me, before the season started, the Bears will run 0 offensive plays where they have the lead in 3 games and they'll lose 2 of the 3 games, I would say that doesn't even make sense.
That's mathematically impossible.
Well, but
it happened. Magic.
It did happen. So for me, Danny, when it was 21-3, I was like, okay. And then when the field goal was off at the end of the first half, I was like, well, there's still time if they get a stop. And then once the first 3 and out happened, I was like, I could see the Bears coming back. And then once they didn't get a stop, I'm trying to remember exactly when it was, but once they cut it to they scored the touchdown to make it a one-score game, I was like, oh yeah, the Bears could definitely win this game.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, we're in line. I think that what was amazing, like there's so many stories and anecdotes from my day at Soldier Field that we can get into, but I think like the win of all of this is they're down 21-3 and it's halftime and I'm having conversations with my friends like, get a stop and Caleb magic can happen. Like the idea that there was every other Bears team that I can think of, you're down 21-3 to the Packers. You're thinking about leaving. You're thinking about warming up. You're thinking I'm not going to say that I thought they were going to win, but I definitely didn't think it was over. And like that subtle difference there is just a massive win with having this coach and this quarterback for the Bears. And I know you guys probably did it all on Monday. I wish I would have, I was waiting for the call to come on Monday. It was incredible. It really was. It was it was a sports religious experience. The snow beforehand. I paid $50 to a guy at a tailgate to get his cheese grater hat because you can't get them. You can't get them anywhere online.
Do you know how much of a markup that was? Like how much he paid for the cheese grater hat?
I just said, how much for your cheese grater? He said $50. I said deal. It was a three-sentence conversation. And it was amazing. Like where I've landed is this. Whoever wins the Super Bowl had the most successful season in the NFL. And assuming that is not the Bears had the second most successful season of any team in the NFL.
Measured take. I think it's fair, yeah. When you consider the jump from last year, just the concept of, I don't know, finding ways to win versus how many different ways they figured out how to lose last season.
Yeah, but like the pay.
Oh no.
10-win improvement. So it's not even just the jump. You guys got me?
Yeah, you're cutting out a little.
It's the jump. I apologize. It's the jump. It's the coach. It's the quarterback. It's the moments. It's the beating the Packers twice. It's validating all of it with that game Saturday night at Soldier Field. And I'm not saying that I don't think that they can beat the Rams or want them to beat the Rams or think that they can make the Super Bowl or anything like that. But now there are no holes to poke in the resume. Mm-hmm. A+ season. No matter what happens the rest of the way, A+ season. Arguably, I would understand if people said go into the Super Bowl, to play Peyton Manning and Devin Hester and the whole thing. I would understand if people 40 and under said that was their favorite Bears season because you got the trip to the Super Bowl. But this is the most enjoyable Bears season of my lifetime, and I don't find it to be particularly close.
Well, and Danny, I said this to Lawrence in one of our post-game podcasts, but as somebody whose first year hosting full-time at the station was 2017, correct? Were you 17 when you were here full-time?
Yeah, January of 17. Yeah.
Okay, so you know this then. We've talked a lot about it. Mark and the Take the North podcast have talked a lot about it. I'm so glad that we can finally put to bed the idea that 2018 was a successful season. Yes, Matt Nagy got Coach of the Year. Yes, Ryan Pace got Executive of the Year. They were earned at the time. But that shouldn't be the standard. At least get a playoff win. And for Ben Johnson to be able to do that, that supersedes all of this now. It resets a standard that is more realistic to what a standard should be.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the 2018 season was a fun year that didn't feel sustainable, and we went into 2019 hoping that Mitch was going to take the leap.
Mm-hmm.
But it was hope. Now we know that we've got the coach and we have the quarterback. But listen, I've seen a lot of failure of Bears seasons where if 12 wins and 36 takeaways and hosting a playoff game is a failure of a season. I don't think it's a failure of a season. It's just not nearly as successful as this one. But I loved what Caleb said. He thinks he's built for these moments, but he expects to be in a lot more moments like it going forward. And the stadium was rocking. The stars were out. I was hungover at O'Hare Sunday morning for my early morning flight to come back to New York so that I could get back in time to have lunch with the boys and then settle in for the three playoff games on Sunday. And I had my rolling bag, I had the bag that I had a robe bag. I had like a bag that was just carrying my robe, and then I was carrying my cheese grater, and the gate agent for United, when I scanned my boarding pass, she goes, "You have 3 items, sir," and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I guess I can put on this cheese grater," and she just smiled at me and she said, "No, that's a sign of disrespect to the Packers. You have a nice flight." And
what?
Yeah, and she just let me on. She did. It was great. It's just like the amount of bear downs that I got, the amount of people who said, you were right about Caleb before anybody else. That was very satisfying. Got a lot of mob shout outs. Tanny told me you guys got a call. This was a really beautiful thing. So I'm glad that you guys got the story from a call, but I'll tell it anyway. So I'm hanging out with my nephew, Jack. He's in his Packers gear. I'm in my Bears gear. 2 of my friends who I was able to get tickets for are there. The other 2 were coming a little bit closer to kickoff. And we're in the stadium like an hour before kick, enjoying the snow and just like taking in the sights and all of that and drinking beers. And this guy walks through in front of me and he yells, park, or whatever. And he gives me like the hardest high five ever. Like I dip my hand down over the rail and he gives me this high five. And I'm like, damn. Like it really hurt my hand. And then he starts yelling at me. He's like, "Oh, you're here with a Packer fan. What's going on?" And I'm like, "Man, it's family. You can't help family." And he's like, "I thought better of you, blah, blah, blah." And we go on our separate ways. He comes back later, like, I don't remember if it was halftime or after the game. I honestly don't remember. The whole thing's a blur. And he comes and he finds us at our seats. And he goes, "Hey, man, you're Brad's boy. You must be Brad's boy. I'm sorry about that, man." And he gave Jack some dap, and he just was like, "I'm a real Score fan, so I know your story." And it was just it was beautiful, the whole thing. Like I love that viral video of the dad and the son hugging after the DJ Moore touchdown. I'm gonna do my monologue on that today and talk about Brad and my dad and Jack and being at the game. So it was really special. I was at Game 4 and 5 of the 2016 World Series with my dad. I was at when the Bulls won their 4th title on Father's Day with my dad, Brad, and my mom.
Yeah.
I was at the 6 overtime game, Syracuse, UConn at the Garden. I've been to some great sporting events, but that was a top 5 sporting event for me for sure.
Well, Danny, I know we had a lot of fun with listeners who said they saw you out and about, and yes, he did admit to having to revisit the conversation. Frederick was his name.
That was a power move by Frederick, like coming back and be like, "Hey, Jack, man, no disrespect, I love whatever he said. Brad's a real one," like just giving him love. It was a very cool, like the Score is family type of thing. It was really great.
I also want you to know we didn't have time to talk to her about this, but Justin Turner's wife, Courtney, is a huge Bears fan. She's from the region, grew up a Sox fan. She decided to go to the game and she saw the repost of your robe and she was like, "Where did he get this? I've got to get one of these."
Yes, and Ray asked me about that, and I passed it along. But I would say to her or Ray, just Google Chicago Bears robe. It pops right up.
Oh, I thought you had it custom made.
No, it's right there. It's reversible. There's Chicago Bears robe, 4th option down. Google results. It's right there for you.
We didn't know if it was a cape. We didn't know what it was going to be.
No, a plush, oversized Bears robe that you can have for like $79. It's not bad.
And I saw you wore it on the show on First Things First, which was fantastic.
Wore it on the show. Wore the same outfit from it. Listen, First Things First got a lot of love in Chicago, which was really, really cool. But Brew, having doubted the Bears for a while, kind of like Marshall and Grody doubting him too.
Wait, hold up. I don't doubt the Bears as an organization. I doubted them in this specific contest.
Well, tomato, my friend. and so honestly, I'd rather you doubt their organization than them in that game against the Packers. If I'm being totally honest, I've doubted their organization for years.
Fair.
No, but I'm saying I'm on the Turner. As soon as they hire Ben Johnson, I'm like, I'm all in. As soon as they hire Ben Johnson, I'm all in.
Well, not all in. I'm just saying, not all in.
Man,
so you're picking the Bears this week?
Danny removes the mush, and he is a different person.
Listen. You're taking the Bears this week over the Rams? Is that what you're telling me?
I bet them plus 4.5. It's now 3.5.
Oh, you didn't take a money line, though. You didn't take a money line.
Hey, the
You
total
want me to
move
send you my
to
screenshots?
I want the money
I'll
line
have a
pick.
I'll have a money line for you. Not a problem.
Okay.
I'm willing to go. I'm happy to listen. If the goal is to just like eventually be right to say I told you so, yeah, the Bears probably won't win the Super Bowl. Matt Stafford might throw for 600 yards in this game.
He's not throwing for 600 yards.
But the Bears can win.
I believe you. I'm picking the Bears straight up.
Also, since
now you're picking. Okay. See, I like it. Fool you once. Shame on but fool you twice. I know how the saying goes. That's good. Good job by you.
You know what I would call this? Verbal judo.
I love it.
It's fun to listen to. Since we're in Meatball Town, I figured I'd ask you this.
Yeah.
We were talking about who in the crowd, like all the famous people in the crowd. I'm sure you got to see because we were told you were above the E in Bears on the front row. So for famous people in the crowd, there were many this last time, like amazingly, like Spike Lee, Vince Vaughn, Seth Rollins, all these famous Bears fans. Simone Biles is always there. She counts. Common. We name them all off, and then we come to realize how many playoff wins does it take to get Michael Jordan to a Bears game?
Oh, and the number does not exist. Infinite. Like I don't think he would go to a Bears Super Bowl. No, no. Jordan. I mean, he didn't go to the All-Star game in Chicago. Like when it was at the UC. So I don't think Jordan's showing up. It was cool, Vince Vaughn and Spike Lee and all those people were in the house. It was a very cool. It was an event. It was like I said. There's like sporting events, there's games, and then there's just events. Like that was an event. Like Bears Packers Saturday night was a legit event. And it was I don't even, like I said, I'm not a religious person, but it was like a religious experience through sports. It like, people are like, are you going back for the Rams game? I'm like, I don't have any interest. Like Bears Packers, it was like a standalone thing. I would have rather gone to Bears Packers than go to an NFC Championship game. Like that was a moment in time. And I don't know where you guys came out on the whole like Ben Johnson stuff and cursing and F the Packers and all of that.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
No, the handshake, I get it. I get the handshake. There's a lot I don't know, I think, behind the scenes, but I get the handshake. Him saying F the Packers and him representing Bears fans in the way he did, I don't hate on that at all.
I'll say this, Danny, with the Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur stuff, I'm all the way in on any kind of drama, rivalry. Matt LaFleur, I get it. He's a victim here. And you know what? He'll continue to get victimized as long as he's the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. But this is what a rivalry is supposed to feel like. And I love that Ben Johnson has not only taken that, embraced it, but he's brought George McCaskey along for the ride, saying, he's on the same page as me.
Hey, Danny, you want to be part of some score history with us?
Sure.
All right. We have gotten the clear to make the announcement, so we are doing so here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Odyssey announces the launch of 104.3 The Score, an FM simulcast of 670 The Score in Chicago. The market-leading sports talent, commentary, analysis, and play-by-play coverage will now be heard on FM for the first time while continuing to air on 670 AM beginning February 2nd. The station's flagship radio coverage of the Chicago Cubs and Chicago Bulls will also air on FM, beginning with the 2026 season. The station launches with Circa Sports Illinois as its presenting partner. 104.3 The Score will launch with the following on-air lineup: 5:30 to 10, Mully and Haugh; 10 a.m. to 2, Rahimi, Harris, and Grody; and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., Spiegel and Holmes. So, Danny, welcome. Thanks for being a part of this.
The Score on FM in February. Congratulations. A long time coming. Going to be number one across the board. No one will be able to catch you guys. It's a juggernaut situation. And in February, just in time for the lead up to the Super Bowl. Love that. Bears, Super Bowl, Caleb Williams, The Score, FM. It's going to be great. Congrats.
Well, and you get to be a part of it. You now get to hear Danny on Lower Whacker while you're driving. Every week. That's
which honestly
important.
is the only thing that's been missing. It's like I'm a little overexposed. So that's the only place people haven't been able to hear me recently is Lower Whacker.
It's about time we shook up Lower Whacker, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. Get it. Listen, that's great. That's something that I remember talking to Mitch about basically from the moment I got to The Score. Yeah, little birdie had whispered in my ear that was coming out. So I'm thrilled that you guys were able to announce that. Thank you for allowing me to be on during it. But anyone who knows radio knows that's a huge deal. And it's happened to a lot of sports talk stations around the country, and they've all seen exponential growth as a result of it. So it's a huge deal, and I'm thrilled for all of you. Congratulations.
And you've removed your own mush. So I feel like this is new reverse mush that's happening. I believe they call it good luck. So Danny, you're good luck today.
Yeah, hey, and so again, for the first dish take in the FM era of the Score, if you had a problem, like you should not have had a problem with the Brewers and their L flag, okay? You should not have had a problem with Aaron Rodgers saying I own you. You should not have a problem with Ben Johnson's cold handshake or saying F the Packers. Trash talk in sports is good. Less hate in the world, more hate in sports. Rivalries are fun. None of this stuff really matters. It's just it's adults playing kids games for a ton of money. It's okay if they hate each other. It's a fine fuel for hatred. F the Packers.
Okay.
FM. That's what the F and FM stands for.
Is that what it stands for?
That's what it stands for. People don't know that.
FMAT, FM.
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
exactly. People don't know. F Matt LaFleur.
Thank you, Danny. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us and making some history today. And congratulations on having a lot of fun at the game.
Oh, yeah, it was incredible. Thank you, guys.
I love that for us. So coming up next, Olin Kreutz joins us. We had a lot of questions for Olin, offensive line talk, the run game being different, and we're going to do that. So our next guest on 104.3 The Score, which will launch in February, as you heard, is Olin Kreutz.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and the Score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Why pay more? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, you can save up to 95% on full mouth implants. A brand new smile is finally within reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com today.
Kickoff is coming. Make your home the undisputed headquarters for the big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. Imagine a fully immersive home theater and a pro-level sports ball, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing. The guys with the X right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles everything so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of your neighborhood this season. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Plumbing emergency? Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911. Licensed, highly skilled local 130 plumbers are available 24/7. For fast, reliable help, call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Member Week is on at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off hundreds of items like appliances, home essentials, decor, and more. Perfect for your January reset. Plus, earn 5 times the points on an eligible purchase. Shop member deals in-store and online from January 8th to the 14th. Still not a member? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help, you save. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Mike Tomlin is no longer the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's been the head coach for the Steelers for the last 19 years, dating back to the 2007 season. Times have definitely changed. The very first iPhone was released June of 2007, the summer before Tomlin was with the Steelers for his first season. I'm Chris Black.
Olin Kreutz there at the center. I like this guy. You know that he's going to be doing something.
Olin Kreutz.
As far as I'm concerned, Olin's one of the best centers to ever play a game. There's nobody tougher. There's nobody who was a better leader. That was his football team, and he ran the locker room.
14-year NFL veteran.
Did you see what Olin Kreutz did there? He moved it right there. He got the first down before the ball was ever snapped. That's a wily old center, makes moves like that.
Football analyst for 670 The Score.
I mean, guys, this game for the state of Illinois, for the city of Chicago, for old Bears, Pat, like me and you, right, who have to wear glasses to even see our screen nowadays. And, you know, but it's first playoff win since we were on the field, and we don't have to say that anymore.
Olin Kreutz with Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score.
Olin Kreutz joining us now. We're happy to have him on the Midday Show. It's the playoffs. We get Olin for a bonus visit. He joins us via the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. Olin, part of our pre- and post-game coverage, our Score football analyst, and we are happy to have him. Olin, I laughed and said, I'm not sure at what point during the week that the playoff win finally set in. When for you do you feel like it finally set in that they won that game?
That they beat the Green Bay Packers, especially the way they beat them, right? Where you're watching the whole game and you're saying there's no way they come back and win. But of course, man, I mean, you've watched this team all year and you're thinking, I had people texting me from all over the place. And one guy was like, this game's over. I knew they weren't going to win. I said, you might want to wait. You might want to take your time with this football team because they never stop playing. They never stop competing. And look, man, I've been enjoying it as much as everyone else, them beating the Green Bay Packers. And it's nice to go into like Starbucks and places and, you know, say the supermarket and someone's wearing a Green Bay jersey and we're finally one up on them.
I know. I feel like even in your interviews and your appearances on our show this week and last week, I feel like that with a couple of the other players we've had on. Like, you guys are like amped up. Like, playoffs is another gear, even for analysts. I feel like I wanted to hit somebody after I heard you guys talk the other day.
Yeah, it's exciting, and it's the Green Bay Packers, and you're looking to beat them, and it's exciting for the city. And you know, I've been analyzing for a while now, and we don't get to analyze a lot of playoff games, right? And we talked about, you know, the last time they won a playoff game is when we beat the Seahawks in 2010. I'm tired of talking about that win, and it's good for the Chicago Bears to be relevant again. It's good for the Chicago Bears to be in the playoffs. It's good to have a team to talk about winning, not talk about, okay, what are they doing wrong? What are they doing wrong up there at Hallis Hall? And how do we find a new coach? And how do we get the offense to put the ball in the damn end zone? Now we have a quarterback who competes, puts the ball in the end zone, scores points, finds a way to beat football teams. It's been a fun year.
It's not just good, but it's great to simply have another game to play when everybody else is sitting at home. Olin, looking ahead to this Rams game, I am fascinated by the possibilities just because of what has already transpired this season. And it feels like this might lean more towards what we saw against the 49ers, two offenses getting busy, because I've been watching the Rams defense, and while they're good up front, I feel like there's some tendencies for them to get blown up down the field.
Yeah, in the secondary, right? The first thing you do when you turn that film on is you say, hey, people are scoring points on them in the last 6 games. People are attacking that secondary and finding ways to move the ball down the field and score touchdowns. And look, man, the Chicago Bears now, you turn on film on Monday mornings for a guy like me, and you say, who do you want to watch? Well, I say Ben Johnson and Sean McVay. That's who I want to watch. That's the film I want to study. I want to watch the way those guys attack defenses, the way they use 3 tight ends, both of them to create mismatches. Now, they both were tight end coaches, which is interesting to me, right? They both, Sean McVay for the Redskins, the Commanders, and Ben Johnson for the Miami Dolphins. So they both came up the same way. And to me, that was interesting. I said, man, I wonder if that really did help them understand the run game and the pass game and how to tie that together. But you're going to have to score points. With our defense versus this offense, when you look at the matchup, we know, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, the tight ends they bring, Sean McVay will find a way to put the ball in the end zone. Ben Johnson has to find a way to attack Shula and his defense. I tell everybody, I said, the Rams are funny to me. You look at their coaching staff, it looks like they're Theta Chi, their fraternity house with their nice hair, and it looks like they got all young guys. But, man, you turn their film on, and they know how to coach, right? I mean, they get after people. This team and Sean McVay and Ben Johnson, they're the two guys, when I watch their film and I press pause and I say to myself, well, the defense is going to say, cover 3 here, and they're in a 4-man front. This is the play I would call. Well, they're calling those plays, right? Ben Johnson and Sean McVay. That's how good they are at their job. This is going to be an absolute joy to watch these two guys go against each other to compete. And imagine we're saying that here in Chicago, where we're saying that for the Chicago Bears, that their offense is going to be fun to watch them on film attacking somebody else's defense and trying to put the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing, and I can hear the motivation even in your speech, Olin, when you're talking to us about being excited to watch this game from a loving ball standpoint. A couple things stood out to me that Ben Johnson said today in the press conference that I want to run by you. Number one, he talked about, and I think watching ball, you can see that a lot of Ben Johnson concepts are built on the similar thought process, thought platform, like formation building, and then what you build off of that formation to what Sean McVay does. So it was very interesting to me when I heard Ben Johnson say today, a lot of what we did for Jared Goff, coming off the trade where they sent Matt Stafford to LA, a lot of what we did for Jared Goff came out of the original McVay playbook for him. And so you can tell that was innately a foundation for Ben Johnson's offensive success with the Lions. He also complimented Matt Stafford's ability to manipulate defenses, which is, I think, a goal of his for Caleb Williams. When you hear those two things, what comes to mind for you?
Exactly what you're talking about. What comes to mind right away is the fact that this Ben Johnson, when he talks about he's taking from a lot of people, a lot of trees to develop the offense that he does have. And we talk about 13 personnel and the 3 tight end sets and the way Ben Johnson likes to use it. You're going to see it a lot from the Rams this week coming up at Soldier Field. You're going to see them use the same thing to try to create the same kind of mismatches. When he talks about Matthew Stafford, the way he manipulates the defense with his eyes, reading the safeties, moving them over, moving linebackers, really realizing before the snap what defense they're going to be in, what play to put the offense in. That's where Caleb wants to get. That's where he wants Caleb to get to. And Caleb did some of that this past week, guys. I really thought, man, when I watched that game all the way through again, I thought that was one of his better football games. I thought that, you talk about the first third down. 3rd and 3. He goes through his whole progression and finds Luther Burden in the middle of the field, right? He's moving linebackers and opening up the middle of the field. And just like throughout the game, it was one of the first times I thought, man, he's carrying the offensive line. He's carrying the run game here. He's being the multiplier. And Layla, when you talk about what does he talk about me by Matt Stafford manipulating the defense, that's what he means. That Matthew Stafford's ahead of defense. He's ahead of the safety. He's ahead of the defensive coordinator. He knows what he wants to call in certain situations, in certain down and distances, out of certain personnel, who's on the field, who's the blitzer, who's the guy they got to worry about, who they should attack. And that's where the Chicago Bears offense looks like they're kind of getting to. I wish they wouldn't wait to the fourth quarter to get to it, but they are finding ways to do those things, and it's very similar, these two offenses that you're about to watch here at Soldier Field this Sunday.
We're all aligned in that way, Olin, that we're tired of seeing the procrastination offense, as Layla puts it. So that's something that we can all agree on.
Kids, man.
I was a little bit concerned about something Ben Johnson talked about today, where he talked about the offense and how hard it is to run on that talented front that you're talking about when you talk about the Los Angeles Rams. I think we all have accepted that even though we want the Bears' identity to be the team that we saw play on Black Friday in Philadelphia with the 281 rushing yards, that's not what has happened since then. And now I'm concerned that the fast starts that we wish they would get off to is very much tied to the fact that they have not been able to run the football as efficiently or as effectively.
Yeah, Marshall, I mean, I think you're not the only one, man. You're not the only one concerned when you turn that film on and you watch the Chicago Bears run game right now and you go through Brian Young, Braden Fisk, Poona Ford, Kobe Turner, and Jared Verse, and they got a tough matchup on their plate. But listen, you get to the playoff, man, it's time to slay giants. That's what we do in the playoffs. You're not going to hide from the best teams. You're not going to hide from the best players. That's why they're in the playoffs. The best teams are finally here. Welcome to the fight, right? Welcome to the tournament, man. Like, no one who's playing bad football is here. So here we go. And how do we run the football? And to be honest with you, you remember coming out of the bye week, they said they simplified the run game, but put more looks in, more motions, more formations, more. They confused the defense. But on their end, it was simple. They knew what they were doing. I personally think they've been running too many concepts lately, too many run plays. The offensive line is not getting a lot of looks, repeatable looks. Whereas when I played offensive line, I wanted 1, 2, 3 turns at a run play, so I knew how the linebacker and how the nose guard was going to play it. And that's what, like the Green Bay, they were what I like to call triggering fast. And by that I mean, as soon as the linebacker saw a run, he was shooting downhill right away. The Chicago Bears offensive line, they like to combo block. By that I mean they like to work together, get movement on the D-line, work up to the linebacker. Well, when the guy's triggering, you got to get off the block now. You cannot double team a guy for too long. Chicago Bears have been living on the Darnell Wright, Jonah Jackson double team. A lot of movement. Put the D lineman in the linebacker's lap. I kind of know Dan Rochar. I know his style. I know where he's from. I would say Dan Rochar for the listener. I'm talking about the Chicago Bears offensive line coach. I know what he coaches, and he coaches to move the D lineman off the ball. But when the linebackers are hitting it, you got to come off sooner. And I just don't think the Chicago Bears offensive line is getting that chance on the sideline to talk about it. Okay, look, this is what they're doing. We got to do this a little quicker. They're not running the plays enough. I think they need to bring it down, but not the formations, not the motions. Just we're going to run these 2 or 3 concepts. This is what we're going to run, but we're going to run it really well. And I think that might help them get back on track.
Yeah, and you make a great point because you know that there's enough veterans and really heady guys on that line, too, to study tendencies enough to know to expect certain movements out of certain individuals. That's a really good point. I also want to ask you this. We don't have supreme confirmation yet of who's playing at left tackle on Sunday. I assume it's going to be Theo Benedette because he had the experience this season. Braxton Jones ruled out for the game on Saturday night, but I assume he will be available because of the loss of Ozzie Trapillo. How are you absorbing all that information? What do you expect to have happen here, Olin?
I mean, as everyone knows on the score, for me, the fact that they've gotten this far without a left tackle is just insane to me, right? But their tight end, Colston Loveland, he's proven the point why Ben Johnson took him early on. And I think the Clay Harbor you guys have on a lot. He was on that train early on before the draft talking about this guy. I thought Clay was nuts, right? Like, take a left tackle, man, right? Take a guy who can protect your quarterback or a guy who can rush your passer. So you'll probably go with Theo Bennett, like you're talking about. He hasn't been playing great in pass pro, so they have to give him help like they've been giving him help all year. Braxton Jones, we haven't seen him in a while. Hopefully he's feeling good. Hopefully he's healthy. He's up all of a sudden. Hopefully Ozzy Trapillo, man, we know I played with Mark Colombo, who had a patella problem injury too back in 2000, I think it was. And those are hard to get over. So I wish him the best, that he gets back fast. But as you're talking about, Layla, that is a position you worry about, especially when you have two Pro Bowlers on the edge. Jared Verse, Brian Young, absolute animals, man. I watched their pass rush. I watched them work. I watched them stutter. I watched them bull rush. I watched them work the edge. I mean, these guys, man, they keep you up at night. If you're an offensive lineman, this kind of defensive line, you guys just probably all watched what the Houston Texans did, right, versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. That defense line absolutely took over the game, right? Those kind of guys are tough, and this is why you're here. But I'm sure Ben Johnson has a plan for Theo. Like you're talking about, Marshall mentioned, let's run the football. Let's not give those guys a chance to get after our quarterback, and we have to be very wary of leaving Theo out there one-on-one on third or six or seven or more.
Yeah, absolutely, Olin. Jared Verse is, he lives rent-free in my mind. This has been a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us and putting in some extra time on the Midday show ahead of the playoff game. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Olin.
I appreciate it, guys, man. Have a good day.
You too,
You
Olin.
too.
Before Chicago takes on LA, tune in Sunday from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. for the playoff pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin, Patrick Manley, and Mully get you set for that all-important divisional round matchup. Then immediately after the game, they'll have instant reaction on the TimberTech Decking and Railing postgame show. All of it can be heard on The Score and the Odyssey app. Olin has always taken us to school. Like the looks thing about the looks comment that he made about the run game, that's going to live in my head now.
It also makes me double back to that Detroit game about keeping things simple and gives kind of maybe more insight into what Ben Johnson had dialed up compared to previous games and even maybe to last week's game.
And also what he talked about when you're reading tendencies and you're discussing what you're seeing, those are in-game adjustments. So we're just going to school over here at 670 The Score. Coming up next, Mike Tomlin. May not be coaching anymore, but that doesn't mean his words aren't living on. Let's hear some Mike Tomlin-isms next.
Spiegel and Holmes talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Afternoons 2 to 6 p.m.
Matt Forte. You played a lot of games against Matthew Stafford. This guy, from what he started as to what he is now, what do you see?
He's a special quarterback, and he's one of the guys that, you have to get pressure on him and not let him take control of the game. Because if you let a guy like that do it, just like he did in Carolina this past weekend, it can be dangerous.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
After an accident, you don't want another headache dealing with the insurance companies. Let us get you all the money you deserve. Call 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Jonathan Faust, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
If you missed it earlier, we broke the news with Danny Parkins. Appropriate. Breaking score news, and right now breaking news on the Score is brought to you by the Take the North podcast.
TTN.
Yep, that's who it's brought to you by. And the letter T for Take the North. And then we'll say the number 1043, shall we? Odyssey is announcing the launch of 1043 The Score, an FM simulcast of 670 The Score. That's us. And it's beginning on February 2nd. We will still air on 670 The Score. We want to make sure that everybody knows that. But the difference is now you can hear us when you're driving, downtown.
Or down underneath the city.
On
Lower
cloudy
Wacker.
days. Behind buildings.
Yep, that's us.
In that place where you get no cell service. Isn't it amazing?
February 2nd is when it all starts.
So be ready, but just know, yes, the frequency of 670 The Score will also still be there for you. And we're happy to be there with it. So thank you for staying with us no matter where we are. In the meantime, one constant in the NFL is a constant no more. I don't know what to do.
We'll figure it out. We'll get through this together like we do most things.
But Mike Tomlin has been in the league almost 20 years as a head coach. He's been in the league a lot longer than that. But to not have Mike Tomlin be a head coach in the NFL in the next season, I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about this. It would take a team trading for him because he's still, as we would put it in baseball terms, under team control of the Pittsburgh Steelers during that season.
Yeah, 2 more years he's under contract. So if anybody wants to sign Mike Tomlin, you're going to have to go through the Steelers and offer them a little something.
Which very well could happen given the current coaching cycle and what we've seen. He is available. And in the meantime, a lot of people have taken this time to celebrate his career over the years. We should do that anyway. One of the most successful coaches. So this is a montage of Mike Tomlinisms from NFL films, and it features Dr. Scott Kiesling, the chair of the Department of Linguistics at the University of Pittsburgh.
In Pittsburgh, Pittsburghese, it's a big deal. So instead of saying downtown, you say downtown. Instead of saying couch, you say couch.
Wani.
Yins for y'all. If you say my name, it's not Scott, it's Squat.
So it's fitting the Steelers would have a coach who uses language in his own unique way.
You know, there's been popcorn. It hadn't been any one man specifically. It's been popcorn. But you can't have popcorn. We're still squirreling those nuts. The strength of our pack is the pack.
For 15 seasons, Mike Tomlin has been the vocal leader of the black and gold.
You gotta love this if you're a competitor, don't you? Let's go do the damn job. Let's go.
Mike Tomlin never had a losing season. He has been to 2 Super Bowls and he's won 1.
He is a consistent winner with a consistent demeanor who delivers consistent messages.
You think my message gonna change? My message ain't gonna change.
Consistency is important. He's a head coach of the Steelers, which is one of the most important cultural institutions in Pittsburgh, right? And so he knows every word he says is going to be scrutinized. He knows he's doing a performance that both motivates his players, but also to create the culture to win.
4-point football play right here.
This week we're faced with a significant challenge, one that we're excited about because, man, we love being in the kitchen. And AFC North ball is in the kitchen.
And then also the uniqueness of his phrases are really important as well because people remember them.
Like you used the word popcorn a couple times. What did you mean by that?
A splattering of incidences. One here, one there, one there.
I mean, he is the man who says the standard is the standard.
All I know is at the end of the day's got to end.
I love somebody who can repeat it but make it sound good in both the first and the second time of saying the phrase.
Listen, I'm just following Mike. Shout out to Mike Tomlin, future Hall of Fame head coach, and 19 seasons, no losing seasons. People act like that's not a big deal. It's a big deal.
You know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
That's fair.
For the record, when I say ketchup is good, I did not mean on a hot dog. I never did that anyway. Before I moved here, that was never something that happened.
If you like ketchup on your hot dog, whatever. I'm not going to yuck your yum.
No, but it's not my preference. My preference is mustard and celery salt. A good aromatic opens things up.
Mustard and ketchup?
No.
I had some Polynesian sauce on a hot dog once.
How was that?
It was delicious.
Isn't that just a mix of other sauces?
Sure. Yes.
Play that at the Bears game. We know the DJ's involved.
By the way, mustard much better for you than ketchup because ketchup is just sugar in a packet. I'm just saying.
People put it on eggs. That's where I draw the line. So, not to devolve into mustard and ketchup talk, but to appreciate Mike Tomlin. And I'm still curious about what he would put on the hot dog. Can he say now? Do you think it'd be okay now that he's not a head coach in the league right now?
He may end up on a broadcast team that may broadcast before a Bears game in Chicago, and maybe they'll roll out some hot dogs for Mike Tomlin.
Don't lie to me, Ray. You want Mike Tomlin on the Fat Joe and Jada podcast?
Oh, hell yeah.
You?
Ray, did you get the notification about the Alex Bregman press conference?
I did.
Did you see what time it is?
It's during our show.
Did you see the announcement from Mitch Roseman?
From Mitch Rosen?
Yes.
Yeah, what happened there?
Go ahead and explain that.
It says we will carry it live tomorrow.
That's right.
I'm just reading the email. So
that's right.
10:30, our show.
That's right.
Yeah, the Cubs made it official. Although, let's be honest, Alex Bregman was at the Blackhawks game. Doesn't that kind of make it official?
Makes it pretty close to official without being official.
Like, oh, Alex Bregman, I didn't expect to see you here.
Precursor, if you will. By the way, there's a Bulls game tonight. Who's watching?
I was
Modest watch continues.
I was pleasantly surprised watching the game last night.
You enjoyed which of the 35 lead changes were your favorite?
Well, unfortunately, not the one that made it 117-110 because that was the dagger.
Yep, that was bad.
Slim Reaper Kevin Durant still knows how to play ball.
Sure
Nobody
does.
plays downhill like him, man. Like nobody works through the lane like that. That sneakily yet obviously. All right, I've appreciated a lot of things in this segment, so we got to change that up. But you know what? It's not going to stop in our next segment. You know why?
Because we're inviting guests?
We are. Lawrence Holmes and Carmen Vitale are next.
Bears versus Rams. Sunday at Soldier Field in the divisional round of the playoffs. The road to the NFC Championship game goes through Chicago, baby. Welcome in, Sean McVay. Mully here from the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears-Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only one-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! You should not have had a problem with the Brewers and their L flag, okay? You should not have had a problem with Aaron Rodgers saying, I own you. You should not have a problem with Ben Johnson's cold handshake or saying F the Packers. Trash talk in sports is good. Less hate in the world, more hate in sports.
He's Danny Parkins, and he approves that message. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. Thanks to Danny, one of our guests today. Thanks to Olin Kreutz for joining us. Thanks to Mike Florio. Thanks to Mark Grody for joining us from Hallis Hall. And thanks to everybody who was a part of this one. Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbot, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis.
Big thanks also to Courtney Turner, who gave us the backdrop of the day with the Sonoma looks in the background from Wine Country.
Now we've got to figure out what other family event of Courtney Turner's we have to disrupt.
Bombard.
So we'll get on that. Yeah, absolutely. And now we get to see Lawrence Holmes and Carmen Vitale in studio. Hey, guys.
Hi.
What's happening? What y'all got going on?
A lot's going on,
What you been
man.
got going on?
It's like the afterglow of a Bears-Packers week, but we got another game to talk about. And is today TTP Industries? Are we good?
Well, we're Turn the Page Industries has decided that we're going to turn the page tomorrow. But you know how sometimes you open a book and you just check the chapters?
Okay.
Carmen's going to check the next chapter for us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She's not going to turn the page, but she's going to check the next chapter and let us choose our own adventure tomorrow.
She has definitely gone through the table of contents.
Yes, she is going to help us with some subheadings in the table of contents.
I like that.
On the next chapter.
Just a short little thing. Not a full preview, not a full turn the page, but just kind of a peek.
And we're going to do it towards the end of the show.
Yeah.
So that it matches up with Turn the Page Industries.
Can I ask one question and just get a one-word answer from you?
Sure.
What is your number one concern about Sunday? Just one word.
Bears.
That's fair. That's fair.
Bears. Stafford.
Okay. Mine would just be start.
Oh, getting off to a quick start.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see a track meet where, the two teams get out of the gates. Get out of the starting blocks.
Well, look, the Bears actually started okay against the Packers. They stalled that first series, but it wasn't like they were 3 and out and punting the ball. The consistency is what you want to see. You want to see from quarter 1 through quarter 4 so they maybe don't have to do all of the crazy heroic stuff in quarter 4.
Yeah, that's fair.
What's your word?
13.
Oh, I like that.
And probably not in the way you think. So we'll see. We're going to talk about it.
Okay.
We're going to talk about it.
Did we just turn? Did we turn the
that is
chapter?
what you call in the industry, ladies and gentlemen, a tease.
A tease. It's definitely a tease. Yeah, so Carmen's in for Speaks today while he finishes Hell Week.
Do we know the actual dates of each event?
I think it was yesterday and today.
Okay.
Hell Week.
Yes.
His
Hell
wife
Week
and
is
his
usually
child's birthday.
referred to like 2-a-days at a training camp in like 100-degree weather or something. you
The
know?
military.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah,
like
the
that.
military. Or even like your Orange Theory Hell Week. Like
Yes.
I know that they do Hell
Is
Week.
that a thing?
Yeah, they do Hell Week. I have
wanna
enough
go.
friends that do Orange Theory that like yeah.
I went to an Orange Theory class while I was in Philly, and I was like, "Oh, this is why I don't do Orange Theory." I was
See, I like it because I like someone yelling at me.
Really?
Yes. I love it. Like I want somebody in my face telling me like you can't do this. You can't do this. Like what? Go faster. What are you talking about? Like I need someone just like in my ear.
What about
yelling at
someone
me.
That is
saying you
years
can't
of
do
taking
this?
dance.
That is years
that
of
is
you're right.
100% what
That is my
is.
dance teachers in my ear being like, point your toe.
Turn out.
Turn out. Yeah. Oh God,
Your head's
turn
in
out.
the wrong
But
place.
hold up, if you're getting a trainer, wouldn't you rather the trainer be telling you can do this, helping to
No,
motivate you to get across the finish line?
I work out of spite, Marshall. Haven't we established
you
this
come
already?
from a place of hate. I get it.
Yes.
Okay.
We're millennial women. We respond to body shaming.
Oh, it's just like the Ben Johnson stuff, right?
Yeah,
Where
exactly.
you got a level of petty that's going on. That now
all the greats.
everyone has a whole thought on it. And where was your pearl clutching a couple weeks ago when Matt LaFleur did it and all this? Like it's whatever. I'm here for everything that Ben Johnson wants to do is in that whole thing.
That's my favorite thing about whataboutism. You can shape it to your own narrative
I sure
every
can.
time. Every single time. But yeah, I'm excited about this weekend. Like really, I would say overly, but no, I think I'm appropriately excited for what's about to happen this weekend.
Well, it's these are exciting times. These are what I like to call the fun times. That all the time that you spend doing sports radio, most of the time, especially in Chicago, things have been pretty bad. But over the last 6 months, things have been all right. The Cubs have been good. They went to the playoffs. They had an exciting playoff season. And now it's the Bears, the unifying force that is the Bears with the entire city. And that's fun. And you saw it play out. You saw it play out Saturday night and Sunday. People just being happy.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yes.
How a sports team can affect the psyche of an entire community / township / city / region. Because we're talking about Chicagoland. Like it's incredible how you're so not used to this much success from the Bears that to get it rolling like this, and now just the general mood is just so much more positive in every single thing that you do.
It's so funny because it's in January too, where like this is the month that's known for like gray. I mean, it is. It's gray skies. There's been on and off snow today. Everybody's like, hold up. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to go out. They don't want to socialize. Everybody's just miserable in January. But that's not the case this year.
All right, Carmen, we get it. Your
I have a
birthday.
January birthday, Lawrence. Okay, nobody ever wants to do anything
Wait, when's
for
your
it.
birthday?
It was January 3rd.
Oh,
it's like the worst birthday.
Happy birthday,
Thank you.
belated. I'm sorry.
No, but Carmen was talking about this in the meeting, how like she's got one of the birthdays where, people have spent all their money on Christmas and New
They're
Year's.
doing dry January. They're sick. They're going back to work. They're going back to school. Like nobody ever wants to like do anything.
You get the Christmas birthday present.
I get the Christmas. I get the one
combo
present. I get the combo present.
I basically have the opposite of your birthday. My birthday is
it like July?
Right around Memorial Day weekend. So it's either
Oh.
on Memorial Day weekend or the Friday.
These are Gemini. Or
and we just be
Geminis
out
over
here.
here.
Listen,
They're Gemini.
folks be like, we getting out here for your birthday. I'm like, nah,
Yeah.
let's just do something chill. It's like, nah, it's summertime now.
I would get every 4 years the happy grad your birthday thing.
Oh yeah. Well, that's fair.
'Cause I'm always around graduation.
I'm gonna have a Memorial Day wedding anniversary, which I'm super excited about having. So that way, like we can go like trips and like whatever, have an extra day off. Like there was thought put into that when our anniversary was gonna
There
be.
seems to be a whole lot of thought put into your wedding.
Yeah.
It is the event of the year.
God, I am so stressed, guys.
Well, that's
normal.
normal.
I don't want to plan anything else. I don't want to do anything else, but it's going to be amazing. I'm very excited. So.
But that's normal, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
It's normal, but it's also
like
international.
It's international. We're getting married in Italy, but and both of us too are going through playoffs right now. So it's like this is the time where you have to like buckle down and make all these micro decisions and do all this. And like I'm dealing with his schedule where he jumped on an emergency pod yesterday because Mike Tomlin gets let go, and so it's like it's a crazy time to also have to be busy with planning such a big event. But I'm not here to say woe is me because we're lucky enough to be getting married, and we're lucky enough to be getting married in Italy, and I'm very excited about it.
As you should be.
I'm
It is
smiling
nice.
thinking about it.
It is. It's really nice. It's nice to see, like, during the breaks, like the last time that Carmen was here, she's like, okay, I got to do this, and this. And then we
I
come
was
back.
before I came here, I had to like call the church that I got baptized in and be like, "Can I get a copy of that?" Because they can't take the original birth or baptism certificate. They need one dated within the last 6 months that has like a seal on it and everything.
What? Oh, this is the Italian Catholic Church?
Yes,
oh,
the Roman
legit,
Catholic,
legit.
the Roman
legit.
Catholic Church, and the paperwork that the church in Italy needs, and all of that stuff. It's like it's added a whole other layer. So all week I've been dealing with like my church here, and like the priest in Rome is like, "Hey, where's the paperwork?" I'm like, "I'm trying, I promise." It's a lot.
Oh my word!
Wow. God bless me.
Yeah. Do you have to do? You have to do the premarital counseling that they do.
Oh
but
yeah,
do
we
you,
have to.
Do
like,
you have to do it in Rome too, or in Italy too?
We can do it here. We also have to have character witnesses. So like each of us have to have 2 character witnesses that go to the church and they interview them about us. Individually.
Wow.
And like we each need 2 people. It can't be the same 2 people.
Are you trying to get into an Ivy League school here? What's going on?
No, are you trying to get an NFL head coaching job like Matt Nagy?
I need references. I need a plan. Yeah, and then like the premarital like seminars
the
are
pre-Cana?
like, the pre-Cana.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The pre-Cana is all like, they're like, it's not just a box to check. It's really something to reflect on and have conversations. I'm like, this man has been my best friend for 5 years. Do you think we haven't talked about anything? Like literally the priest was like, have you had, the family planning conversations? I'm like,
this sounds like the Newlywed Game on crack.
I also did those, but it was a little, it was, the level of Italy obviously takes it up a billion notches, but they did tell us some stories about people who, a lot of it's like parentally motivated, like parents will make them get married in the church, and the church a lot of times will say, like this isn't the best thing for you based on other people making that decision for you. So I think there was probably a good reason for all of the process.
Yeah, I think
originally.
I don't mean to sound like I really actually am looking forward to the whole process, and I do think that it's good overall because when you start like talking to other married couples too, you realize how many people don't talk about
yes
like very fundamental aspects of a marriage,
or they're not honest with themselves,
or they're not honest with themselves, they're not honest with each other. So this is kind of an opportunity to do that, which I really do appreciate, and I'm very much looking forward to it. But it was just funny. They were like, "Have you had these conversations?" I was like, Father, have we?
Yes, we have had these conversations. We have had them. This is
such a departure, guys. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Like
it's what's on your mind.
That
Brody and
is-
we all had an existential talk about the Pope coming in and what that would take earlier today. So yeah, it's kind
I
of the
heard
theme.
you guys talking
I
about
heard that too.
and
I heard that too.
Marshall, I think that you're right. I think that this is a job for Obama.
It is.
Like if we're going to step up the level of someone who's a Chicagoan and get them to Soldier Field, because that's a part of it too.
Right.
Like it's still Soldier Field in January. And granted, that person is going to be in a box, but that's probably where you want to go. I would also just like to say that I heard you rattling off some of the names of people on the text and on Twitch. I got a problem with the Jim Belushi thing. I got a real problem with that because
Blues Brothers 2000 wasn't it for you?
it was not it for me. Like it's. I just feel like we are substituting the guy that we really want for the guy that doesn't have as many ties to this place as his brother did. Does that make me a bad guy?
But does it make it like? I mean, it's not possible for the other brother.
Right.
So like. Is it as much of a consolation, or is it more just like, hey, this is what he would have wanted, and like he's kind of paying tribute to that?
Okay,
that's me being optimistic and trying to see.
To be fair,
he's an accomplished actor on his own.
Yeah,
he is.
To be fair, I know where Lawrence is coming from because he also doesn't want them to bring Paul Walker's brother back for the next Fast and Furious.
Yeah,
same
that's,
vibes.
That's what this is.
Well, they're doing that because Vin Diesel said that's what's happening, is that they're not making the finale, and because we have to bring Brian back. And I was like, you can't That's going to be real difficult.
They went to space. At this point, like you've
true.
got to.
Yeah, there's a
is
suspension
difficult?
of disbelief with that
What is
entire
difficult?
franchise.
When you bring it, when you go to space, like you've run out of superhuman things to do. So now you got to start bringing people back.
Anyone who's seen the most recent Fast and Furious knows that they would not be surprised if a time travel was involved in the finale. So like anything is possible here.
Do you really think it's the finale? Come on, you two.
Yeah,
Come on.
I do think it because it's been 25 years of Vin
That's how long we've
Diesel's
been
life.
doing this?
I think the first one was 99.
Yeah. Because
To me-
even Tokyo Drift was like 2001.
Yeah.
My friend who used to worked at the theater and would let us, she'd sneak us into R-rated movies, but couldn't do math. So we'd pay like $20 for the ticket and get back like $1. But we got into the movie.
You know what? That's the rated R tax right there.
It really was.
Oh, those were the days where you go in for one movie and like I remember that's how I went into Wedding Crashers. Like I remember because I like I wouldn't. No, not Wedding Crashers. American Wedding, the American Pie series. Like it was rated R and we were like too young. So
I watched Wedding Crashers with the Bears.
Did what?
Training camp. Like they had a showing of Wedding Crashers in the theater in
Down at
Kankakee.
Olivet Nazarene?
And they were like, "Do you guys want to go?" And we're like, "Sure." So we all went, and like us and the team were watching Wedding Crashers when it came out.
That sounds about right. Old school.
See, that is the journalism I was promised when I went to journalism school.
Yeah.
That is the job that I was going for.
That level of access now
Does
is
not exist.
long gone.
Long gone.
I will say that I loved seeing everyone with their cinematic pictures that Common probably took from the sidelines before and after the game. I thought that was dope. I missed that. Like when I was old man alert, when I was covering the team, they would bring at the beginning of my career, they would bring you down to the field with 5 minutes left to go.
Yes.
So you could watch the
Even
end
the start
of the
of
game.
my career was like that
Yeah.
too.
And so
Still like that in college at a lot of places.
And there are a couple places in the NFL that will do that still.
it is a beautiful thing because that's where you could really hear like the horror of NFL football. Like you got an idea for the speed and the violence of it by being there on the field for it. And now it's like stay over there, go over there.
Be all the way up there with really no vantage point that is beneficial.
Because pandemic. Pandemic.
And not that the Bears care because they don't. They're going to eventually build their own place. But the way that the press box is set up, it was the last thing thought of.
It wasn't thought of.
That's my point. And that's why it's on that weird angle.
Yeah, the vantage point is terrible. And it is essentially, if you've never, I know a ton of people haven't been up there, but it is like suites that they just took away the walls to.
Yeah.
And so also like I always feel so bad because to get to your seat you have to walk
through
behind
people. Yes.
and through people. There's no other way to do it. And people are like on deadline, especially after the game, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to get to my seat. I'm sorry. And like it's just it's a mess.
That's why I love Rosner because Rosner was always he just would always go to the back of the room.
Yeah.
And he'd be chomping on his cigar and writing his copy, like so Rosnery. Like you'd walk past and be like, oh, that's totally Barry Rosner because no one else is as Rosnery as that.
They are some of the new stadiums are bringing back beer in the press box after games and like alcoholic beverages. Like I know SoFi does that I'm pretty sure it's for Rams games. I think Pittsburgh is like that's not a new stadium, but they're starting to do like you see more
Heinz Field or what is it called?
Acrisure?
Yeah, Acrisure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's definitely
Mike
new since I
Tomlin
left.
Field.
That's what they should name it. But listen,
don't quote me on the Pittsburgh thing, but there are a few stadiums now around the league that are starting to like bring back the alcoholic beverages after like, as you're working. And I'm like, do you know how far that goes with people that have to work games if you just give them a beer after they're done with a majority
Mark
of their
Schott
work?
used to
let
have
him
tap.
take one in.
She used to have kegs on tap. After
yes,
Reds games. But yes, there's a heavy but on the back end of that.
There
yes.
was a price.
There was a very much a price.
Well, and the other thing is that you would understand why teams don't do it because they don't want to be responsible for
if
you
you have
leaving.
too many and then you leave
Correct.
and then you drive.
That's why
and
I
all of that.
think Major League Baseball you can't drink on the planes anymore, right? Isn't that the?
Is that true?
I know that they stopped serving liquor, hard liquor on a lot
I think
of the
you still have beer,
planes.
but you can't have liquor.
Some have
NFL
beer and
team
wine.
planes don't have liquor. I mean, they do,
but
not officially.
Yeah.
Like the coaches all have to bring it on themselves. Like they don't serve it.
I can't drink on a plane. I have like a half an ounce of alcohol, and I am.
The way Carmen was offended by that.
I can't. I am hammered if I have like half an ounce of alcohol.
That's
on
the
a plane.
point.
Wow.
I need to get off the plane though. I can't like pass out
Don't
and
worry,
just
we'll
stay
carry you,
asleep
Layla.
and snore and no.
We'll carry you.
No, I tried that
carry
once
you.
and I was like, nope, we're not doing this again.
I do the mimosa. I'll do a mimosa. Like, that way that's not real alcohol.
I'm with you on that.
Something about the elevation for me. Like I'll have 2 glasses of wine in Denver and be like, wee.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what happens to pretty much everybody. Like, it sneaks up on people. When you make that road trip, you're going to go see the White Sox and the Rockies, or you're going to go see the Broncos play the Bears. And you're like, oh, I'll go out the night before, and I'll just have a beer.
Just have a couple of drinks. And then,
No.
You got to cut that, what your regular consumption, you got to cut that thing in half if you're going to altitude.
I'm a lowland person. I stay at low elevations.
We could ask Alex Bregman about that. Albuquerque guy. That's mile high too.
That is. They don't. New Mexico does not get enough credit for how many of its cities are at elevation.
Santa Fe is 7,200 feet up
Yeah,
in
because
the
Taos
air?
is up in the 7,000s. Yeah,
Taos is really high up.
It's where the Rockies began.
Yes.
People don't think of it that way, but it is what it is.
There is really no better simple luxury to me than a mimosa on a plane. It's just
I'm with you.
It's so perfect. Like it's like if you're not going for I don't do it when I'm going for work purposes. But
could.
if I'm going on, especially that's a way to start vacation. 100%.
I think in theory for most it is, but I have to
Layla's
know
like,
my.
no, I can't.
I just got to know my weaknesses. I
get it.
Like people are like, oh, do you ever have when I used to have a dinner break? They're like, oh, would you ever have a drink? And I'm like, no, I have enough trouble talking sober. I don't need to add to this.
See, I'm of the volition that I do my job better after a drink. I'm better at my job after I've had a drink.
There are people who are like that. Like if you've ever seen someone that can't bowl or play pool or play darts until they have one drink.
Yes.
And then they are loosened up and they are ready to rock, and then you get beat. That's a bad thing. Here's what we're going to do on the show today. We are excited because we're going to have a lot of fun. Bo Allen's going to join us. That is confirmed now, 3 o'clock. We will talk to him about the Bears tape that he's been consuming on the Green Light podcast and talking about Caleb making throws that other people can't make. Robert Mays is going to join us at 4:25. That will be good. I'm looking forward to talking to him about they did the live pod.
They did the live pod.
Was it last week?
It was last Wednesday. It was awesome. They sold out Lincoln Hall. So
that's dope.
It was really dope.
Mark Grody is going to join us at 5 o'clock. We've got some other things that we want to get to, too, including Carmen's favorite rapper having to make an apology about some things.
Oh, that's your guy? That's my guy. It's been my guy. We'll stay my guy forever.
We read it to the Mrs. Officer instrumental if you're interested.
Oh, nice.
Yes. I love that.
You guys can, too.
Yes, let's do that.
Maybe he should be more of a real G and move in silence like the lasagna.
Wow. You're going to get beat up. You're going to get beat up. I'm just telling you right now.
There's one thing I don't want. I don't think I want Cash Money upset at me.
I don't think you want Carmen upset at you. I'm not talking about Lil Wayne.
I thought that was Carmen's nickname, the way she said it. So Cash Money over there. I see you, Carmen.
There's a lot of Cash Money in this room over here.
I say over here.
Over here.
Over here.
But when we come back, Carmen's point of view as someone who was at the game on Saturday, want to get her thoughts on it, her thoughts on everything Ben and Matt LaFleur, because she's covered the NFC North for forever. That is coming up after Tanny's Open, which is next here on The Score.
And this segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Save more dough with Jewel Osco's digital JoJo Bucks, where you can get $7 off selected $40 purchases. Offer good January 14th through January 16th. Limit 1 clip per day. Get all the details on the Jewel Osco for You app.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint, batteries, tools, toilet paper,
extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets, snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus. Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes? Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911, providing highly skilled, licensed local 130 plumbers who get the job done right the first time. For 24/7 emergency plumbing service, call 833-PLUM-911.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Oklahoma City Thunder beat the San Antonio Spurs 119-98 last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the way with the Thunder for 34 points. The Thunder and Spurs are shaping up to be the best current rivalry in the NBA. Two young teams loaded with talent at the top of the West. I can't wait to watch this matchup for years to come. I'm Chris Black.
This hour is being brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
There's like real NFL news that's going on, and we need to talk about it in the context of the Bears. Mike McDaniel ending up in Detroit.
Okay.
That would scare me.
With all due respect, F off. With all due respect.
He interviewed for the Atlanta job, so you get a qualified coach and you get to satisfy a portion of the Rooney Rule by interviewing Mike McDaniel. But him as the offensive coordinator. Well, you got to do two, right?
Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, all right.
I don't mean because he's half.
I want to see what you meant by that. Why is it only a portion? I just wanted to clarify. I just wanted to clarify why it was only a portion of the Rooney Rule. But I see what you mean by that now. That is factually accurate.
Now this, I'm quoting history. It's written. It's a fact. It's written.
I know this guy.
If that's a fact, tell me, am I lying?
Is that how it works? I don't know.
You got 4?
Right. I didn't know if I missed a clause in the Rooney Rule. So.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
So you have to get Marcus Freeman in here too.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Actually, no, Marcus Freeman, he would actually satisfy the entire rule,
exactly, right? Because he's got both sides are a minority.
There you go.
Right.
What do you think?
What about you dating a black guy? What's the big deal?
What black guy?
Daryl. He's black, isn't he?
He is?
No, he isn't. Isn't he, Elaine?
You think?
I thought he looked Irish. I think he's black. Should we be talking about this?
I think it's okay.
No, it isn't.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
For once in the show, George was right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we have got you until 6. We've got a lot of great guests that are going to be on today's show. Big thanks to the person who was sitting in. We'll get to that in a second. Alex is here. Tanny is ready to rock. That is Carmen Vitale.
Hey, guys.
Woo!
Hey, calm.
That's right.
Italians, everything they say about them is true. I'll just put it that way.
Our favorite mob wife is back.
It's me.
She is back, and she is here to talk football with us, and we are going to have a fun time. In fact, Carmen's like, we put a video in the group chat, and Carmen's like, do you guys just want me to call Bo Allen? I was like, yeah, that works. So she did, and now he's going to be on the show at 3 o'clock, and we will talk with him about the Bears and where everything stands with the team and what he thinks. Robert Mays is going to be on the show today at 4:25. Mark Grody has got a Bears hit. One word today. So we will do that at 5 o'clock. Man, there's so much to get into, and whenever you come here, I want to lean on your experience because you're out there. You're at Hallis Hall. You're at Soldier Field. So when I have the opportunity, I want to know the stuff that you see when you're out there because being in the field is different. Yeah. Being in the locker room is different. What was the experience like this time? Like, I remember we talked with you the last time it was Bears-Packers. What was the experience like now?
Yeah, I mean, you keep thinking that Soldier Field can't get louder or things can't get crazier, and then the press box shakes on a 4th and 8 pass completion that looks like it has no shot, and Caleb Williams is emulating the Jumpman logo, and Roma Dunze, who hasn't been consistent all day because he's just returning from injury, snags that ball, and the place just erupts, and things are shaking. Grown men. So when you're in the press box, I'm in the front row of the press box. There's a bunch of fan seats right below the press box. In fact, this is the only press box that I've ever experienced this in. Fans can hit the wall behind them, and we hear it. Like, it's hitting our wall. So that happens all the time. It's very, very loud, even in the press box. But when the Bears pulled that off, when the Bears won the game, when the clock went final, I just immediately looked down, and you just see grown men weeping and crying and hugging each other and jumping up and down. And the Bears, fight song comes on, and everybody's singing at the top of their lungs. And, people on the field are just skipping and this and that. It was pandemonium. And it was, again, it's just so cool to see it, because it was not only was it the Green Bay Packers, not only was it another insane comeback, but it was the playoffs.
It looked like I'm watching all the post-game stuff on Prime, and then I shifted over because Spiegel did post-game on Fox 32, and he did a great job with it. It felt like, just being at home, that people didn't want to leave either.
No.
They wanted to sit in it. And I remember the previous Packers game, it was like that too, where the guys came out and they were high-fiving some of the fans. It's nice to see that. And I've been talking about that all week, that for me, the experience is different because I covered the team. So I feel disconnected in a lot of ways from what I was as a child.
100%.
But watching Bears fans, and I feel like I do have a connection to the Bears fan, watching the Bears fan who listens to the score genuinely be happy with where this thing has gone this year, how they've adopted it along the way. I love what Freddie Gibbs said to us.
Great get, by the way.
Shout out to Alex for that.
That was awesome.
Fantastic get. I love what he said, because too many times people are restrictive and gatekeepers to the bandwagon. And I love that Freddie was like, no, this bandwagon has a lot of room. Whoever wants to jump on can jump on. And I think that throughout the year, that's been the thing where people have been kind of afraid to really buy in and emotionally invest. And to me, there's obviously a lot of frustration over the Bears-Packers thing over the past 30 years.
Right.
But then you add in the buy-in from the fan who's a fan of the 2025 Bears, that emotional release that happened all around the city.
It was cathartic.
Yes.
It was cathartic. And it was incredible too, because we've noticed this as the Bears have, come back time and time again. You see the belief in real time, and you see it tangibly, because nobody leaves the stadium even when they're down. Nobody moved in that fourth quarter. Nobody moved at the 2-minute warning when they were down. Nobody moved. Everybody was still in that stadium to watch to see if the Bears could pull off what looked impossible. And honestly, as soon as McManus missed that 44-yarder, I was like, oh my God, they're going to do it again. Because for whatever reason, you kind of think, all right, they did this in the regular season over and over again. I've talked on this show about how stressful it is to live like that.
Yes.
And how stressful it is for Bears fans to watch this team. And, they're the cardiac Bears. And then I think we all thought in our heads, and the people that have been covering this league for a long time, the postseason is its own animal. It's a completely different season. The margin for error goes down. The competition raises. It's just different. And so I think we thought it would be different, that if the Bears found themselves in a hole,
they couldn't dig out of it.
They wouldn't be able to dig out of it. And they still did it in this fashion, which was just, and again, to make it the Green Bay Packers, the script writers, really on one.
Yep.
Really, really on one. And it has, I know we're going to talk about this, but it has created a villain in Ben Johnson, and I love it.
Me too.
As someone who is, we talked about, I'm motivated by spite. I'm motivated by being petty. I need the negativity so I can prove you wrong. So Ben Johnson is a man after my own heart. And I said it all year because I watched, I covered him in Detroit. He is one of the pettiest coaches. And I love that for Chicago. I love that being part of this team's identity, because I think Caleb Williams is also motivated in the same way.
I love it because as an organization, they are viewed as the mom and pop organization.
In a lot of ways they are.
And in a lot of ways they are. And George, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. George is too nice of a man. He's got his level of petty too.
Sure.
But it's very polite.
Mm-hmm.
Ben's not.
No.
And I think that for forever, the Bears fan has been waiting for someone to do something. It's like, if you jump, we'll jump.
Right.
Like that's how it's felt.
And give us the justification to do it. Give us the validation so that we can jump, because you can't do this without backing it up. And Ben Johnson has instilled this identity, instilled this culture, while also being able to back it up. That's been the missing piece for Chicago for the better part of my life.
Yes. Yes.
And that's, I think, what's so gratifying about all of this for the city is that you have cause to be excited and you have cause to like talk your smack.
And you've been holding on to it for a long time.
You haven't had the justification to do it. And you haven't like, that's why I think, there's been all this talk about Bears being the off-season champs, because that's the only thing that Bears fans have really had to hold on to success-wise. And now it's like, no, you have tangible, real success.
It's funny that you bring that particular phrase up, Carmen, because someone who used that phrase is Aaron Rodgers. He was talking his junk before the season started, like, oh, the Bears are always doing this. Now they got a coach from Detroit and blah, blah, blah. And he talks about himself with the Packers royal we. Apparently, there's someone else who talks about themselves with the Packers royal we that the Bears are going to see this weekend. And let's see if it works out for him the same way that it worked out for all the people up in Green Bay that were banging on lecterns and everything else. We will share that with you next. Carmen Vitale is in for Spiegel and Holmes on The Score.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. Introducing 104.3 The Score. The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costello here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up on Saturday, Buffalo and Denver for a trip to the conference championship game in the Pro Football Playoffs. Denver, a 1-point home favorite. Total in the game is 46. And I love Buffalo in this spot. Even if Denver is the better team, and Denver is the better team, Buffalo has the great equalizer, and that is Buffalo's MVP quarterback. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Truck drivers, no matter where you want to take your career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Looking for more reliability on the road? Check out our new dedicated and regional van truckload opportunities. Don't miss out. Find your perfect driving job today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Experience all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs on a variety of indoor test tracks. Buy your tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Deep drop by Rodgers and a long throws. Hauled in by Adams sooner or later. Touchdown.
On the outside by Devontae Adams, but this time because Jalen Johnson was in man coverage with Marquez Valdez-Scantling, it drew him away from the coverage to allow that double move to work easy.
The best thing about Bears fans is every year, this is our year. This is our year. We added this guy and that guy, and then we got a new coach from Detroit. Oh, man. Look out.
This is it.
Right? Packers fans, we know that, right?
Get your mouth shut.
It's funny because Bears are still playing and Aaron Rodgers is not still playing. He actually might not be playing for forever.
For forever.
Now. And there the Bears are. That was Aaron Rodgers before the year started. Carmen Vitale is in for Spiegel. It's the Spiegel and Holmes show. So, yeah, Devontae Adams is still, I think, an elite receiver. And, yeah, he has been hampered by a hamstring issue that kept him out of the end of the regular season for the Rams. He is a red zone monster. His footwork is so good. I want to say all of this nice stuff about Devontae Adams. One, because it's true. And two, because then we're going to not say nice stuff about Devontae Adams. But he is an elite receiver that has been the bane of a lot of defensive coordinators and cornerbacks' existence for a very, very long time.
Especially even now. I mean, the red zone Devontae, goal line Devontae thing is a real thing because of what Sean McVay likes to do down there and how it just really lends itself to those one-on-one matchups for Devontae Adams, who can still very much burn you if you decide to just
his release off the line of scrimmage is hard to duplicate, almost impossible to duplicate. And it's mesmerizing what he does with his feet at the line of scrimmage. And defenders are like, Is that an inside release? Is that an outside release? Is he going to try and go through me? Like all of this stuff. Yeah. He's really damn good. And so is the guy that's on the opposite side of him, Puka Nacua. But we'll get to that. Davante Adams has similar feelings. He is using the royal we when it comes to being a Packer as well. Check it.
I'm so excited, and you get the Bears. It's absolutely perfect.
This is your dream scenario right here.
I don't know that it's. Oh, I don't know. I'm having some tumult about it. But there's a lot of Chicago fans saying that it's different. It's different now. I don't know. Your numbers are pretty one-sided against them. Were you excited when you knew it was the Bears? What was the first thing you thought?
Well, first I was thinking, like, what is this weather about to be like? And of course, the worst 2 days were the two possible days we were going down there. So, but it is what it is. I got a little bit of that Green Bay still in my my memory bank and then built into my skin. So hopefully, it's not too big of a deal. Go out there and hopefully handle business like we're accustomed to doing.
Davante, you are a Packer. You are a Ram. I get it. But, you don't understand. The amount of Packers fans on my timeline, just mine, saying he can avenge this loss to the Bears. They look at you like you're still this, attached appendage of them. And, you have that weight of your shoulders. Are you feeling that at all? Are you hearing that?
Not really. I mean, at this point in the year, I'm not too much on social media, so I don't see a lot of the stuff that they're saying. But, yeah, I mean, a part of once a Packer, always a Packer. So it's one of those situations where obviously I got loyalty to him, but I'm doing this for the Rams. Though, unfortunately, this is not for the Packers people. But if they get something from it, then I love that as well.
All right, shout out to Davante because he redeemed himself at the end of that thing.
I was going to say, he kind of qualified it at the end there.
Yes, and that's a good dodge by him to be like,
my girl Kay knows how to put him on the spot.
Yes, she does.
I adore that about her.
Yes, she does. But good on him for realizing what could happen if he went down that road because he was going down that road.
He was.
And then he's like, I probably should turn left.
Right.
Because this is about the Rams. This isn't about the Packers. And the Rams have had an unbelievable season. So I'm glad that he did that.
Individually, though, I also kind of understand it from him because if you look at his stats against all teams, right, you can go through. I'm looking at splits right now for every team in the league. Obviously, being in the NFC North for so much of his career, it's the Bears and the Vikings that he has the best stats against. He has 1,081 receiving yards on 88 receptions against the Bears, 10 touchdowns. And he's responsible for 62 points against the Bears as a single receiver. So from an individual standpoint, I kind of get it. He's like, I do well against these guys, but he's got a lot of great memories doing well against these guys, but these guys aren't the guys that you're used to seeing, Davante.
How about Packers fans? They are so needy right now. They are out here.
The crash out was a lot. And part of it was because of the Bears. Part of it was because they're kind of backed into a corner when it comes to Matt LaFleur. He's got a year left on his contract. And giving a guy an extension coming off of back-to-back first-round exits in the playoffs when you had such high hopes, and especially when you lost in that fashion to the Chicago Bears, it's a hard pill to swallow. I will give them that.
They're not handling it well.
They've
got their petition. They want people to be polite and
I will say, and I'm not in the business. I feel like I end up defending the Packers a little too much on this radio station, but they are very. I don't know if you've ever been up there for a Bears game, or for any other team. We went up there for the NFC Championship when I was with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. My dad and my brother, I got to bring them to the game. They were decked out in team issued gear too, because I got them a bunch of cold weather stuff from the Bucs, and my dad was just like, everybody was so nice to us.
I agree with you.
They were like, well, hope you have a good game. Not better than us, but have fun, and handed him a beer.
Every interaction that I've ever had with Packers fans in person has been delightful.
That's a great demarcation. Yeah, Packers fans online are not exactly the same.
Yeah. Yeah, you see him in person. Oh, we're so happy to have you here and hope you enjoy
Welcome
Brett Favre's
to Title
Steakhouse.
They're still very spoiled in person, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I had them complaining, oh my gosh, you know how hard these exits have been in the playoffs? And
I'm like,
we don't deserve this. No, you do deserve this.
Well, I mean, without expansion, would they?
The Packers are like the Patriots. Like the Patriots had 3 years of like irrelevance, and now they're like right back.
We're right back in this.
Right
thing.
back in it.
We're
and like the
problematic.
Patriots were like, Patriots fans like, oh my gosh, that was so hard. I'm like, you had 3 years. Packers fans, I keep saying that too when talking about like if Matt LaFleur should lose his job or not. I'm like, do you know how highly coveted Matt LaFleur would be if he was available? Shouldn't that tell you something?
It's so interesting that this coaching cycle has gotten. It has a lot of star power to it. Where
now, yeah, when it wasn't looking like it was going to.
Where Matt Nagy was like the lead candidate, and now all of a sudden might not get a job.
Right.
Like that's where we're at with this thing. It's possible that could be the case. So all right, we'll give Devontae a little bit of dispensation. I think that he handled Kay's question very well.
He did.
He did his line of scrimmage footwork against Kay Adams.
That's
and
a good way to bring it all in.
He got around that press coverage that she was doing, and he got another touchdown in the red zone because that's what he does really, really well. Let's take a break. When we come back, there are people saying really nice things about your quarterback and your team, and one of them is Carmen's friend.
Bo Allen.
Yeah.
Yes, on the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long. He is a regular contributor to that podcast. We saw that he was talking a lot about Caleb Williams and just kind of the insane things that he's able to do and the way it kind of makes you sit up in your chair. And from a guy that has won a Super Bowl, that was a long time, defensive, a rotational player on that defensive line in Philly and then in Tampa, which is where I got to know him. That means a lot.
We can ask him about Joe Thuney as well. He knows a little bit about him. So let's talk about all of that next here on The Score.
It's the Bears and Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs coming up Sunday. You thought the last game was big? The winner of this one goes to the NFC title game. Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama, the legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now, in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Address hair loss with a solution that works with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. Mark Rohde here. Your own natural hair begins to regrow that very next day, and with Advanced Hair, it's guaranteed to grow. Free consultation at advancedhair.com.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on the Score.
If you're a Chicago fan, you are a year ahead of schedule, but you don't know it because the quarterback's playing so well. And I think the coaches are doing such a good job. Dennis Allen defensively, Ben Johnson offensively. He has one of the most innate talents in the National Football League. He can get the ball out of bounds from anywhere. It's crazy. He can get it over the line of scrimmage, out of bounds, from anywhere. It's like hard to get him to ground it. It's hard to get him to sack. His arm's like a rubber band, dude.
Yeah, Caleb Williams has those traits where you just see him, little glimpses of him. Like, you're not seeing him as much as you want to, but like, the jump man throw. Like, my girlfriend's asleep on the couch, barely watching the game, happens to like look up during that. She goes, "Oh my God." And I'm like, yeah. Like, even people who don't know football, see that and are pretty impressed.
And they're going to try to get it from the air again, and down he goes at the 20, and that is going to be a sack for Bo Allen. Bo Allen looking good.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on the Score.
It's always great when Carmen Vitale is on the show because she's connected to so many people around the NFL. And as a show, we had sent that clip of the Green Light podcast into our group chat. And then Carmen was like, we should probably just call Bo. And I was like, oh, that would be great. Because then we could talk to him about all this stuff that has to do with the Bears. So Bo Allen, who played in the league for a long time, won a championship with Tampa Bay.
With Philly.
Oh, I'm sorry, with Philly. Yeah. Sorry about that. When in Philly.
He missed it in Tampa Bay.
He just missed it in Tampa.
Just missed it.
Yes.
Just barely missed that one. I went up to New England in free agency. Tom and Rob went down to Tampa, and I watched them
win a championship. It was tough.
Well,
Sorry,
we appreciate you jumping on the show, man. Thank you so much for coming on. And I want to start with like what you guys were talking about. And we always kind of feel like Chris is an extension of this family because Kyle was on the score for so long. But I love to know, just as a competitor, when you watch Caleb Williams do what he's done in late game, fourth quarter situations, what goes through your mind?
I mean, the Bears are never out of it with him at quarterback, right? What is it? I mean, you guys probably been talking about this all day, but it's 7 or 8 fourth quarter comebacks. It's like, it feels like that's kind of Caleb's time to shine. You love the competitive nature that he brings to the table, especially like, I mean, you know, I mentioned those fourth quarter comebacks, but even earlier in that wild card round when things weren't really going, you know, Chicago's direction, you know, I saw a lot of fire out of him and him kind of, you know, motivating guys on the sideline and things like that, that, you know, as a former professional athlete, I really appreciate it. That's kind of how you get you guys going in the playoffs. And obviously it ended in a win. So he must be doing something right.
That was the most frustrated I think that the cameras have ever caught Caleb Williams being. But to be fair, these were the highest stakes that he's been in. But I'm curious, Bo, because, you know, he played defensive line. And when you see a quarterback that can escape the way that Caleb Williams can, where you think you have him dead to rights and he somehow slips out, how like, I just have to imagine that's just a defeating feeling.
Yeah, it can be so frustrating. Like, you know how it is. During the week, you create a rush plan for different quarterbacks. For example, when I was in Philly, we played Eli Manning with the Giants a couple times a season, and you know, that's a guy where you don't have to worry about him escaping the pocket. When you have somebody like Caleb Williams, you need to be on high alert. Like, you know, the kind of classic thing that D-line rooms, excuse me, talk about is you got to protect, like, you know, you don't want the quarterback to escape to his throwing arm, you know, because that gives him a lot of different angles. It's a more comfortable position to throw, you know, if it's a righty quarterback, if the quarterback's escaping to his right, it's a lot easier for him to, you know, push the ball down the field. Now, that is not the case with Caleb Williams. Like, he can, you know, like some of the stuff he does in the pocket is pretty magical. Like, he, you know, he'll do the Russell Wilson, you know, back shoulder spin out away from his throwing hand and complete a pass. I talked about that jump man throw. That was pretty incredible. Like, and he, you know, he's dangerous outside the pocket, like to, you know, throw downfield, but he does a really good job picking up critical yardage with his feet too. So it's just an added element for defenses to prepare for, you know, especially on like third down, money down, things like that. It's a real weapon. And even when you combine that with a lot of the play action looks and move the pocket looks, that's an integral part of Ben Johnson's offense. Like that's a big part of their scheme. So he's always outside of the pocket and puts defenses in really uncomfortable positions.
Put your coach hat on for me. How do you stop it then? How do you limit that? What do you expect from the Rams in this game?
Yeah, I mean, man, I gotta think. It's hard. Like I kind of want to just be like blitz, you know. That's one way to do it, but that can be really feast or famine as a defense. I think it's just something that you need to be aware of at all times when you're rushing. Like, you know, the Rams defense has some dogs, especially their front seven. They got some really good guys, and I know I'm probably not the most up to date on the Bears injury. The left tackle got injured last week, right? So
Ozzie, yeah.
You know, that'll be an area of concern. I mean, it's tough to. I think you just got to try to keep them guessing with, you know, mixing up, disguising different coverages pre-snap, throwing in blitzes in there. But then, really, to me, like as a defensive lineman, it comes back to just individual assignments. If you're a defensive end or, you know, an edge player, not rushing past the depth of the quarterback's drop, or if you're, you know, an interior guy like a 3 technique. You know, not rushing, like balancing out the rush, you know, so kind of like cage rushing him. It's just something you got to really have on your mind at all times, because the moment you kind of have a lapse and really go for a home run shot as a rusher, you can really pay for it. I think, yeah, you really just gotta know that that's something that he's gonna do and just be aware of it, you know, at all times when you're rushing.
Bo Allen joining us here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. One of the strengths of this team has been guard to guard. The moves that they made in the offseason to bring these guys in, it's been really effective. These are the guys that you would have to play against. What's made that guard to guard set so good for the Bears?
Well, I got to talk about my boy Joe Tooney, man. I played with him in New England, and he's a stud. Like, I can't remember the exact stat, but I feel like we got to go back to I don't know, like 2014 or 15.
Yeah, you're old, Bo.
For him to not be in the playoffs. Yeah, I'm old. I'm old as dirt, man.
You're still younger
it's
than
like
me.
death, taxes, and Joe Tooney being in the playoffs. So I mean, he's a stud, and I think I want to give him some love because first of all, he's a great guy, but he's an unbelievable competitor. Like just the toughness that he brings to the table, especially mentally. I think back to I guess it was last season when he bumped out, was playing left tackle for the Chiefs. And, it's pretty incredible. You don't really see that a lot. Interior guy move to the outside, but, just to gas up the other guys a little bit too, like they're obviously playing really well. And I think to me, that kind of speaks to, the kind of culture that Ben Johnson's trying to bring in. And we all know that. But they've done a really good job of shoring up that interior offensive line, especially.
I'm curious because Ben Johnson told us after the game that he showed this locker room the 28-3 Super Bowl but like in training camp, it was like incredibly prescient of Ben Johnson to like show them that, and then to now see and look back on that with the Bears doing these 7 insane comebacks
and having one guy that was on one side of it and one guy who was on the other.
Like Joe Tooney got up and Grady Jarrett got up and gave their perspectives.
We were laughing about that on Greenlight because we're like, imagine getting up in front of like kind of a new team and just telling them about the worst moment of your life.
Of your life. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Grady Jarrett's rookie year. I think
you're right.
And like, could you imagine starting in the league and that is your experience? Like, oh my God, I don't know. Would you quit? Like, obviously he didn't. But I mean, I'm curious because you spent a year in New England, and I know it was in 2020, but like, there's a mentality that has to be there in order for anyone. Now, was it Tom, or did it kind of permeate throughout the entire organization so that even when Tom wasn't there was still kind of this lingering belief in the team? And what does it kind of take to have that belief? And for that matter, I mean, you were on the Eagles when you went all the way. So what does it take to kind of have that belief in yourself to really go all the way?
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely have to have that belief in yourself, but also like, your boys around you, the rest of the guys in the locker room and things like that. To answer your question about being in New England, that definitely, that kind of permeates throughout an organization. Now it was tough because that was the first year that Tom wasn't there, but you can, yeah, exactly. But you can tell that, there's organizations good organizations, they're never out of a game. You know what I mean? And that's really what, the Bears are becoming. They're in the playoffs. Like they're obviously a very good team in 2025 and 2026. So I guess it good teams are in games no matter what, because they put themselves in positions to win. And I respect like Ben Johnson being willing and able to do that, like going for it on fourth down, getting creative. But obviously, like to me, it also speaks to the amount of trust that he has, in his leader and Caleb Williams, but the rest of the team, right? Like in his mind, they're never out of a game, and that's kind of shown itself to be true because it's been pretty ridiculous how many games they've come back for. Like, obviously the game last week, but it's second Packers game, and it's just wild. It's fun to watch.
Bo Allen, you can check him out on the Greenlight podcast. He's joining us right now talking about the Bears and this matchup against the Rams. I find it to be really, really interesting. Yeah. When you look at the Rams, what do you see?
Well, I love Matt Stafford. I think he's just been such a weapon in the league for so long. Like as a D lineman, he's so frustrating to play against because he knows exactly what kind of defense you're in. He's really seen it all. He's kind of done it all. He's tough. I think people kind of forget that, he's a really tough player. So to me, he's really their guy. But obviously they have an incredible offensive scheme as well. They've got some like Puka. I had Puka on my fantasy team this year, and he was like my stallion. It's hard not to like him. Like I was talking with Cam Braid actually. Army V, Cam.
I know
I went
Cam.
over and watched the first half of that Rams game with Cam, and we were kind of like debating. We're like, what is Puka's like elite trait? Like it's not like a physical thing. It's just his competitiveness. So I mean, they've got real weapons on offense. I really like their run game. And then defensively, man, like Byron Young, we interviewed him on Greenlight Pod earlier this season. Like he's a stud. Jared Verse is really good. Like their front seven, Landman, or what's his name, right? Yeah, he's playing real good. Like I think their defensive front seven is pretty much the strength of their defense. They get a little leaky at times in their back end. They've had some injuries too. But again, this is like a really well-coached football team. You know, they've got some real weapons on offense and defense. I think I kind of get the feeling this is going to be a high-scoring game. I don't know. Now, one thing that is important is when I was watching the Bears game last week, like the crowd was definitely a factor. It's going to be, I'd imagine it's going to be somewhat chilly in Chicago.
It is 19 degrees. It'll have a wind chill that'll be in the single digits.
Chicago in January.
Love that. Yeah.
As a
love
Minnesota boy, I bet you actually love that, Bo.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, all you gotta do is take some Vaseline, rub it on you, you'll be good to go. But yeah, I mean, that's the the conditions in Chicago, as well as having that home crowd, will be a big factor too. I know everyone in Chicago is obviously stoked about the Bears, so I'm sure it'll be really loud.
Do you buy into any of this chatter that Matthew Stafford doesn't do well in cold weather?
I don't.
Yeah.
Honestly, you go out there and you play a football game, and then you're like, oh, it's cold, and then you're just immediately focused on the rhythm of the game itself and the chaos involved with playing football. I don't put a ton of stock in that personally. I think that's kind of one of those metrics that people love to talk about, and maybe there's something there, but in my opinion, it's like, it's another game day. And to me, Stafford's always been pretty good on game day.
When it comes to the turnaround that the Bears have had, and you brought up Ben Johnson, what do you think he's done? Like when you guys have broken it down on the podcast, like what's impressed you about what's happened here specifically with Ben?
Yeah, I mean, as a nose guard, I'm always watching offensive run game. It's just like I turn on a football game, I just can't not watch like interior offensive and defensive line play. It's like just ingrained in me. So I think just his overarching commitment to his scheme and getting everybody on board with what the scheme is and that kind of thing. So the commitment to inside zone, outside zone, I feel like Swift is having a pretty good year due to that. And then marrying that with play action pass. I love that. I mean, it sounds so basic, but it's so much more complicated. All the little wrinkles involved, with motion, pre-snap motion, and getting. It's really just it's using a couple of the same plays. So like very basic run plays, inside zone, outside zone, and then dressing it up with, like I was saying, the motion, but just isolating like one or two guys on defense and really putting them in a bind. Mm-hmm. And one thing I appreciate a lot is. The way that the play action pass and the run game, if you start a rep on like 1st and 10 or whatever, and quarterback's under center, and you just look at it for like a split second, all the runs and play actions look exactly the same. And that's a small thing, but it's like that really makes it hard for linebackers and edge players on defense and stuff like that. I guess what I'm saying is like I really think Ben Johnson has a scheme that he wants to implement, and he's obviously done that. And his commitment to it and getting everybody on board with that is something that I like. And again, like I just like, this has been a popular word, I feel like, in NFL media this year, but like the moxie, like that little je ne sais quoi, like taking the shirt off and getting the guys fired up, and the stuff with LaFleur, like I like that. He's got a little he's got a little stuff to him, and he's a competitor, and I think that is the kind of thing that bleeds down throughout an organization as well.
Yeah, he's got some moxie, see? Like,
yeah.
He's a red ass. That's what he is. And I like
we
that
can't
too.
swear on this.
You can't go too far,
You
but
can't go
yes.
too far. Be careful,
but red
Bo.
ass you can say.
Be careful, Bo.
Good to know. I'll figure out a way to get that in here.
That is just, but that is, I think, so unique in today's NFL to really see capital H hate between coaches or anybody, just because of how fluid this league is. I mean, Bo, you were on multiple teams. It's hard to kind of maintain any sort of rivalry when you could end up on that team. I don't know. What do you think about Ben Johnson coming out and saying like, no, I hate those guys?
I think it's hilarious. I mean, I love it. But there is, I mean, there's a lot of ego involved with professional athletics. You guys know that.
No,
players,
not you guys.
No, me. In the locker room, but also like, coaches have egos too. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I think, it's a good thing to be a competitor and have an ego and be, confident in yourself and things like that. And listen, the bottom line is like these division teams, they play each other twice a year, and it's it's a big deal. It's a real rivalry, and I think there's probably a lot of people in the greater Chicago area that when Ben Johnson said that, it really resonated with them. They're like, yeah, I hate the Packers too. So I have no problem with that. I mean, it's I think it's kind of fun. It's an added element to the whole thing when it feels personal, I guess.
And when you can actually call it a rivalry because it's not so lopsided anymore. But Bo, I've got a random one for you just because you're a Midwestern guy, you're a Big Ten guy, went to Wisconsin. What do you make of Indiana, man? Going to national champion. Are you one of those guys that's like happy because like Big Ten football is being represented well, or are you like, no, I hate those guys?
It kind of depends on the day. Like, respectfully, Indiana was such a non-factor when I was at Wisconsin that I was just like, we didn't have a rivalry with Indiana. For me, it was like, Iowa, Ohio State, stuff like that. But I mean, I like the Cinderella. Honestly, like, I'm a hater. It's hard to, accept it, but I am happy for kind of the,
No, we were just talking about hate, Bo. If you're a hater, be a hater.
I'm honestly like, I'm a little checked out of college football in general because it feels like all the things that I appreciated about college football feel like it just feels like such a different college experience than what I had. And I think there's really something admirable about a guy, for example, we don't need to get too far into this, but like, someone who redshirts, doesn't play for 3 years and then, becomes a starter. And it's like, there just doesn't feel like there is any of that anymore because guys are transferring and all that. Needless to say, I think I've kind of convinced myself I'll root for Indiana, but I'm also going to be like, we used to, beat the brakes off them back in my day.
Back in your day.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Before we let you go, your setup is awesome. The Wisconsin jersey is there in the background. I'm also is Space Weasels, is that pickleball?
Yeah, that's my pickleball team.
No way.
We're a little bit of a dynasty down here in Tampa. Yeah, we've won our league. Oh, man, like 4 years in a row now.
Who is Cam on this with you? Who else is on this with you?
No, it's well, Scotty was for a while.
Oh, was he?
Scotty Miller, yeah, he was on the team.
Made up a professional athlete.
Griff was on the team for a little bit, but I went out and recruited. It's a mixed doubles league, and I was at the course one day, and the University of Tampa women's tennis team was practicing on the adjacent tennis courts.
Did you recruit
so
a tennis
I did some
player?
recruiting, and I got like 3 or 4 former tennis players. So we're kind of a wagon. I'm not gonna lie to you. We're really good.
See,
I'll get this social clip cut up because we have a pretty sick social media account. We've got like 100 followers.
Nice.
But we brag a lot on there. I'll put this on there.
Nice. Please do. Please. That is elite scouting by you, sir. You have a future in this business as a GM. I think. I think you should roll with that.
I agree. Yeah. Pro Pickleball League is right around the corner for us.
I love it. Bo, thanks so much for the time, man. We really love the Green Light podcast. If people haven't checked it out, they should on YouTube. There's a lot of incredible football content that these guys put out there. Thanks so much for jumping on the show with us.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for having me. And, let's bear down.
Oh, thanks, Bo. Appreciate you.
Oh, see, there it is. That's Bo Allen. Played in the league for a really long time and great call. So, thanks for getting him on the show, Carmen. That was dope.
That's my guy.
He's good peoples, and we appreciate that. When we come back, let's talk about another one of your guys.
Uh-oh.
Well, the guy that got you the Super Bowl ring.
Oh, yeah, we can talk about him.
Yeah, because I have to remind people, Carmen has a Super Bowl ring.
You do.
Because she was working in Tampa when Tom was there. And I don't know if you know this, but Tom talked to that rookie class last year, and the person who was taking crazy notes at the time was the quarterback of your Chicago Bears. We'll talk about those two guys as competitors next here on The Score.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games the city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get to Old Republic on Randall Road and Route 20 in Elgin for the Chicago versus LA showdown. They're turning up the volume with 50 giant TVs, a massive stadium quality audio system, and a live DJ to keep the energy high. Best of all, Pyro celebrations for every single score. Pyro! Old Republic features Winterfest, a mountain of wings, bone-in, boneless, or KC Wild, plus fries for just $18. Don't miss Dueling Pianos on Friday and The Chain, a Fleetwood Mac tribute on Saturday. Come see why Old Republic is the official Miller Lite headquarters in Kane County and the #1 destination.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Tired of hiding your smile? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, we make full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95%. Get your confidence back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. If Josh Allen is going to beat the Broncos this weekend, it will have to be his greatest performance yet. Heading up to Mile High, he will have to beat the #1 passing defense in the NFL with an extremely banged-up offense. But if anyone can do it, it's the most dynamic player in the game. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Toss to White. He's in! Patriots win the Super Bowl! Brady has his 5th! What a comeback!
The one thing that we had done during training camp was we had shown the film of the Atlanta and New England game and the Super Bowl from, was that 2016? I can't remember what year that was, but we have 2 players on our roster that were part of both those teams. You know, Grady was with Atlanta and Joe Thuney was with New England, and it was just great to get perspective from both of those players of how that game went down. And I think it's just a good lesson to be learned that, you know, it's 28-3 in the middle of the third quarter, and yet, you know, the game still being played and there's a lot of time left. And that was my message to the group, was just reminding them that this has been done before, and rather than saying woe is me and oh crap, we're in a hole, it's more, this is a great opportunity for us to turn this thing around into a game that we'll never forget, and that's what they did.
That's Ben Johnson talking about a couple vets on his team, a couple captains on his team, getting together and using something that was really painful for one of them to help his team work through some stuff. And now the Bears have their own historic playoff comeback. And it happened this past weekend, being down 21-3. Carmen Vitale is in for Speaks. He will be back tomorrow and getting some really cool news about who we're going to have at Cubs convention. I'm very excited about. Can we say this, Alex, or no? Can we say who we're having?
I think so, yeah.
Alex Bregman's going to join us Friday from Cubs convention, and it is confirmed that Nico Horner is going to join us in person from Cubs convention too. Thank God he's still a Cub, because I would hate to have Nico on from Giants convention. We'd do it, but I would hate for it to be the case.
That's so exciting.
It is. It's very exciting. And so is what we're talking about, and Carmen being here and lending her experience as someone that watched Tom Brady. Tell the story that you told me during the break about Caleb and Brady.
Yeah, so I was there at the game, obviously Saturday night, and we're in the press conference with Caleb afterwards. And, you know, I'm there like once a week usually, but like because I cover some other teams and this, that, the other, I always let like the true, you know, the beat reporters go first. Like that's not my place to like jump in line. So as the press conference is going, I noticed Caleb's still in his uniform, and he always changes before he ends up at the podium with us. And I know he had some Amazon stuff to do after the game and all that other stuff, but he's still in his uniform. So I'm like, that's weird. And then nobody's asking him about his ankle. And I'm like, well, he rolled his ankle during the game, and like he came back short and he pulled off, you know, again, that 4th down jump man play, because apparently he doesn't need ankles to get a ball down the field.
And adrenaline can carry you a long way when you roll an ankle.
And at that point now we're a little far removed from the game. So like the adrenaline would be wearing off and all this other stuff. So I just go, okay, Caleb, how's your ankle? And what he says to me is, you know, I make a concerted effort to really take care of my body and make sure that like I have pliable ankles. And I was like, pliable? Oh, and it just sent off immediately alarm bells. I was like, the only other person that uses that word is one Tom Brady, because I spent a very long time hearing about pliability and how important it is, to which I completely agree between Tom Brady, and he had his guy Alex Guerrero with him in Tampa, and I got to know Alex pretty well. But that was like their founding principle on kind of Alex's method, AG's method. And it was being like pliable, making sure that you can roll your ankle, but then you can kind of like in real time, you can recover from that because you're flexible and whatever. So it was very interesting. I was like, oh, sounds like someone talks to Tom Brady quite a bit even now.
As a matter of fact, why don't we listen to Caleb, who spoke today about getting a chance to talk to Tom Brady?
It's about the next play. It's about the mentality when we're in the moment. It's about
honestly not wanting to go out that way and getting your tail whooped and have a certain mindset, have a certain fight about you, and then it could either be one of your worst moments or one of your greatest moments. And so I think in that mindset you want to, in those moments you want to choose to try and fight for it to be one of your greatest moments that you can have.
So yeah, if you're gonna ask for advice from someone who played quarterback in the league, having access to Tom Brady seems like a pretty great thing to be able to dial up.
The mentality, I think, is very similar from what I saw with Tom when I was in Tampa with him. And I was afforded the incredible opportunity to watch him on the practice field every day, all day.
What do you think about when you think about those times?
I think about his incredible fire in the moment, in practice. You wouldn't know it was practice with Tom. He's yelling, he's cutting people's heads off. Like, he is just barking at people. He is making sure that everyone, like, there is no wasted rep with Tom Brady. And I think about this, I'm not sure if I told this story on a show before, but there's periods, most of practice is like the offensive starters go against the scout team defense. And then that means that the starting defense is kind of just on the sidelines watching, right? And vice versa. With Tom, there were so many times where when the starting offense wasn't on the field, he was conducting his own little segment or practice period with the guys that were just supposed to be kind of taking a break. And he would, like, if there was something in the run game that needed to be worked through, or if they were installing a different package or something, he would pull all 5 offensive linemen, the running backs, the receivers that were part of it, or if the tight ends were part of it, whoever was a part of it, he would go off to the side and he would work with them like inch by inch. And the way that his receivers, I remember talking to Mike Evans about it, like the way that he would coach essentially the guys around him by like, I need you to take this many steps, and I need your stride to be this long, and I need you to get to this spot at this time. Otherwise, like, everything blows up. That's the attention to detail that like Tom Brady had. And by that point in his career, which is something that kind of concerns me about when you look at Matthew Stafford and where he is in his career, the processing power and the ability to recognize what defenses are doing, it got to the point where Tom wouldn't audible, he would just change someone's route. So he would say, hey, Mike, I know you're supposed to run a 4. I need you to run a 7 now. But it wasn't changing the play. He would keep the play, and he would know what that would do to the defense, how that would kind of the domino effect on the play itself. It was almost like, in a weird way, like Madden. He was playing Madden in real time with his guys because he had that understanding, and that's something, and he had full command of the offense. And that's something that Matthew Stafford does too. And I think that's where you want Caleb Williams to be, but that doesn't come without an exponential amount of reps.
No doubt about it. I mean, Ben has talked about the million reps,
right?
that
100,000 reps.
It's a lot of reps to try and get someone. That the Michael Rubin video has kind of resurfaced over the last couple of days.
Because Michael Rubin reposted it.
He did.
He reposted it again.
And seeing the interaction between Tom Brady and Caleb, like, really being a student, is a big deal. So this is Caleb talking to Brady and talking to him about accountability.
I would say I'm pretty hard on myself. I mean, I talk about myself, kind of how you talked about earlier. How do you address that, deal with it, and go from there to build on it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From going into the mirror and being like,
I love that. I mean, I had a real hard year 2 years ago. There's a saying, the man in the glass. It's a great saying, and I put a poster up on the mirror in my bathroom. I walked in, I wanted to read it every single day. And it's really like, no matter what you do, at the end of the day, the only person you're really responsible to is the man that's looking back to you, right? And I think you being your toughest critic and you having the high expectations for yourself is ultimately going to be the best chance for you to succeed. Like, there should be nobody in your life that should have higher expectations for you than you.
That doesn't surprise you at all, does it?
No, not at all. That's exactly the type of Although, to be fair, I don't think I've ever actually known what I've ever said to Tom Brady, because when you look at him and you actually like, he puts those like blue steel eyes on you. Like, my mind just went blank every single time I had to ask him a question. I was like, I don't even know what came out of my mouth. Thank God for transcriptions, because I would have known what he said.
I can imagine being around him is pretty intimidating.
He is intimidating. And then at the same time, you know, his son at one point was our ball boy. I remember during training camp, his oldest. And that was such a fun experience to see, because he's just a dad at the end of the day too.
Mm-hmm.
And you just you saw that side of him, and how his son talks smack to him. And I'm like, you're like the only one on the planet that can do that to Tom Brady.
Kids are very unimpressed with their parents. And it doesn't matter who their parents are.
And and that's what's so funny about, you know, hearing Tom Brady talk through just kind of the way that he is motivated and all that kind of stuff. And you can kind of see that even in his sons and in his kids, and getting to see that kind of relationship, because that's how he's motivated. I think that's how a lot of the greats are motivated. When you think about Michael Jordan, who manufactured like the smallest slight. I mean, that man held a grudge. And like Kobe Bryant, same way. Tiger Woods, same way. Like those guys that you think of when you think of just the greatest of all time, the true GOATs, that is their mentality. And I think that that's kind of how you have to be wired. And I see that in Ben Johnson. When you talk about the hate and the slights that he's talking about, when he's saying, we heard the coaches and the players up north, and that was real loud and clear. And, you know, I hate that team and this, that, the other. That's part of it. And I think that Caleb Williams has some of that too. And I think that him and Ben Johnson really connect on that.
To bring this segment full circle, we started out talking about the 28-3. We have seen the connection between Tom and Caleb, and then Tom obviously being the engineer of the 28-3 comeback. Here's what he had to say, and Caleb was absolutely locked in on this.
The greatest kick in the history of the NFL is Adam Vinatieri, a 46 or 48-yard field goal in the Snow Bowl, 6 inches of snow. It wasn't on the turf, you know, in a perfect environment. It was when it was really hard. You know, the greatest comeback game of my life, we're down to Atlanta, 28-3 in the Super Bowl. It could have been the worst game of my career. Literally the worst game. It could have been the most embarrassing loss of my career. Instead, based on our attitude and our competitiveness, it turned into be the best game of our career, of my career, and our team's career. The history of the Patriots franchise. With 18 minutes left in the game, we're down by 25 points. So, like, all that's going to change, you know, and you guys, all that adversity that you're going to face, that's going to build who you guys are.
It's nice to see that Caleb was locked in on that, and now he now has the connection to it through his teammates,
right,
and his own comeback that he engineered.
Like I said, that was just, I've talked a lot about Ben Johnson's intentionality with how he's built the culture in Chicago, and the intentionality with which he's kind of like laid his plans as a first-time head coach even. And I can't tell you how insane I think that is. That in training camp, he had the wherewithal to say, all right, we're going to be up against some adversity this year. Because, you know, inevitably in the first year under a new regime and all that other stuff, you're going to be. I thought it was going to look a lot worse, quite honestly, at that stage. And to prepare your guys in that way and just say, we have to have this almost delusional belief in ourselves that we're never out of it. And to show, you know, those concrete examples, and for the players then to be able to make those connections, incredibly prescient and incredibly intentional to have that moment and to think about things that way, because it's true. And at halftime of that game on Saturday night, that's what Ben Johnson reminded his team of. And he said, we can either quit now or we can be responsible for the greatest comeback in Chicago Bears history. And why don't we do that one? Let's go do that one.
That sounds like a better idea, and it's made people so ecstatic that it has happened. We need to take a break. When we come back, I was thinking about this over the last couple of days. This Bears rookie class has been exceptional. We'll talk about that next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m.
This is such a good game because it's the Rams. It's the Rams coming in.
This feels big.
This feels real big.
This feels big. It looks like you're going to be building all weekend long toward this final playoff game of all of them that will be played. And there will be a dramatic element to it. There'll be a marquee feel, and Soldier Field will be electric again.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Gear up for epic football game days under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. Dive into 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and private cabanas. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim at circalasvegas.com.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows in Chicago for over 45 years. Purchase with confidence, backed by our price match guarantee. Great financing available. Visit ClimateGuardWindows.com today to schedule a free in-home estimate.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything out store-wide. Get 2 great chairs for one low price, plus up to 50% off clearance. All the comfiest Lazy Boy furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Get our best offers on your favorite Lazy Boy furniture. Hurry, deals like these won't last. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Discount applies to select floor models, discontinued items, overstocks, and clearance. Excludes advertised items and select styles. See store for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant,
She knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Williams throws, caught. That'll be another first down. Out to the 46. That's Loveland once again. Loveland now 8 catches, 137 yards for the tight end.
What a job by Caleb Williams. Felt that blitz from the inside by Quay Walker. Had Loveland right where he wanted him, in space against that zone pressure look for first down yardage.
It's been quite the run for the rookies for the Bears this year. You don't expect rookies to have this big of an impact on a team that ended up with expectations. Like, usually you're hoping that those guys just become really solid contributors by the end of the season. And now, Colston Loveland, I imagine, will be one of the first, if not the first, tight end to go off the board in fantasy drafts next year.
Yeah.
And Monungai, who I thought he would make the team, but I thought they'd cut him first. I felt like they'd go get a veteran.
Bring him back on practice squad. Yeah.
He has been a factor in the Bears' run game. Yeah. And the Trapillo thing is really interesting. And obviously now he's on IR, but it felt like they had made a mistake. Like they had drafted someone to play right tackle, but your right tackle is now an all-pro.
Right.
And Ozzie looked uncomfortable at left tackle in August and September. Yes. And they were like, yeah, we're gonna move on from that experiment.
Right.
And then he ends up back
at left tackle.
Playing left tackle. Luther Burden has been phenomenal. You're up close with this. What's it like to see that level of success from rookies in year one?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because I feel like so many times we preach like patience. And I think it's especially important when it comes to quarterbacks where, you know, we readily acknowledge that a quarterback's prime isn't until he's like 30 years old. But we expect so much of them when they first get into the league, often to very bad situations if they were taken in the first round, this, that, the other. But I think that extends to any rookies coming into the league because the college game, while it looks very similar, is still very different in a lot of ways. And there are things that guys are asked to do in the league that it's the first time they're being asked to do it. And whether that's certain routes that they're running or different releases or understanding, you know, certain defensive concepts that as an offensive player. But, you know, it was interesting because I remember when Colston Loveland was drafted, Tyler Warren, right, still on the board. And everybody's like, what? Why is Colston Loveland the first? And like Colston's coming off the injury. But I remember saying, and I don't remember where I said this, but I was like, you know what? If Ben Johnson, who I watched develop Sam Laporta in Detroit, who's the former tight ends coach, you know, before he was elevated to offensive coordinator, if Ben Johnson thinks that Colston Loveland fits this scheme better, or if he likes Colston Loveland better, who am I? Who am I to say that they should have taken Tyler Warren? Because Ben Johnson knows this team. So I had a lot of faith at that point that like Colston Loveland would eventually become, you know, a really integral part of this offense. And I had about halfway through training camp, I had the same kind of thought with Kyle Monungai, despite the fact that he was drafted so late. The way that Ben talked about him and kind of the role that he was carving out for Kyle Monungai, where I was like, okay, it's not Sonic and Knuckles from Detroit, but the concept is very similar between DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monungai and their skill sets and how they kind of play off of each other. And I was like, oh no, this kid's making the roster. and he's going to be part of this. So it's very cool to see that, the vision that Ben Johnson had has come to fruition. And I think that Ryan Poles really deserves a lot of credit.
I do too.
For not only what he's done as the GM, but in a lot of ways in getting out of Ben's way and allowing Ben to
be the voice of this team.
Yes. And to listen to Ben when he tells him what players he wants and what players he needs, and to have that very symbiotic relationship with each other, because we heard it from Bo Allen. There's a lot of ego that goes into this, not only from players, but coaches, GMs, personnel executives, team executives. And it just seems like Ryan Poles developed a really good relationship with Ben Johnson very quickly, and they trusted each other very quickly.
It does take a lot to remove your ego and understand that everyone eats if you guys win.
Yeah.
And and now retroactively, Ryan Poles is getting the accolades of some of the stuff. And you start looking at some of the earlier moves, the drafting of Darnell Wright, and I still have my issues about that. Darnell Wright versus Jalen Carter, right? But you got an all-pro tackle now, and that's something that you didn't have. You didn't have Pro Bowlers on your roster. Now you got a couple of Pro Bowlers and a bunch of all-pros. The Kevin Byard deal, to me, is one of the most significant deals that Ryan Poles has made.
Yes.
And having someone who has that level of respect in the locker room that welcomes Ben in and then is like, I am totally on board with spreading your gospel.
Yes.
He's even doing it today. He's talking about, we've been practicing outside with no heaters, and the players are kind of upset, but we also get it.
Yeah.
And it's making us tougher and ready for the elements. So it's been good all the way around. We got to take another time out, but let's really talk about Caleb. Let's talk about this breakthrough. And with Carmen here, someone who was at training camp and saw a lot of bad Caleb practices to where we are now, let's get her perspective and let's talk a little bit more about this next here on The Score.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and The Score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Sunday in the Pro Football Playoffs, trip to the Conference Championship game on the line in the NFC. Los Angeles, a 3.5-point road favorite at Chicago. Total in the game is 49. It's going to be freezing cold at this game, and Chicago has drawn some early betting action, but I like Los Angeles to win this game, and I like Los Angeles to cover the spread. Now, I am a little worried about Los Angeles' secondary, but I think LA is going to be able to score enough points, grind the game out on the ground, and I do trust LA's pass rush. So coming up on Sunday in the NFC, give me LA laying 3.5 at Chicago. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGA&B to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel and Casino.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana. Indiana.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Tonight, windy and cold with lake effect snow, low 15.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The score! Spiegel and Holmes.
First of all, congratulations. You know, it's nice to have a couple new faces at the score, and no, I'm just kidding. But,
Afternoons on the score.
4th and 8 out of the shotgun. Here's the snap. Back to throw. Still looking. Williams scrambling left. Throws it down the left side. And he's got Rome Odunze out of bounds. 30-yard line of Green Bay between three Packers defenders. Nixon, McKinney, and Quay Walker. Wow. A 4th down bailout of 27 yards.
And that's the thing about Caleb Williams. We've seen him miss throws, but he was getting hit by Isaiah McDuffie, and he threaded the needle on that one.
I mean, the best throw until he makes the next best throw, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can say that every week with this dude, man. He's a spectacular talent. Super happy to be his teammate and watch him thrive out there. So, you know, like he kind of said, we're not finished. We have more to accomplish, so excited to keep going with 18.
Caleb Williams in the shotgun with a set back to his left. He takes the snap. He looks. He pump fakes once. Now lost it. Left side. No. DJ Moore's got it. Touchdown.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. And the Bears take the lead with 1:43 to go.
It's funny because we heard a lot of John Kuhn before the game. We haven't heard a lot of John after the game. Maybe he signed that petition. Did Speaks ever get back to him about the bet?
I mean, it's already Hell Week. What more can we expect
Yeah,
from
you're right.
Speaks, okay?
Yeah, but the responsibility was put on me, and I felt like I came through. I was told to come up with the stakes.
It was very good
Maybe
stakes.
he thought you were going to then reach out to him too, like do all of it, right?
Oh, that's on me. All right. Okay. Not a problem. That's fine that it's on me. By the way, Carmen Vitale is in for Speaks. Before we talk about Caleb, there's a big announcement that does have me like in my feels a little bit. Like I feel real old because I never thought this day would come. And I'm really excited.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm here for this.
Yeah. Carmen walked into like a major change at the score. She's like, am I supposed to hear
any of this? I'm like burying my head in my computer with my stats. I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be listening.
So look, there are so many ways to consume the score already. Like we have grown beyond just being 670 AM with people who watch the show on Twitch or people who watch the show on YouTube. Listening on 104.3 HD, which has been fantastic because you can hear the bass in our voices a little bit better than what you can on AM radio. Well, forever we have been wondering whether we would ever get an FM, and now we're going to. So starting February 2nd, we are taking over the main 104.3 signal. So 104.3 the score. I like Score 104, and I was told that I can call it that, but apparently just me.
I like 104 the score.
104 the score works. Score 104 works, but 104.3. So put the presets in now, and it's still Jams, and we love our family over at Jams.
I was like, darn, does that mean that we're getting rid of our throwback?
I don't.
But it's.
I mean, the thing is that if you've been listening to B96 lately, the two.
Oh, I have entire theories about all of this, Lawrence. We do not need to go in it during this announcement, but
I'm just saying that B96 is kind of moving towards what Jams is doing, and I think you'll be hearing a lot of that stuff on B96. No one's told me that. That's just a guess. But starting on February 2nd, we're going to be broadcasting on 104.3 FM. We're still going to be broadcasting on 670 AM. And it's weird for me, and I put Carmen in the Wayback Machine today because my career started on 670 AM when it was WMAQ. I was a 19-year-old producer of the Sports Huddle back in 1995. And to now get to the place where the industry itself is kind of pushing out AM radio overall, like there are cars that are being developed that don't have AM radios in them. So we're going to have a broader reach for people who live outside of what the broadcast area of 104.3 is. You'll still be able to pick up 670 AM. Like that's not going anywhere, but the sound quality is going to be amazing. I try to tell people this all the time. You want sports in FM. You want it. Yeah. So Cubs games this year are going to be in FM. It's going to be FM quality.
That's cool.
Yeah. Bulls games at the end of the season are going to be FM. Westwood 1 games on the score are going to be in FM. As a listener, this is better. Like the people who have been consuming us on YouTube or Twitch, they've gotten a better sound quality. People who listen on the Odyssey app have gotten a better sound quality. For the person in their car now, which is kind of, the roots of the score.
Right. Especially if you're downtown.
Yes.
Like I listened to the score, coming into the score, and I lose it. And, I was on Upper Whacker and I lost it on my way in. And I switched over to XRT.
Right. Well, thank you for switching over to our sister station, WXRT.
I got my XRT. I got my Lynn Bramer sweatshirt on.
Shout out to Lynn. We miss Lynn every day, man.
Best friend in the whole world.
Right? Just a wonderful person. So it's on. 2-2. Just keep that in mind. The week of the Super Bowl, 104.3. So put the preset in now. If you're a P1 listener to 670 AM, just put 104.3 in right now. And, you can listen to some Ja Rule. And then you can listen to us starting on February 2nd. So I'm I'm super excited.
Congratulations, you guys. This is really cool.
I never thought this would happen. I always wanted it to happen, but I never thought it would happen by the time I figured I would have retired and then they would have gone over to an FM. But this is like the holy grail for terrestrial radio sports talk. To get on an FM, it's going to broaden our reach in a way that is unimaginable. And I got to tell you, when they told us today, I was like, I don't believe you. And there's a part of me that's like not going to believe it until it actually happens.
Sure.
Because I'm wired that way.
It's only a couple weeks away.
It's only a couple weeks away, but it is really, really awesome. And I'm happy for the people who drive around the city and they'll be able to hear a clearer version of the stuff that we're trying to do.
I'm so happy for you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So excited.
February 2nd, 104.3 FM. Mully and Haugh are going to kick the festivities off, so you'll be able to listen wherever it is that you consume us. It's appreciated. But for those of you who are driving around in your car, FM is going to be where you can pick us up to now, starting February 2nd. So that's dope. Okay. Woo. Now let's talk about Caleb Williams.
Okay.
And let's talk about his growth. Carmen, walk people through what those training camp practices were like for Ben and Caleb.
I mean, there's a reason that I got on this very station and said, just remember that when Ben Johnson took over as OC in Detroit, that they started 1-6. Just, I was prepping people. I always try to manage expectations. I always try to temper expectations because I have seen organizational turnarounds firsthand, and I know it's not easy. And especially with a guy like Ben Johnson and the scheme that he runs, he openly talked about how the initial install of this offense in training camp, and I guess before even in spring camp, was more complicated than anything he initially installed in Detroit. So combine all of that with the tumultuous year that Caleb Williams had in his rookie year, and just again how different the college game truly is to the pro game. And when you talk about Ben Johnson's offense going under center, that's not something college quarterbacks do very often. I was like, all right, this is going to take a while. So in training camp, when I'm watching things look bad, I'm like, yeah, they're going to look bad. They're going to look bad now. They're going to look bad probably for a while. But we'll see, come mid-season how this kind of turnaround happens. And what's incredible about this team in general is that they found ways to win while still developing. And Caleb Williams found ways to win while still improving. And he's still improving. Like, make no mistake, he has not even come close to what his ceiling is.
Which should be really scary for the rest of the league.
Exactly. So even looking at some of these advanced metrics on next gen stats and all that stuff that I dive into quite a bit, in the beginning of the season, Caleb Williams was bottom of the league in EPA per play. He was bottom of the league in success rate and completion rate, this, that, the other. He finished about average, midway through the league, which is a vast improvement when you talk about, again, just one season's worth of development. And Ben Johnson talked about how he's going to need 100,000 reps before he really has command of this offense. But also from the eye test, when you watch, Caleb looked lost in training camp. In the beginning of the season, for most of the first half of the season, honestly, maybe even the first 3/4 of the season, he looked along for the ride. There was a switch in that Philadelphia game that you saw. He is no longer along for the ride. He is running the ride. He is at the front. He is controlling the ride. He has started to get command of this offense. And that's the biggest thing where, in this last game, the wild card game, where he's getting fired up and he's getting upset and he's getting frustrated. That's the leader in him coming out. That is the leader that has blossomed under Ben Johnson. That is the trust in their plan and being upset when it doesn't go according to plan because it's their execution that isn't up to snuff. You see off the field and on the field, you have seen Caleb Williams blossom into a leader, and you've seen the relationship between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams get so much better over the course of the season. Because in training camp, Caleb even said it. He was like, I thought Ben hated me. And there was a lot of friction. And now you just realize it's kind of just who Ben is, and that he's doing it from a place of wanting you to be your best. And now they have complete trust in each other, and they spend a lot of time together, and they review tape together. I mean, contrast that with what we saw last year, or what we heard about what happened last year, Lawrence. Like, Caleb was coming out saying, I didn't know what tape to watch because nobody was watching tape with me. And now he gets one-on-one time with the head coach all the time.
I was blown away when Chris Collinsworth talked about what was going on at those practices a few weeks ago, where he's like, yeah, Ben would call a play and Caleb would be like, I didn't get all that. And Ben would be like, too bad.
Figure it out.
Do something with that and figure it out. And we had all known, like anyone who had been to practice had heard the Bears say that they were throwing a lot at Caleb.
Right.
That they were overloading him. And the idea of that, I'm fascinated by it, like as a teacher. Like just the choice of, oh wow, like that's an experiment, because you don't know how a student or a player is going to respond. But in the case of Ben Johnson, I guess he probably wants to find out as quickly as possible
what his limits are.
Yes. What capacity he has. And I imagine that there might be some parents of my soon-to-be students out there. Guess what? I'm going to take a page from Ben Johnson's book with my students.
Get ready to, I guess, write a 5-paragraph essay in an hour, folks. Apparently, Gen Z doesn't do that anymore.
Olin and I, strangely enough, Olin and I were talking about this because I was showing Olin some stuff that the way I watch a game, because it's completely different than how like a football player watches a game.
Absolutely.
And I was saying that it all goes back to the way I chart a game goes back to when I was an intern at Channel 9, and all the things
to bring that full circle.
To bring all of that full circle. And I mentioned to him kind of jokingly, like, yeah, the internship that I got, we had to take a test. Like, it was a legitimate, like, written test at Channel 9. Shout out to Krista Ruck and Harry Gold, who were the producers there. And before I could get the internship, I had to pass a written test.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to do a version.
It's important to figure out. I think this gets lost, and I feel so grateful for having been around Bruce Arians for so long, because his philosophy essentially was that coaches are just glorified teachers. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what they are.
That's what Lovie Smith used to say about it too. He wanted to hire a staff of teachers.
I think those are the most successful staffs, because then you also have to realize that everybody learns differently, and everybody has different limitations. Everybody processes things differently, and they can't all be taught in the same way. And to kind of figure out how they should be taught, you kind of have to push them a lot, and you have to overload these guys, and you have to figure out, okay, what is he retaining? And based on that, kind of create a plan of how to then get him to the place you want him, and get him to that spot where Caleb Williams, if you're Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams is seeing the game the way you see it. But that it's not the same for everyone. He can't teach Caleb Williams the way he taught Jared Goff.
Correct. And I like it like as a diagnostic of like, here's what he knows and here's what he needs to learn. But the cool thing about Caleb is the one thing that he comes preloaded with is the I'm not scared moments. And he even did it last season. Like the Washington game was an example of him leading the team down for what looked like the winning score on the road. He did it against Detroit last year before the end of the game went completely haywire because no one knew what they were doing, and they left it to him to try and figure the whole damn thing out.
Right.
Having that part of it is something that's difficult to teach. You kind of have that or you don't.
Right.
And I know there are people that are complaining around the league in Green Bay of like, wait, does Jordan Love not have that? He's got everything else. Everything else in his bag. Does he have that part of his game? So listen to Ben talk about the heroics. This is what he's had to say about what Caleb was able to accomplish on Saturday night.
There's not a whole lot you need to say to him on the sideline. We just make sure we're on the same page in terms of what the situation is and what we need to accomplish and how quickly we need to accomplish it. But beyond that, it's not like he needs a pep talk or a rah-rah or anything like that. He's ready to go, and been saying it all along. He rises to the occasion time and time again. It's really impressive to see a young player like this be so clutch.
I agree with him.
Because it isn't something that you can necessarily teach. You can teach the boring stuff, which is where Caleb does need to get better, be more
mundane.
consistent, the mundane. It's what I went into the season saying, like, hey, I know that Caleb has insane abilities, maybe not these insane abilities that we're now seeing, but I think it's very scary for the rest of the division, for the rest of the league for that matter, that if Ben Johnson can get Caleb to do the mundane things consistently well, and then at the end of the day, he can still beat you because of how escapable you're, like his escapability, because of how incredibly athletic he is, because apparently he doesn't need to have even a single foot on the ground to get a ton of power behind his throws, and he can still have pinpoint accuracy on the run. That is so defeating for a defense. How do you defend that? If you can have the best plan, the best laid plans against this guy, and yet he can still beat you. Like we talked to Bo Allen about that too. It's so frustrating for these guys.
Yeah,
and that
you get to him and you can't get him down. You move him to the left because you think that's an advantage. He makes an incredible throw.
Right, like against his momentum, without, again, like just...
You think that you've grabbed him and spun him into the ground, and what you did was just spin him into a spin move.
Gave him more momentum to go the other direction and get that ball off regardless. And I mean, Chris Long talked about in that clip with Bo Allen on the Greenlight podcast where he was like, even just the throwaways, there is not a throw that, like, there is not a place on the field that Caleb Williams can't reach the sideline from.
Yep.
And that's incredibly important when he, again, starts to put that mundane stuff, together, and he starts to have that processing power and starts to make those decisions quicker and more efficiently, that, all right, I'm just going to throw the ball away then.
And he's got to get better on it, Carmen, because this league, everyone adjusts.
Yes.
And with 19 games of tape on Caleb, they'll be like, okay, now we can do this, and this.
Yeah,
and
everybody's just going to blitz the heck out of him.
And let's see how folks adjust. Let's talk with our friend Robert Mays about this.
Yeah.
He'd be a good person to discuss.
I think so, too.
Check him out in The Athletic and on The Athletic's new show that he's running. Like, that's awesome stuff to have him. Chicago-based, and that he loves to talk about the Bears. Robert Mays joins us next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Middays 10 a.m. to 2.
Now we flipped the script quite a bit. The best offense in the league is coming to town, and Sean McVay and the Rams and Matt Stafford and his crew. And the vibes are much different after the Packers. This is quite the game recognizes game type discussion that's going on between the Bears and the Rams head coaches.
Let's say last week, right? The only team that had more total offense than the Los Angeles Rams was the Chicago Bears.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago, do you need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing the stuff that you love? Wild Fork has lean proteins for great prices. 500 items under $10 a pound. Organic 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets at $5.98 a pound. Better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in store or visit wildforkfoods.com to learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint, batteries, tools, toilet paper,
extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets, snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange.
But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The best coach in the NFL will once again be missing out on a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are just too banged up to overcome their injuries to make a run this season. He'll need to drop a miracle in Seattle to move on. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Welcome to the Athletic Football Show.
I'm Robert Mays. Really fun show for you guys today. I think that the Packers and the Lions are Super Bowl contenders this year. I don't think the Bears are there, for a lot of different reasons, and that's okay. But there's absolutely a path forward for this team as a wild card. We're here now with the Rams head coach, Sean McVay. Sean, really appreciate you having us here.
Yeah, I'm glad I've been a fan of the show. I've been getting on you for a couple years, so it's finally nice to be on here with you.
You got so much stuff going on. I feel bad infringing on your time, but I'm very glad.
No, I've always enjoyed it. It's whether I'm working out or even watching film, and shoot, man, you obviously, I respect the work you put in. I can tell you study the game, and the guys that you have on and the people that you have on are people that are working at it. I respect and appreciate that.
Hey everyone, Robert Mays here, host of the Athletic Football Show. I've got some news. We're bringing you a brand new show, The Athletic Show, your essential guide to the biggest stories in sports, every Saturday on Amazon Fire TV.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
We love talking with Robert Mays, and anytime that we get a chance to talk Bears with him is great, but considering the amount of respect that Sean McVay has for Robert, and as much as he has studied the Rams, I don't know if we could have picked a more perfect time.
I don't think so.
To talk with him. He joins us now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. Robert, what's up, man?
I hope Sean has a terrible weekend.
What's this been like for you to watch the Bears team mature into a problem for other NFC teams?
It's been awesome. It's been so rewarding and nourishing to watch a team go from a young, exciting, kind of inconsistent team to one that feels like legitimately dangerous in moments like this. And we've had spike seasons in this town before, where a team comes out of nowhere, wins a bunch more games than you think they're going to. But for a lot of different reasons, they feel like a blip sometimes. Like the 2018 season felt like that. And I think that's partially because it was defense-driven. It's hard to maintain defense-driven success in the NFL for a bunch of different reasons. Having success be defined by a young quarterback, a young coach, a rising offense, that feels extremely different in this town. And I think that's why it's so exciting, because I think for one of the first times in the 38 years I've been on this planet, it feels like the Bears are successful for reasons that you can keep rolling with. And I think that's why this feels so, so exciting.
Do you think that they can keep rolling with it this season? Do you think that they're like, what is their ceiling essentially this season? Because we've talked a lot about how like they're ahead of schedule. They're maybe playing with house money at this point. They've surpassed expectations already. What do you realistically see in this team, and do they have a legitimate shot to keep this rolling?
I think they can win this week. Absolutely. I mean, I think there's a path for them to win this week. We've seen some of the weaknesses and some of the vulnerabilities that the Rams have. I think there's a reason the Bears are 3.5-point underdogs at home. The Rams are a really good team with arguably the best offense in the league, and the Bears defense is still a concern. The Bears defense still has plenty of holes. I think going on the road to Seattle in the NFC Championship game would be a really tall task. The Seahawks have been top to bottom probably the best team in the league. You're going on the road to play them in the NFC title game. Like, I think that would be a really difficult game to win. But if they get there, I would not be shocked. I think it'd be impressive, and I don't expect them to win this weekend. I don't think it's reasonable to expect them to beat this Rams team, considering where the Bears are in their trajectory and where the Rams are. But if they did it, I wouldn't blow me away.
You're known for doing deep dives on stuff, and when it comes to the Bears, like, you've been really helpful. Your work at the football show, everything that you've done at the Athletic. I want to ask you, because on the surface, clearly watching Caleb Williams do what he's done is incredible. What are the reasons why we're seeing him succeed in these moments?
Oh man, I think it's multifaceted. I think he's being put in positions to succeed, and I think because he's been so spectacular in some of these moments, especially late in the season, I think we forget, and we've kind of drifted away from a conversation about how important an environment is to a quarterback.
Yeah.
The Bears' offensive environment this season, it doesn't get much better than what Caleb Williams has been able to play in. And you think about how far removed that is from what he was playing in last year. Obviously, the offensive line quality, you have 3 all pro level players on the Bears offensive line. Arguably four. I think you could make an argument that four of the Bears' five offensive linemen were top four players at their position this year in the NFL. That's crazy. I mean, that is so far removed from what we're used to in this town. And every bet the Bears made along their offensive line hit. And there's going to be revisionist history that everybody expected that. The Jonah Jackson trade was lambasted in real time, taking on that contract, considering what the Rams gave him and how much he was going to cost. That has been a hit. Drew Dahlman has been excellent. Joe Thuney obviously is an all-pro player, and Darnell Wright is the best Bears in-house success story, not named Caleb Williams, that has happened in the Ryan Poles era. And so that all comes together as well as it possibly could have. You have one of the best play callers and offensive architects in football. You have a guy that is in the conversations with the Sean McVays and the Kyle Shanahans, one of the guys that can change everything about the way that your offense operates. And he has made good on the bet that you made on Ben Johnson. This is why you hire Ben Johnson, is to create an offensive ecosystem like this. And so all of that stuff, and you combine that with the pass catchers. I mean, the young pass catchers are, you just think about how the layers to the talent that they have at the pass catching spots. So what is surrounding him is fantastic. And then you look at his individual growth. Obviously, what he looks like in the pocket this year, the sack avoidance, to go from where he was last season to where he was this season, where you get sacked a dozen times over the course of the entire year, is incredible progress. You see some of the off-schedule playmaking stuff. You drafted him number 1 overall because he was capable of making spectacular plays. He was a rare talent. The guys that just don't come along very often. And now we're really starting to see that. That 4th and 8 play from last week, that's why you draft Caleb Williams number 1 overall. So the crazy impressive stuff and the one-of-one type plays, that's part of it. But you also see the in-structure development that we've started to see from him. And it's not all the way there yet. Right. There are still elements to his game that need to be better. I think that he can play a little bit faster. He can get to stuff within the progression a little bit faster. I think that there are still some concerns when it comes to sprays accuracy-wise. But if you look at the trend line from where he was at the end of last season to where he is now, it is undeniably exciting.
If the Bears win on Sunday, it will be because of what?
They run the ball effectively, which I think the fact that they were able to do it last week without running the ball that effectively is a borderline miracle considering what this team has been like all year. But the Rams, it's a good front, but there are certain situational things where you can run the ball on them. And so if the Bears can get some heavy bodies out there and they can manage to do that, I think that's going to go a long way. I think you need to pick on the corners. And we saw the Panthers do that last week, and that is the area of this Rams team on defense that is weakest. If you can pick on the corners, you can pick on the off-ball linebackers, you can get somewhere. And so some of those in-breakers off play action, I think that has to be a big part of the game plan overall. Defensively, they need a takeaway or two. I think the model you saw from the Panthers defense last week, where you get 1 or 2 takeaways, and then you get a big special teams play. As an underdog, those are the types of things you need. I think they need to take the ball away a couple times. I think they need one special teams flub on the Rams side, which we've seen all season.
Sure
Whether
have.
that's a punt return, a block punt, a missed field goal, that's the worst part of their team. And then offensively, I think you need a couple of those chunks on some big crossers, and I think you need to run the ball effectively.
Robert Mays of the Athletic Football Show is joining us here on The Score for a few minutes as we talk about the Bears. The Ben Johnson impact, I was expecting it to happen. I wasn't expecting it to happen so quickly. So how did we get here?
I am a steadfast, ardent evangelist for hiring play calling offensive head coaches to be your head coach. It is one of the true fundamental principles I believe when it comes to modern football in the NFL. I want a guy who is going to be a difference maker in the quality of my offense season over season that you cannot hire away. I want Kyle Shanahan. I want Sean McVay. Those are the guys that I want. I just feel like if you look at the percentages over time and what has worked consistently, outside of the New England Patriots, who had Tom Brady, those are the teams, for the most part, that get you all the way to the Super Bowl and often win Super Bowls and are in the mix to win them. The Final Four consistently every single year is filled with top 10 offenses. And the quickest way to get there, you can get there other ways. That's not what the Seahawks are. That's not what the Ravens were. That's not what the Bills are. The Ravens and Bills have Hall of Fame, Super Bowl, or MVP quarterbacks. The quickest way to being a good offense every single year is to hire the right offensive coach. And that is what the Bears did. And it's the first time they even tried. Ben Johnson is the first play calling offensive coordinator that the Bears have hired in my lifetime. Matt Nagy wasn't that. Mark Trestman wasn't that. So to me, it's the easiest way to find the right coach, and they've never done it before.
and so haven't spent the money to go out and do something like that.
It was one of those scenarios where every time I talk about the Bears' inability to find a head coach, it's like, we haven't tried anything and we're all out of ideas. And so doing the simplest thing, it finally got them to a place where it works. And we talk all the time. And I think people fixate on this idea of, and I get it, you're Dan Campbell's and you're Mike Vrabel's and these guys who look and talk and move like head coaches. And that was the thing with Ben Johnson. Is he a leader of men? Is he the guy that can get the locker room moving in the right direction? I don't know. Does he seem to be? Like, get me the guy that's going to score a lot of points and maybe he can figure out some of the external stuff. And I think that we have a lot of proof so far that Ben Johnson has been able to do that.
Not to mention he's brought back capital H hate to a rivalry that has been spectacularly one-sided, Robert, for most of yours and my lifetime. How refreshing is it to see a head coach get up there? Forget that it's even Bears Packers, because head coaches don't do this. Go out there and let the team put out that they said, F the Packers. I effing hate those guys.
Part of me loves it. Part of me also knows that the one certainty in the NFL is that you're going to get fired. It's not even that you're going to get fired. It's that you're going to hit a rut at some point. There is going to be a downturn, even for the great coaches. And so this is one of those things where I think that not necessarily that pride comes before the fall, but I there's some downside to doing this. At the same time, when I was watching it happen this week and seeing kind of the consternation from some people about him approaching it this way, the Bears beat the Packers twice in 9 years. They beat the Packers twice in a month under Ben Johnson.
Yep.
Maybe we should try it this way for a little bit and just see how it goes.
I think that's fair. You study Sean McVay, and better than anyone who's not there every single day with Sean McVay, what are the things that make him special? And for Bears fans, what are the things that make him dangerous?
I think that Sean has been the best offensive football coach in the league for the past 8 years since he took the job. And Kyle Shanahan has his case to be made there as well. I think they're probably 1-2. But when you watch what the Rams offense is, I just think that it's so well constructed and so well put together. All of the different pieces fit together exactly the way that you want them to. And this has always been the core principles of who they've been offensively. The window dressing on it just kind of changes from season to season based on who they are and who their players are. But everything that looks the same, everything that is the same looks a little bit different, and everything that's a little bit different looks the same. You'll see them run the exact same play design out of the same personnel grouping with the same pre-snap motion, with the same run action, and it'll distribute in 4 to 5 different ways. And we've gotten back to a place this year where they are a heavy under center play action team. And just think about that. Like, if you're an under center play action team, any single play from under center can be a run, can be a play action. It's Ben Johnson's offense is rooted in the same ideas. And I just think Sean is so good at creating layers within that. And you have a quarterback that is able to unlock every blade of grass on the field. And I think that they've really tapped into that version of the offense. And you combine it with the skill position talent they have, like what Puka Nacua has become, the fact that Devontae Adams is the second best receiver on your team. I think in a lot of ways, from a pure passing perspective, this is the most dangerous offense they've ever had. And they also happen to be the second most efficient run game in the league. So there are so many different ways that make him dangerous. And then you combine that with the fact that he does all the personality head coaching stuff. Like, he's the motivation and the getting the building on the same page. Like, I think in a lot of ways, he is like the ideal modern head coach in the NFL. And that's why he's had the amount of success that he has.
The folks that are watching on YouTube and on Twitch are seeing Robert rock his scoreboard green Cubs cap. How you feeling about the Alex Bregman signing?
It's so funny that it happened when it happened in real
Yes,
time.
during the game.
Yes,
We were all watching we were watching at the studio that we have in Fulton Market, and I said to my podcast partner Dave, I was like, not now. Just not now. This is not when I need this. And so the timing on it was hilarious. Where I was like, just give me like 2 hours before I can actually wrestle with this. And it was perfect. For Bears fans and for Chicago sports fans in general, I think it was one heck of an evening. I'll say that.
A one heck of an evening that happened just recently was you guys did your live show at Lincoln Hall.
And it rocked.
I was there. You sold it out. You played to the home crowd quite a bit. But I just wonder, Robert, what this turnaround for Chicago, coinciding with the Athletic Football Show putting its roots in Chicago, what that means for you personally. Because I think it's so cool that you get to grow the show that you have spent so long building in the city that you grew up in, the city that you have ties to, and it coincides with that team getting so good.
It's been a really special year. It's been an incredibly special year. It was, and last week I think that really was a fun moment. Getting to do the first live show, selling out a venue where I went to Lincoln Hall to see a concert the day after I got engaged to my wife, and so there are just so many different touch points with this town and watching the Bears with my dad when I was growing up, and the fact that we were recording our show after the Bears game, and it's in Fulton Market. The soundproofing is terrible in the studio, and we could hear people in the street afterwards. And those are just things that I feel so lucky and grateful that they let us do the show from here, where this is where I'm from. This is my favorite city in the world. And Carmen, I think both of us said this after they beat the Packers and after they had that moment in the week 17 game. When the Bears are good, this town is the best place on earth. There is truly nothing like it. And so to experience this season and to be able to do the show from Chicago and have that all kind of come together at the same time, it's been a special year, and I hope it's not over yet.
I hope not either. And thanks so much, Robert. We appreciate it. The Athletic Football Show is a gold standard in our business, and we appreciate you taking time to hang out with us.
Anytime. Talk to you guys soon.
You got
Thanks,
it.
Robert.
That is Robert Mays of The Athletic. He's great. We're late, but we do need to take a break so that Wheezy F Apology can get his apology off. That's next here on The Score.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. Introducing 104.3 The Score.
We will still air on 670 The Score, but the difference is now you can hear us when you're driving downtown
or down underneath the city,
behind buildings, in that place where you get no cell service.
February 2nd is when it all starts.
The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score. Presented by Circa Sports Illinois.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows in Chicago for over 45 years. Purchase with confidence, backed by our price match guarantee. Great financing available. Visit ClimateGuardWindows.com today to schedule a free in-home estimate.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circa Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus. Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Truck drivers, no matter where you want to take your career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Looking for more reliability on the road? Check out our new dedicated and regional van truckload opportunities. Don't miss out. Find your perfect driving job today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
Freddie Gibbs.
Did you see that Lil Wayne took a shot at Caleb with the nails on social media, and then Caleb shot back at him? I mean,
I'm glad he did. But this some. If you need some bars, I'll give it to you.
Well, I actually kind of like the bar that Caleb is already throwing at haters on that. He simply is like, your girl love it though.
Come on, 18. Baby, we got it. I just came from the nail shop. We gotta keep our nails done.
That was quite the moment where Freddie Gibbs.
It's such a. I said it before. It's such a good get.
He shows his nails on the Twitch stream, and they were just done. So yeah, Caleb was fun in dealing with Lil Wayne and did the repost with the Iceman emojis. Who's your favorite rapper, Carmen?
Wheezy F.
Wheezy F apology. That's where he's at right now. It turned into a very nice and playful back and forth between the two, where we finally get to Wayne saying, Caleb, don't mind me, bruh. I'm just a cheesehead for life, and you just a killer, and you killed us bad each time. And for that, you get the praise gesture from me. I love the game. It'd be impossible to make that statement without acknowledging and admiring your game, king. You a beast, but you still a bear. And then Caleb,
which also kind of reads like lyrics, by the way.
It does. It very much does. And then Caleb replied, Wheeze, it's all love. Bear down, though.
Yep.
So, all right, crisis averted. Everything is okay now.
Wayne's a ball knower. Like, Wayne is very much, he was on FS1 doing some stuff with Undisputed for a while.
Did you guys ever interact when you were over at Fox?
It's such...
Oh, that was an open wound. My bad.
I've missed him on the Fox lot by like minutes, multiple times. And everyone's like, oh, you haven't met Wayne yet? I'm like, you don't understand. He also knows my fiance because my fiance was on Speak on FS1.
That was the Dave that Robert mentioned.
That was the Dave that Robert
segment.
mentioned. Dave is now with Robert on the Athletic Football Show, Dave Hellman. When he was on that show, Wayne would text Acho and be like, because it came up that Dave's from New Orleans, he went to LSU, and Wayne would like tell Acho to tell Dave things. And I would lose my ever-loving mind every time because I'm like, you didn't even grow up a Wayne fan the way I grew up a Wayne fan. You don't like this man the way I like this man. I have this man's lyrics tattooed on me.
Wait, what?
Yeah, did you not know that?
No.
I have Lil Wayne lyrics tattooed on me.
I knew you were a fan. I didn't know you were that
No,
fan.
I'm that fan. And so then we went to see Wayne in August at whatever the Tweeter Center is called now, down on the south side. And I tagged Wayne in a couple of things just, because we had really good seats and whatever. And Wayne responded this time. Now Wayne's liked a few of my tweets here and there because he's a sports head. He's a football head.
And he's probably seen the people that follow you.
Right. I am all those guys on Speak. I would fill in on Speak on FS1. I did that when I was with Fox. And so I'd like to think that maybe he's seen me. But then he actually responded to me and we had a full-on conversation where I just told him, listen, man, you're the GOAT to me. I've always been a fan. He's like, it's all love. I appreciate you. You're always showing me love. And it was just I have it screenshotted. I might frame it. I don't get starstruck, but if I were to have met him, I don't even know what I would have done. Honestly, I probably would have been completely tongue-tied. Because this man has meant so much to me.
That's hilarious.
And then to have him shouting out my boyfriend at the time, fiance now, and I'm like, you don't know his freestyles. You weren't there for the Drought 3. I'm just it was so much. So I retweeted Wayne's this whole interaction with Wayne and Caleb because I love it. He's been a Packers fan for a long time, but I've followed him since he was doing Saints freestyles about Marcus Colston and Drew Brees. So this is I'm not new to this, Lawrence. I'm true to this.
It is a fact that you are in fact true to this, which is why I thought it would be fun to bring up, and I'm glad that we did it.
I hope I get to meet him someday.
I hope you do too. And maybe if the Bears keep going, maybe Caleb's like, why don't you come to the Super Bowl?
Come hang out.
Yeah,
I'll be at the Super Bowl.
Maybe we can get you to switch sides.
The Packers fans would lose their